Welcome back to the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. We have the world's best on hand, gearing up for another warm-up session here this morning. Gabriel Medina, he'll be making his championship tour return. Great to have the three-time world champ back on deck. Geordie Smith, the oldest surfer on the championship tour, looking young and ready to go, chasing a second Bells title. Luana Silva, she's going to have her hands full when we get the women's event underway, drawing Stephanie Gilmore in the opening round. Jack Robinson, another surfer looking for a second victory here, chasing that iconic trophy once again. Sally Fitzgibbons, one of the best on the women's championship tour, one of the most winning surfers, will be taking on the rookie, Yolanda Hopkins from Portugal, when we get competition underway, and it's looking good. We've got some swell out there at the moment. Still waiting to find out what's coming our way this morning in the way of conditions as the sun pops up. But here on set, I'm honoured to be sitting alongside two of the greats, Ronnie Blakey with Richie Lovett, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Bugs, unbelievable, 50 years of professional surfing, the 63rd edition of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. This contest, the history, you can smell it.
It certainly is an institution, and so is pro surfing now. 50 is quite a milestone.
We got the comp underway yesterday, Rich, in tricky conditions, and we saw just with those, non-elimination rounds gone and just sudden death from the outset, the pressure was a lot for some of the competitors.
Yeah, absolutely. It was brutal. Who would have thought that in 4 heats we would have so much excitement and just emotion around what happened. We had to wait all day to get it going, and we were here through basically until nightfall. So no, it was good to get it underway. We've kicked the year off, and we've kicked it off in a good way, and I think we're going to see some more surfing today.
Well, the big brother Vorno standing by. Let's find out if we're going to get competition back underway on a windy, cool morning here at Bells, Vorno.
Thanks, Ronnie, here with the world champ, Molly Picklum. Welcome back to Bells, Mol.
Pilgrim works.
Well, you are pilgrims. You travel all year, but this is a great pilgrimage down here.
Yeah, for sure. The waves, it's all right out there. It's obviously like super windy. The cold fronts kind of come in, but the swell's kind of dropped, which I think is like, you'll see pretty somewhat average conditions.
Well, the call is we're on. We're going to see round one of the women's this morning. We won't be seeing you though.
Nah, round one of the women's and then men. So I get another day to rest, which I'm happy. I'm a little tired today, so I'll come back tomorrow. But yeah, it's fun to see the girls battle it out to get into that next round, and then the boys. Last night was an excellent show. I felt like that was a great opening of the event, but I don't know. Hopefully today surprises us with the good waves.
You've come to Bells a couple of times wearing that gold jersey. This time you come back as a world champ. You feel more relaxed. You feel like you're really at home here now.
Yeah, I definitely feel like more at home, but this wave's hard. Like, it doesn't let you relax. It always keeps me on my toes, so I'm really humbled by this wave. I'm not like super at ease. I haven't yet won this event, so I'd love to do that.
We'd love to see you do it too. Thanks, Mol.
Thank you, guys. Have a good day, everyone.
Thanks, Vaughan. Have fun out there in the field. Molly Picklum, still feeling it. Not surprised she's feeling a little tired. She has been under the pump as the world champ. The spotlight's been burning bright, and especially here in the hometown of her sponsors and the sponsors of this event. But heat one, it is going to be a beauty. Two surfers who've been fighting hard to get their place on the championship tour via that Challenger Series, Rich. And Yolanda Hopkins, just a really strong year for her. And Sally Fitzgibbons, she's been really impressive. Her resilience the last few years has managed to get herself straight back on tour each time she's been knocked off. And I think it's going to really serve her well getting the full schedule to show her consistency and experience across the board.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Ron. Sally's one of those tenacious competitors that just will not go away. She is so invested in this sport. She lives and breathes it. She absolutely just loves what she does. And, that keeps her coming back for more. She's highly competitive. And I think she'll be really excited about this matchup with Yolanda. Yolanda has been at this for a while. She has been knocking on the door of qualification. She's finally done it, and she was right up the top of the Challenger Series rating. So this is a big heat for her. First heat as an official member of the championship tour.
Well, let's see who gets the first wave here. It looks like Yolanda lining one up. She lets it go. Bugs, yesterday afternoon, it felt like some of the rail work was neutralised for some competitors. They lost their edge, and it got a little bit more interesting with sort of finding the steeper critical sections out there. This heat might be similar. Sally definitely probably has an advantage with her smooth rail work as she gets things started here. Finds a nice inside track and winds through a clean carve to start her morning, and she gets a solid finish as well. But there will be those high impact sections in these onshore conditions, and Yolanda, she isn't afraid to attack, and with that low center of gravity, she can ride through some pretty hefty sections. As she looks to reply to Sally Fitz here, and there's a high impact turn to finish that wave off right there on the shoreline in front of a committed Bells crowd. But yeah, Bugs, just your thoughts on that, just how the conditions can kind of take away the edge a competitor might have in a head-to-head battle like this.
Yeah, well, positioning is going to be everything, Ronnie, as you and Richie know. I mean, Bells is you know, Molly said it, it's a difficult wave. I mean, not every wave, even when you take off deep, you're not sure if that's the one that's going to cascade down in front of you. Sally was in a much deeper position. She made the most of her ride, and just a great response by Yolanda.
Definitely. Here's the replay, Rich, and Sal just so patient with these opening moves.
Oh, she has picked up an absolute gem to start off with. You can see the low road. She positions herself really, really well, gets a couple of big swoops on the outside section, and then that final turn connects, a little bit of theatrics and theatre as she comes down, and then behind her, Yolanda Hopkins, opening wave of her CT career. Cut back into the whitewash. You can see she's got a lot of energy in between the moves even, and then she sort of springs into action. A couple of rail transitions on the face, and that was an explosive turn to finish off as well. She hits the eject button, and that would have been a good settler wave for her just to calm the nerves and get herself into this heat. But for me, Sally Fitzgibbons, she gets the opening blow here.
Yeah, pretty impressive stuff. Welcome to the tour, Yolanda. Fought hard, has obviously made some appearances as a wild card in the past over there in Europe. But she's had a great amateur career and collected numerous titles over there in Europe, but has really made her mark on the international scene these past couple of years, including a couple of runs at the Olympics. 31 minutes to go here. Still waiting on those opening scores to drop.
Two of the fittest competitors on the women's side. Yolanda known to get up in the morning and do a 5 or a 10K run before she even does anything to do with the ocean. And always one of the first out there. She's been down here for a while, actually. She spent a lot of time down here at Bells prepping for this one. And the form looks good at the moment. She did look relaxed on that opening ride. Scores coming in. Judges just really important. First wave of the heat, Bugs. It's important that they get the scale right in the morning. Yeah, well,
they're breaking the pack for the whole day. So this first score, the scale has to be spot on, and you called it, Rich. You said Sally got the gong on that one. It's a 717 for Sally Fitzgibbons, and Yolanda comes in at a 517. Good call, mate.
Yeah, Sal, even though she did fail to make the cut in 2025, got herself back into the top end of the ranks on the Challenger Series to earn her place in this draw. And at this particular venue, she's always considered a major threat for the title. This is one that Sal would definitely have put the highlighter through when she looks at, her best opportunities to claim victory. Of course, she's won all over the world, 12 CT wins, but 2 of them coming here at Bells. She's also had a number of semis. She just worked this place out. It's where she had her first CT win. She loves the joint, as we see. Yolanda now up on her second ride. And Yolanda is a threat as well in this heat. What she sort of misses or lacks against Sal in the way of flow between her turns, she has big individual moves that she'll go for.
She really does. And whereas Sally, she sews or stitches her maneuvers together ever so gracefully and on a very clean line, whereas Yolanda sort of coils up and there's body movement there, but then she explodes up into the lip, and we'll see that on the replay. But Ron, I just wanted to touch on one thing here. Yesterday in the 4 men's heats, I feel like attitude played a big part in it, and especially with waves that you're greeted with today, where it's not ideal and you're looking at the conditions. That positive mental attitude is going to be everything today. If you've got any sort of negativity in your mind about the conditions, I feel like that will play into your heat results. So I reckon these two are two of the most positive women, on the tour. Especially Sal, she'll be just hungry to really take this one out.
already finding a gem. Let's have a look at the Surfline forecast, Rich. You've been keeping an eye on it. Bit of wind down there today, and that swell's still hanging around though, isn't it?
It is, mate. It's hanging around. We've got this big system that's passed right under the bottom of Australia here, and these Southern Ocean swells that track along the bottom of the globe. They produce beautiful swells here at Bells Beach, and then it's got to track up. It's got to turn a little bit south, and then it comes right up into Bells Beach here. We knew this wind was going to be with us. We weren't kidding ourselves there. We were going to get this onshore flow, but you know, I think contest organisers and the competitors all agreeing that they would prefer to have a decent sized wave with onshore conditions rather than smaller, sort of inconsistent swell and better conditions. So what do we got today? 6 to 8 foot faces. In the afternoon, it's going to track down a little bit, but this onshore wind's going to be with us for pretty much the entirety of the day, but super contestable. And you know, I think a lot of the competitors actually don't mind when it's onshore because it sort of comes at you a little bit harder and you can bash that lip. Looking further ahead, Sunday all the way through to Wednesday, we're going to have waves in the sort of shoulder to maybe half overhead height. But the exciting thing is things start to turn offshore towards midweek. So, mate, the bottom line, we'll come down and check it out every morning. There's a good chance we'll run through Easter holiday.
Well, Leonardo, Luana, maybe Molly in there as well. Just trying to stay warm after a warm-up session this morning. I have to change the water after Leo gets out.
Oh dear, yeah, I wonder, probably every 2 days they'd need to filter that water.
Just on 26.5 minutes to go, Yolanda Hopkins, she's got herself the lead, but it's a bit of fool's gold out there at the moment for Yolanda. She needs to match a big number. Sally's got that 717. It's a big advantage here, Bugs. And talking about onshore conditions, yes, we love those groom days where the corduroy lines are stacked to the horizon, but some of the most classic battles we've witnessed here head-to-head have been in onshore surf. Probably the most famous of them, Bugs, 86, the semi-finals.
Oh, yeah, well, that was an amazing one. An iconic matchup between Tom Curran and Mark Occhilupo. It was just a famously... I just saw Occhi walking up the hill before. Usually he's the first one in the water. I mean, I've got to tell you, that guy is unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
But that heat was a heat for the ages.
Yeah, incredible stuff. Tom Carroll went on to win the event that year, but you know, Bells brings out some magic performances. Doesn't matter which way the winds are blowing, and we've seen the performance shift here basically since Kelly unveiled the Kellycopter back in 2012. That huge frontside full rotation to earn himself a 10-point ride with Mick Fanning in that final as well. Mick edging ahead of Kelly with just his precision on the rail. But yeah, very big airs laid down here in the last decade or so as well.
Yeah, I remember another one that Kelly did against Beat Durbridge right at the end of the heat, as we see Sally.
Ooh.
Whoa, bit
Sally
of chop
goes
there.
Down, yeah.
Those first waves of the set, I mean, we saw it yesterday. They carry all the chop, Rich.
Yeah, they certainly do. It's I sort of referred to it yesterday as that, you know, you steam a shirt and iron out all the creases in it. That's what that first wave does. It sort of smooths out that canvas. The second wave of the set, I mean, it's been the formula at Bells here for forever, really. And yeah, we'll see. I think we'll still see sets with multiple waves, 2 and 3 waves in it.
I need a wave to break over my wardrobe before I get down the contest then, Rich. Here's the Stunner Wood slow-mo of Sally and what went wrong on that wave, looking for the backup.
Yeah, you could just see her. She was on her bottom turn. She hit this little bump and the whole rail of her board just skipped out. The fins popped out and she just lost traction on the wave, like a sort of a car jumping off the road.
Yeah, she definitely lost her fins on that one. But go back to that first exchange there. Sally used her decades of experience to sit deep and pick that wave that hit the bowl just absolutely correctly. It had a ridge in the face. She got over the double up, and it really paid dividends. Whereas Yolanda, she played the safety game of taking off on the bowl, not behind the bowl.
Absolutely. You can see that little crease in the wave now. She drops down that little double up section. Now it starts to fire off down the line. Again, there's a bit of a crease, and she does well to come down that step again. Now that thing just starts to bowl up, and she gets those rails nice and wet and clean, and then that last turn there, Just beautiful connection with the closeout, timed it perfectly.
She looks like she's had a great off-season, Sal, looking really fit, always does, but especially so this year. That was really tidy and a tricky lineup to smooth it all out and just picked her moment beautifully to lay down that track.
Look, it's an intriguing matchup, but Sally, what a story. You know, the needle has shifted so many times with her. Like, this must be the third time she's come back from the Challenger Series. Now, she's been a victim of the cut, I feel, after Margaret. She hasn't quite had a good start to her season. But once she goes back in the Challenger Series, her comfort zone is phenomenal. Like, she just never looks like not making it back. And as you said, now she's got a full year.
Yeah, she's been a real handful for those aspiring campaigners on the Challenger Series too, and a good reminder of the level of the CT. Don't forget, Sally did make a final on the Gold Coast last year, and you know, only just missed out on earning her place via a higher finish on the Championship Tour last year. But yeah, she's formidable, really strong. One of the greats, Bugs. 17th year on the CT, 12 CT wins. Pretty remarkable stuff, isn't it?
Oh, it sure is. And then she goes back and represents her country with the Irakanjis.
Well, here is Sally now, just looking to finish this one off. She's aware that it's not a high-quality wave, but without priority, job done, Rich. Backs up that strong opening ride. And Yo-Yo now, she'll get the opportunity. There's one of those individual turns that she possesses. Gets that tail nice and high, now sticking with it. No, she's already started this wave well, and with a decent finish, could potentially turn in her best number, lining up this inside section. Drives past this section, trying to get that high impact hit in, and kind of doesn't commit to the big rail turn, which might have been the better option.
Yeah, we saw that a bit yesterday, where instead of hitting the section in front of them, they look down the line a bit and go, okay, there's my finishing move, and then the wave either flattens out or just sort of, you've got a soft finish, Rich.
It's such a tricky wave to figure out, especially through this inside section. The bowl, for the most part, is fairly predictable in the way it stands up and offers you 2 to 4 manoeuvres. As we watch the replay here, Yolanda connects with the first turn. Beautiful snap. Keeps driving down the line here. And at this point, she's looking way down on this wave and going, okay, there's more sections, and it starts to open up a bit here. Another sort of check turn as she comes down to this spot. So right there, Ron, is that section you were talking where she possibly would have been better off doing a nice layback hack and really utilising that section. Sal on the other hand, a quick snap. Totally blast the tail out on the second turn. So a great 2-turn combination.
And yes, that wave was going to close out, but you can just see that Sally trusts her instincts and knows what that wave's going to do. She doesn't go looking for the shore break. She quickly kicks out of that one and starts heading back to the lineup, hoping to regain priority here. Waiting on the numbers to come through. Fitzgibbons, she'd love to get back in the winner's circle. Mentioned those 12 CT wins and the runner-up finish to Betty Lou up on the Gold Coast last year. But here's CT by the numbers since 2008. Stephanie Gilmore still out in front there with 20 excellent heats. Amazing. And really, it's kind of what's got everyone talking about the return of Stephanie Gilmore and Carissa Moore, their success at this venue, and just how strong their rail work is on the forehand is going to be hard to overcome for some of these newcomers.
Oh, it makes for a great year. You know, you've got between Steph Gilmore and Carissa, you know, there's 13 world titles that have come back on tour. And of course, the last 2 years with Kate Simmers and Molly Picklum having taken over, but that's without those world champions in the mix. So that makes for great showdowns this year. But you saw that Sally was only one excellent heat behind Steph Gilmore, Rich.
Right there. She's that just goes to show you how capable she is down here at Bells Beach and how well she knows the break and understands it. And well, she did her job here. She got that backup score, the 4.43. So that's adding pressure to Yolanda's situation right now. And yeah, she's just doing it textbook at the moment.
Well, it is a stiff breeze blowing down here this morning, almost blowing Jessie Starling off the stairs.
Oh my God, it is, guys. No one better to talk to than Adam Robbo about the conditions this morning. Robbo, break it down for me. What are you seeing out there?
Okay, so yeah, well, we've still got like a 3 to 4 foot swell. The tide's still going out for another hour or so. It's pretty low, so we should get a bit of action over the low and the incoming. Generally, when the tide starts to trickle in, we'll see a few more sets. So probably unfavourable wind, but if you probably lived here, you know that the bowl's normally pretty fun on a southeast wind when the tide's low like we got now. You can kind of get some nice sections. So nice to see Sally open up the day with a good score as well. So it's sort of, I guess, justified the decision to go. And so yeah, look, I think we'll probably get a couple of hours on the Bells Bowl, which will be fun. I don't think we'll have a look at Winky a little bit later, but generally Bells is a bit better on the southeast wind, so hopefully we can stay over here.
And what's your prediction with that high tide? Do you think we're going to have to make the move over?
We'll see what it does when the tide starts coming in. With the southeast winds, we'll probably keep the bowl breaking for a little bit longer as the tide comes in, but yeah, we'll just kind of make that call. We've got the 8 heats of women, so we'll definitely get through that over the bowl, I foresee, over this low tide, and then we'll kind of see where we're at after that. But yeah, kind of fingers crossed that we can keep rolling through, and fingers crossed the wind dissipates a little bit, but doesn't sort of, I don't think the wind will drop off too much today, but at least we've got some 3 to 4 foot waves, and there's some nice sections out there when they come through, so hopefully it kind of, as I said, so hopefully as the tide comes in, we sort of see a few more sets as well.
And one last question, obviously a lot of the athletes come to you for advice. You're kind of just that local guy who just everyone leans on. What's your kind of short, sharp piece of advice for anyone competing today? I guess the general rule for bells is to try and find a wave where you can not be chasing the wave, and try and spray. That's probably been something that's probably held true over the test of time. From the, you look at the champions over a long period of time, they're kind of the surfers that use the face more than maybe the lip out here, so that's probably a way to surf bells. It's pretty low risk, high reward. I love it. Don't chase, though spray. Keep it simple, guys. Thanks.
Love it. Thank you, Jesse. Kaipo is out in the lineup, and Kipes, what's the chill factor out of there at the moment? We're cool in here, mate.
Well, hey, Ron, good morning. It's fresh out here for sure, but for the conditions, there's definitely sections, and I feel like you have to be really reactive to those sections when they do pop up. There's some steep sections. Also, wave choice is going to be really, really important. I feel some of the waves that look kind of more walled are actually going to be backing off and giving you that double up section. It's a bit of a puzzle. It's like a Rubik's Cube that you have to kind of figure out this morning and put all the colors together to make the perfect match.
Oh, I love that. Yeah, Sally already getting a couple of faces done of that Rubik's Cube out there, a 7.17. Also has dropped to 4.43 to have the lead here over Yolanda Hopkins as Alyssa Spencer gets ready at the top of the stairs to make her way down into the lineup. We're going to take a quick break. Back with more in just a moment.
In 2011, Sally Fitzgibbons won her first ever championship tour event at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. A year later, seeking to defend her title, she matched up against four-time world champion Stephanie Gilmore in the final. A week of excellent waves continued into the ultimate clash as Sally and Steph traded blows. Gilmore needed a small score in the dying minutes, but couldn't get the wave needed to flip the heat. Fitzgibbons held off a late charge from Gilmore to claim the Rip Curl Women's Pro Bells Beach for a second year in a row.
Judge Appel taking us into the WSL vault. There are 50 years of professional surfing, so much to celebrate this season. Sally Fitzgibbons, she'll feature in a big way in some of those highlight clips. 2 victories here, overcoming, you know, those surfers that have just dominated at the top of end of the ranks during Sally's unbelievable career and sort of held her back from title glory. What an unfortunate era to be born in for Sally. 12 CT wins and 3 title runner-ups, as we see a replay of this wave for Yolanda Hopkins. Rich, this one during the break.
Yeah, a couple of nice big swooping turns to open up that wave, and then the closeout foam hit towards the end. So 3-hit combination.
Oh, something standing up on the outside here.
Absolutely. There was just a steady pace to Yolanda's last wave. There wasn't that one big standout moment that sort of gets you on the edge of your feet, but it was just a nice steady wave, and I think the score will be somewhat conservative for that reason.
Well, she's going to need to get better than that 517 to actually get back in the seat. That 717 just looms large for Sally Fitzgibbons at this, well into the second half of the heat.
I remember watching the great Taylor Knox out here on the Bells Bowl, taking on, you know, some really strong opponents, but those opponents making the mistake of trying to get into a rail surfing battle with Taylor. And it was just something you never wanted to do. You wanted to take Taylor on. You wanted to have a more vertical approach, and Yolanda sort of looked to have that mindset. Probably her approach being dictated a little bit by the sections that she surfed up. But on that wave, just going to those frontside carves, it's going to be hard to execute the same kind of moves as Sally and find an edge in the scoreline.
Good point. Absolutely. You kind of have to size up your competitor before the heat and bring your brand of surfing, or unlock your brand of surfing that can set you apart from your opponent. Yeah.
Yeah. So that snap under the lip, you know, head to head, probably Sally's got the advantage there. Yolanda's going to have to go above the lip line.
And she did it on her first wave. She just needs to find a couple of those sections. I think the judges are ready to reward her attack. And yeah, Sally's in a precarious situation here. She really needs to make this priority count, as we see the replay of that last wave again.
Yeah, so Yolanda just big swooping. This is actually her first ride here. Another quick swoop back into the pocket, just always come back to that power source. And then that blowtail there, that's exactly what we're talking about. She had that progressive nature, that somewhat innovative nature to that turn, where she really kicks the fins and gets that drift in the tail. And they're those little nuances that the judges pick up on, and they appreciate that.
We're looking forward to seeing some great clashes today. And the next one is certainly one you don't want to miss. We've got a 15-year-old joining the CT ranks, youngest surfer to ever qualify. She actually had already sealed the deal and locked in her place before her 15th birthday. So at 14 years of age, Tia Zebrowski got the job done. She's taking on Alyssa Spencer in the next heat. Here goes Sally Fitzgibbons. She's got some speed here, loading up. Keeps the board in the water. Sal's been known to go to the air in recent times, but just looking to bump up that score. You wouldn't call that a great use of priority.
No, you could tell she was in two minds, wasn't she? She was looking down the line. She almost was telegraphing that air. Like, you could see she wanted to go for it. And as a result, she sort of missed a couple of sections. So, you know, that was an opportunity missed for Sal to really start, you know, getting the hammer and nail out and just start closing this one out.
Yeah, well, she took that high line early on, and I thought it was a pretty clever move. But about halfway through that ride, she needed to kind of wash a bit of speed off and get into the carving game.
Well, we can look forward to some great matchups in this opening round. Here's what it looks like. Tia Zebrowski, Alyssa Spencer coming up next. And the big matchups keep coming head-to-head. Sudden death. It's all happening here.
Oh, there's some really good heats in this opening round. I like heat number 6, Sawyer Lindblad and Carissa Moore. That's going to be unbelievable. And then straight after that, Luana Silva against the great Stephanie Gilmore. So 2 back-to-back heats here. Countless world titles just in those 2 heats, and they're going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, it's going to be a great round to just get a look at the rookies too, Bugs, and see how they perform up against some seasoned campaigners, some championship tour winners.
Yeah, no, I like that last heat too. Lakey Peterson, Ellie Harrison. That's going to be just something special. Yeah,
Ellie's really got a point to prove after just missing out by a heat to shore up a place on the CT, and she's done damage here before. So I agree with you, Bugs. Heat 8's going to be a fantastic battle. Lakey Peterson obviously spending a lot of time down here at Bells, a second home. 7 minutes to go here, and Sally Fitzgibbons getting back to that takeoff zone, and I feel like she's really lucky that Yolanda wasn't able to kind of capitalise on having that space in the lineup after Sal took a wave and didn't convert it into a healthier heat score total on the inside here. Yolanda has a good looking wall standing up, drives hard off the bottom. It is a nice top turn to get started, but it's all she's going to get out of that one. So positioning maybe a little off there, but I mean, she got that one good turn done.
Yeah, well, when you go, here's Sally, she's really on the bowl here.
Yeah, Sal, she wants to really improve on this 4.43 now and up this requirement. There's a quality hit, has the speed to get down the line, and will likely find open face again here on the inside. Lines up this shore break section, which really can help you add some points to your score line. Just taps it a couple of times. It's a measured approach, but she doesn't need a whole lot to up the requirement.
That's right. Sally's such a clever competitor. She knows now that if she can get somewhere between a 5, and a 6, it's going to put some real distance between her and her opponent. Whereas Yolanda on that last wave, that's when you're super deep. That's when you've got to take that high line and be thinking down the line before you start going into the vertical approach.
And that comes down to spending time surfing this break and just understanding how the waves really run across the Bells Bowl section. Sal, even that swooping cutback had some power in it, really getting the rail engaged, and then a nice foam flare, got the tail free, and then she does see opportunity down the line. Just steady through this inside section. And a little 2-hit combination here, but luckily she does get to the finish. She could have potentially just been patient and done the 1 hit, but I still don't mind what she did there. What do you think about this one, Bugs?
Yeah, well, this is a great first turn. She just swooped into the pocket. It was exactly what we talked about, that she had to put a lot more emphasis on that big vertical snap, but she wasn't thinking down the line.
Bugs, you mentioned positioning earlier and just how key it is here at Bells Beach. In the warm-ups for newcomers to this venue, obviously, you're trying to triangulate your position in the lineup using some landmarks, but you also have usually around 50 of the world's best surfers out there who've had plenty of reps in this location, kind of indicating where that best place to sit is. That was really the first time we've seen Yolanda having to decide where she was going to try and pick off the best waves, and she found herself sitting pretty deep.
Yeah, well, one of the unique things about Bells, and I mean, Molly picked it up, and all the best surfers do, is that you get a 3-wave set at Bells. No wave comes through anywhere near the same spot. The second wave could be super wide. The third one might be right in a slot. You know, if you are going to go deep, you are looking for a certain wave.
Yeah, Sally just sort of returned to the lineup and just held her place. Looked like she knew exactly where she wanted to be. She upped the ante just a little bit. She improved on her score. So, you know, it was a wave worth taking, but it wasn't giving her the kind of separation in the heat score totals that she was really after here. Yolanda's still going to have a fighting chance here in the final 3.5 minutes, looking for a 6.68.
Yeah, so the advantage has gone again. You know, Sally keeps shading that second score. She's improved now, but she's the requirement gone from I think it was like a 6.44 to a 6.68, just a bit more. Yolanda, you know, basically to my thing, she needs a bombing wave to get a 7.
Sally absolutely loves this place. I mentioned earlier, it's where she had her first CT victory. And it came with massive consequences for her dad, Martin, who always rocked an unbelievable Ned Flanders-esque mustache. And he said if Sally won the event, he'd shave it off. She'd never seen him without a mustache. Still not rocking it. So a little bit of superstition kicking in. Maybe that's why Sal went on to win the event again and collected another 10 victories. As we dive into the GWM heat recap here, Sally Fitzgibbons opened with a 7-1-7 reg. Yolanda, she did respond pretty well, but it's been a little lost out there for a while since.
Yeah, you can just see that there's a control element that Sally has just in her positioning, her wave choice, and even the execution of her performance on the wave. She just looks totally in control of this heat. Some great surfing. Yolanda, she's definitely had some great moments, some standout maneuvers, but just not being able to find those quality waves and stitching them together.
And with her set approaching now, the key factor here is that Sally has priority.
And we've got set waves approaching here. Sally not even looking at that first wave. Yolanda had a bit of a sniff there, but Sal on the outside now.
It's a good looking set, actually. So, and it looks like there might be another one behind it again. So Sally again, not even interested in that one.
Yeah, that one pushing a little wide.
Yeah, that's that second wave of the set that pushes wide, cascades down, restricting the scoring potential. You're chasing it.
Oh, have a look at this. Oh, no, a bit too much foam on the face, and again, just sitting a little deep there for Yolanda. Sally on the outside. Interesting for me looking at these two bugs and what their chances are in this particular event. As a rookie coming to Bells is always a hard task, figuring this wave out, and for Sally this might be her best opportunity to potentially chase a CT victory on the schedule this year.
Yeah, she started very strongly. I felt Yolanda had to take one of those waves. She had to go.
She might get an opportunity here. Having a look at this one, Sal lets her go. Looking down the line, just knows this wave so well, Fitzgibbons. And with no big turn on that outside section, it gets really difficult to turn in a score of note. Even if you put a big finish on it, you know, the majority of points are on that outside bowl section.
100%. So she's milking this one all the way. So this will be her final ride. And unfortunately for Yolanda Hopkins, her initiation into the championship tour as a regular competitor didn't go to plan this morning. And Sally Fitzgibbons, this is just a little victory lap for Sal. She brings this one all the way through, but look at the form. You can see she's just on.
She's in good touch, you can see. She looks alive on her equipment.
Yeah, I was going to say the board looks magic.
Yeah. There's her dad, Martin. Are we happy with that? It was a really difficult draw for Yolanda to come up against a multiple champ here at Bells Beach. And Sally just looked so sure of her decision-making in that instance.
Well, there's a lot riding on this. Of course, if Sally wins it, the moustache comes back.
Love it. All right, well, there are the numbers for you on screen. A pretty close battle, but it was really won on the opening exchange for Sally Fitzgibbons, putting a lot of separation in the score lines between herself and her opponent. And she'll be powering through to the second round as we get set for yet another big clash. Zebrowski and Alyssa Spencer are coming up next.
The Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by
Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company.
by Visit Victoria. Victoria, every bit different. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. And by IC Sunglasses, official eyewear of the World Surf League.
Sally Fitzgibbons victorious in her opening heat on the championship tour. It's a great start to the season. The two-time Bells champ getting the jump on Yolanda Hopkins, the rookie, in the first heat of the morning and dropping a 7-point ride, looking super sharp as we get set for the Hydrolite heat to watch. Heat 2, round 1. 15-year-old Nadia Zebrowski representing France via Tahiti. She is going to be surfing against the Californian Alyssa Spencer, who's making her championship tour return and is coming off the back of a victory at Surfest, that final Challenger Series event, winning that contest on her birthday. What a way to celebrate, and reclaiming her position in the elite ranks, Rich. Nice to see.
Yeah, absolutely. As we go to the replay here, this is Alyssa Spencer up on the backhand. So the goofy foot up, just a quick wave in and out. And then Nadia Zebrowski. So again, her first ride as an official member of the championship tour. And have a look at the flair and speed of this young lady. She is a very special talent. So much hype and talk around her ability, and just, you know, just how mature she is at the young age of 15. Beautiful composure and style, and just slams the door on that final hit. But you can just see in her stance and her approach and just the speed at which she attacks these maneuvers, you know, she's a special talent, isn't she, Bugs?
She sure is. Certainly showed her potential in that wave. Her board looks just so alive, Rich. But there's been some amazing young surfers in the women's ranks who have shown tidal potential very early. We saw Tyler Wright in Lane Beachley's event, as also Stephanie Gilmore. We saw Carissa Moore as I think a 14-year-old in a wildcard event at Snapper. I mean, all those went on to World Championships.
Yeah, but to see her here at that similar age, as a fully qualified member, is remarkable. An incredible season for her on the Challenger Series too, Bug. She made the final series at every single event on the Challenger Series. She showed that she's super well-rounded, that she travels well. And, you know, that I think is going to put her in good stead to chase down potentially a world title in her rookie year.
Wow, that's a great call, Rich. I mean, Ronnie, because, yeah, I mean, Carissa, Stephanie, Tyler, they're all wildcards. So that was a great distinction there. She's done it, you know, by her own bootstraps.
Yeah, absolutely. This is an interesting matchup. Alyssa Spencer, you know, she's getting another crack at it on the tour. She dropped off, and I feel like she's got some. She's done the work. She's worked on the surfing. I think she's pulled in more of an aggressive element to the way she approaches the wave. She's a very, very smooth surfer, very calculated. And I want to say she's almost dirtied it up a little bit, you know, and I feel like if she wants to get over Nadia Zebrowski in this heat, she's going to have to really find those waves that are going to allow her to square up off the bottom on the backhand and really get up vertical into the lip, because we know that Nadia is going to bring this fast, flashy style of surfing.
Most definitely. For more on this incredible matchup, we're going to throw it out to our man in the water, Kaipo.
Yeah, thanks, Ron. Yeah, you guys are talking about it. Remember, just a few weeks ago, these two surfers met up in semifinals at Newcastle, where, you know, Alyssa had the advantage there, took the win, but Nadia Zebrowski, well, let's just catch up with Alyssa right here on the backhand. Now, the challenge here really is identifying those sections on your backhand. We'll let you take it away through this inside.
Thank you, Kibes. Yeah, Alyssa doing pretty well at the moment, just to keep speed through this flatter section of the wave. She needs steep wall, though, if she's going to overcome. Nadia Zebrowski reads that final section beautifully. But Tia, even at 15, has the power. Like Carissa Moore, sets those rails deep. She's going to get thrown off on that hit, though.
The replays.
There's a very similar looking style, isn't it, to Carissa Moore in the way that Nadia Zebrowski approaches the wave. But Alyssa did well on her ride. She very rarely falls, you know. She just is so centered on the board. Got a nice stable stance. And we have a look at the replay here of Tia Zebrowski. So this is the wave behind Alyssa Spencer. Clean snap to start off and then hits that beautiful section. Keeps the momentum coming down the line. Just a little tricky off the bottom, but cleans it up well. And a very fast snap, and unfortunately just couldn't bookend the finish of that ride. And here we go, Alyssa Spencer, Bugs.
Yeah, Alyssa here. This wave, she's kind of wrestling with this outside section, Rich. Doesn't quite look square on a board at this point, but she does some good work on the inside. I mean, she turned this into something. It looked like a really low-scoring ride. These last two turns, her timing here was excellent, and she kind of survived the bounce.
Yeah, she managed to really utilise the scoring potential towards the end of that wave. Perhaps a little lateral in the opening turns, the board just staying horizontal and pointing down the line. Whereas, you know, in contrast, Tia's, there's such acute direction changes up high in the lip.
Kipes, a very confident young competitor, Tia. Has she found her place in this lineup just yet?
Yeah, I mean, what the danger with Tia is that she can make, you know, an average wave into a good score. She's just got that much talent. But I just wanted to continue on with what you guys were talking in the booth with that analysis. The goofy versus regular approach out here. Current conditions, I feel it is a disadvantage to be a goofy foot, because I talked about earlier, you have to be very reactive to the sections that pop up in front of you. So when you got your face to the wall, it's easier to identify those sections. It's going to take a special wave for a goofy foot to get a big score and really utilize a longer wall. Use that upper third of the wave for that first section to get through that and then open up. But just creating rhythm on the backhand will be a little bit more challenging. So that's what I'm seeing playing out here. But what I'm seeing from Tia Zebrowski is just sharp surfing overall. I have big expectations of this rookie.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's a good pickup, and especially just looking at these two surfers, you know, we're looking at the head-to-head matchups and we're seeing where an edge might be found, and Tia's certainly got it with those frontside rail turns and a variation on the forehand too. You know, she doesn't really lose anything in this lineup. She's got a great vertical approach and fin release snap that she can call on too. But Alyssa can be deadly if she can find some steep wall out on that outside bowl section.
Well, that's the whole secret. I mean, we've seen the wave choice Tia so far. I mean, she basically turned a 6.5 into a 5.8 through with that late fall. However, she's been able to come square off the bottom. That is what a goofy footer has to do. Picking a flat wave on your backhand is not going to work.
Well, Tia had that 5.83, and that was with the fall at the end of that ride too. So I think Alyssa will be actually pretty stoked that she didn't make that final manoeuvre, because that could have been a half 6, 6.5, or even a 7 if she'd made that final turn.
Rich, we were just digesting the afternoon while digesting our dinner last night, talking about what it's like when a phenom is coming through, and just the hush that they kind of put through the competitors area. We were referring to Joel Parkinson back in the day when he absolutely minced you and your mates on the championship tour as a wild card at J-Bay, but you could see him coming from a mile away, and it was kind of like everyone was going, uh-oh, we're in trouble here.
It's really off-putting. You get this level of comfort and confidence as a CT competitor, and then you get these youngsters come through and they actually show you no respect at all, and they shouldn't, because that's what they need to come in and do, and that's the attitude that you have to have as a rookie, really. But it is off-putting as a more established competitor, and I feel like in this matchup in particular, Alyssa would have been, in the back of her mind, she would have been hearing all this noise about Tia and going, oh, I'm actually in a really hard heat for the first heat of the event for me.
But she's another generational talent, isn't she, Bugs? We've seen Caroline Marks, Erin Brooks in recent times kind of come in as these teenagers who just start winning straight away. Who were those individuals for you when you were competing that you could see coming from a mile away?
Well, it was like a you know, the Powerball where the ball lands. You know, whether is Tommy Carroll going to get Emma, Sean Thompson, Dane Hill, Bugs, or Shane Aran? Who's he going to get? You know, he was that kid coming through, and then Tommy Curran after that.
Yeah, unbelievable. But yeah, Tia Zebrowski has everyone talking for sure, even her peers. They're really aware of how deadly she could be this year. And she hasn't really even put it together yet in this heat, but is finding a points advantage, an edge on both the exchanges at the moment.
Yeah, just finding enough of an open part of the wave to put some manoeuvres together to get some scores. And, you know, Alyssa's sitting here going, at 22 minutes, I still need 2 waves. And I can almost guarantee you that Tia's going to get rid of that 5 and possibly even the 5.83 before this heat is done.
Yeah, well, she's just got to get a wave that connects, because the first couple of turns, she's setting up an excellent score.
She sure is. Well, just over 22 minutes to go here. Still waiting for Alyssa and Tia to drop the big numbers, but starting her campaign at the Rip Curl Pro this year with a 7-point ride, chasing a 3rd Bells title. We're going to get to her in just a moment, but first we'll see this ride for Tia. One section, throws everything at it, does hang on for the finish, but let's get to the winner of the first heat on the women's side, Sally Fitzgibbons with Vaughan.
Sal, congratulations. Welcome home to Bells Beach, a 2-time champ, looking for a 3rd, and that's a great way to start this campaign.
Oh, it feels so good, but it's just like paddling out in the dark and then like just reliving all the Grom days, and then except they cleared the line up for us, just had the perfect sunrise, and yeah, a little bumpy and textured, but the game's the game, and it was a challenge to sort of move those pieces around, but I got enough points, so pretty frothed.
You love the game, mate. You love it. Mate, you were saying, you know, in the lead up to this event, some great feelings, but some nerves, some adrenaline. How have you been coping with that?
Yeah, just all the good stuff, especially being in first heat, so it's constantly like rising that you could be on, and then just like tempering that, and the last couple of days could have been a chance to be on, but then yeah, this morning was the real deal, and I don't know, I think I just wouldn't want to be anywhere else. Like, I just love trying, and I've got 10 more tries, getting back on tour, and then yeah, just love working on my surfing, and if I'm in these lineups, even in the warm-ups, just being around the best surfers in the world, and I'm just learning so much, and that gets me excited, and yeah, just on some good boards, Glennie Payne, thanks so much, and yeah, good energy, and the people around here, the community, are really rallying behind me.
They always do, Sal. Yeah, your surfing looks so sharp. Just tell us a little bit about how you're feeling with this year's tour. You know, we've got this entire new generation coming up. Tia's in the water right now. But you've also got 2 of your classic sparring partners coming back as well, Carissa and Steph. I mean, this is so exciting on so many different levels.
Oh, even if I wasn't surfing in the thing, I'm such a fan of the sport. Similar to like going to, you know, the 50-year celebrations with the likes of like Pam Burridge and Gal Cooper, and they're just like mad surf frothers. And I looked at them and I'm like, I hope I'm like that in years to come, and I feel like I've still got that energy. I just froth on, you know, the potential of just seeing some of these matchups and being in some of these matchups, and that's why I work so hard, because I just want to surf against the best and just see what's still left in the tank.
Oh, mate, the energy is absolutely fizzing down here with you this morning. You kicked it off with, you know, a high 7, or sorry, a mid-range 7 there, but it was a great way to start the day. And Sal, you always bring the energy. Thanks so much, legend.
Oh, thanks, Bells. Feeling all that glow. It's epic. Have a good day, guys. Enjoy the surfing.
Yeah, Sally Fitzgibbons.
Mate,
she's on one. What a way to start the event for Sal. You know, really heartbreaking moments, scenes for her over in WA last year. Devastated not to make that cut, but has again just gone back to work in that off season and come back with what looks like some magic boards under her feet. Glenn Pang, a master craftsman. You had a lot of boards off Glenn back in the day. The Aussie guys used to lean into his knowledge when they got to the North Shore, Rich.
Yeah, absolutely. Jake Patterson used to get full quivers off Glenn. I've had a couple in my time. Also worked with Carl Sharper, and a lot of the travelling pros do lean into the Hawaiian shapers, because they have just so got to dial down the boards that you need for Hawaii. But yes, mate, Sal was cruising still at 33,000 feet. I think she's going to stay up there for a while before she comes back down to land.
The Pang family luau was unbelievable. We get invited to that as visitors to the North Shore, and rock up sometimes and Metallica would be sitting at the table.
Yeah, they were unreal nights, and you know, real Hawaiian hospitality at its best. And yeah, thanks to the Pang family for having us all those years, and I believe they're still doing it.
No doubt. Well, we've got 18.5 minutes to go as Brisa Hennessy makes her way down the famous stairs here. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. The World Surf League acknowledges that we're here on Jirac on Wadawurrung country and acknowledge Wadawurrung people as the traditional custodians of the land and waterways we're playing on here today. We pay our respects to Wadawurrung people, their elders, past, present and future, and extend this acknowledgement to all First Nations people here today. Joining us on the broadcast as well, we love our time down here at Bells, Jirac. It is a sensational backdrop to the world's best surfing and a great way to kick off the season. Already seen some great performances in tricky conditions. We've seen new names joining the CT in 2026, and we're extremely excited to see how this 15-year-old phenom fares. Tia Zebrowski holds the lead over Alyssa Spencer out here at the moment. She's from good stock too, Rich. Her parents both professional athletes. Tia Zebrowski's dad was a trailblazer as a snowboarder, one of the first Polynesians to compete at the X Games, and yeah, they're both yoga instructors now too, so she's a healthy, flexible unit. Alyssa Spencer, this was her third wave, and this is what she needed. She needed to maintain pace with the Grom in this heat, and she did it beautifully.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the leveler, and she's back into this heat, drops that 5.43, and Bugs, I just wanted to identify that last wave of Alyssa Spencer, in particular that final turn, is what we were talking about. She squared up, she got more of that vertical approach, and I'd say 4 of the out of the points on that 5.43 came on that last manoeuvre.
It did, and it's because she was able to lean off that bottom turn. She got deeper on the bottom turn and just got that extra stretch. And she's able to get a board right up there vertical. She's back in this heat. She only needs a 5.41, so 14 to go. This is on.
Momentum shift.
Momentum shift for sure, and you've got to, cast your mind back to Surfest. Kipes mentioned it. These two did meet in a semi-final, and Alyssa got the edge on Tia in that one, and it was just after Tia had shored up her place as the Challenger Series champion. So that was a big, I think, psychological win for Alyssa. Wouldn't have known at that point that she was coming up against her in the opening round, but just to have that in the back of her mind would be huge, and these conditions are probably played right into Alyssa's favour as well.
Yeah, so that would have certainly taken away that intimidation factor where, with this young, unbelievable 14, 15-year-old would have been pretty much intimidating the entire field. But Alyssa Spencer, not only did she win that semi, she went on with the job in the final at Newcastle.
Yeah, she sure did. 13 minutes to go here, and a bit of a priority shift up, Kipes.
Yeah, we saw that. We saw Alyssa Spencer paddle for a wave and immediately, and not catch the wave, and immediately Tia Zebrowski put her hand up to the priority judge signaling, hey, you got to switch your priority over to me. I'm really impressed by the rookie and her heat IQ in the way that she's just playing the game so well.
Yeah, good pickup, just such attention to detail, such an impressive run on the Challenger Series, Rich. That's the thing about these, mind-blowing performers at a young age. You're blown away by first of all, what they can do on the wave, but Tia's also shown at different stages this year that she's super savvy competitively.
Oh yeah, she's so invested in what's happening here, and even as Kipes identified, just how fiery she was to appeal to the judges, whereas Alyssa Spencer is she's so composed and calm in her approach, and Tia, you can tell, is just super feisty.
That could have been a turning point, though, because, if that was a smooth face wave, I believe that Alyssa would have caught it. But what happens now with this chop, it makes those ridges. She was at the top of that wave. She actually had to get over another ridge to get onto the face of the wave. And that's how tricky priority is here.
Most definitely. Well, both these surfers give a lot of credit to the coaches that they work with for good reason too. Alyssa Spencer working with Chris Gallagher at the moment, and obviously helped her claim that big result. But for Tia Zebrowski and Kelly Vast, much of their Challenger Series campaign was orchestrated by Joanne Deroux, who was an incredible surfer, well-rounded surfer, great in the big stuff, had good performances on the North Shore, but obviously a beach break specialist, and really helped them formulate a plan for consistent results in conditions that didn't always serve up consistent kind of waves. So Juandaru, big tip of the cap to you. Done a fantastic job.
Great surfer.
Yeah, major part of this whole push coming out of France and working with Carly Vast as well, with the likes of Jeremy Flores, another great who we saw on the championship tour for many years. So this sort of established committee of amazing surfers are starting to rally around these French and French Polynesian surfers, and they are pushing.
Bugs, once surfing got into the Olympics, you know, the French invested in their surfing program. Over in Tahiti, they had Hirata and Atufa. You know, they had Jeremy Flores over there as well at different stages. Alain Rioux, Juandaru.
You've always got Poto.
Oh, yeah.
Batia David.
A Tahitian goat. Well, Michel Perez is the guy who went on to claim incredible CT victories, winning every jewel in the crown over there in Hawaii, the Triple Crown, Haleiwa Sunset and Pipe. Jeremy Flores, a 2-time pipe master. Remarkable string of results, and France really well represented now with the two most exciting stars breaking into the CT ranks this year. As we see Alyssa now going after the score, needs a 5.41 and reads this section beautifully. Yes. There's a good hit. She's on her way, needs to finish this one off. Doesn't quite get on top of the section there, but has room to move down the line. There's another solid hit. That's going to feel good. Just over 9 minutes to go. And Tia, well, she doesn't execute on her ride, so a really strong effort from the veteran in this heat, in this instance. And that's exactly what she needed.
We talked about the momentum shift, and Alyssa has stayed calm under pressure, picked off a gem. This wave's allowed her to get those two special moments in this heat. As we look at the replay here, stands up nicely. She sits on that bottom turn. This little check turn here, I love how she faded, extended the bottom turn and got that really clean snap. And again, how patient she is here. Tricky section, and then this final maneuver, bang, gets right up high and gets that pivot on the backhand. Did exactly what she needed to do. I think she's going to take the lead.
And then Tia Bugs had this one in reply.
Yeah, we didn't see the start of this. We see if she gets anything more done, but this might be where she comes unstuck. Yeah, and that was kind of a bad fall, but it was never really going to be a wave of consequence. Alyssa Spencer gets that wave under priority, two major manoeuvres amongst it all.
When you don't have the big lines stacked and rolling around the corner here into bells, you know, sometimes you get a little invested in that second wave. And it seemed like Tia was like, no, the first wave's not the one. It's always the second wave at bells. And Alyssa went, thanks. And I'll have a crack at it.
The other thing too is Alyssa was sitting under Tia as well, so giving herself the opportunity. As you said, Bugs, a lot of these sets have that double ridge at the top of the wave, which is sometimes hard to get down. And Alyssa's put herself right on the edge of the bowl section of that reef, and she just found that little nugget.
Well, everyone's down here watching this young teenager perform for the first time as a full-time campaigner on the championship tour, and in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, Jessie Starling has tracked down the goat.
Yeah, let me tell you guys, it is way warmer in here than it is outside. So we're hanging out in here. Steph, you're keeping a close eye on the action right now. I've got to know, what do you think about Tia Zebrowski in her first championship tour heat?
Yeah, she's looking really comfortable. You know, we saw her get a win in Ericeira, and the conditions are pretty similar to what it is today. So yeah, she's so confident for her age, and yeah, she's a rookie, and you know, I've been in that situation, and you've got nothing to lose, so you're just out there all excited, and yeah, she's going to be dangerous. But Alyssa's surfing really well, so it's been a really good heat, and I guess it just comes down to wave choice.
And give me the Steph inside scoop. How are you feeling? We're so excited to see you competing again today.
Yeah, it's cool. I'm nervous. It's going to be fun. You know, I think I love being here at Bells Beach, and yeah, I've had some good heats over the years, and I also had some bad heats over the years. But yeah, we'll see what happens. I got some good boards, so just go out there and catch a few waves.
Now, guys, when your heat's off, if you get cold, come to the Red Bull Athlete Zone because you're warm. and he can hang out with Steph Gilmore. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jessie. Well, Jessie's super excited. And Steph, as she said, by her own admission, feeling a little nervous, which is good. So she's locked in. But we had a big change up on the leaderboard here in this heat, Rich, with that last exchange.
Yeah, we did. We saw a lead shift, which I thought was going to happen. And to be honest, guys, I thought there was going to be a little more in that.
Well, there's only, yeah.
You know, she's basically matched identical scores. We'll get back to that. Here goes Tia.
Yeah, well, Tia, she looks so confident. She's dangerous when she gets on a roll. Let's see if she can recover mentally after a fall on her last ride. Couple of hacks on the outside, keeping things smooth through this section of the wave. There's a couple of solid hits, well comboed. As she rolls through to the inside, that's all she's going to get out of this ride. But it looked like there was some nerves at the start of that wave, Rich, and then she cleaned them up.
Yeah, cleaned it up beautifully for that final hit, definitely. And yeah, just back to that 5-4-3 of Alyssa Spencer. The two major manoeuvres, and the first one only had that final manoeuvre at the end, Bugs, because we were talking about, you know, most of the points coming from that final turn. She had two big open face turns on that wave. So I'm a little surprised just at the score. I thought it would have gone into the sixes.
Look, she needed a 5-4. She only got a 5-4-3, so only by 0.03 of a point, which then means that Tia, the equation for her is only a 5, just a little bit more than a 5, a 5.03. That 0.03 of a point has come into play.
Well, this is going to be a really interesting number. I tell you, kind of dropped late into this one, Rich.
Yeah, quick snap up into the bowly little section. Caught an inside rail on that one. And then again, a check snap and sets that beautiful turn up towards the end of that wave. A lot of momentum down the line. But yeah, very, very fast surfing, reacting well. We have a look at the replay here of Alyssa Spencer. So this is the 5-4-3. You can see fades, gets up high, snaps cleanly, gets some spray off the board. It does stay a little horizontal, so on reflection, but then through this inside section here, connects, gets the pivot off that big standing up section on the inside. So on reflection, you can see potentially where the judges kept a lid on it, just the board staying somewhat horizontal, not getting full rail engagement.
Yeah, I feel like Pingda, that the first turn was flat, the third turn was a wishy-washy whitewater turn, but two great turns in between. Maybe not in the excellent range of turns individually, but together it was a stingy score. But like, you look at the scale of things, and it's kind of right in there.
For sure. 6.33 for Tia on her ride. So judges giving her a little bit more credit. She did find a wave that stood up nicely on the reef out there, and she moved a bit of water. So that's got her back out in front now. And Alyssa Spencer, after a 6.73 with 3 minutes to go here, has a look at this one on the outside. Yeah, some of these medium-sized rides are really standing up nicely. Definitely it felt like Tia wasn't having to work for her speed, and she was able to clout the lip. Here goes Alyssa, a stronger opening turn. That'll set her up nicely, and again unleashes. So the two moves are rock solid on the outside section. And if it's not the 6.73 to put her into the lead, I think it'll probably be her best wave.
Yeah, I think so too. Just the strength of those two big outside manoeuvres, a better speed to that one, and I think there is a difference when you look at the score, that 6.33 of Tia Zebrowski, just the speed that she goes through her turns, lightning fast. More of a steady pace to Alyssa. Let's have a look at the rip curl replay on this one, Bugs. What do you reckon?
Yeah, well, she comes clean off the bottom here. This first turn, brilliant. Wow, she sent some buckets flying there. Two big turns. Now, that 6.33 for Tia was really one explosive turn.
Yeah, this could be the number that she needs. And it is an 8.33 for Alyssa. She finds a steep wall on that outside section, and she gets herself the lead here. Pressure now on the 15-year-old who's got priority and a minute and a half to turn it around. The IC panels scores, you can see them pretty consistent across the board. They loved it. You get a set wave out there and you make the most of the bowl and get a big combination like that together, you are going to be rewarded.
And all the goofy footers would have been checking that one right out, Richie. That first bottom turn, I mean, it was a wave choice. She was on the spot for the best wave of the heat.
Definitely, and we knew that if Alyssa Spencer found some steeper wall out there, that backhand would serve her well. She got those more vertical approaches in, and I think when you reflect on what she scored in for the 5.43 earlier, you can kind of see, while the judges showed some restraint on that number, because she is capable of getting a bit more upside down and moving a bit more water. But really solid stuff under pressure here from Alyssa, and now half a minute for Tia to try and turn this around.
Well, you know, I'm sure a lot of people had their fantasy surfer pick as Tia Zebrowski in this one, but Alyssa Spencer, a very mature approach to this heat. Stayed cool and calm under pressure. Here we go, Tia Zebrowski, a final roll of the dice.
Yeah, there's nothing in this ride. She's going to kick out of this one. People are looking at their fantasy surfing brackets right now. I'm sure there's a good percentage of you going, I'm in trouble. I know I am. But you've got to give props to Alyssa. 2 head-to-head heats against Tia and showing great fight. Not sure Tia's going to count this ride, but there's not a whole lot in it anyway. But it is, again, a reminder to these rookies, even the ones that are as strong as Tia, that there's no easy heats at this level. And Alyssa Spencer holds her nerve, finds the wave that she needs to do her best stuff, and drops an excellent score.
Yeah, great wave choice, and I just want to commend Alyssa's approach on that final wave. You know, it was there for the taking. She could have turned that into a 6, but with a more aggressive approach, you could see she just went through the gears and really stepped up the pace, and 2 big committed turns, 8 points, excellent ride. She got the win.
Let's have a look at the GWM recap, Bugs. It was an absolutely mind-blowing matchup on paper, and it started with a strong ride for young Tia.
Well, Tia's absolutely shown the world her potential, though. She'll certainly be a force to be reckoned with on this year's tour.
A lot of people had her as the pick to take this event out in her first crack at a Bell's title. But Alyssa Spencer, you know, head-to-head now. 2 events in a row has given Tia the flick. But have a look at the backhand work here. Rich, you felt this one was a little underdone, but the judges really made up for it with her last ride.
Yeah, they certainly did, and well, it was really a tale of 2 halves. Tia Zebrowski took full control of the heat at the start, put the pressure on Alyssa Spencer, and then she just built momentum, shifted the whole control of the heat. And Tia Zebrowski, undeniable talent, some great moments in this heat, but this was the one that really sealed the deal. Best wave of the heat by far. And Alyssa just converting on it. Gets a little bit of a fin drift, a tail flare on the final turn. She comes away with the win.
Yeah, she's going to be busy down there signing autographs for a while. We're going to take a break here in the booth and bring in Jessie Starling and Felicity Parmentier for the call.
my face, and I wonder
eyes of the surf world turn to this beautiful coastline that we have down here in Victoria. Bells Beach is putting on a show this Easter weekend. We are back with Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. My name is Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Felicity Palmative Flick. We're here, we're in, and the women, they're actually lighting up the morning so far.
Oh, yeah. You know what? We rocked up this morning, and obviously, you know, you spoke to Adam Robbo on the stairs, and you're saying, yeah, look, it is tricky out there, but we've seen good numbers. I mean, that last heat, if that's anything to go by, we saw an excellent number from Alyssa, and probably, you know, obviously all that momentum had been behind Tia, and potentially a bit of an upset. So it's really, it's contestable. Yep. That's what I will say. There's numbers being dropped.
There is, and I feel like, you know, there's so many storylines unfolding. We saw the rookies coming back, a lot of those surfers who fell off tour, like Alyssa Spencer, getting to showcase what they can do when they get another chance to be back here on the championship tour. Let's take a look, though, to heat number 3. Brisa Hennessy taking on Francisca Veselko, Kika, as we love to call her. So Costa Rica taking on Portugal. Two kind of, I want to say, similar surfers here.
Yeah, I really like this matchup as we get caught up with what happened here. Replay of Brisa's opening wave. Nice slash there from her. And this isn't Brisa's first rodeo, though, here at the bowl. She's been around and she's surfed a fair few heats here now. She knows this wave. She understands it. And just series of linking manoeuvres here. And she gets a nice little finish, but just falls. And behind her, Kika, opening up her account. So nice open face slash for her. And the first time I ever saw her was in Portugal at Ericeira. And obviously, you know, she's Portugal, from Surfs for Portugal. And, you know, there has been those similarities talked about between Ericeira and the bowl. And I thought, wow, okay, her forehand is super strong. And, yeah, you know, both women opened up and Kika opening up really nicely.
Yeah, 6-point ride for Kika. We've seen, you know, obviously a big upset in that last heat. Tia Zebrowski, she went down, and my fantasy took a big hit in that last heat. But just starting off with a big score like that, especially in your first championship tour heat as a rookie, for Kika, this is all about confidence, and that is one good step in the right direction.
Totally. I think when I think about this heat, the big differences for me is Brisa's been out of a jersey for a long time, and it's probably been a really welcomed thing for her because it's been the longest off-season we've had on the championship tour probably in history, though, you know, 7 months or longer for Brisa. And Kika, on the other hand, has obviously come from the Challenger Series. She's qualified, and then she'd already qualified coming into the last event at Newcastle, but she chose to do it anyway. And I feel like, so there's been two really different sort of approaches coming into this event. You know, Kika's been so warmed up. She's been in the jersey, whereas Brisa's had this awesome time off. So we're going to see, you know, how those two sort of, you know, off seasons and the different approaches and how they come to fruition here at Bells.
We want to get Kaipo's opinion on the styles in this heat right now. Kaipo, what are you making it from the water?
I think with these two surfers that they have a very similar skill set, in that they both have a very solid stance, they both have a very strong rail game. So when I'm watching both Kika and Brisa surf, I think it's really going to come down to wave selection. And we got Brisa right up here.
Brice,
take it away.
On an inside-looking bowl here at Bells, slashes to kick it off. She needs to start to push a little bit harder, gets a steeper wall ahead of her. And just, unfortunately, that one running off. You can see, though, you know, we've touched on it all morning, that wind, it does, you know, push that lip back towards you, but it can, unfortunately, shut the rest of the wave down if you're not meeting the speed of the wave.
That, and I just think if they're those really big, long, stretched-out walls, obviously, you know, yeah, with that wind, they're just going to kind of crumble. And traditionally, if it was offshore, you know, that might just hold up and you'd be like, yes, I've got lots of wall in front of me on the bowl, perfect. But, yeah, different story today. I loved Kaipo's point about they are, you know, their sort of strengths are very similar, you know, those big open face gouges on the forehand. So yes, I think it is all going to come down to wave selection.
And you'd have to think as well, you know, Kika, like, obviously representing Portugal, she surfs cold water a lot. She can go to Ericeira and practice there. It's not too far from her hometown, where Brice, like you touch, you know, she's had 12 months off and she spent a lot of it in Fiji, where it's warm, it's reef breaks, it's perfect all the time. So when you look at, when you look at off seasons, maybe Kika getting the slight advantage on this one.
Totally. I think just the fact that she's also been in a jersey too and competing with that sort of mindset. I mean, Brisa, though, I mean, it's been a long-deserved break, and she probably, you know, obviously she didn't re-qualify or make the cut, but then obviously with the expansion of the women's tour this year going to 24 surfers, she re-qualified for this year. So it's a long time to have off, but yeah, I do think that it's potentially favouring, obviously, Kika. She's kicked it off with a 6-point ride, but there's just something about keeping that mongrel and that dog in you and that competitive nature. And, yeah, it's a long time to be outside of the jersey, and Kika just feels like she's been right in it, you know.
Yeah, I feel like Kika, she's really loved just enjoying that Challenger Series run, similar to this lady here, Alyssa Spencer, working with Chris Gallagher. I love seeing a big smile on her face. Let's listen in to what went down.
The beast with the dainty run. Wow. Smashed it. Can't say it was a perfect heat, but wow, what a freaking clutch
well,
up.
I was like, when there's 5 minutes left, I was just like looking at that wave and I was like, I just feel like I can't
It
go.
was definitely like
it was a
tough one. It was a
and then
tough
when
one.
she like drifted, I was like, oh, I should have gone. And then I was like, when I got the last one, I was like, oh, it all worked out.
Yeah, that's surfing.
I know.
Yeah, that's what we signed up for. Damned if you do, damned if you don't, damned if you damn. We do.
I felt good though.
So sick.
That was the first excellent score I've ever gotten in a CT.
There we go. Good time for it.
Yeah.
Nice. Hey, mentally so strong there in the end, you know, and it was like, that's a toss-up going that wave. I mean, in the end, you really like 5 minutes. It's almost like 3 minutes is when you take anything off of somebody. So 5 and 6 minutes is in this like weird zone
And
where
when I was
it's like,
looking at the beginning of the wave, it just like
yeah.
didn't look that good. And then
Yeah.
it kind of doubled up on the inside, but
It did, and she made some mistakes, and you made some mistakes. It was a little bit of hot potato, a little bit, but don't matter. We're true. Let's go. Good job.
Pretty cool to listen in there between Liz and Gally, even Jake Marshall there in her corner. That's her dad, Paul, as well. We'll get back to this heat, though. Kika, she's looking to add to this 6-point ride. Drifts up and over this first white watery section here. You can see the pace of the wave really starting to slow up. She's going to have to work for this inside section here just to keep adding at this point. She knows she's got a big competitor in Hennessy here. Building some speed, foam and a section to work with. Drifts the fins round, so she's making something happen on these sections. Gets the finish through the inside as well. So Kika, maybe, you know, slightly forced, but the fact that she made something out of not much on that wave is showing that she looks pretty ready for this season.
I think it was a smart move. As soon as she took off, she banked the one turn, right? She went into the lip. It's like, okay, we've got jet ski assist today. Plenty of time on the clock. I may as well try and back up this 6 and ride the wave till the end, see if I can get a few more points on the board, put a bit more separation between myself and Brisa, and just back up that 6-point ride. Yeah, I really like it. You know, it's not going to take you long. You've got the water horse there, and you may as well jump on the Red Bull jet ski and just get straight back out the back.
I've never heard that before. I like the water horse. New name.
But yeah, this one moment here, right? She goes up into the lip. Yeah, she's a bit stuck behind, but she's going to back up this 6. And yes, that wave getting really tricky to read here through that sort of, I guess, like gutless section. But she does get a couple more points on the board. She brings it through the inside, and she does sort of drift the fins here on this manoeuvre and banks another one off the inside. It's just smart surfing, right? And I think probably speaking to just really being ready from being in the jersey just only a couple of weeks ago in Newcastle.
Now, not many people have their own claim. You know, not many people can say that, oh yeah, that's mine, no one else really uses it. Kika can. She's got her own claim, which we saw with not only her win at the World Juniors, but we also saw her win at the Newcastle Challenger Series. It's called the Bull. And she basically holds up a rock and roll symbol to her forehead. And she's used that, and that's kind of the energy she channels. You know, she wants to be an absolute bulldozer. And that's kind of what she wants to bring to this championship tour. But I think, you know, I love that she can kind of bring her own flair and own personality. I love this rookie class and just how much character and charisma that we're going to see from them this year.
No one's afraid really anymore when they qualify for the tour, right? Everyone's pretty confident. Everyone's all the rookies too. These are young women, they're young men qualifying. You know, we had Tia Zebrowski in the last heat. She qualified at 14. She's now 15. But these young men and women are not scared, and I kind of like it. Like, obviously there's respect there, but yeah, it is pretty interesting because they really are not afraid to take it to the top.
I love it. I think, you know, seeing a rookie class come in so strong, so ready for a season, they're not afraid to take it to those guys. And especially Kika, you know, taking on Brisa. Brisa's not essentially a veteran, but in the scheme of the class that we have, she kind of is. You know, this is her 7th time competing here at Bells. She's had multiple third-place finishes here. So she's actually a really established surfer when it comes to Bells and being on the bowl, and especially when we see it move over to Winky. She's going to showcase some of that history of talent right here on this wave. Good looking first, opening section, lays in the rail as she rolls over, pushes on this back foot. Now's a good looking wall. She's going to snap under the lip and get out of there. Does it feel like maybe there were some points left on that second section?
Yeah, I think her idea was I want to try and sort of do this layback but cut it short to try and get to the next section, when it was maybe like, okay, if I'd just gone for 2 big manoeuvres, probably potentially could have locked in quite a big score. You know, we saw that in the previous heat. Alyssa Spencer, case in point, 8.3, right, for the her last wave. And it was just 2 big belts on the backhand. So maybe thinking just Bells like sort of luring her down the line a bit, like maybe there was something more. So let's have a look. This perfect first section really tags it and reads that well. But yeah, I just can't help wondering if she'd really just absolutely nailed that. And we know she's capable of this. I just feel like she was maybe just trying to squirt around that section to get more points on the board. But yeah, Carissa is such a good surfer on the bowl. You know, last year we saw some incredible rides from her. I think she had one of the highest waves of the event last year. Was like a 9.4. It was against Sally in the quarters, and really got to see, you know, that forehand on display and just like what she's able to do and how much she can put the board on rail. So yeah, she's no stranger out here, and she's got a lot of experience, and I feel like the bowl lends itself to the experience.
Yeah, she's definitely incontestant. Like, she's that name that comes to mind that you wouldn't be surprised, you know, if she won a bell. It's obviously a lot harder to do it as a goofy footer here. We've only seen one woman do it in the past. Alyssa Spencer, though, would love to add her name to that short list of goofy foot champions here, but she's one step closer after a big heat win in that last one.
Alyssa Spencer, in the history of this event, we haven't really seen too many goofies ring the bell on the women's side. So how satisfying is it to just fly into the bowl, have a big steep section loom up, and just clobber the absolute daylights out of it?
I know, that was so much fun. I was so happy that wave came through. It was really hard to find a wave with a steep bowl out there, and that set just cleaned up perfectly, and yeah, it was fun to just lay into it.
That was that you and Tia have had a few matchups, most recently at Newcastle, where you got the better of her, but she's a phenomenal talent. Were you worried about this one? Did you have your sort of strategy all mapped out before you paddled out?
Yeah, I mean, of course I was a little bit nervous before this heat. Tia is an amazing competitor, and, you know, she can turn any wave into a crazy score. So it was definitely, I knew it was going to be an exciting heat and a tough one. And, you know, we were both just going back and forth. I felt like she had the lead most of the heat, and then I got it back at the end, and then I kind of let her go on a wave and she got it back for me, and it was just fun, that little battle at the end. So yeah, I'm looking forward to many more heats like that with her on tour.
Yeah, you know, your journey, it's had its ups and downs, but in the last few months you've just found such incredible momentum. Where are you at with your surfing right now?
Yeah, I feel like I'm just in a place where I'm having so much fun with progressing, and you know, I feel like going out with the intention of like just getting better every surf is so much fun to me right now. So I'm just continuing to try and better myself every day.
So good to have you back on the CT. Congratulations, that was an excellent performance.
Thank you so much.
Oh, we love Liz having that big smile on her face, and I feel like this year, you know, she's come in, that the cut's not there, and you can almost see the pressure fall off her shoulders. She seems so much more ready for the championship tour this second time round.
Totally. It's just the prize, right, for qualifying for this season. Obviously the format change, you get the full go of it, and really is the dream tour. You look at all those locations, and I think she's coming on sort of reimagining, you know, what's possible. I think the first time maybe she left a little bit on the table, and I feel like she's sort of alluded to that in a few of, you know, post-heat interviews that we heard in Newcastle and just throughout the year. And I think this year, knowing you've got a full year on tour, a crack at everything, and also you've been to certain locations, you know what it's about, you know what that, you know, the pressure, what it feels like of being on the CT. The second time round, I feel that, yeah, she's going to be a lot stronger.
Now, Flick, as someone who's competed in the past as well, I'm intrigued, you know. Actually, you know what? Let's get back to that. We'll get back to that. This is Bella Kenworthy. She's coming up next. Stay tuned as we go to a quick break.
Surfed against Curry. It was onshore. It was onshore. Yeah, it's some of us regarded one of the greatest seats in pro surfing history. Don't necessarily agree with. But yeah, like I was saying, you know, the onshore you do get that lip, the crumbly lip can be quite favourable for getting for just a whack in it, you know. Yeah, yeah. So it's not necessarily. Yeah, obviously we all like picturesque, pretty Bells bowl when it's offshore, 3 to 5 feet. But you would have to see some section. Weird sections though, I think it's really difficult to read the wave when it's like this. Yeah, yep, little high roads and low roads. Yeah. Well, I was talking to Marty Fitzgibbons, who was saying Sal said to him when she came in, some of the ridges are just...
WSL One Ocean is a global initiative to inspire our surf community to protect our One Ocean, to preserve the future of our sport.
We're going to do some dune restorations, get weeding. Look at the team that's turned out behind us. They're doing this every single day. It's so amazing. I mean, the ocean is such a sacred, special place, critical to our entire ecosystem on planet Earth.
It's just good to show that it only takes a little bit and you can make a big difference.
There's so many different ways that, you know, you can make a difference, and if we all band together, it actually becomes one big, beautiful change.
Oh, so many of us are raised to leave a place better than we found it. That's exactly what WSL One Ocean does here. We love getting amongst it and just giving back to these incredible communities that let us enjoy their coastline, just like Bells Beach here, which we've got a pretty interesting close matchup on our hands right now. 13.5 minutes to go in this one. Kika, she's currently got the lead with a 6 and a 3.7. Brisa Hennessy just behind with a 5.1 and a 4-point ride, only needing a 4.61. I'm Jessie and Flick. We're going to take you through the rest of this heat, but Brisa actually having to play a little bit of catch up right now.
Yeah, it's interesting, and we are getting down to the pointy end of the heat. Yes, there's still 13.5 on the clock, or just under, right? But typically here at Bells, we always talk about it, it always operates in rhythms, and when the sets come through, they come. But then there's generally a long lull. So it's kind of, you're getting down to the point where you've got to make some pretty tough decisions. And we heard sort of Chris Gallagher talk about it with Alyssa Spencer when she came in from her heat. He's like, you're kind of damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. Obviously, this is the ocean, but it's crunch time. And I think this next exchange is going to be pretty crucial to how the rest of the heat plays out, and whether or not, you know, we are going to get more opportunities.
Now, I was going to ask you at the end of that last time. We'll get to it now. Obviously, really different off seasons. You know, oh, yeah. Kika, she didn't have one. You know, she was competing back-to-back on that Challenger Series. Brisa, she was one of those 4 women who we lost out of competition over at Margs, and she had 12 months off. That's a long time to not be competing. What kind of off-season would you prefer as a competitor? Do you want to have that 12 months off? Would you prefer to be competing on the Changers the whole time? Actually, hold the thought. We'll get back to it, because Kika, our woman who competed consistently over these last 12 months, she's qualified here and starting to really lay into some big turns. Opens up the arms twice into a really nice click for a finishing turn here for Kika. She's starting to look more confident on her feet right now.
That was a good wave. She obviously had priority. She pulled the trigger and, you know, utilised that over Brisa. I think it was a really tricky wave to surf. That's just my first takeaway. I think that was not easy to read, and there were a couple of moments here where she made some really good decisions, just because this wave was quite fast-paced. Like, she obviously gets this little carve here, but cuts it short because she can see this wave's peeling off down the line, and really, yeah, this moment here. So she kind of like sets it up for this big open-face carve. She did throw a lot of spray, and to Adam Robbo's point earlier when you were speaking to him, Jessie, on the stairs, you want to be throwing lots of spray, and they, you know, judges obviously, that traditional style of surfing will never go out of fashion here at the bowl. So she's, you know, obviously going to improve, I'd say, on the 3.7. and she's going to put a bit more distance between herself and Brisa. But back to your question. We get to it. Look, I think it's hard for me to say. If I speak for myself, it's because I'm older, and I'll be like, I would like an off-season because I would want to be, you know, in Fiji, tropical paradise, sipping on Long Island iced teas and surfing cloud break all day. But, you know, if you're young and you're competing and you're really in amongst it, and this is your, you know, this is your Bible, this is what you are here to do, I feel like maybe it would be pretty cool to keep that jersey on. You're hungry, you know, like this is what you wait your whole life for. And I think, yeah, two very different mindsets. I'm riding off into the sunset, and these two are really in the thick of it, you know? So I think, yeah, honestly, I really think if this is what you're working towards, it'd be pretty nice to, and also, but you got to think about both of their careers, you know. Brees is obviously older, she's been on tour for a lot longer, so it would be nice to have the break. Whereas Kika, this is her rookie year, you know, she's fired up.
Oh my gosh, isn't she what? Someone else who's fired up. Kaipo, what are you frothing on?
Well, today's froth is just that the season's on, right? The season's on. First up, we're starting at Bells, which is just such a historic event, right? But when we look at the entirety of the season, on the championship tour, the Dream Tour is back. Incredible. We have the South Pacific leg with Tahiti and Fiji. We have the addition of Raglan. This is just the first stop of the bonus, the GWM Aussie Treble. And then, of course, we finish off at the Bonsoy at Pipeline. So what I'm frothing about, that's on. CT's on all season long. And that's just enough to keep you frothing for 9 months, I think.
Oh, Kipes, I'll be frothing for 9 months. Look at this schedule. It is the Dream Tour. We are back.
Oh, I just rub my hands together when I look at this.
Okay.
I mean, it's awesome, right? Obviously, we're kicking it off with the Aussie treble here. We got Bells, Margies and Snapper. And then the new edition of Raglan. I think the last time Raglan was on the CT was 50 years ago, you know, in the World Tour, the WSL Inception. So this is going to be cool to get another look at that. For me, I just can't go past, you know, Kaipo spoke to it, Chopes and Cloudbreak back to back. They always just make me excited. They really demand so much from the surfers. And then you got that cool little postseason there. You got, yeah, obviously Abu Dhabi, Surf Abu Dhabi, Peniche, and then the whole thing wraps up where it really should, is over in Hawaii, and where the world title's really promoting to go down at Pipe or Backdoor, and that will be something to watch. Obviously, with that event being 15,000 points for the win, as opposed to every other one, which is 10,000. So it's looking good for a world title to be crowned there.
I can't wait. You know, in my mind, and I think a lot of surf fans' minds around the world, that's exactly where you should, you know, see those world titles crowned. There's so many just moments painted into my brain. Obviously, the biggest one for me, Mick Fanning, yellow jersey, throwing his hands up, world title is his. You know, there's just so many pinnacle moments that as fans we hold on to. Both of these ladies would love to have the opportunity to win their first world title. It all starts here at Bells Beach, though. Great looking first turn here for Brisa. Bit of venom in that one, but it's just the single maneuver. Brees currently chasing a 7.57. You can see the surfing's there. It's just her wave selection really letting her down.
Yeah, totally. It is interesting. I think, yeah, she obviously chose that way. She had priority. So her waves have just been running off that little bit fast down the, you know, and obviously we spoke to it. It's pretty onshore today. So there's those, you know, it really is crumbling that wall of the face of the wave. And yeah, she's going to get back out there. Look, she's got time on the clock. It's just, you know, Kika is going to make her pay for this because she is a competitor. And I feel, you know, she'll be sitting close to her, and it'll be interesting to see how these last sort of 6 minutes play out.
Yeah, you can see Kika out the back. She's an incredible defender when it comes to heat. She's got really great defense. The fact that she's got priority right now with under 7 minutes to go, obviously her rookie season looking different to what Breesa's rookie season looked like. There's no 3-woman heats anymore. It's man on man, it's cutthroat. You don't make it through, you're sent back into mugs. So Kika, she's going to want to really rely on that defense right now and just apply a little bit of pressure on Brisa. These ladies never competed against each other before, so Kika's really going to need to not only kind of out-surf her in this heat, but outsmart her in this last 7 minutes, because Brees is pretty good at finding waves under priority.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty telling as we see that big set sort of just clean everyone up. It's so funny when you're sitting on the bowl. I always feel it doesn't matter how far out you sit, it'll always surprise you. It'll always be a rogue one that breaks that little bit further out.
Oh, no.
And always catch you. But look, they'll reposition. But yeah, look, I don't think everyone's hungry for it. We've said it. The fact that we don't have an elimination round anymore, it forces big performances early on. It really, I've been saying, it's go big or go home. And it literally is, because otherwise you're sent packing and you're off to Margaret River. And we saw it yesterday afternoon with the men when we kicked it off and we ran those first 4 heats. And you could, the first heat, you know, Liam O'Brien got sent home and there was a shot where he was coming in and, you know, run right in the wave, and you could visibly see the disappointment, you know, because they all understand what that means. And you know, you don't want to be really being sent packing on the first day of competition. So, yeah, it's brutal, but it is, look, as a commentator and as in terms of entertainment purposes, look, it does make performances bigger. But yeah, as a surfer, you know, it is a brutality of the sport, but that's just the way it is.
Pressure's starting to rise in this one here. 5 minutes to go. Kika holding down the lead. She's got a pair of 6s and priority here, so she's in a great-looking position to round out this heat right now. But we saw a last-minute clutch performance in that last heat with Alyssa Spencer. So Kika needs to keep her calm here. Rookie on tour. She's going to swing onto this one here, using up priority. She's got speed to work with. Lays the rail in. It stays in that top third. It's a high-looking carve. Wants to draw this one out a little bit more. Now we see this bowl. Let's see what she can do with this section. Clicks up and over. It's a big drop out and cannot hold on for the finish here. So Kika, you know, had to go that wave. There was absolutely, you know, 7 points on that, especially for someone like Brisa, but just not getting that finishing turn. It might come back to haunt her here. Brisa, she's got an opportunity to get the score she's chasing. It's a bit of a 2-stage carve to start this one off. You can see she waits at the bottom and goes off again here. So 2 incompletes, but if you're Kika, you're watching that wave going, okay, you're almost taking a bit of a breath in at this point.
Oh, totally. Both women had to roll the dice there. Kika had to go to defend Brisa. And let's have a look at this wave here. So bigger set wave, big section here. She lays the rail. And to your point, Jessie, yeah, there was definitely, you know, 7 points on here. So she had to defend. And she works it through the inside. And this thing starts to stand up and she goes up into the lip. She just couldn't quite ride out of that one convincingly. So that's not deemed complete. And then behind her, Brisa, she takes off and look, finds a little bit of open face, but yeah, just hit a bit of a bauble there. So much texture on the face of these waves. It's hard to find clean face. And then, yeah, just look, she's going to get gobbled up by that foam, but they'll probably both get out the back. Potentially another roll of the dice here, but it's going to be tricky because, like I was saying before, it's obviously rhythmic out here and notoriously there is longer waits between sets. So is there going to be opportunity will be the question.
Yeah, I'm loving how close this battle has been between these two ladies. We're going to take a look at the GWM recap, and it all got underway with what was a good-looking 6-point ride here for Kika Veselko.
Oh, yeah, straight out of the gates. Thank you very much. Okay. I'll take a 6 all day. But, yeah, this was great surfing for the rookie, and good first heat at Bells, you know, on the bowl. And she's looking strong. She's looking confident. We spoke to her. Obviously, coming from Portugal, she's put in a lot of time over the years competing at Ericira. There's, like, similarities always talked about between there and the bowl. Brisa, she started off her account. She's locked in, you know, a 4 and a 5. Nothing to sort of scoff about here, but really, I feel like we've spoken about it. It's the wave selection, right? Kika has had a good read on this heat. She's really identified, and also choice of maneuvers has been really good. You know, like with this wave we're watching now, she actually sort of, the first maneuver just kept moving down the line. She could have hacked it there, but just like a great read, utilising the whole wave, realising that, you know, they are running fast down the line today, especially with that onshore. So, yeah, for me, hat off to the rookie at the moment. And really we'll just see now if Brisa gets another roll. She's got priority.
All of our surfers get to choose a number on their rashi. Kika, it's her rookie year. She chose the number 19. Actually has a pretty special meaning to her. So she was 9 when she first started competing, but she was 19 when she won her World Junior title. So she always feels like that number shows up right when she needs it, and she wants to channel that special energy all through the year. She's doing that in her first ever championship tour heat as a rookie here. She's got just over a minute to hold on to the lead here against Brisa Hennessy. There's a minute, 10 seconds to go. Brisa, she needs a 7.57. The priority, it's in her favour right now. We know she's good under pressure. She's got one of the coolest, calmest minds on the tour. It's just going to really come down to the ocean. Can it be forced on a mid-sized wave?
Look, this is going to be really, really interesting. She's 100% capable. Last year, we saw, you know, one of the highest single waves from Brisa, the 9.4. She's so capable on the bowl. The forehand's her strength, but right now, when I look out the back and I look to the horizon, it's just whether or not the ocean's going to give her that opportunity. And for me, I'm not really seeing much. And, you know, you kind of probably she'll be going back through the heat right now and sort of being like, you know, maybe I, you know, shoulda, coulda, woulda. It looks like there might be a little line here coming through, but potentially just on the smaller side. So I'm not sure she's going to get that opportunity.
Yeah, if there's a moment there, you definitely take it if you're Brisa right now. 10 seconds to go. Kika's heart rate is probably through the roof. There probably is going to be a little wave right now. It's going to roll underneath here. And our rookie, Kika Velco, she's going to take a win on her first ever heat as a championship tour rookie. And I think as far as I've seen Kika as a competitor, she's a momentum surfer, and this is a great first kind of big moment for her career.
Oh yeah, what a moment to take it out, a win on the championship tour, your first ever heat, and so iconic being at the bowl. Yeah, she's definitely gonna run with this one for sure. And you know, a couple of sixes, that's not easy work out there today because it is hard.
We're taking a look at another rookie in that next heat, Nadia Eristab, and we're actually bringing in a very special guest. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The GWM Aussie treble, the best in Australia.
The double cobra.
Bells are ringing here on the cliffs of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro.
Gold Coast, Queensland, Australia.
Tank 300 is good.
It's all getting underway here. This is stop number 1 of the GWM Aussie treble, Bells Beach, with a big smile from Kika Velco. She just won her first rookie heat here on the championship tour, but it's one thing to ring the bell. It's another thing to win the GWM Aussie treble all in 1 year. Guess what? Isabella Nicholls did that last year. Welcome into the booth, joining myself and Flick Palmetier. But Bella, I mean, 2 big bucket list ticks last year. Are you kidding?
Crazy. Yeah, it's nice to be in the booth with you girls. I don't think we've had a little chat yet in the booth yet, so it'll be fun. But yeah, last year was crazy, taking out bells, and then, you know, the treble was something that I dreamt of doing and I didn't think it was possible. So, you know, just hopefully we can back it up again this year.
It's a pretty big win as well. You got to take home a tank. You got to take home a brand new car and actually still see the whip getting around the Gold Coast now too. You love that thing.
I love it, honestly. It's got so much boot space. It's one of the coolest prizes that I've ever won. And yeah, it just gets me from A to B. It's a stable car, and I love it. It's been great. I sold my old car to my brother, so he's stoked too. So yeah, it's a win-win for everyone.
Oh my gosh. Well, hopefully we can see you have 2 tanks in the garage by the end of this Aussie treble. She'll have a full quiver of GWM. We love it. Look it out to the water right now, though. This is heat number 4. Bella Kenworthy taking on Nadia Eristab. Now, Bella, I'm going to get an athlete's perspective on this heat. Goofy footer taking on a natural footer, both with a lot of, you know, experience from last year. What do you kind of make of these two as competitors?
I'm actually really excited to watch this heat. I feel like Nadia and Bella both have such different surfing styles. Bella, she's got really nice big calves, and here we go as we see Bella on a wave.
Bella just up into the lip. Big crack there for her on the opening wave. Really nice way to kick it off. I mean, obviously you want to go up into the lip, found some space, but that is all she wrote there for Bella.
Yeah, I mean, she has amazing surfing on big right points, as we saw in El Salvador last year. She really took it to Gabby in like one of the best heats of the year, I reckon. And then obviously Nadia on her backhand, she's just got such impeccable timing on her backhand, and she's been putting some really good waves together out here. Obviously her second time here. She was here last year as a wild card, and now she's a full-time rookie on tour. So I don't know, I think on paper this is a heat that I'm like really stoked to be in the booth commentating, because it's going to be like 2 totally different surfing styles and different ways of going about a heat.
You know, it's really interesting. Nadia speaks really openly about last year. She was the injury wildcard replacement for 7 events, I believe, last year, and she, you know, she didn't feel like she belonged. She said she had really bad imposter syndrome for a good majority of those events she was in. So then went back to the Challenger Series to re-qualify and officially qualify for the Championship Tour. You've had to do that yourself, you know, compete here, go back to the Challenger Series. What's the kind of mindset when you've done it and you're back and you're in that first heat? What are you thinking?
Oh, it's wild, honestly. Like the seesawing of, you know, falling off tour and then coming back. The first time you do it, you do feel like an imposter in a way. But then you realize that everyone goes through it. Everyone has bad years, everyone has good years. And if you can like take learnings from the bad years, it doesn't really mean that it is a bad year. You know, you can use it in a positive way and spin it so that you can use those learnings to hopefully make your year or your next year a little bit better. So I don't know, I've had some ups and downs in my career, but
that's an up right there.
That's a pretty cool up. Oh man, it's so crazy walking through the comp site and seeing my big head on those posters. Like, it's wild. 12-year-old Bella would be so freaking stoked. I mean, 28-year-old Bella is really stoked too. It's pretty crazy. I've been getting photos of all of the posters because I'm like, I don't know when this is going to happen again. Like, I'm going to see if I can try and even get those posters and hang them up in my garage or something.
Yeah, who do we need to ask?
Yeah, who
to keep those?
100%.
It's kind of the event, you know, growing up as an Aussie and watching this event for so long. I feel like all of us can kind of attest to winning a bell is pretty much one of the biggest goals as an Australian. There's so much heritage, so much prestige. You know, that moment where you rung that bell.
Crazy.
What did that feel like?
Oh, like all my dreams came true. Like, honestly, like you said, it's one of those ones that you want to win. Like, bells isn't the most perfect wave, but it just has this kind of heritage to it that to hold the bell above your head, like you've seen all of your idols do it in the past. And for me, it was just the most special moment in my career for sure. I think bells and pipe are the 2 events that for me I would love to win, and I've got one of them ticked off. Pipe's a little harder. I think I got to get better on backhand barra riding first. But I just think that there's so much history is the right word behind this event. You know, it's been running for so many years and there's so many amazing names on that bell already. So highlight of my career for sure.
And should we talk about another big moment in women's surfing this year is we've got an extended field. This is the first time ever we're seeing this many women compete on the Championship Tour, and the tour was so ready for it to expand here, Fleet.
Oh, totally. I think, you know, Bella, you know, we've been friends for a long time, and we'd both say the same thing. I feel that the tour was ready for it and the level was definitely there. But yeah, I'm interested to know your perspective, Bella. Obviously, you know, been on tour now for, you know, multiple years, and what that's like, you know, having these, basically, we'll get back to that as we see Nadia.
Nadia with a bit of a sketchy free fall of the takeoff. She's got an incredible backhand swoop. We're going to see it in action here. Bit of lump to work with, but throwing lots of spray. She's reading this line really beautifully here. She's got some foam to navigate through the inside, goes up and into it and holds it for a finish here. So Nadia we spoke, you know, she was lacking confidence last year, but that is a way to make a statement on your first wave here.
Yeah, I mean, her board's looking amazing under her feet. I know she's picked up a whole bunch of new DHs.
Okay.
And she was actually staying at mine for, you know, the past month before coming here, and she was looking on point. So this was a great way to start her campaign, and yeah.
I liked it. I think it was strong. I mean, she waited quite some time, you know. Obviously, Bella had already locked in that sort of smaller score, so sitting there just waiting patiently. And it wasn't easy to read this wave. It kind of had quite a few rivets through it. So, yeah, just nice read on it, solid surfing. And there were a couple of moments there where you're like, yep, she went up into the lip, she clicked it a couple of times, and it's going to feel good to get the completion too.
Yeah, it's a good way to start. I mean, it's always a hard wave to read bells, and especially when it's onshore, it's even harder. So to sit and wait and play the patience game is really difficult, but if you can pull the trigger on a good one, like you're in with a good start.
Yeah, she's looking really sharp for her first wave as a rookie here. One of our other rookies just took a pretty big heat win in the opening round. It's Kika Velco. She's down there with Vorno.
Thanks, Jess. Kika, mate, congratulations. Rookie, first bells, first Rip Curl Pro, and you get it done against Carissa Hennessy, a really tough heat.
Yeah, Carissa, she's such an amazing surfer, super powerful. I knew that with her. I mean, with everyone, you got to try to pick the right waves, and you know, it's super hard out there, really bumpy, but there are a couple a bit cleaner, and those were the ones I was trying to look for. But yeah, I don't know, it's crazy to be here. Such an iconic event. I've been watching this for years, and it's just insane to be here right now, making my first heat. But yeah, to be honest, felt a little comfortable out there, felt like home, Portugal, you know. Looks like Irisara, but the wave, it's even better. So, you know, I'm used to this cold weather and chilly water. So yeah, I felt good.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that, actually. I was speaking to Molly Picklum this morning, the world champ. She said that she's always struggled to really connect with bells. It's a challenge for her. It didn't seem like that for you. You really looked at home out there.
Yeah, I feel like it's a wave that you just got to take your time and your pace. You know, you can't rush too much. Just kind of always go next to the whitewash and kind of work your way through. But when you have the right timing, you can really push hard in the pocket. I had too bad this last wave I couldn't finish. I don't know what happened. I thought I had it, and all of a sudden this big whitewash just threw me down. So there's a lot of power out there. But yeah, I don't know. It's for sure a hard wave, but I'm just happy that after Newcastle, I decided to come here, and I've been here for at least 15 days, just, you know, trying to figure out and not knowing if it's going to be a Bells Bowl or Winky. So I think I've done the homework, and it's paying off, yeah.
And let's just talk about the feeling that you've got right now. You know, you're on the glass here in your first ever CT. What's it like?
Oh, it's unbelievable. I don't even know. I'm just way too happy right now, and I think I got to calm down because there's more to come. But you know, nothing can pay this feeling. I'm where I've always dreamed of being, and you know, I don't know. Surfing takes you through so many ups and downs, and even Newcastle, I lost first round, and it was a hard one. And right now, first heat on tour, and I'm right here talking with you. Just made it through, and it's just insane. So I'm really thankful and stoked to be here.
A great performance. Congratulations. We look forward to seeing more of you and Bells getting it on out there later on.
Yeah, let's go. It's really cool to see. You know, I was chatting to Kika in the free surf a couple of days ago, and I was going, how are you feeling? You know, what's kind of going through your mind? She goes, I'm just so stoked that I've actually done it. You know, I've dreamt about qualifying my whole life, and I'm finally here. And it's hard to kind of turn off that, okay, I'm so excited I need to lock in, you know, Bella. It's that mindset where you've got to be ready to go, okay, yeah, this is fun, but let's start to sharpen up and focus a little bit.
Oh, it's wild, honestly. And I don't think I ever really got to experience that because the first year that I qualified was the COVID year. And so I was like ready, I was ready to go. And then everything got cancelled for a whole year pretty much. Just to see Nadia up on another one. Oh. And so I actually had a whole year to ponder, you know. I was like, why me? Like this, I've been dreaming of this my whole life, and then like now we can't even, like, what if it never happens? And then my first year on tour, we spent 6 weeks in hotel rooms, which was a wild time. So I don't think I had the full rookie experience like everyone else has. I had a lot of time to think and a lot of time to get ready, but it did good for me because I was super skinny and not strong enough, and I had time to just figure stuff out, whereas these guys are thrown straight in the deep end. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, and they're looking great as well, our rookies. Nadia almost pulled off one of the biggest turns of the heat here flip.
Oh, she had the right idea for sure. She squared up so hard off the bottom, and she actually got that wave underneath priority, and then behind her, Bella takes off. And just such a tricky section to read. She kind of gets hung up in the foam here, but she sticks with it. And kind of, I mean, look, she's taken off. You've got the jet ski assist. It's kind of like may as well roll the dice, I guess, and see what you can get done on the inside here. And she does a pretty nice, like, variation of a layback, like, kind of carving manoeuvre. So, you know, hats off to her for sticking with that one. But I wanted to ask you, Bella, you know, Kika just spoke to it, highs and lows of surfing, and so did you. But you know, you've experienced that. You know, I remember when you got that breakthrough win in Margaret River, right? And then I think it was the following year, you know, just the absolute contrast of emotion. But then, you know, what changed for you? Because something happened last year, right, where you turned in your best, you know, result to date on your career. You won the Aussie treble, you rang the bell, and ended up sixth in the world, right? I mean, what was it for you that really clicked?
Honestly, like, I can't really pinpoint it down to one specific thing. I think I just, like, every year I go in believing that I can do it. And then there's times where, like, the ocean works against you, or you just have a bad heat, which happens in professional sports. And especially with the mid-year cut that we had, like, you kind of really couldn't make too many mistakes. But last year, you know, I had my first final in 3 years since Margs in El Salvador. And then I came straight here and backed it up again. But I think it's just sometimes momentum. You know, sometimes it's your turn, sometimes it's not. And I had a really good team around me last year. I had Bottle on tour with me, Kurt, just a whole bunch of people who were in my corner. And I think, like, having that consistency for me was something that helped. Having a consistent coach on tour for me was what I can kind of pinpoint as the turning point. But again, like, I feel like my surfing continues to get better most years, as we all do. And yeah, I think I just enjoyed it a lot last year. I had such a great time.
Had a good time.
Yeah.
All of us commentators are actually big Bella fans, and I believe Kaipo from the water has a question for you as well.
Hi, Bella. Yeah, you know, well, DHD's got quite a roster this year on the championship tour, including Nadia Eristab. But I wanted to kind of pick your brain on what you're going to be riding here at Bells.
Well, I'm actually riding a number 8 Stephanie Gilmore model because I really want to surf like Steph Gilmore out here. And I feel like those rails are really forgiving out here because it's such a hard wave to surf that you don't want something that's too sharp and that will catch. It's kind of the board that I've been riding all through last year, and I'll continue to ride this year, probably like 5'10", 5'11", number 8. We call it the cash cow, but I can't call it that because Steph calls hers the cash cow. But yeah, so DH makes amazing boards for Bells and for all the right points, and so I think you'll be seeing a lot of DH surfers surfing well on them.
Like, you're working with Darren just because he's just such a scientist, but he's super passionate about what he does and the boards that he makes for all of you folks.
Oh, he loves it, and he thinks I'm crazy sometimes because I hand him back a board that I'm like, oh, I don't know if this really goes, and he'll like put in extra fin boxes in the back and then hand it back to me, and it will be the best board I've ever ridden. And he's like, this chick, man, she's nuts. I'm like, hey.
I love it. I love watching Darren and just the way his brain works with surfboards. He's always got a little something that he can kind of give into it or just tweak something a little bit more. You know, he talks about clustering the fins, pulling them all together on Steph's boards, and then that has gone on to work for almost every single person on the team. Obviously, the number 8, it's an incredible model, and it represents one of the best women in our sport, Steph, and she's back. You know, have you got to catch up with her and talk to her about this season at all?
I've seen her around. You know, we all have big free surfs together, big joint free surfs, which we love. But she seems like she's in a really good headspace. She was walking out at Winky as I was walking down there, so she obviously put the early. She's putting in the hard yards, but she's surfing amazing. It's like she hasn't even skipped a beat, honestly. Like, you guys have seen the footage of her at D-Bar and Snapper, and it's kind of scary, honestly. I seen her, I was like, oh no. Her and Carissa are back. Like, it's going to be a sick year, but as we see Bella up, yeah.
Yeah, Bella, that's a nice looking opening section here. Quick transition into a second turn there. She's full of surprises, Bella Kenworthy. She's got so much power on that back foot. Connects with a third turn here, so 3 big moments. And just on that, I love that about Bella Kenworthy. I feel like she always surprises you with how big her turns really go, and that's a perfect example of that there, Flick.
I think the thing with her surfing that always surprises me, she just has such a relaxed stance, and then all of a sudden it just surprises you, to your point, Jessie, where it's like, like just fully, like the last turn there, I was like, oh yeah, she's just cruising up there, and then all of a sudden it was a finner, and I was like, how did that happen? So yeah, she's got this like really relaxed stance, and I like it. So she rides out of these 2 turns, and already she's got, you know, some nice points on the board, but just really sticks with this one, and I was thinking, oh yeah, just a tap, but then she manages to release the fins, and so yeah, it just kind of is surprising. She's so good. I mean, last year, you know, I was like looking, you know, doing a bit of a refresh, and I just wanted to have a look at her results. She is incredibly consistent, right? Like, you know, 3 fifth place is nothing to scoff off, and you know, she's got good people in her corner. So yeah, she's putting together a couple of nice scores here and giving Nadia something to think about.
Oh, it just passed the 16-minute mark here. Bella Kenworthy, she's currently got the lead. We'll be right back after this Bonsoy brew break.
The Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League, by Bond University, Ambition Loves Company, by Stone & Wood, the unofficial beer of WSL Australia, by Surf Coast Shire, strategic partner of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy, and by BioGlen, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia.
We knew there was going to be big storylines unfolding in the first event for the 2026 Championship Tour season. It's the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, and I'm Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by an incredible group of women. Flick Palmatier, Isabella Nicholls, our last year's champion, looking to ring the bell for a 2nd year in a row. We've got a couple waves to catch up on here. Nadia Eristab first here, Flick.
Yeah, let's see what she got done on the backhand. And just a nice carving manoeuvre here. Looks like she's really trying to line up something here. Really tricky waves to read here this morning, but looks like she's lining up for one big belt there on the inside. So a lot of points coming from that last turn. And then Bella here, let's see what she got done. Nice carve, and then the tap. So this was her previous wave, right? So we're just getting re-caught up with that one. She brings it through to the inside. She does get another tap here. So she's got that score to come through. And then Nadia, I mean, she's been looking to back up that 6.5 for quite some time now, and she has.
Yeah, 4.9 for that last wave for Nadia Eristab. Bella Kenworthy, she locked in a 5.5. So Nadia, you know, actually her best result of the season last year was here at Bells. It was one of the 2 heats she made for all of the events that she competed in. So we spoke to, you know, she struggled last season, but looking a lot more confident. Bella, you mentioned, you know, she stayed with you before this event up the coast. Talk to us about just, you know, we get to know her a little bit, but to stay with someone you can really figure out, you know, their personality, what they're like. Give us a little insight into Nadia Eristab.
Nadia's cool. Nadia's awesome. I met her a couple years ago, and I feel like we just clicked. Like, we have very similar personalities. She's pretty chill. we just both love surfing so much, and her and her partner G came and stayed at mine before Newcastle and after. And you know when there's just people that you can just hang around all the time and that it's just easy? She's one of those people. So it was great to have her. It was really nice to have someone around that I could go surfing with and that could push me because, like, as you can see now, she's been ripping. And it's been really cool to watch because she's finally, like you said, she's finally feeling like she belongs. She did already belong. Like, I remember she burst onto the Challenger Series and made quarterfinals like every single event that she went in. And so she's ready. Like, this is her year. Like, even watching this whole round is crazy because it really solidifies the fact that 24 girls should be on tour because everyone's like stepping up and surfing so well, and it's kind of scary to watch because you see all these girls in this round, they're coming through to the next round and they're going to be meeting us. So
sussing them out a little bit.
Yeah, it's like, oh boy. But everyone's making like tricky bells look really fun. But yeah, Nadia, going back to, she's just a great person and a good person to hang out with, and I'm stoked she's on tour because, you know, the more friends you have on tour, the more fun you have. Yeah.
It's interesting as well, you know, I love finding out the storyline between all the numbers on the jersey. 72 for Nadia Eristab this year. She said, I've got my dad's last name on my jersey, so I want to have my mum's year she was born, so 72 representing her mum. And I thought that was really nice to have a piece of home with her everywhere she goes. Let's take a look at Bella Kenworthy. Her second time ever competing here. Had a 9th place finish here last year. Starts off with a good-looking crack. She throws so much water off that back foot here. A little bit caught behind. Kika spoke to it in her post-heat interview. You can't force this wave or out-surf it. You've got to stay in the pocket. Bella doing exactly that here. Got some room to work. Gets the fins. Drifting up and over here, so 2 turns, a little bit of time in the middle here. She's chasing a 5.91 flick. Immediate thoughts and feelings on that wave.
You can easily get a 5.9 for 2 turns. I think that's my first thought. And it's just smart surfing, right? She just really waited for it. She knew she placed the first turn into the lip. She's like, okay, if I can just bank one more good turn, potentially going to be the score here. I mean, we saw, you know, earlier today, Alyssa Spencer got up into the excellent range with just 2 turns. And she was able to release the fins there. So, you know, 2 turns easily can achieve that score. I'll be interested to see where it goes. It is difficult when you're watching that angle where you're looking into the wave just to see, you know, the first turn, how critical that was. The last turn, though, you could definitely tell, you know, she released the fins, was that bit more critical. But, yeah, I'll be interested to see just maybe potential different angle of what that first turn looked like.
Yeah, I feel like Bella, you know, she's a really interesting surfer, and we're still kind of just getting to know her. You know, she was one of those few surfers who competed in the first 5 events, and then we didn't get to see her in that last part of the season. So we're actually still really trying to get familiar with her. But a way that we can do that is this really cool new feature that we have on the WSL this year, which is we're taking a look at the stats from the Apple Watch. And Bella Kenworthy, she got some really interesting ones, especially here at Bells Beach last year. She had the fastest speed record at 2025, which was here with 5 scoring waves and 47.38 kilometers an hour. That is flying.
This is so cool, right? To be able to tap into these sort of analytics and stats. I mean, you want to be seeing, you know, who is this fastest surfer on tour, and, you know, what kind of wave did they score and where was it happening? And obviously Bells, it kind of lends itself to that because you've got these big drawn out lines, and sometimes you can just be highlining and absolutely gunning it. So yeah, Bella with taking a win there, but then underneath her Sawyer, that's interesting because Sawyer's on the backhand. You know, notoriously when you got your back facing to the wave, it is a little bit harder to sort of gain that speed, but this is a really cool feature, and I'm looking forward to tapping more into this as we go through the year.
Yeah, we're definitely going to be tracking speed, heart rate, duration all season. You know, we're always looking for ways to keep innovating our sport, and the Apple Watch is one of those where we can really tap into it. We can exemplify everything that these surfers are doing and just kind of enhance and get to know them a little bit more in a statistic type of way. And I'm a big facts fan. You know, I love it. I'll always sit and want to know the research, the ins and outs, the scores and everything. And to see Bella Kenworthy being, you know, the fastest surfer here last year, you know, that's really interesting. I'd love to see who it was on the men's side as well. You know, think of guys like Italo, Philippe, they're just flying down the line here. So Bella, that's cool to kind of have little stats like that you can fall back on and almost kind of get competitive with yourself and want to beat your last year's record.
Oh, it's sick. I love data so much. This is really cool. I saw it pop up on the screen and I was like, man, that's cool that they can do that. And I didn't realise that they were tracking speed and everything. So that's like, it almost makes you want to try and, yeah, be a little bit faster.
Down the line this year.
That's really cool. Yeah, I mean, both, I guess Bella and Sawyer both ride, you know, the American boards, which have really flat rockers. So I guess that leans into speed as well. So that kind of makes a bit of sense. Same as Lakey.
Bella having to give way to Nadia here, but just not connecting with the section. She's still holding down the lead. That last wave for Bella Kenworthy, it's coming in at a 4.8. We've got 6.5 minutes to go on this one. Our young American surfer, just 19 years old. She's looking for a 5.91 here. But yeah, quickly back on those stats. If we see Isabella Nicholls just not turn on a wave and just race it start to finish, we know exactly what's going on.
Best.
She wants to take the lead, wants to be #1 on all platforms here at Bells. But Bella, obviously, you know, we've seen a lot of women in the past go back to back here, you know, thinking of obviously Gail Cooper, Steph Gilmore, Tyler Wright, Carissa Moore, so many of our greats. What would it mean to you to kind of join that class of multiple champions at Bells Beach?
Oh, it'd be a dream, honestly, to win not one but two. Like, I don't know, it's crazy to like look at the names of the people who have gone back to back. Like, they're such icons. You know, you see Gail Cooper down here every morning, and she's the biggest sweetheart. It's always nice to see her. Steph, of course. You know, I mean, it'd be a dream, and it'd be a great way to start the year off. But for me, like, you know, it comes with expectation. And expectation for me is something that I'm trying to get rid of. I'm just trying to come here and do some good surfing, and you know, it's a one wave at a time kind of place here. As we see Bella up and riding.
Bella, she's needing a 5.91 here. Misses that first section there. You can see there's a bit of a wobble on that wave. It's not going to give her a solid, clean inside track here. You know, there's 5 minutes to go. You're chasing a score. It's so easy to get ahead of yourself in these moments. And Bella being so young, you know, it's almost like she just needs to kind of just calm back down a little bit. And like you said, it's one wave at a time. One wave could change this for her right now.
Oh, honestly, like if one, like, oh, it's one set, you know, like if she can try and sell the first wave and get the second wave, for her, that's kind of what she wants to start looking at right now. But Nadia is a seasoned competitor, so, and she's been spending a lot of time out here, so it'll be a really fun, like, last 4.5 minutes to watch, because it's not an unattainable score for Bella. And Nadia just needs to make some smart decisions here. But this is the part of surfing that I love, you know, it's like a chess match. The start and the end, like, this is the stuff, this is why we do it. Like, it's so entertaining. It sucks when it doesn't work out in your favor, but like, to get an opportunity to like actually like have this play out in real life, like, how many times do you do a heat drill where it's like, you got 5 minutes to go and you need a 6 and you got second priority? Like, this is exactly what we train for and what we absolutely love about surfing.
Yeah, we just got this clock really starting to wind down right now for Bella Kenworthy. You know, we've seen the goofs really show up today. Alyssa Spencer obviously taking a win. Nadia Eristab looking to hold on to it. It's such a small class of goofy footers that have won on the women's side. Frida Zamba obviously taking 2 wins back in the 80s, but we haven't seen a goofy foot champion in over 25 years. You know, Flick, what do the goofs need to really tap into right now?
Man, look, it's difficult on your backhand. We've spoken to it, and I mean, I'm a goofy. I'm obviously, you know, anytime a goofy's out there, there's a special place in your heart. You know, there's few of us in this world, and compared to you regular footers, and yeah, like I just think it's difficult out here on your backhand, especially when you think about, you know, the contest being mobile, potentially moving up to Rincon. That's a very fast-paced wave, potentially down to Winky, also fast. I think it really obviously caters itself, statistics show, to the regular footers for sure. But I think we've seen some incredible performances over the year. I know, you know, on the men's side, I go back to Oki, you obviously reference Frida Zamba, but I think there is, you know, the opportunity is there for the taking, but you know, what you do have on your backhand is the ability to square up and to go vertical in situations where it might force a regular footed surfer to maybe go a little bit more horizontal out in the face. That is the advantage I see, but obviously history shows it's very, very difficult.
And you know, one of the best goofs that we had in our sport, we'll get back to that in a second here. We're going to have a paddle from a goofy footer on tour right now, Nadia Eristab. She's going to use priority here. She's playing defense. She winds into that first turn. She's chasing this wave, unfortunately, down the line. She's going to get a second section there for a nice connection with the foam, but something that Adam Robbo, you know, said this morning, he said, you don't want to be on those waves where you're constantly chasing it down the line, and that's kind of what it felt like Nadia needed to do to get to that second section here. Is it bettering a 4.9? feels like it's probably not going to.
Yeah, I don't think so. So really, the door's kind of opened at the moment for Bella for sure. But yeah, let's dive into the GWM recap here. And as we see Nadia just kicking things off, 6'5", nice way to open up your first, you know, full-time, you know, place on the CT here for her. And it's a solid wave, especially in the context of today. She's looking really sure-footed, and there was a couple of really nice moments here. And behind her, you know, obviously Bella, she's kind of opened up her camp can. She's got a couple of 5s here. She's had a few nice moments, but really, this heat is so close. I mean, you look at the heat totals, you've got Nadia sitting out in the lead, you know, 11.4 to Bella right now, 10.6. So this heat's wide open, but for me, Nadia's just really been able to square up on the backhand. And it's kind of my point, you know, that the advantages that the goofies do have out here today. She's been able to find the lip, and she's been connecting.
Bella, would you rather draw a goofy or natural footer at Bells?
Oh, it's funny. It's funny that you're saying that, because I feel like it is harder on your backhand, but it's easier if you pick the right waves. So like if the goofies, it's a certain wave that you need as a goofy. You need the slower ones. You can't have the fast ones. But if you pick them right, then I feel like they have the advantage. But the hard part is picking them. So, and to pick them over and over again in a heat, as we see Bella on a...
Yeah, she's got an opportunity here. 5.91 is the score. There's the second section. She's got good speed. She needs another moment, it feels like. She had such a solid look in attack mode on that wave there, but it just felt like maybe lacking one more big section on that wave there, Flick.
Yeah, it's tricky, man. You can see her trying to analyse, okay, how do I slice and dice this thing? You could see her like, okay, am I going to lay the rail on this first turn, or am I going to kind of half do this turn so I can get to that next section? But yeah, to your point, and to Adam Robbo, you know, what he was saying, these waves are just running off down the line today. You want to be chasing it, and that felt like that to me.
So it is going to be another rookie taking a win here in the opening round. We're going to take a look at this wave again. It's going to come in short. This is a 3.03 for Bella Kenworthy here. But Isabella, obviously, she's such a talented surfer, and she'll be a real threat at marks.
Yeah, she's amazing. She's surfing really well, and she's impressed me a lot over the last couple of years. But yeah, that was a great heat to watch, and that was a great heat to commentate. Thanks for having me.
Coming.
I felt just like we were just surf
chill.
talking in the car park, really. Bella, obviously, you know, the champion here last year. We've touched on it many, many times. I've got to know, because you're such a competitor, have you worked out who you're going to be versing in your round?
Oh, man, yeah. I think I looked at it right away, and it was like, it's either Carissa or Sawyer, which is like such a hard draw. I saw it, and I was like, man, but then I had to change the perspective. I'm like, this is going to be sick. Like, it's going to make me step up. I have to choose the right waves. So to surf against Sawyer or Carissa, either way, it's going to be a sick heat. And hopefully we can get on the way in the next couple of days, because I'm itching to get the jersey back on.
Oh, stop it. Are you going to sit and watch that heat? Are you going to dial in?
I might bounce home and get a coffee and watch from the couch. It's cold down here.
Oh, I love that. Thank you so much for joining us in the booth, Flick. I love you. Let's do this again in about an hour's time. We are going to go to a break and welcome in Jyoti Pell and Rabs for the call.
Nice, fun, cold Saturday morning here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy as round one continues. And we've really enjoyed some rookie success this morning. Getting to an all goofy foot matchup in front of a fun crowd that's enjoying professional surfing here at stop number 1 of the 2026 season. Join us in the celebration all year of 50 years of the World Tour. All goofy foot battle here. We've got Vahine Fierro taking the first wave as she will be surfing against rookie Nadia Eristab from Tel Aviv. Couple of nice connections there. Vahine steps off and we are underway. Joe Turpel with one of the legends of the sport, a world champ named Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Bugs, a fun day to get started. Obviously a lot of onshore flow, but we've seen some scores in the high 7s and excellent range already today.
Yeah, it's been a great morning. I mean, the conditions aren't great, but you know, on the screen it still looks, you know, awesome, because the second wave of the set's always smooth, and a bit of chop on the outside, it doesn't bother the surfers. They got plenty to, you know, the roof of the wave is where they're attacking.
Yeah, now with this non-elimination format that we're seeing on play out yesterday and also today, it makes just the stakes really high. You're losing today. You're already planning on heading to Western Australia for stop number 2 of not just the championship tour, but stop 2 of the GWM Aussie Treble. We just had Isabella Nicholls in the booth with Jesse and Flick. She won bells and she also won the GWM Tank 300. So much on the line for these two. Vahine Fierro representing French Polynesia put up a couple of sweet backhand turns, and she always is really quick to remind everybody how well-rounded she is. I think it's hard not to think of chopes, you know, when you see Vahine, but she's been putting together a solid act on her backhand for a long time now.
She certainly has, and as you said, I mean, you think of Chopu, and for sure there's some synonymous action there. But you know, I believe that both these goofy footers would have watched Alyssa Spencer. You know, her backhand attack out here, it was that the waves that really stood up allowed her to do those deep reaching bottom turns and really be able to vertically attack the lip. That was the difference, and that's how you got to surf this place backhand. On the flats, it just doesn't look as impressive.
Alyssa Spencer taking on Caroline Marks in round 2. That'll be an all goofy foot heat to enjoy, just like this one. Nadia Eristab, I caught up with her the other day, and she had some amazing things to say about Vahine Fierro. She likened her to like a Rob Machado type approach, especially with her backhand attack, focusing on how great her timing is. Digging in now and on her opening ride of her rookie debut. Throws it in the pocket. She will get out of that white water and throw it down off the top again. Pushing to try to keep up with this end section. She'll end up kicking out. Or Eristab accomplishing a spot on the championship tour in her first try on the Challenger Series. That's rare.
That is rare. It's, you know, cutting through it like butter at your first attempt is an awesome achievement, considering the talent pool out there in the Challenger Series now, all the way through to the regional qualifying.
Talked to Anat about a lot of things, but even just getting in the ocean. She said she could walk to the beach growing up. You know, told her parents she wanted to surf, with her sister really leading the charge. Got her out there as quick as they could as we watched her first wave on tour.
Yeah, she just had a little bit of a stumble at the outset there. And it looks like she's just trying to get to know this wave a little bit there, Joe. And this wave here kind of caught up in a few sections, and she doesn't kind of finish it off. So she knew in her own mind that that wasn't going to be a keeper, I feel.
Yeah, just maybe a settler. You're watching the heats unfold all morning, trying to stay warm on the beach, knowing the atmosphere here is one of the most prestigious surf contests in the world. She's still pinching herself. You know, I think one of my favorite clips I've seen all season was just when the cameras were rolling and she got the announcement that she made the tour. It was a lot of emotion that she got to let go of, and had so many people she wanted to thank. And you know, she's had a lot of great prep over the last few years of being a part of the Olympic Games in Tokyo and also for Paris. That training taught her a lot to prepare for the championship tour.
Well, there's no greater pressure than Olympic pressure. You know, you train for 4 years, and you've got to perform right there on the spot, or you wait another 4 years. But fortunately for pro surfers, they get to do a tour, and what a amazing year to qualify, Joe. A full year of competition, at least the first 10 events.
Yeah, if you're new to pro surfing, we last few years we've had the mid-season cut, and it was at Margaret River, and Bells was often the event before. So right now it was a different type of energy than what we're experiencing now as the #1 start on the championship tour. It's kind of like a welcome back to school, and there's so much positive energy in the air with, you know, celebrating 50 years of the World Tour, and having legends come back like Steph, Carissa, Gabe Medina. Rabbit, I gotta say, your speech at the WSL Awards kind of brought the house down. I know you didn't have a lot of time to break down 50 years, but I don't know if anyone could have done it better.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. I mean, I did put a bit of work into that because, you know, I kind of had to edit and re-edit and re-edit. You know, when I first got the call, you know, that I was going to do the speech, I thought I might have had 15 minutes. And then next minute they said, look, you've got 5 minutes. I said, could I get it out to 7 minutes? So, you know, to squeeze 50 years into a short time. So I had to really make it concise. I had just picked snippets from each generation, Joe. You know, to my thinking, there was 18 world champions in the room. If you're a world #1 in any sport, there's a full story behind you, a full story about your journey. So there's no way I could have given acknowledgement and justice to all the world champions in the room, as well as all the people who have made massive contributions to the sport, both administratively and in other ways.
Well said, Bugs. Vahine, Anat enjoying this wall on their backhand, just like our friend Kaipo Guerrero does. Kaipo, what's your insight on this one?
Well, I mean, I acknowledged this morning the challenge that it was going to be today with this lump and bump for the Goofy Foots, but the Goofy Foots have been stepping up, you know? And we got Vahine Fierro stepping up right now. I'll let you take away on the action.
Right on, Kaipo. She just stepped off quickly. But yeah, what are you kind of identifying as the success for the Goofies today?
Well, like I was saying, it's going to be challenging for them. But, you know, Nadia stepped up, as well as Alyssa Spencer. So it's really identifying those steep sections and attacking them, and that's what they're doing. Right now we got friendly fire for the Goofy Foots. So we're guaranteed another Goofy Foot into round #2. But speaking of the rounds and all of this going on, Fantasy's locked right now, right? So just a reminder to all the fans who are playing Fantasy, you lock at the beginning of the first round of either gender. So both men's and women's, whatever you pick, you're locked right now. But play Fantasy, the bracket, battle the booth, Joe, where people can battle you on the bracket challenge. And on normal Fantasy, remember to join Kaipo's #1 Super Mega League and beat me.
That's right, Kaipo. I mean, are you feeling pressure with the league this year?
I'm having a horrible first round, actually, right now. So I self-admittedly join Kaipo's #1 Super Mega League, and you can beat me.
You never know. It's a long season. We're just getting started. Just to note, Kaipo won the regular season in Fantasy. Going back to 2021, he took a chance on Morgan Siblick before he was getting big results, and he ended up finishing in that #1 spot. You can go on to worldsurfleague.com or the WSL app, find Kaipo's Super Mega League, and see how you compare to his picks throughout the entire season. And also the new edition of the bracket is really fun. A useful tool to actually set up your fantasy team, because you go through the draw, pick the winners. You get to see who would be in the final with all your predictions. It really helps you actually answer the question, who's your favorite to win the event, because you actually have to play it all out.
Yeah, and it's wide open. I mean, here we are at the first event of the year, and particularly I feel in the women's, because you've got these legends, living legends, coming back, you know, between Stephanie Gilmore and Carissa Moore. There's 13 world titles that are back on tour. And then you've got others coming through again, like Sally Fitzgibbons. We saw her this morning in great form. She's got incredible results here at Bells.
As we see the roll in now from Anat Leilior from Israel, tagging that section well. Strong off the bottom. Messy little section there. Didn't really have an obvious place to put her board, but she'll get out in front now for a huge wind-up and absolutely drills it. Well-timed backhand hammer from Anat Lelior.
Yeah, that was a good response to Vahini's second wave, that 6.5. Now, that is an answer. So, Anat, she is back in the heat, Joe.
Really enjoyed it, just her pace, her timing, and even a little downtime through the mid part of this wave, Bugs.
Yeah, well, she had a little bit of whitewater to deal with there, but she sets this up absolutely beautifully. Look at the deep bottom turn, vertical above the lip line, and she handles it so well.
Always trying to lock into the pace here at Bells Beach. Today, onshore, a bit cold, but always some power being handed over from the Southern Ocean. And I felt like Anat just had a perfect balance of patience and just timed that finishing move so well.
Yeah, that's what I feel. I hark back to that Alyssa Spencer. Her last wave, it was very similar to that she got 2 massive turns in and I mean, up in the excellent range.
So waiting for that score from Anat. They've got the comparison to Vahine's 6.5. As we wait for that to lock in, we're always talking waves. We're always waiting for predictions of the forecast. We're wondering when we'll hand over these Big Bell trophies. I'd like to say a big good morning to Schaller Perry from Surfline, senior forecaster for the Bells event here, and all year long we'll be catching up with Schaller. Schaller, great to be in your company. We miss you, man.
Pleasure to be with you, Joe. Morning, Rabbit.
Morning, Shayla.
How we doing?
Yeah, we're doing great. What's the latest?
Oh, we got a couple of waves on tap. I mean, a little ugly at first glance, but how about a couple of those low roads coming through? That last wave was incredible.
Yeah, always a lot of power from the Southern Ocean, as we always talk about bathymetry, the topography of the ocean floor. Have you been able to dial in the reason why this part of the world has so much great power in the waves?
Yeah, absolutely. Just living in the storm track, you're so close to that powerful storm track pushing across below the Great Australian Bight through the Southern Ocean, especially for Bells. When you have these storm systems just drive right towards the Bass Strait, it just pushes so much swell energy right in, and you just harness the power. You're living in the storm track there, and just get so much power.
Awesome. Well, it is Saturday today, Easter Saturday here in Australia. Why don't you take us through the forecast that you've been sending us for our waiting period? Break it down.
Yeah, pleasure. So right now today we got some southwest swell on tap. It's going to be easing a little bit this afternoon. Came from the remnants of severe tropical cyclone Narelle that merged with a polar storm moving across the Great Australian Bight. Pushing some southwest swell in. It peaked overnight. We're going to be fading through this afternoon, but get a nice little refresh that's going to keep things from dropping too much on Easter Sunday. And then fun leftovers into Monday. We got the southeast wind, expecting that for today. It looks much lighter for the morning, though, tomorrow before onshore flow develops in the afternoon. And then as we move into Monday, we're going to see nicer conditions, a little bit nicer conditions, especially through the middle part of next week. So we got more swell coming as well. So there's a storm system that's going to be pushing below Western Australia the next couple of days. That's going to set up a nice shot of southwest swell as we move through the day, Tuesday into Wednesday. So there's some opportunity the next few days. There's a nice bump in southwest swell through the middle part of next week. And then the thing that I think everybody's eyeing is the very end of the window, the last couple of days of the window, has the potential to see the strongest surf throughout the entirety of the window. We're going to be at a very dynamic pattern. That storm system that's pushing south of WA, that's going to be the first in a series of storms. They're just going to cycle across the Great Australian Bight and then eventually slide through the Bass Strait as we move Friday into Saturday of next week. So the thing to dial in is definitely going to be the conditions, whether it's going to be big and onshore, or if things are going to set up just right, or we're going to get offshore and pumping waves. So very dynamic, a lot to look at. It's fun, it's challenging, and that's what we're here for. And I don't know if it'd be Bells if we didn't use the whole window.
Yeah, exactly. And especially with so many different moods in Victoria in general, weather-wise, it could feel like a summer day. Yeah. And next thing you know, I'm wearing like 3 jackets at the moment, Schaller. But staying present with us today, looks like we're going to try to max out the daylight just like we did last night. Looking at tomorrow as well, that looks like another key day to run, in your opinion?
I think there's a lot of opportunity tomorrow. Size is going to be down a little bit, but there's still going to be some head-high to overhead waves working through. So wind looks significantly better, especially compared to yesterday and today. So on paper, yeah, it looks like there's a lot of opportunity tomorrow.
Good man, Schaller. Thanks so much for joining us. We'll be giving you a call throughout the week.
Thanks for having me, boys.
Yeah.
Right on. Big thanks to Surfline, the whole crew. Schaller's been involved at the Surfline for a very long time, a couple of decades, and doing a great job leading us through a little bit of everything in the mix on this forecast. We're kind of used to that coming to Bells Beach.
Yeah, well, Shayla said it. I mean, you know, we're using the whole window, and certainly quite a few of us have been having a good look at that. The tail end of the window, there could be something a bit special there, Joe. I think there's something very special, and but in the middle of it, we get another opportunity too. So we should be able to get it to a nice package, so that you know, there's still some a quality feel left for when it's pumping bells.
So right now, we're looking at a huge number for a rookie debut. I don't know how many rookies over the years have started off on tour with an excellent score of an 8.33, but that'll stick with Anat Leilior throughout her entire rookie season. Opened with a 3-ranger, then her second wave in a CT jersey, an 8.33, taking the lead off Vahine.
Yeah, well, look, I mentioned that comparison to Alyssa Spencer's wave earlier. Well, guess what? That was an 8.332. So it matched it, and it certainly shows that backhand is not a disadvantage out here.
And it's also going to be our fat boy right of the heat, Anat Leilior, 8.33 bugs.
Yeah, and it's two very powerful moves. His first one really sets his score up. We've got a bit of a whitewater, sort of a bounce off the whitewater, but she handles it well, and she sees this section lining up, really waits a bottom turn to the last second, gets a board above the lip line, and it's just a slam dunk, 8.33.
Well done for Leilior. Now under priority of Vahine Fierro. It looks like she's found a little bit of space. Schaller was mentioning these low roads where you can kind of stay low and find some wall. Well, she tags it there. Coming out with a lot of momentum, arcs it off the top. Now getting out into the flat part of the wave, but staying connected is our surfer from Tel Aviv. And now oncoming section, she will swipe it out in front and right away. Already a solid start in the first half. Vahine looking to answer back. There's that smooth, real calm approach in her style. All grace, but then hammers the lip a couple of times. Had the 6.5 already. So 2 important scores coming in for our Goofy Foots now.
Well, there is, and we know that Anat is going to improve on that 3.33. We didn't see the start of this one, Joe. Whoa, that was a clean turn to start with. I think this wave here is a keeper, looking very strong. We know the finish was slick. She comes around this section now, slams it off the top. Nice deep bottom turn. Oh, her timing was brilliant for that finishing turn. The first and last turns were just money turns.
And then to compare it to Anat's last wave.
Yeah, well, Anat, she gets this really good first turn in. The second turn here just gets a little caught up. No, it's not that one, it's the third turn. So she gets 2 good turns in, and then she goes into the flats a bit here. So this wave, from this angle, kind of looks better than I thought when we first saw it, Joe. She improves on her score for sure. It's that turn there. She just kind of get caught up a little bit in the finishing turn, but she got the 2. I think the meaningful turns are on the bowl at Bells. Both surfers are going to put in meaningful scores here that are, I think, are keepers.
5.5 for last of Anat Leilior, waiting on last of Vahine. She needs at least a 7.34 to get the lead back. Sora Lindblad prepares for Carissa Moore with her coach, Glenn Micro Hall. We'll be right back. Hi, everybody. It's time for the GWM catch-up. Getting things started this morning on dark. It's always Sally Fitzgibbons, smiling face, shining bright. And she found some big moments. A two-time Bells champ, getting a 717 early. Made these onshore conditions look really rippable and fun. The Aussie vet was able to get the win over rookie Yolanda Hopkins to move on to round 2. Then we saw the young superstar, youngest ever to qualify for the tour, Tia Zebrowski, go down in her first matchup full-time on the CT. Even though she had a nice clean combo there, it was the goofy footer Alyssa Spencer that went big and got an 8.33 bucks.
Yeah, it was a clutch ride by Alyssa Spencer. She was, behind the 8 ball really, and Tia was in the lead, and Alyssa needed to. She really showed her courage on that wave.
Also, Kika, dream debut scenario when you've got a powerhouse named Carissa Hennessy in the lineup. Kika was able to keep another rookie dream alive with a big win moving on into the second round. Compared it to surfing right back at home. And then more goofy foot love here with Nadia Eristab getting the win this morning.
Yeah, Nadia looked super solid at Bells. You'd think that the way she surfed, you'd think she grew up here.
Bella Kenworthy had the lead at certain times. Nadia kept answering back. Even though Nadia fell on a money section, she kept fighting back and got a crucial victory to move on into round 2. Speaking of Nadia Eristab, she had that win, and she's now standing by with Vaughn Blakey.
Nadia, congratulations. That is a great result to kick off the 2026 CT season. Last year, you got plenty of opportunity, but you said that, sometimes it didn't feel like you deserved to be there. This year, you belong, and a great first effort.
Thank you so much. As I said in some interviews last year, I feel like I got for luck because Jan got pregnant, and then of course I was close to qualifying, but I didn't make it. And this year I feel like I own it, I made it, and it makes me feel more confident on myself and on my surfing. And I don't think I had the best heat ever. I have a great start, but then I made some mistakes, as Bella did, so I was lucky too. But yeah, happy to make it through and to have my first ever city hit win.
It's so cool. And, it's really tricky out there. Like the bowl sort of stands up every now and again. How important is it to make sure that you're really squaring up off the bottom when you get that steep section?
It is really hard. Even when I was watching the first couple of hits, it looked smaller because it was lower tide. As soon as I paddled out, there was like 20 waves set, and I was like, God, no, maybe I didn't pick the good board and stuff. But I started going through those bad thoughts, but then I was like, no, guys, keep with your plan. And the waves, some of the waves, they look good, and then they didn't, and they wasn't that good, or they didn't look good, and then they turned out good. So it was pretty tricky to be out there and to choose the good ones, but at least I got a good one and then a decent backup. So.
You did. And what does this win do for you mentally? Because, to get here, I'm sure the plan was to go deep into the draw. How much confidence does it give you to get that result?
A lot of confidence. The first hits are always the hard ones. No, I've been waiting 2 weeks here, waiting for this event, a lot of next calls and off for the day. So I'm like, I wanted to come already. I wanted to be out there competing already. And I don't know, to have this one off, and now I think I'll have with Katie Simmers, which I'm really, really excited about. And I don't know, I'll try to do my best. I think she's one of the best one. She's one of the best one, of course. And I think it's going to be a fun heat.
It's going to be a great heat. We can't wait to see. You want to give a shout out to anyone at home?
Bueno, eskerrik asko ikusten ya guztia, y muchas gracias a todos los que estáis viendo. Muchos nervios en esta manga, pero bueno, lo hemos hecho y a por la siguiente.
Thanks, Nadia. Congrats.
Thanks so much, Vaughn and Nadia, for absolutely ripping in that last tee. You could see the excitement on her face and the glow that she had. She got the call-up last year as a replacement on tour. So this is her official rookie season, even though she got a lot of reps last season. And she said it was a struggle just getting out of that first round. So she is so happy to get off and running with a heat win. And I love how enthusiastic she is about comparing her surfing to a world champion in Katie Simmers in the second round, Bugs.
Yeah, that was a super cool interview, and you could see the absolute stoke. It's such a natural stoke. But her first CT win, Joe.
Yeah, solid for Nadia. She's prepared so much for this season through the CS ranks, and now she will wait for that matchup with Katie Simmers. Alyssa Spencer has Caroline Marks. Kika Veselko will have Gabriella Bryan, and Sally Fitzgibbons is in the draw with Molly Picklum. So with this non-elimination format gone, it's now really easy to follow the draw and really set up some big matchups. So for Anat Leilior, she's out in front of the moment. She knows if she can keep this lead, she'll have Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. And when I talked to Anat in the Meet the Rookies piece a few days ago, I was really impressed with her breakdown of everybody on tour. You know, she studies her competitors, but it's not like she's in awe going, okay, those are my heroes, and get starstruck. She actually learns so much from her heroes, and she basically studies the game, maybe better than anyone else I've talked to recently. She was really well prepared for Vahine. She knows what Betty Lou's going to bring if she gets that far, and staying present in the moment, Bugs, with her lead with 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, it's really good to be a student of the game and to know your opponent's strengths. And this is a very important wave.
Nice start there, and then just got a little off balance. Vahine Fierro going up and down.
Yeah, well, you know, in between there, when they were sitting in the water, you could see the joggle. You could see there was a fair bit of chop. And the first wave of every set is going to carry that chop with it. It's going to make it very difficult on the outset until you get through the smoother part past the bowl. And that one, yeah, that caught her up a little bit.
So Vahine Fierro had her worst result of her rookie year last season at Bells Beach, leaving with a 17th. So her goal was to make a few more rounds this season, but up against it, chasing it just a 6.84. Her best numbers she's had at Bells have happened right now, 6.5 and a 7. Last year she had to take off with scores in the 4 range as her high mark. Always, you know, known as the queen of Teahupo, representing in the Olympic Games. Also getting wild card opportunities going way back to 2018, even back in France, where she even made a finals day and finished with an equal third. 3:35 on the clock, paddling back out. We saw her in Hawaii a lot this year on the North Shore, and called up world famous coach Ross Williams and jumped into his corner a bit just to get a nice prep for the CT season here in 2026. Let's now check in with Kaipo.
Hey, I just wanted to comment, Joe, on Anat, who's continued this kind of dream run, and just the composure that she's had throughout this entire heat has been very, very impressive for a rookie. And also a preview of the next heat coming up. Carissa Moore is going to show us some mom power, I think, in the next heat up against Sawyer Lindblad. She's right in the channel, getting ready right now.
Yeah, 100% Kaipo. It means a lot to see Carissa's face around these contests again. We had a fun press conference to kick off this event, Bugs, and just seeing her glow again, just being back where she belongs with her peers and looking at all the bells she's won, all the world titles she's done. Someone who's made a difference in the sport time and time again, and we missed her deeply. And you know, now she's bringing her family with her on tour this year, and there's just something really fresh in the air coming into the 50th World Tour celebration.
Yeah, there's a lot of anticipation about this next heat. You know, Sawyer's been in great form, but Carissa being away, you know, having babies, but now she's back. And you know, in the World Champions heat the other day, it was just an exhibition, but Carissa was a standout.
That was a really great way to kick off this event and the season. World champs like Carissa, Katie Simmers, Molly Picklum joined with the legends like Lane Beachley, Kelly. It was a really fun just celebration of surfing. There's a lot of the champs taking off together, doing some go-behinds, and just really enjoying the water to kick off this event.
You know, that fourth wave by both surfers there, you know, Vahine got the 7, and she got the better of the exchange. That 8.33, that wave for Anat, has just been the difference.
What a great start. And also Anat Leilior, 1 year in the Challenger season was all it took, and had a great result in Ericeira. ripping through finals day, and I think maybe the most impressive result she had was making the final at Pipeline through that CS and put her in a great spot to be in that top 7 picture.
No, there's a telling priority situation right now, though, with 45 seconds remaining. Blue with priority. That is danger.
Doing so many mock heats with her sister in Tel Aviv, making the jump to France many years ago to see how they'd fare against an international field, and Anat got her first round 1 win, and her dad saw some promise in his young daughters that they had a future here. Anat took it, ran with it, 2-time Olympian, but also representing for the first time as a rookie in her debut at Bells Beach. Not only gets the heat win, but gets an excellent score on one of the best waves we've had at the event, an 8.33 and a 5.5. And our surfer from Israel will be moving on to round 2. Vahina Fierro will now be focused on stop 2 of the GWM Aussie Treble, stop 2 of the championship tour over at Margaret River. Coming up next, Heat 6 features Sawyer Lindblad, the goofy foot from San Clemente, California, taking on one of the all-time greats, 5-time world champ, 3-time bell ringer Carissa Moore. Coming up next.
The Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Hydrolite, official oral rehydration partner of WSL Australia. By Mophie, empowering you to live your life untethered. Power on. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. And by Volley Shoes, official footwear of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy.
Still enjoying the opening round of competition for the best women surfers on the planet. Sawyer Lindblad gets an opportunity to take on one of the all-time greats, a 5-time world champion, 3-time Bells champ, back for more this year, adding to our celebration of 50 years of the World Tour. Joe Turpel with world champ Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, and last year's world number 3, Gabriella Bryan, joins us for the first time of many that we're planning on this season. So good to see you.
Good to see you too. It's good to be back.
Gosh, how good. I mean, was that off season too long or just about right?
A little too long. I missed everyone a little bit, but no, it was good. I stayed home in Hawaii for most of it, did a trip to Tahiti for a few weeks. But yeah, no, I did a couple contests in Hawaii just to make sure I still knew what it felt like to have the rash guard on, but it's good to be back.
It's interesting, right? The balance of making sure that you are present with off time, because once we get going, it's nonstop. Yeah. And also trying to be match ready. Is it possible to imitate the feeling you get in a CT heat without the horns and the bells and whistles that go on here?
No, it's impossible. I'm telling you, we try, but there's nothing like it.
As we look at, well, a face of one of your best friends in the world, Carissa Moore, taking on Sawyer Lindblad. First, we'll go with the Sawyer story, because you guys have had big moments together, especially when you think of West Oz. Sawyer's coming in hot this year with a lot to prove as well.
Yeah, no, Sawyer's a really good friend of mine as well. She actually came and stayed on Kauai with me for like 10 days in the off season, and we had a great time. But we've had some really good matchups. I've got her in a few, she's got me in a few, but she is such a good competitor, and her backhand's insane. It's like one of the best in the world for a reason. She's here. So, yeah, this is going to be a really good matchup.
How's her personality in heats? You know, when it's just you two in the ocean, is Sawyer pretty quiet, and you guys give each other space? How does that work out?
Yeah, I think, I mean, every competitor is a little bit feisty, but I mean, yeah, it's pretty quiet, and we know that we're friends, but in the water, everyone wants to win. I think last year in WA, there was like a lot on the line, and I was like, I just want to have a clean heat and may the best surfer win. So sometimes you go into heats like that with a friend, and you're like, let's just go put on a show. So, yeah, no, Sawyer's an amazing person, incredible surfer, and excited to see what she does this year.
I love it. And now spending time with Carissa, I think one of the great narratives of your, well, best year to date last season was the catch-ups you had from Riss when she was at home, and whenever you had a chance to go spend some time with her. What a different type of year, you know, knowing that you get to do this together.
Yeah, no, I'm so excited. We're actually staying together this event, me and Riss, and a few other events, and it's just so awesome. She's an amazing mom. She surfs better than ever. She's ripping. I stayed with her for a little bit on Oahu during the off season, and just to see the way that she goes about life, and she's now got Elena, and Luke's amazing as well. So she's got some mom power for sure.
Gosh, little Elena, what a beautiful little girl. How's Auntie Vibes going? Babysitting responsibilities too?
It's the best. I get to hang out, do all the fun play stuff, and then hand her back when it's time for bedtime. And no, she's amazing. She's got the best personality. She's got a little bit of sass and spunk. So it's just so fun. I love it.
And also, you guys all, Sawyer, yourself, Carissa, big part of the Lost Surfboards program. I was always curious with your relationship, well, with both of them too, maybe more Carissa. Do you have similar types of boards that you both ride as far as templates and the models that Matt gives you guys?
I think more so Carissa and I ride the same boards. I think that I probably may have a bit more leaders on my boards, but mostly around like the same models and stuff. But Matt does an incredible job at like listening to anytime we have any feedback, and he's always willing to try new things, which is super cool. But I'm a creature of habit, so I like to stick with what I know works. But Matt and Gian and the entire Lost and Mayhem crew have been on point my whole career, and obviously for everyone else too. So I'm very grateful. I'm sure I can speak for all of us to have them in our corner.
Right. Any big changes in your boards going into this year, or is it pretty similar to what you rode last year to a #3 finish?
I think I'm going to stay pretty similar. I'm always trying to inch up and see how many leaders and increase the volume a little bit to see how much I can push. And I don't know, I kind of try to keep my game plan the same, see how much water I can displace. And Matt's incredible at helping me do that. So, but for the most part, I'm staying pretty much the same.
And Gabriella, you know, Joe mentioned it was a very long off-season as we transitioned back to a kind of a dream tour start. You got a whole year ahead of you, but you know, were you aware of like all these Challenger series? They're kind of battle hardened. You know, they're coming in hot. You know, and you know, you said you competed in a couple of events in Hawaii, but there hasn't been a lot of competitive surfing in the last 6 months.
No, for sure. That actually did cross my mind. Like all these guys and girls that are coming from the Challenger series, they've been doing this for the last 7 months and fighting so hard to get their spot here, so they're extra fired up. But definitely been keeping an eye on it a little bit, but also trying to just focus on myself. It was a long year last year, so took the time off and kind of switched off for a bit, but definitely can't take these new rookies and everyone that just qualified easy.
So many things were taken in on the fly. You know, the return of some legends, you know, like Carissa and Steph. Sally also in that generation as well, coming off the CS. The expansion of the women's tour, going to top 24 for the first time. and the non-elimination format, all these things are moving into some of the best momentum we've had. I mean, all these changes are surreal because it's all making sense right in front of us. Carissa Moore up and out. So we just had a .63, and now Riss will have a similar score. And now Sawyer holding down first priority. As far as all the changes go, though, for you, Gabriella, what kind of pops out as the most significant or one that you're most thrilled about?
I think I'm most thrilled about ending in Hawaii. That's probably the best one because it's home pretty much. And the one that sticks out the most is the getting rid of the 3-man non-elimination round heat. That one is, I relied on that a lot during my rookie year. I think I was in that round every single event. So that one is just like, it's game on from the second you step in the water, or so you're going home, which is like a real like shocking statement. But I think it fires us all up a lot.
Here comes Sawyer Lindblad from San Clemente, California. The goofy foot on the windup as she belts the lip line. She'll ride out and set up a nice top turn wrap. Sawyer now just creating space, tags the oncoming section and rides away. A lot of fun things happening for the Lindblads lately. Taj, her brother, winning in Barbados, so he'll be representing on the North American region on the Challenger Series this year. He's a proud brother, so into everything that Sawyer's doing as far as her accomplishments, really just support. Her family's great. Her dad, Mark, is here at Bells as well. And I think the new change for Sawyer is working with Glenn Micro Hall this year. Bugs, let's watch this one.
Yeah, this first turn, it's a beauty, Joe. And she comes around here, just gets a bit of a flat section there. Nice cut back into the soup. And this wave here, she's looking for a big finish. Kind of tags it. Nothing too special on that finishing turn, but she got it done. And you know, they needed to get going because it's been a low scoring heat. We've had over 10 minutes now, and only one wave that is a semi-keeper. You know, you'd say that's a good backup wave towards the end of the heat. Certainly good to have it under the belt now, though, because it's been a quiet start.
Yeah, things will definitely start building. We're hoping so. Sawyer will be happy just to get a nice number on the board, especially against one of the giants of our sport. A 6.0 is in for Lindblad. And now Carissa sitting with priority. Gabriella, it's interesting anytime, you know, legend takes a break and you start wondering what's going to happen with their game. And everything we're seeing from Riss as far as highlight reels and warm-ups, you're going, oh my gosh, she's bringing something more. You know, how do you break down how well Chris has been surfing in the lead up to Bells?
Yeah, she's been surfing incredible. And I mean, I even surfed with her a few times back at home, and she's surfing better than ever and fit and ready to go. And she's fired up, I can tell. So she may be playing it down a little bit, but I know that she wants it. And yeah, I think she's going to give everyone a run for their money 100%.
I mean, you know, you had a long off season, but Carissa's had a very long off season. And, yeah, I mean, do you think she's been doing any heat simulations and that? I know she you know, responds really well to coaching.
Yeah, no, she's a 5-time world champion, Olympic gold medalist, so she definitely knows what she's doing. I'm sure she's been getting some heat practice in. We even ran a few mock heats during the off season up on the North Shore.
Oh, how'd they go? How are the results?
Pretty even.
I like it. I like it.
Yeah, no, but she's also got Olena, and that's a lot too. So she's doing a great job at balancing it all, and she's really happy. And yeah, it's really cool to see.
Well, like we mentioned on the top, we've got Gabby Bryan, we've got Sawyer, Carissa, all on the Lost Surfboards program at the moment. So a great time to talk about the Surfboard Empire CT Shaper Rankings presented by VEA. And we've had a big rule change this year. Matt Baialis and his crew. Big congrats to Gian Bernini as well, who is brilliant on the WSL Awards, accepting that 3rd straight award for dominating these Shaper rankings. The new rule update now is Shapers now count results from their best 2 finishers. That's the key change. So, you know, they ran simulators on the last few years and Matt still wins, but now we'll just see if someone else gets on a roll with 2 surfers. We know that Lost is coming in hot with 11 surfers on their team on the CT. Speaking on behalf of the squad, Gabriella Brown. You guys feeling confident to go 4 in a row this year?
I think we're feeling pretty confident. Now we got Riss back, and yeah, we got a stacked team, but you never know. But I think we're pretty confident, and I mean, if you guys ran the simulator for the last few years, then I guess we just got to keep doing what we've been doing.
Well, give us the insights, you know, for you personally, on the relationship with not just Matt, but the whole team, on when you need something, you know, how does that all work out for you?
They are so on it. I mean, I needed a couple boards before this event, and I think they got a hold of Lost Australia, and I got a 2 boards in 2 days, and I took them out for a lap at Winky, and they worked super good. So they are always just like literally a phone call away, and they'll do whatever they can to make sure we have the best equipment under our feet. Everyone from obviously Matt, Gion's incredible. He's here, I think might be going to West Oz, and then Matt's coming to Snapper, and then even his daughter Ryder, who paints all of our surfboards, she does an incredible job, and they pretty much just give us a call like the beginning of the year, like, so what's your vibe this year? Like, what kind of artwork do you want? And I switched up a little bit. I kind of went for like some girly graffiti, just a little bit more edgy. So
I like it.
Yeah, it's just so fun, and each board represents us all, I think.
Paddling for this one of the all-time greats, Carissa Moore, going down on just a flat section there. So probably just wanted to feel her equipment out after sitting for a while, and that'll just be an incomplete number. A slow start for the 3-time Bells champ.
Yeah, well, I kind of felt in this heat that Carissa wanted to get off to an early start, just get her feet in the wax and get back into that groove. She waited about 7 minutes and then took a wave that was you know, it just wasn't a good wave. It was a wave that shut down pretty quickly, Gabriella, and now it seems like she's under the pump a little bit here. I think, you know, there's still 20 minutes remaining, you know. Like, it's not time to sort of hit the panic button, but I know she just wants to get a wave under her belt, and of course her opponent's already got a 6-point ride.
Yeah, no, the heat's still so open, so I definitely, Bells is so hard. I even heard in one of the interviews from the other girls is sometimes you take off on a wave and you're like, oh, this is a good one, or a wave that doesn't look so good hits the bowl so nicely, so it's really hard to tell. But no, Riss, she's definitely still in the game, and yeah, don't count her out just yet, I would say.
Well, that's pro surfing, right? I think with you, Gabriella, we've seen heats where you've been lights out from the beginning, and you've had some fun heats where, well, maybe it's entertaining for fans going, wow, what's happening here? Remember your final last year in El Salvador?
Yeah, it's not fun for me.
Yeah, no, it was probably stressful for your entire camp, but then when things work out, you go, wait, there's my depth mentally to dig deep, to know, you know, you have a lot more time than I think people realize. And you can know how to switch into gear when maybe things don't start off right in the first 10 minutes.
100%, and I think that's something that I really worked on last year. Was not every heat's going to start out like served to you on a silver platter, and learning to reset halfway through. You can do it, put a heat together in 8 to 10 minutes and still make it. So I think that is something I guess we all learn as we have more years on the CT, but 18 minutes is still a long time. A lot can happen in 18 minutes.
We'll see what's going to happen for Carissa Moore. Under priority, Sawyer out in front. Now let's catch up to one of the rookies on tour, not Leah Lior, with Jessie Starling.
And Nat, what a way to start your rookie season with a big heat win and an excellent score on 8.33. Are you kidding me?
Oh my God. You made all the tears come up now. No, it's pretty surreal. I'll first of all give the respect to Vahine. She made that heat extra hard. She's a phenomenal surfer, and I'm happy the Goofies, you know, got their field of play. I don't know. I saw this morning Sally's interview, and I'm kind of feeling the same. The energy, the rush, the joy. I don't know, it's only going up from here, I guess. Round one is always the most nerve-wracking one, and I'm stoked to be here with you, Jessie.
And, you know, let's think about just an emotional roller coaster these last couple of weeks have been. I feel like it was only yesterday pretty much where we were not sure if you even got to qualify. Now you've just won your first heat here. I mean, just to be standing here on the glass and knowing that you've got a full season on the championship tour ahead of you, what does that mean? What does that feel like?
It's crazy. I cannot believe it. It's I mean, you saw me yesterday. I will be completely honest. This has been a good and a bad shocker. Coming here, getting used to the crowd, accepting the fact that you are in your dream and you just dare to live it. from qualifying to coming here to Bells. It's so beautiful. The locals are extremely nice. The food is next level, and I'm just enjoying the ride. I haven't been getting the best stayaways. It's been quite crowded, but I'm happy to get that excellent score to boost my confidence a little bit, and to back it up with an okay score is okay for now.
Oh, Nat, we can't wait to see you compete again in round 2. For now, get warm, and we'll see you back here very shortly.
Thank you so much. What a powerful conversation. I just feel the emotion and of Anat Lelior, of just getting on tour, representing her local lineup, and now bringing it to Bells Beach and getting an excellent score in your debut. That is powerful. And, you know, we were talking earlier about her success at Pipe. Gabby Bryant won that event on the CS. As we get back into live action, just another short ride for Riss as she has to step off, getting close to the halfway mark. Sawyer still holding down priority. Carissa might look at this one. Probably just wants to get a turn off. Here she goes, looking for a section. Gets that first turn off the top. She'll hang in there, hoping for this thing to grow and double up. Tough section to work with. She'll still throw out a little slide and does enough to hang on to it. So the challenge continues. First, just looking for a decent wave. Riss decided to commit to that one to get something on the board, Bugs.
Yeah, she really wanted to get something on the board for sure. That would, again, probably be more of a backup wave, Joe. As you know, as Gabriella said, there was like 18, 19 minutes to go before. Now there's 15. There's still plenty of time. I feel like she did need to get her feet in the wax and just get something under on the scoreboard.
100%. It's kind of one of those situations where, like, if you wait any longer, then you're gonna think you need something more than you do. So I think that was a really good move to get that one. And, like, as you guys all saw, like, she went for the first one and then that thing slid so far under. So it's just like being in the right place at the right time, it kind of looks like right now.
Carissa Moore trying to save herself in the back end of this opening round elimination format heat, as one of her biggest rivals is preparing for Luana Silva. Coming up next in Heat 7, we'll take a Bonsoy brew break.
I definitely know what I'm getting into, and it's a little bit intimidating, but at the same point, I think I really like being in this space right now where I kind of feel like the underdog in a way, you know, like coming back and being a mom, and I don't know, at least for myself, I feel like, hey, like it all feels like a bonus. So I really do want to stay in this this space, but of course I'm gonna like try my best. I wouldn't be here if I didn't think I could or want to do it. So I definitely want to show up and give my all at all these events. But at the same time, I also want to just do it differently and have a different perspective. It's not about the results. I really do think that like if I am focused on like the joy and the experience, those things will come. It's been really fun to be a fan the last 2 years and watch the women progress. And I know that like if I want these lofty goals to happen, I'm really going to have to step up. But I'm excited about that challenge, and it's been so cool just to watch where the level is at and how competitive all the girls are. And so it's going to be great. It's super cool to have the younger generation really push us. It's really awesome.
Carissa, one of the great leaders of the sport of surfing, well, ever since she was a little kid, just owning the national championships at a young age. 3-time Bells champ, 5-time world champ, Olympic gold medalist is up now. Setting up a big first turn, well-timed hack from Moore. Throws the wrap into the pocket. And now driving into a nice lip line hack there once again for Riss. And she'll step off her best series of turns so far in a messy, turbulent lineup. And chasing the lead down from Sawyer Lindblad, both expecting numbers on that last exchange. Her winning percentage is really high, and we just compare it to her rivals that she's had, like we're talking Sally, Steph, and Tyler Wright. They're all in the 60% winning percentage at heats. She's at 70% winning percentage, averaging just under a third-place finish when it comes to competing at Bells.
Well, Joe, you know, Sawyer, we've had a reversal here because Sawyer just had a bit of a dud wave, a 2-point ride. Carissa's going to take the lead here. This is a pretty solid ride. That first turn was just scorching. And she sets up beautifully here. She knows she's got to finish well. And it's just her timing's excellent. And that'll be the best score of the heat, I feel.
Yeah, she had a really nice bowl section on that, which it looks like it is so hard to find right now. So, yeah, that was definitely a really good wave by her.
Well done for Carissa Moore, sitting for a while, just waiting for an opportunity. Got going on the 2-turn combo, a 4-point ride, and she was really able to dig in much more on that last effort.
Yeah, I feel that she's been a bit fortunate there that Sawyer hasn't run away with the heat. Like, she hasn't really done anything since that 6-point ride. So it left the door open for Carissa.
For sure. Now they both have really good scores.
Right.
So these scenarios always make for a really good ending to a heat. So that's good for us.
I see the numbers right there. 7.5 for Carissa Moore to go with her 4.0. Lindblad down to second. Sawyer needs a 5.51 now with 9:10 on the clock. So Carissa getting her feet wet, starting off with a little bit of patience that was needed. But just like a champ does, she saw this opportunity to unload a few decent combos to almost get into the excellent range.
Yeah, I feel that, you know, a couple of years out of the saddle, you know, having a family, I think that she's, you know, Carissa is a real confident surfer. She rolls with confidence, Gabriella, and I think that'll do wonders for her.
Oh, for sure. She definitely rolls with confidence 100%, and she steadily built her house this heat. Started with the kind of a few bad waves, got the 4, the 7.5, so she's on a good incline.
One of the all-time greats right there, especially when it comes to Bells Beach. 4-time Bells champ Stephanie Gilmore is able to watch her rival compete first. She gets to paddle out next. She'll be against Luana Silva. Luana Silva made the final here last year, Gabriella. That was her best result to date.
Yeah, it's incredible. Luana is an incredible surfer. I think we qualified the same year on tour, and here we are, I think both starting our 5th year. And no, it's been so fun to grow up with Lulu. We competed in nationals together, and she has a mini bell, which is like an incredible accomplishment. I think we all are striving to get a bell to put up on our shelf. So definitely can't take Lulu lightly. And then obviously Steph is insane. So it'll be a good heat.
Well, you know, I mean, Stephanie, you know, you talk about Carissa, Stephanie's, I don't know how many heats she's actually competed in over the last couple of years. So this is a really big test for her. How was the reception she had coming down the beach?
Oh, it was massive, and it makes a lot of sense. I mean, this whole year has been about the anticipation of champions returning to the championship tour in its 50th year. We start off with an awards night looking at, whoa, Gabriel Medina's here. That's right. And just his entourage, his vibe entering the place, his big smile, knowing that he gets to do what he loves again. And then Carissa Moore going all in as one of the all-time greats, winning her first world title in her 2nd season, and really just the one that was pushing Steph the most. I mean, you look at Steph, She won 4 in a row. And then Carissa showed up, you know, fresh out of high school from Punahou School. And there was like, hang on, it might not be as easy from here on out. You had Tyler to that story, but man, it feels like the tour's in the right place and all the players are back.
Well, you look at Stephanie's first world title in 2007. In 2006, it was Lane Beachley winning her 7th world title, and then the baton changed to Stephanie Gilmore, who went on to win 8.
Oh yeah, and Lane always has amazing words to say about Steph, seeing her coming, knowing that there'll be a new legacy being started. Steph was doing crazy things as a wild card when she was still in high school at Snapper Rocks, showing up in the final, missing school for it. Made sense. She had a big career to start. And she'll be taking on Lulu next, looking for a 5th bell, which would give her the most bells in the modern era. It's always going to be Gail Cooper with 10 that she won back in the day. Gail's always on site, watching every heat unfold.
Yeah, of course, I saw Gail Cooper down there a bit earlier. She reminds me of someone, it's like the royal family, like a, you know, one of the, an elder princess.
It's true, coming from Lauren, and she's always just smiling, greeting the next generation. Have you had a chance to hang out with Gail over the last couple of years, Gabby?
I haven't. No, I haven't, but it
We'll make that introduction for you.
Yes, no, for sure. But it was so cool, like on the awards night, just to like see everyone and just be in the same room. I was like, are you kidding me? Like, I'm here too. I didn't even get an award, but I was like, I'm in the same room as like everyone here, and it just was incredible.
5:15 on the clock. Carissa Moore has some whitewater to play with on that one. She'll create a little space, but step off. Low score still that 4.0. Best score is 7.5 on her comeback to the championship tour. Competing through so many format changes and the final 5 format, now all roads leading to the Pipe Masters, which you said you're pretty excited about everything finishing in Hawaii. We know how much that means to Carissa as well. And with what she's accomplished at Pipe, that's going to be fun to watch. And Gabby, I'm loving that you kicked off with a win at Pipe on the CS. You've always been open about saying, I want to work on Pipeline. You took a trip to Tahiti in the off season, got the wave of your life in the Jersey there last year. It's like you are really smart about focusing on the things you want to add to your world title campaign this year.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, it's no secret that my backhand rail ride is probably the weakest point of my surfing, and especially like my first trip to Tahiti to surf there was for the contest, and so trying to figure it out with the jersey on in front of cameras and everything was like literally a nightmare. So I was like, I'm just going to take matters into my own hands and go here in the off season and do the best I can. And I was only supposed to go for a week, and I ended up staying for 3, and I have a lot more to learn, but I'm really excited. It's like the first year that I'm excited to go back to Tahiti and compete.
So much to look forward to, especially just right now, the GWM heat recap in heat number 6, Carissa versus Sawyer Lindblad. Sawyer, the goofy foot, started off with the first blow here at a 6.0 to take the lead, Bugs.
Yeah, this was a great start for Sawyer on a backhand. The 6.0 was a telling ride, and she looked to be in great form. Just hasn't been able to capitalise on this great start so far. Just a bit behind the 8 ball, but she has priority. But here's Carissa Moore. This is the wave that opens it up for that first turn there. Solid. Comes around the section, and she sets up the inside. She knows she's got to do the nice finishing move.
Little snap to slide. You can see how bouncy and turbulent it was.
Yeah, that was just her 4-point ride. And then she gets this ride here, that first turn, right there, Gabriella. That's the money turn for sure. 7.5 ride here, the best of the heat so far. And a scintillating finish there by the 5-time world champion.
Well done for Carissa Moore. Just really had to work hard for every single section she's gotten in this matchup. Now she'll fade the takeoff. Lumpy on the start, but she's able to still whip it real quick.
Yeah, she's just trying to get better that 4-point ride, and just taking a couple of sketchy rides. Now, we've got Sawyer sitting out there with priority. So, you know, we saw Alyssa Spencer be very patient right to the end. It's a bit of a gamble, isn't it, Gabriella, whether to go and improve on that low score, which is, you know, a pretty good strategy, or to sit out there and wait for that bomb.
Yeah, I mean, if I was Sawyer, 2 minutes, definitely don't have enough time for 2 waves. So I think it's up to whether or not the ocean provides at this point. But looks like there's a set coming. Hopefully hopefully we get one more exchange from the both of them, and it'll be an exciting finish to the heat.
Winner of this heat moves on to take on the defending Bell's champ, Isabella Nicholls, in round 2. Priority with Lindblad, working with Glenn Micro Hall this year. Micro, a guy that spent many years on the championship tour, surfed Bells through his junior series and on the championship tour. Micro also working with Rio Waida this season, as we have a little bowling wave setting up for our Goofy Foot from California. Sawyer looking to get free from the whitewater, and it takes her out.
Yeah, it was suspect. That wave was never looking good. It already cascaded over. Already sort of that bowl section had flopped over. So you know, on a back end, it seems like you've got to get that first section where you get that clean bottom turn in, Joe.
So now Sawyer will be paddling back out underneath priority, and Carissa Moore will be looking to play defense to shut this one down. Wasn't quite a straightforward matchup, was it, Gabby Bryan? Especially with a lot of speed bumps on the wave, not a ton of opportunity for sets, and man, they really had to earn this one.
They did. It looks like a lot of hard work. You can just tell by how much their boards are moving each time they go down the face of the wave. But yeah, I think they both did a really good job at getting their highest scores, and it just honestly came down to the backups.
25 seconds. We'll keep an eye on the horizon. Gabby Bryan's got a heat in round 2 with Kika Veselko. Have you surfed with her a lot? How do you think of her as a competitor? Is she going to be kind of a new feeling for you coming up in the next round?
I actually had her one time in Portugal when she was a wild card, so I've had probably a couple heats with her, and maybe a few on the Challenger as well. She's an incredible surfer, incredible competitor. Definitely can't take anyone on this tour lightly, because they all deserve to be here, so I'm excited.
So much fun hanging out with you, and also we'll see Carissa Moore have a successful comeback run in her first heat to the championship tour. The 3-time Bells champ gets the win over Sawyer Lindblad with that high 7.5 and a 4.0. Riss will have Isabella Nicholls, the defending Bells champ, in round 2. And now Gilmore and Luana Silva will have the lineup at Bells Beach. Gabby Bryan, last year's world number 3. Always a treat to hang out in your company. Best of luck, best of waves in the next round. And as you know, it's always an open door for you. Come on in.
I'll come back for sure. I'll hang with you guys again.
I want to talk about coaches, more things. We'll get there when we can.
Sounds good.
Thanks so much.
Thanks
Lulu coming up next against an 8-time world champ, Stephanie Gilmore, bringing Ronnie Rich and last year's Rookie of the Year, Aaron Brooks, for the call right after this.
Loving our time here in Victoria, as is Carissa Moore, a successful return to competition at the championship tour level for the 5-time world champion, a 3-time Bells champ, looking the goods and getting the jump on Sawyer Lindblad in that last heat. We've got another stunning matchup to call right now. Luana Silva is going to be up against Steph Gilmore, and we've brought in the big guns to help us make the call. Ronnie Blakey with Richie Lovett. Erin Brooks joins us. Yes, Erin. First of all, congratulations on a great rookie year. I know you've been working hard in the off season, but how excited are you to get this new campaign underway?
Yeah, I'm so excited that the tour is getting underway. I've been so ready for it. We've had so long in our off season, but able to have some really fun trips and get to work on a lot of things. So I'm really excited to get back in the jersey.
Most definitely. We're going to talk about your year, but what about the return of these absolute icons of the sport? No doubt your surfing heroes. Carissa Moore successful. How do you like Steph's chances in this heat?
Yeah, Steph's going against Lulu, and I feel like they both kind of have similar style. They both are really strong in their rail games, so I'm really excited to watch them out here. Bells is definitely like more suitable for that kind of surfing, so let's see what they put down.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think Luana will be really, fueled by confidence after collecting her best ever finish in a championship tour event at this venue last year. She's got strong rail work, doesn't she?
Yeah, she does. And this wave kind of reminds us of one of our waves at home, Pupukea. I know Luana said that before. So yeah, she definitely has a lot of confidence in this event, especially since she did so well last year. So yeah, hopefully she puts on a good performance again. But going up against Steph is never easy.
No, Rich, you've seen it so much. You were still just finishing up your CT career when Steph was coming onto the scene and just blowing our minds. And she has a remarkable track record at this venue.
Yeah, she does. You know, multiple winner. And she's going to be, well, if she gets a win here, she'll etch herself in history one more time. But, you know, as far as Bells Beach and Stephanie Gilmore go, they go together perfectly. And when you think of a beautiful groomed Bells wall, you know, you think of Stephanie's beautiful flowing style and the real aesthetic lines that she draws. But it's not that today. It's a different playing field, and you have to surf what's in front of you. The 8-time world champ returning to competition, and she's been out of the action for a while, so looking forward to seeing just how switched on she is. She's been down here scoping the conditions and watching the morning heat, so you know, this is a big moment for Steph coming back.
Yeah, it's hard to kind of imagine the feeling for Carissa and Steph coming back to the tour. And I mean, you experienced rookie nerves last year, and that's a whole different thing as well. But Steph mentioned before when she was down watching some of those earlier heats that she was really feeling it. So that's interesting, considering this is her 17th year on the championship tour, and she's obviously been so dominant through that time. But it's good to hear. It means she really cares.
Yeah, both of them definitely care. They don't want to lose, but every heat, every contest, they're just adding to their tally. They're, in my opinion, the greatest, her and Carissa. So I'm just so excited to see them back. It's honestly unreal seeing them in the jersey. I didn't really get to watch them because I wasn't on tour with them, so I'm so happy that they're back, and hopefully we get some more heats with them.
Yeah, it's interesting, really. You never, in both Carissa's 15 years on tour, Steph's 17th year, you never really saw them on the same side of the draw. You know, they were often those top 2 seeds, so they'd end up opposite sides of the draw. Here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, they're on the same side of the draw. They're on your side of the draw. What are your thoughts on that?
Oh, I'm excited for that. I mean, hopefully they'll bring the best out of my surfing. Hopefully we continue to get better waves. I mean, today is pretty challenging, but hopefully throughout the swell period, the wind kind of dies down and it gets a little bigger for some of that traditional bowl.
Yeah, we love that. So still waiting for the first numbers or rides for these two surfers to lock in, but this is the first time they've met head-to-head in a championship tour heat. Luana Silva and Steph Gilmore. We mentioned that they do have those similar weapons, big rail turns that they can lean onto, and both of them really love to draw that turnout, Rich, on those tall walls from the top of the wave right down into the bowl.
Yeah, they've both got a very beautiful carving rail game on them. I think we're going to see some competition here. Okay, Lulu up and riding.
Taking that inside track, Luana Silva representing Brazil, but spends most of her time on the North Shore. And now she is working this one over right through to the inside. just tapped into a bit of winning form at this venue last year. Took down some big names on a road to that final. Had another runner-up finish later on in the year over in Brazil and got her best finish on the CT. Got to 10th place. And she just has looked like a different competitor since those big results went her way. And not a bad way to kick things off here against Steph.
Yeah, as we look at the replay here, just the front on angle. Nice section. And that's that extended rail turn to start things off. A little crease in the wave, so she has to do a bit of work to get down onto this lower road. And the wave stands up again. Bit tricky to surf with all this this foam, turbulent water, but she cleans it up nicely. I like that finishing manoeuvre. That for me was the standout turn of that wave. So she finished strong, and that's always a good thing to do with the judges.
On the Red Bull ski, back out to the takeoff zone, and the score's starting to roll through. It's going to be mid-range. The judges will show some restraint in the opening exchange here, expecting big things from both these competitors. A 4.5 for Luana. Steph Gilmore waiting patiently here on the outside. Erin coming down to Bells Beach, obviously where Rip Curl was founded, and obviously a lot of history with this contest as well. But I noticed that you got yourself some new wetsuits. They look pretty awesome.
Yeah, Rip Curl, they kind of surprised me with them, but I got to design flame wetsuits that like kind of match my board, and they're literally so insane. I've always seen like people like customizing their wetsuits, and I've always wanted it myself, so I'm really happy that they let me do that, and they let me and Molly do it too. Molly got to make her own, but I like mine more, to be honest.
Yeah, I think they look exceptional. But do you get a bit of a hometown feel? Do you feel like you're being really well hosted, and is it a bit more comfortable being at your major sponsor's home event?
Yeah, they're super welcoming to us here. They always have like a big meeting at the HQ. They give us like really cool like customized things like our wetsuits, and they even got us like all team jackets, which is super cool. But there's also like a little bit of pressure because you want to do well for your sponsor, but I'm not looking at it that way. I just want to go out there and have fun and surf good, so hopefully I can do that.
Yeah, one thing that they do really well down here, Rich, is get the full Rip Curl crew down there. They pack that stands and they make so much noise, and that's really sort of been a habit of Rip Curls over the years. They were right there when Mick Fanning went on his amazing run to claim victory as a wild card, and we saw it yesterday with Xavier Huxtable.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not just the local favourites that they get behind. You know, Rip Curl come down here in force, and they support all their team riders. So I think, Erin, you can expect to have great support through the whole of the event window. I'm curious to know how you're going with surfing out here at Bells, and your take on the wave, and have you started to figure it out, because it is a tricky wave to surf?
Yeah, definitely. Bells is like one of the harder waves for me, in my opinion. It doesn't really suit my style that much. I feel like I'm more of like an explosive surfer, and a lot of these sections are a little bit softer, so you really have to place your turns in the right spot and kind of like not hit the lip as much, more like the real surfing. But I've gotten used to it, and I've been here a few times, like coming here as a young Grom with Rip Curl. They had me down here since I was like 13 years old, so I've been here quite a bit, so I do love it.
Awesome, good to hear.
All right, so we're still waiting for Steph Gilmore to tap into her opening ride here against Luana. This will give her a bit to think about. So many reps. Joe mentioned it in that last heat. Steph's average result here is just a little better than a third place finish. So many runs at the title here, 15 events. She has cracked the final out of those 15 appearances 8 times, which is quite remarkable. Her heat score average, she sustained the second highest heat score average of any surfer on the championship tour, up there with Carissa Moore, 14.31. That's pretty remarkable to hold that average over such an extended period of time. She just really does have a great relationship with this location.
That's an extraordinary stat, as a matter of fact. It's incredible. It just means that she's basically making the final every single time she turns up to this event. And just noting, Ronnie, that we did come off a high tide a low tide this morning at 8:30. So things are starting to fill up a bit, and this is part of the riddle that is presented to the surfers here at Bells Beach, and in particular the bowl. You know, things start to change, and you have to adjust. Even your lineup and your positioning on the reef tends to change. It can through the entirety of a 30-minute heat. Because that's how fast the water starts to fill up over the reef here.
Luana Silva there, just giving Steph something to think about, trying to sell her on that ride, but Steph's holding strong in the lineup here at the moment. You're actually in the same camp as Steph Gilmore too this year, Erin, working with Jake Patterson, who coached Steph for a number of years. He's been called on once again, but what's Jake been like to work with, and how is it having Steph in the pack as well?
Yeah, working with Jake is so great. I loved working with him last year in my rookie season, and he also came to Hawaii for the Challenger, so we got to spend some time with each other there too. But having Steph is absolutely insane, having the GOAT with us all the time. Seeing how they work together, see how she preps for an event. I mean, just watching her in her element has just been so cool.
Oh, that's unbelievable. Just a front row seat to just how Steph operates, because we did miss it for a couple of years there, but that's going to be a massive benefit, I'm sure, to you. Steph is still just patiently sitting out there with priority. She's been sitting for some time now, but Carissa Moore starting to make her way up the stairs. Her first big championship tour heat with her daughter watching on, her partner Luke.
That's so cute.
Holy crap.
Oh
So stressful.
That was so stressful.
We're back. Oh, yeah, you kept fighting.
Smush. Hi, Smush. What are you doing?
How'd you feel?
Yeah, just trying to find one.
Magic moment there for Carissa. That's got to feel good. It was a stressful heat. There's been some slow moments in these last couple of heats, and Steph is going to be dealing with those similar kind of nerves. How is it when you have been so prepped, you're so psyched to get your year underway, and then you have a 10-minute downtime at the start of your year?
Yeah, I mean, waiting is never easy on the nerves, but I mean, she's probably, well, obviously she's been in so many heats, so I don't think she has to worry. She knows this wave so well, so I'm pretty sure she's just waiting for the right wave to come her way, but you can't be too tricky because you only have 20 minutes left.
Yeah, it's you want to convert, don't you, if you've waited with that priority.
I think that's what Lulu did. She just wanted to get started. It's her first heat of the year as well, so just get those nerves out of the way and get going.
Erin, so many exciting things unfolding for everyone, spectators included this year, with the return of obviously two immortals of the sport coming up against these rising stars. What are you excited about this season? What are you looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to both of the GOATs being on the tour with us, but also like all of the waves that we have, because for me, being a goofy footer, there's just a lot more less. So that's just making me really excited with the addition of Raglan, and there's obviously Chopu and Fiji again, which is the one I'm looking forward to the most. So I'm just excited for all the stops that we get to go to.
Okay, some movement here on the outside. Steph having a serious think about this one. And she's going to go, commits to it, loads up off the bottom. Just a bit of a check turn. This one closes out, so she gets out of there. And not how she would have drawn it up, Rich, the start to her campaign this year.
No, certainly not. Just over 18 minutes on the clock, and Steph with nothing on the scoreboard at this stage. So all of a sudden, that 4.5 opening wave of Luana Silva is starting to look quite valuable at this stage of the game, with this inconsistent swell and the tide filling in, becoming a little bit tricky. But we know Steph's, she's one of the greatest, and she knows how to find a way out of a tricky situation like this, and I think we'll see her really get into this heat in the coming moments.
Let's now hear from Carissa Moore down there on the glass with Jessie Starling.
Thanks, Ron. What a way to welcome you back to the tour. A big heat win, and more importantly, a big heat win, the first one on the CT in front of your daughter. How exciting.
Oh my gosh, it feels so good. I have the biggest smile on my face. Yeah, a lot of firsts today, and I was a little bit nervous, but mostly just excited. It was pretty challenging out there, so much out of your control, and a little bit of luck has to be on your side. So I'm very happy that I was able to at least find one and keep advancing so I can surf again.
What was that kind of like, you know, your first time coming in here at Bells and coming straight into your daughter with open arms? You know, she just wanted to come straight back to mum, but to perform like that and come into her, like, that's such a big moment in your career. Not many women have taken a step back, had a child, and come back and are doing what you're doing. It's incredible.
Oh, I know. Thank you so much. Moms are incredible. I just, there's so many friends that I have that have become moms recently that have inspired me to come back and take this leap of faith. And really, there is nothing better than coming into my daughter and my husband on the beach. And yeah, she's just been the biggest gift and biggest blessing. And I'm just grateful that I get to be a mom.
So, Carissa, I'm a big stats person. I love knowing the facts. You're actually the leading high score surfer, female surfer that we have in this event. You have 43 excellent scores over your years competing at Bells. I also like round numbers. What would it mean for you to get to number 50, you know, lock in a couple of big excellent scores this event?
Oh, that would be amazing. I'm trying not to get too ahead of myself. Really, I feel like I'm a little bit rusty. There's some things I could have done a little bit better in that heat, and I know that if I look too far ahead, it gets a little overwhelming. And my daughter doesn't let me get too far ahead. It's like whatever she needs is next. So, but I do love the stats. I would love to just keep building from here.
And of course, I know you don't want to look too far ahead, but I think there's a lot of fans, including myself around the world, that want to know. You've always been, you know, winning is your goal. It's always been the number one. Is taking home that 6th world title the big goal for the end of the year?
Oh my gosh, I mean, it would be a dream come true to just be in the title race and the conversation. Right now, I'm just trying to make heats. Starting small and trying to build confidence and momentum. I really just want to perform the way that I know that I can. And, you know, a year ago, when after giving birth, I wasn't able to walk to the mailboxes. So I feel like today was just a win to be able to put the jersey on and walk down the stairs and to come in and see. I had to take a moment and I looked at the crowd. I was like, I don't know how many more times I'm going to be able to do this here. So it feels so special and I'm just trying to soak it in.
You officially hit cool mum status. You were back and we love having you back here. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jessie. Great job. And Carissa Moore, wow, we're going to see a monumental clash in that second round because we'll have a couple of Bells champions fighting it out for a place in the quarterfinals. Carissa will now take on Isabella Nicholls in that last heat of that second round. That's going to be an awesome heat to watch. We're lucky enough to have Erin Brooks here with us. And Erin, we've got scores rolling on through. Steph Gilmore's had you'd have to call it a shaky start to this first round by her standards, but she's having a look at one here on the inside. Has some speed. She's been doing some incredible free surfing in the lead up to this opening event and just trying to connect with a wave that's going to allow her to tap into that kind of performance form. But there's going to be another throwaway there. And Luana's got another mid-range score on the way here with just 15 minutes to go. I mean, when you get to the 20-minute remaining mark, you're probably not too stressed at that point. But if you get down to sort of that 14.5-minute mark, it's a different story, isn't it?
Yeah, it definitely is. But the heat's never over until the horn blows. So you have to keep trying and never give up.
Yeah, most definitely. So here's the replay of Luana's last ride. Rich did well to hang on for the finish.
She certainly did. Very sensible surfing at the moment. You could see she was showing some restraint there. She knew that if she just put another score on the board, things were going to start putting more pressure onto Steph at this point, who doesn't have a score of any substance. So I think Luana's doing all the right things at the moment against, I guess, what is a favoured opponent. But yeah, this is going to be a very, very interesting last 14 minutes of this heat, and see if Luana can hold a nerve, and let's see if Steph can really dig in and get herself into this heat.
Big crowd on hand, just on 13.5 minutes to go. We've got Erin Brooks in the booth, and we're going to take the conversation to a sketchy place after the break. Well, there's still 12 minutes remaining in heat number 7. Luana Silva with the edge over Stephanie Gilmore at the moment. The crowd is buzzing. And once again, Vaughan is right in amongst it.
Every year, when we come to the Rip Curl Pro presented by Bonsoy, we love to check in with the Bonsoy board caddies. I've got Lily, Delilah and Poppy here, and they've been extremely busy ferrying boards up and down this famous staircase. But Lily has a very big job at hand at the moment. Who are you board caddying for in this heat?
Steph Gilmore.
Oh my goodness. How do you do it, Lil? How do you keep your wits about you?
I don't know. She's like, yeah, she's really good. I don't know. Yeah.
Tell us something like, are you and Steph Gilmore best friends in the whole wide world now that you're her board caddy?
Oh, yeah. Definitely.
And are you going to go to her birthday party and she can come to your birthday party?
Maybe.
I reckon you should. Now listen, what's the deal? Where do you keep the spare board for the surfers during heats?
You kind of just like put it next to you. I've got it over here under the staircase. Yeah.
That's a good spot. And if I came along and I was like, hey, do you mind if I just go take that board for a quick surf down at Winky Pot, what would you say to me?
No.
Oh, what? Scorched by the Bonsoy board caddies? No, good job. And have you guys been having a great trip?
Yeah.
And who's been your favourite surfer to caddy for so far?
Well, I've only done one, which was Hennessy, but she's definitely been my favourite.
That's cool. And Poppy?
Well, I did one. I can't exactly remember her name, but I only got to walk the board halfway down the stairs, and then she said, I can take it from here. So I was like, okay.
Oh, well, hopefully you get to carry boards the entire way up and down the stairs next time. Hey, thanks so much for checking in with us. Go the Bonsoy board caddies. Woo!
Yeah.
Give us a hoot.
Woo!
Good on you, Vaughan. Classic. They do a fantastic job, and they bring a lot of fun to the competitors who are right there in that focused mindset. Luana Silva getting it done over Stephanie Gilmore out here at the moment. 9.5 minutes to go. She pumps the fish. She knows that with the mid-range scores that she had, that's a good chance of upping the requirement for Steph and really applying some pressure here. Steph Gilmore was looking for an 8, but she'll likely be looking for more, Rich, after this number drops.
Yeah, absolutely. The goat's in trouble at the moment, and there's still time for her to get 2 waves. But let's have a look at the Rip Curl replay here of Luana Silva. Good-looking wave, stands up, quick snap. Stays tight in the pocket, waiting for the power to really kick in again. Another big swooping carve. And again, a third, but really this final turn here, Ronnie, the section stands up in front of her. She clicks with it. So a couple of nice carves out the back, big roundhouse cutbacks, and then she gets the final hit. Here goes Steph.
Let's see if Steph can get going here. Starts beautifully, nice carve. This is a good looking wall. And really sizing up the inside now. Aware that she's on her way to her best number and knows the importance of getting the big finish here at Bells. And just gets a little hung up there. Doesn't ride out of that final move. That'll cost her some points, but she was on her way. It'll still be her best wave. And she'll likely equal the backup number of Luana Silva's once her next wave drops in.
Yeah, much better on that exchange. And up to that point, you know, every time Luana took off on a wave, Steph was getting one and not converting. So this is the first time in the heat where she's put that wave together all the way through to the finish. There were some good signs on that wave.
6.33 for Luana, so the requirement, it blew out to a 9.83. Steph is about to drop her best score in just a moment. Erin, what did you make of that ride?
From Steph? Yeah, she's just starting to feel her feet a little more, but honestly, she looks a little disinterested. I mean, the waves aren't so good, but everyone's dealing with the same stuff, so I feel like she needs a little bit more feistiness. She needs to kind of like match the way Luana's surfing. Luana looks like she's kind of a little bit faster throughout her cars right now. She's like kind of feeling herself. I don't know. She's beating Steph right now, so she probably has a little bit more confidence. Steph just wants to get started.
It's kind of been the story, hasn't it, in the opening round for the women and the men yesterday afternoon, that there was so much positivity and energy brought by the newcomers to the tour. You know, the veterans have kind of been struggling, and today the top seeds, or the highest seeds I should say, going through the rounds, haven't been able to shake things up too much. It's been the lowest seeds who've had that spark.
It seems like a lot of the goofies as well, which I love to see.
I bet you do. I bet you do. We've been talking a little bit about the off-season, how big the off-season was for the surfers, one of the biggest that we've ever had for Championship Tour campaigners, and you got to work. You were busy. A couple of big film projects, including a new Rip Curl movie, Sketchy, which is going to be premiered tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, it was so fun to film for that. I was kind of just at home, and Angus, our Rip Curl team manager, sent a message, told me to start filming. I was like, okay, that sounds so fun. I've always wanted to be in a Rip Curl movie, hopefully on the search soon. But this is a start, and most of my, or pretty much all my section was just from Rocky Point, which is just across the street from my house. So it was just all fun.
Absolutely, and one of your best friends is featuring alongside you in the film as well, your beautiful dog.
Yeah, Jimmy. In my little intro, Mason and Sheldon, they were talking about Jimmy. It was pretty funny. I didn't even know. There's a lot of funny acting in that movie as well. Morgan and Molly and Zion Walla are definitely the stars, and I'm really excited for everyone to see it because I was like laughing my head off the whole time in a good way.
Yeah, well, my brother Vaughn actually put the movie together with his good friend Nick Paulette. They've done a number of those Rip Curl movies now, and Vaughn and I, we grew up, Richie would have been the same, watching movies like Mad Wax that had a little bit of acting in them, so that's always been a big sort of focus for Vaughn, getting the surfers to sort of step up and put on a bit more of a show. So make sure you check it out. We'll be premiering it here, and then I'm sure over the next week or so it'll become available to everyone out there, but definitely worth your time. And you had another project as well that you worked on with Red Bull.
Yeah, Caroline Marks, she actually came to Red Bull with this idea to make a new surf film for girls. There hasn't been one in like 9 years. I'm pretty sure the last one was called Leave a Message, and it had like Carissa, Lakey, Laura, Coco, like girls that I've always looked up to in a movie that I watched. But it was me, Caroline, Katie, Sierra, Molly, and Sky Brown, which is super cool to have Sky a part of it because they had surfing and skating, which is insane. But we all had some really crazy clips. I can't really say too much, but there's a lot of like never been dones before in our movie, and I'm really excited for it to come out. It comes out May 1st. We did a couple premieres in the off season in LA and New York, and had all of our friends and family and some of our sponsors, and they were just saying how there's really like a big shift in women's progression. It was so cool to see that in the movie.
Nowadays, can't wait to check it out. And it premieres pretty soon, right?
Yeah, May 1st.
May 1st, it's coming out, so make sure you keep an eye out for that. Keeping an eye out on Steph Gilmore out here at the moment. In the Steph Gilmore stand is Vaughn Blakey.
Yeah, that's right, Ronnie. I am in the Steph Gilmore stand, and there's a few nervous Nellies up here, but you know, it's been amazing as the Rip Curl Pro has evolved over all these years to see the comp site evolve with it. And one of the great initiatives is that if you're a world champ and you ride for Rip Curl, you get your very own stand. We've got the Mick Fanning stand down here, we've got the Tom Curran stand, there's a Molly Picklum stand, and of course this is the Steph Gilmore stand. And mate, this is where everyone gathers, especially the locals. I think Ellie Harrison will have a massive crowd in here in just a moment. But as I said, you know, it's so epic to be standing here right now. And if I may...
We're not worthy! We're not worthy!
She's the queen. When will the Erin Brooks stand go up is my question.
Hopefully after this year. We'll see what happens.
Love it, Erin. Yeah, well, 2 minutes and 40 seconds for Steph Gilmore to save her place and go after a record-breaking 5th Bell's title in the professional era. She's got a big number to chase down here, 7.73. You look at her last ride, the 4.1. She left some points on the end of that wave. The finish at Bell's is crucial. And Steph knows that all too well, so she'll look to really come home strong here. She's got the priority, and I think everyone would have to back her to get it done just with what she's done out here over the years, Erin.
Yeah, everyone knows that she can get it done. I've been watching her surf the last couple days. We had really good waves, and seeing the turns that she was putting down, she looked pretty unstoppable. So as long as she gets a good wave, I have faith that she can do it.
Yeah, interesting to note too that, you know, for your generation, really, you're going to be competing in this new tour format, almost sort of a throwback to how it was before the WSL finals, Final Five series, and it's going to be fun, you know, and surfers like Steph, they know that format so well. They know that it's a marathon through the year, that you can save yourself, that you get afforded those throwaway results. So if she does bow out here, she'll still back herself to turn it around.
Yeah, there's so many amazing waves that she can perform on, so many events that she's won. Especially, I'm really excited to watch her on the Gold Coast. She's the queen of snappers, so hopefully we get some really good waves and she can put down an epic performance there too.
Yeah, you're kind of like starting to, you might be the princess of snapper after your performances in the Challenger and getting the jump ins on Steph at Burleigh last year. So
I don't know. I think that title belongs to Sierra Kerr.
Oh, there you go. Very kind of you. But it is going to be awesome just watching everyone, you know, perform at their preferred stops. This is certainly one of Steph's, and this has been an impressive performance from Luana, who kind of took her chances on some mid-sized rides early on, Rich, and has kind of built some pressure on Steph throughout this heat.
Yeah, I think she identified before paddling out that the conditions were starting to lay down. It was getting a little bit inconsistent, and there was a certain type of wave that she needed to pick and get those maneuvers done. She's done that, and the rhythm has been with her. But Steph, at the 4-minute mark, did wrestle priority back off Luana, forced her into a wave. 10 seconds to go. Will she get a chance here?
Well, this one is standing up on the outside. Nervous times. They're counting it down, and Steph is forced to duck dive under this wall. And that's going to end her run. Her return to the CT hasn't gone to plan. Luana Silva, big round of applause for her, because that is the toughest draw in the opening round for sure. And she has gotten the job done, and you'll see the smile on her face in just a moment, because that was no easy feat, overcoming a 4-time Bells champion, an 8-time world champion. Erin Brooks, it's been an absolute joy to have you in here talking surfing.
Yeah, thank you guys so much. I love being in here.
No, definitely, and we wish you all the best in your run through this contest, obviously for the rest of the season, and with a dream to maybe have your own grandstand here at Bells Beach next year.
That would be the dream. Hopefully I can make it come true.
All right, well, enjoy your afternoon, and we look forward to seeing you surf in that second round. We're going to take a break here. We'll be back with another big heat. Lakey Peterson will take on the local Ellie Harrison in just a moment.
The Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Yeti, built for the wild, and by RACV, official resort and accommodation partner of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach.
What a massive result for Luana Silva, overcoming Stephanie Gilmore in the first heat. We mentioned it with Erin Brooks here for the call. There wasn't a tougher heat in that opening round, and Luana held her nerve. Definitely capable of pushing the heat scores higher, but you know, the application of pressure, Rich, and just turning the heat up on the 8-time world champion really paid off.
Yeah, absolutely. It was one of those heats where you know, Lulu just got the jump and she got a good start and started to build that pressure, some good solid surfing, and she's got good energy and good memories out here. She's done so well. So slowly becoming one of her pet events for sure.
And it's a pet event, this one, for both these competitors, surfing in their first head-to-head matchup. Lakey Peterson up against Ellie Harrison, who's had a couple of wildcard opportunities in the past. And Lakey desperately wants to get a huge result here at Bells. She spends a lot of time down here, and she's going to open up now with a beautiful carve to get started. Has that front side wrap that she can really count on to help fetch consistent scores. Not a bad start here. Also at a 2.67, just a throwaway during the break.
Yeah, love that opening turn on that wave that we've just viewed. Very aggressive and all-important finish. She got there, so this is going to be a decent number here for Lakey Peterson. Let's have a look at the replay. Wave stands up. She's pumping, driving for speed. Comes around this section up high. Beautiful rail carve. Just sits on that hillside rail. And then a bit of a sleepy cut back through the mid-zone, but patiently waits for the wave to stand up again in front of her, and then just clicks that foamy section to finish off. Lakey, somewhat of an adopted local down here. Husband Tom, and well, crowd favourite is definitely going to be Ellie Harrison.
Yeah, Lakey, one of the longest serving members on the CT. In her 14th year, she's had 6 CT victories, all on the forehand, and that is her weapon. Strong, great variety in her surfing. She's had a number of solid finishes here at Bells Beach. She's semi-finaled at this venue a few times, cracked a number of quarters, but she so desperately wants to get the victory here. She loves it.
Yeah, it's when you think about Lakey's style and her approach, it sort of fits with Bells Beach, doesn't it? Whether we're out here on the bowl or down at Winky Pop or even at Rincon, the high tide section, you know, Lakey's style definitely fits with this wave, and she's shown that on the opening exchange here, getting a 5.5 on that ride, so pretty good, comparable to some of the top scores in the heat previous. So a good start for Lakey.
Ellie Harrison, she is the Rip Curl wildcard. Heartbreaking moments for Ellie up at Surfest, that final Challenger Series event. You know, a place on the CT slipped through her fingers. But that will just, I think, obviously inspire, you know, a lot of competitive fire for her to just remind everyone that, you know, she deeply believes that she should be on this CT. She's had great runs in this contest in the past. Quarterfinal here back in 2024. Had a pretty magic run. Beat Molly Picklum and Isabella Nicholls in the opening round, and then knocked Tyler Wright off, who was chasing a 3rd straight Bells title that year. And then last year, won an opening heat, beat Tyler and Vahine before Tyler got her back in the second round. So she's beaten some of the best out here. She spent a lot of time in this lineup. One of the more experienced surfers in the draw, no doubt.
Yeah, well, just given all the stats that you've just delivered, you'd have to think that Ellie Harrison is destined to get a spot on this tour at some point. You mentioned just narrowly missing out by 1 heat, and that's pretty tough as a surfer to go through those emotions and just think, you know, one more re-entry, one more close of a finishing wave and getting a couple more points, and that would have been the difference, and I would have been on this tour. So a lot of grit and determination, and for her to muster up the courage to keep doing it, you know, and yeah, she's going to have a big career.
Yeah, that's 2 years in a row too that she's sort of suffered that devastation of just missing out on a full-time berth on the CT. But she's young and she's talented and she's got plenty of fire, and she's going to take off on this one, but just gets a little caught up there. Got swamped by the whitewater and just never really got any momentum, and it was a good looking wave through the inside.
Yeah, just again the riddle that is the Bell's Bowl. As the water increases over the reef, you've really got to be super in tune with how the wave breaks, and what happens is, Ron, it tends to flatten out really fast. So you need to come from behind the sections, and your timing needs to be on point. And that's a good look there at where the surfers normally line up. You can see the stairwell that goes up from the beach up into the competition area, and that stairwell acts as the line-up point so that you can position yourself exactly where you need to be.
Yeah, so we just relieved Erin Brooks from commentary duties, because I don't know if she wanted to hang around and watch this next heat unfold, this one, because she'll be taking on the winner of this clash in that second round. And we talked about it, Rich. I mean, there is plenty of talent in the top side of the draw, but on the bottom side of the draw is where all the world champs are. Only one former Bells champion in the top side of the draw, Tyler Wright. Multiple world titles, multiple Bells titles in this bottom half of the draw. Amazing.
Well, Ellie Harrison just threw down a hammer on that final wave that she just took off on. It was a good one. Let's check it out on the Stone and Wood slow-mo. Ellie, look at the eye line of sight, right on the lip line of that wave. She connects with it perfectly. Gets a bit of unstable drift with the foam as she comes down. But then at this moment here, reconnects with the wave face and perfectly finished. So the judges, I think they're going to like that. Even though it was a one turn, I think they're going to throw some numbers at it.
No doubt. Yeah, they're going to eat it up for sure. And Ellie's family, they'd be down here. Her grandmother is her greatest supporter, Dabba. She'd be watching on in the grandstands, no doubt. And she drops a 6-point ride. And the Rip Curl stands, they'll be lighting up right now. And we've got a heat on our hands. Really evenly matched, these two competitors. Great forehand approaches for both. Ellie's still in second place at this stage. IC showing us the panel's numbers there. It's really solid judging, consistency across the board. 25 minutes to go.
Yeah, great judging there, and spot on, really. Just the one big, impactful manoeuvre. And Lakey just under that and did it a different way with multiple turns.
All right, well, let's hear now from Luana Silva. A massive heat win, probably one of the more memorable heat wins of her career so far. Jessie Starling.
Oh, Ron, you're so right. A massive heat win over Steph Gilmore. There was so much hype about her coming back to the tour. Obviously, the GOAT of the women's side of the sport. You draw her in the opening round and you get the job done. You get the dub over the GOAT. How do you feel?
I feel great. I mean, I don't think I could have had a harder matchup. She's won like 4 bells out here. She's the GOAT, 8-time world champ. I mean, I think she had more to lose than I did, but at the same time, these last 2 years, I actually got her spot when she wanted to take the break. So it was kind of like, I don't know what kind of situation that was. I was like, thanks, Steph. But no, I can't be your friend in the water. No, but I'm stoked. She's been my inspiration since I was 8 years old. I've always wanted to wear Roxy because of her. I mean, her style is insane. Like, I have the most respect for her. I think she's just the GOAT. I don't have much more to say. I love her.
I think we all do. We're all big Steph fangirls, and it's hard to kind of switch that off though. Like when you go into heat, like, oh my God, that's Steph Gilmore, and then you're like, oh wait, no, I have to beat her. How did you kind of switch that off to go into game mode?
I don't know. I just try to just control the things that I can control. I just try to focus on myself, and if she got good waves, then props to her, but I just try to control the things that I could control. I mean, I think when I paddled out there, it was such a pinch me moment. The crowd is epic down here. Like, it's Steph at bells. Like, what better? Like, how much better could that be? Yeah, I don't know. I was kind of fangirling out in the water before the heat too, but I had to turn it off.
And also, I know that was only your first heat, but last year you got second in this event. Only one more spot you can go from there. What would it take for you to ring the big bell?
I think just kind of do what I did last year. I think last year I've kind of found a confidence in myself out here, and I just started to believe in myself and had faith. And yeah, I think it's just to keep doing what I was doing last year, but just turn it a notch better.
A quick little shout out to all your fans back in Brazil.
Queria mandar oi para minha mãe, meu pai, meu irmão assistindo em casa. Beijão para vocês e minha família no Brasil também. Feliz em passar essa e espero até a próxima.
Awesome. Thank you, Lulu. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jessie. Luana Silva, you could see that she was buzzing. Massive win. She'll settle those emotions and get really focused on her next big heat. It will be a huge one. I believe she'll be taking on Tyler Wright. 21.5 minutes to go here. We saw some rides during the interview, Rich. And Lakey Peterson uncharacteristically falling, and looked like she had a pretty decent wave too.
Yeah, just got stuck on the rail during one of the calves and came unstuck. So, well, when you look at the two scores at the moment, Ronnie, there's not much separating them, just half a point. So this second scoring ride is going to be very, very important. And Ellie Harrison has the opportunity to put some pressure on. So this is Lakey. You can see here the wall standing up. And she goes for this mid-face carve and just gets caught up on that heel side rail a little bit. Just gets caught on a little ridge on the wave face. And, well, it looks like she's going to get up and riding again.
Yeah, having a look at this one. Kind of looked over her shoulder. She could see it was going to flatten out. You know, you look at these heats on paper, Rich, and you're going to go, oh, God. Steph Gilmore, what a difficult draw in this opening round. I'm sure Lakey Peterson was looking at Ellie Harrison and thinking much the same thing. This
Totally.
is a difficult draw. She would have seen a lot of Ellie surfing. Obviously, there's a wild card in this event, but just also just in free surfs. And she's been down here visiting.
Yeah, Ellie's super confident here, and as we just watched Stephanie Gilmore, all class. She's giving plenty of times to the fans here.
Yeah, the crowd kind of swarms, doesn't it? You know, it's the same kind of buzz, sort of special buzz reserved for the likes of Slater when he's in town, Fanning. Steph Gilmore is going to be there for quite some time. Maybe run some booties down to her and a towel. But they do give so much of themselves. Even, you know, after the disappointment of losing an opening round heat, Steph will hang about. So she understands just that a lot of people have turned out to watch her compete today.
Oh, absolutely, and that's an obligation of a champion. She knows that she has duties here and needs to give some time to the fans and all the people that have come down to really get up close and personal. And surfing is a special sport like that, where you can get very close to your heroes. You can sit on the beach. You can even share the lineup with them, really. And I don't think there's any other sport where you can, you know, you can't share the track with a Formula One racer. You can't go out on centre court and hit balls with anyone. So
you can, but you'll get run over.
Yeah.
18.5 minutes to go. As we take a trip on the Victoria flight cam, you can see there's that committed crowd. It's a pretty chill day out there, Rich.
Yeah, it is windy. It's probably, I don't know, 13, 14 degrees maybe outside. And yeah, this wind is going to hang around for most of the day, I think, and then it'll taper off tomorrow. But again, you know, the tide's filling in quickly, Ronnie, and the waves are getting very, very tricky right now.
Certainly is. Just on 18 minutes to go here. And that is the entrance to the beach here at Bells Beach. We saw the former champs' names on those stairs. Everyone in this draw either wants to add another year to their name or put their name up there for the first time. Incredible history at this contest. Just under 18 minutes to go. And really the big story throughout this opening couple of days of competition has been the clash of veterans and the new wave of rookies and the younger surfers on the tour are shaking things up in a big way.
Yeah, they certainly have, and I'm not going to say they're disrespecting their elders and their heroes, but they're definitely coming in with a very confident attitude. And the thing that I've noticed a lot is just how energetic they are in their approach. And Erin touched on it just in terms of the body language that she picked up with Steph on some of those waves that she was surfing. So, they're coming in with real enthusiasm and intent to take down the more established pros.
Well, all the competitors are keeping a keen eye on the conditions. We're going to take a quick break here, and we'll see if Ellie Harrison can turn this heat around with just over 16.5 minutes to go.
The GWM Aussie treble, the best in Australia.
The double favourite.
Bells are ringing here on the cliffs of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro.
Gold Coast, Queensland, Australia.
300 is good.
Welcome back to the show. The opening round for the women continues. The last heat of the round unfolding right here. 14.5 minutes to go. Lakey Peterson with a slight edge over the local Ellie Harrison, who has a 6 in her account, the highest single ride of the heat. Doesn't need a lot to jump up into first place. And we've still got some time to enjoy watching these two fight it out for a place in the second round. But right now, we got a special guest joining us. Jakara Anthony, an Olympic gold medalist, joining Vaughan Blakey.
Well, every single year, the Rip Curl Pro dishes up absolute legends who come down to catch the world's best surfers in action. And we have a 2-time Olympic gold medalist, Jakara Anthony, here with us. Hello, Jakara.
Hey, good to be here.
How's things?
Yeah, they've been good. Been home a few weeks, just chilling out in Barwon Heads, and yeah, get over here like I do every year to watch them rip it up out there.
So you come down every year to watch the event?
Pretty much. I think out of the last 6 or so, I've been down every year. So yeah.
Mate, it's great to have you here. Fellow Barwon Head surfer coming up pretty soon, Ellie Harrison.
Yeah, so stoked to see Ali back in the draw, getting that wild card. Always love to get to watch her surf, along with all the Aussie chicks and just along with everyone, really.
Mate, we were talking the other day about, the vibe of the Winter Olympics and how much Aussie support there was for you guys over there. Do you feel a sort of similar atmosphere when you come down here to the Rip Curl Pro?
Yeah, it's so awesome coming down here and seeing how many people just are getting behind all the athletes. It's such an epic atmosphere as well. I wish we had more events like this, a bit more similar to the Olympics we just had in Italy, but so cool to be a part of it down here.
And you're a 2-time gold medalist, and we've got a few gold medalists here. I think Carissa Moore's here, obviously. Carolyn Mark's here as well. Have you guys compared medals, and do you have your medal on you?
I've got the medal on me. I have not been able to compare with any of the surfers yet. I don't even think I've met Carissa and Carolyn, but Carissa especially someone that I've really looked up to throughout my career. So, you know, maybe we'll get to compare one day.
That would be sick. Have a look at this thing. Wow. What's it like when you get that thing draped around your neck?
Oh, it's pretty phenomenal. It's one of the best feelings in the world, honestly. You know, you put so much effort into it, not just you, but your whole team around you. It's a whole village, literally, as cliche as it is. So, yeah, massive. Oh, I can't even describe the feeling in words, to be honest.
Well, I feel nervous just being in the presence of that medal. It is a hectic energy coming off that thing. I don't want to tarnish it, so I'll take a couple of steps back. Look, it's so great to have you down here. We really hope that you enjoy the surfing action, and Ellie in particular. And I hope you get to compare your medal with Caroline and Carissa later on.
Yeah, thanks so much. Stoked to be here.
Good on you, Jack.
Great to have Jakara down here. Getting a couple of golds for Barwon Heads. Ellie Harrison out there. She's chasing a little bit of medal for herself. One of those beautiful Bell's trophies. And she's just had a ride, Rich. Do you think it's going to see her into the lead here?
Well, they both got rides, and it's going to go close for sure. I'd like to just see the replays of the opening of Ellie's wave and how much work she got done out the back. She did a bit of work to get all the way through to the inside. Here we go. Cool replay here. Just cutting back into the source, waiting for it to stand up again. Gets a little kind of snap under the lip, and then tags that little foamy section, and then all the way through to the inside. Another little projection glide over that foam section. Check turn, and then really this is the best turn of the wave there, that closeout turn with a bit more speed and aggression. And then this is Lakey Peterson. So really it's going to separate them too. These backup waves, a better open face carve. So instantly I think Lakey's got the advantage here, just with the strength of that opening turn. Comes through to the inside and checks out. So 2 turns out the back versus Ellie's longer wave. And the scores will stay somewhat conservative, but let's see where they drop.
Yeah, really comparable. 3.67 for Lakey, less turns, but getting just a slight edge on the exchange. It's funny, they seem like inconsequential numbers, but they've worked in Ellie's favour, and she maintains her position at the top, which means that Lakey's going to have to make a move with that priority at some stage here. And yeah, I think both those surfers will easily dispose of those numbers before the completion of this heat.
Yeah, for sure. You'd think so. It's a really close battle, this one. I guess we'll call it a little bit scrappy, but conditions very testing. Here we go. Lakey up and riding. Just quick jump off there. So ejecting, just identifying nothing was, no points on offer there. So best to just jump off quickly as fast as you can and get back out the back. You don't ever want to miss that opportunity. So you're just going, getting just sucked down by the turbulent water there.
So just getting word that we will be moving into the second round of the men's event. And that means Miguel Pupo and Joel Vaughan will be hitting the lineup next. And here goes Miggy. Brazilian style master making his way down. Joel Vaughan, we haven't seen too many airs laid down, Rich, but if anyone's going to find a section, it'll be Joel. But right now, Ellie calling for an update, wanting to probably know what she scored for that last ride and what her position is, because she's still hanging on to that lead. So Joel Vaughan there.
Yeah, plenty of support on the way down, just feeding off the energy of everyone there. And well, Joel, like you said, mate, just an incredible talent in the air. Had a win at the Stab High event, the wave pool, and mate, he has just been laying down some crazy clips, man. Just so creative. And if he does find the section, I'll be surprised if he doesn't. Head to the sky.
Lakey just hunting one down on the inside here, looking for some opportunity. Really aware that that tide is on the way in and things could be slowing up, so she wants to take her chances and just get herself to the top of the order here.
She's got to be careful though, because there are still these sneaky sets that come through, and if Ellie can find herself on one of those bigger, better waves and drop a good score, then the pressure instantly gets transferred to Lakey, and it looks like she's got a fairly decent wave here.
Yeah, Harrison taking off and doesn't get anything out of this wave. So this is such a tight heat at the moment. Priority's been seesawing between these two competitors, but they're both holding on to a really similar score, 5.5, less than half a point in it. So, you know, it's all hedging on this next big exchange.
Yeah, for sure. And I guess at this point, you almost start to second guess your wave choice, because now you've... no, Lakey, so with priority, Lakey Peterson just struggled to get onto that wave, which could have potentially offered her a really good score, but Ellie Harrison gets the second wave. Awkward takeoff, but she's to her feet. Oh, and she's gotten caught behind as well. So a decent sized set that's come through, and maybe Lakey's going to get another chance.
She is, and this first section looks clean, and Lakey's going to draw off the bottom, straight up into the lip. Good connection there. Probably one of the stronger turns we've seen in this heat so far. Goes to the rail now, adding the extras. Can she get the finish? Oh, the core was working, but wasn't strong enough to get her back up on her feet on top of her board. A tricky late section to arrive to. But Lakey Peterson, she didn't need a whole lot to get herself up in the first here, just a 4.11. But how was the just absolute allergy to priority for both competitors there? They didn't want it.
No, it was quite an entertaining for us, an entertaining exchange here. But let's have a look at the replay. So Lakey, this is how she lost priority, just couldn't get quite down the face of that one. Then Ellie took off on this one. From the start, it actually looked like a good wave. And then with an awkward takeoff, she just pulls through, and I think that wave went down the line, ran off, and then Lakey gets another shot at it here. But I do like the aggression, Ronnie, of this first turn, just straight up into it, challenges the lip and comes off the victor. Another big swooping turn, and a very tricky end section. Got there a little bit late and unfortunately couldn't pull it off, but still that opening turn, I think there's going to be, well, it might be enough to just put her out in front.
Really interesting heat. Now it looks like compounding errors for both competitors, but I think it speaks to just how difficult the conditions are out here at the moment. People finding it hard to find a clean place to lay a big rail turn or even connect with the lip. Lakey does get the number she needs to catapult herself up into the lead, 4.77. And Ellie just had another ride to potentially get the lead back, but
it's not it.
No big turns there, so she's still after a 4.27.
And she's paddling too, mate, so that's probably a minute and a half paddle for her to get back to the lineup from here. Minute and a half. So that'll put her down into the 3-minute mark by the time she's out the back, and Lakey Peterson will establish priority there.
Still not a big enough requirement to really shake Ellie Harrison up just yet. But Lakey will get that priority on the outside, and that's going to be the big advantage heading into the final minutes here. Let's have a look at the GWM heat recap. Lakey Peterson kicked things off with a 5.5.
Yeah, some good surfing from Lakey Peterson. Obviously really comfortable out here, spends a lot of time in this area and just tagging that inside section. So all signs at the beginning of the heat looked like this was going to be fireworks, and Ellie Harrison, for me still, that is the turn of the heat so far. Really aggressive, on point. And then it's been a very scrappy second half with our ladies just trying to pick up that second scoring ride. Unfortunately, Ellie was just a bit late to that turn there, and it set the rhythm off for the rest of the ride. She got some work done, but again, just looking for those better than mid-range scores to take control of this heat. There's almost a feeling of desperation, Ronnie, in how the girls are actually surfing their waves here. And this is the 4.77, the wave that took Lakey Peterson into the lead. You can see that opening turn nice and strong. The second carve, and unfortunately doesn't get the third, but it was enough. The 4.77 puts her out in front. She has priority, just under 3 minutes to go, and Ellie Harrison needing a 4.27. So what Ellie is hoping for now is a set with multiple waves in it, 2 or 3 waves, where she can really sort of force the issue on Lakey, get her to relinquish priority, and then she'll have a crack at the next wave.
Yeah, I guess the big positive for Ellie Harrison here in this heat at the moment is the fact that both Lakey scores have been the result of multiple manoeuvres to get mid-range numbers, whereas Ellie Harrison's got the best number of the heat with a single turn. So, you know, there's something in that.
Yeah, absolutely. If she can just find that one section, and then you can see those waves crumbling out the back, that is indicative of a swell line moving towards the lineup. So perhaps there will be another exchange. Leandro Dora, coach for Lakey Peterson, looks on somewhat nervously because he knows that that she's not safe by any means. Here we go. Here's some lumps of water starting to move towards our competitors.
All right, decision time for Lakey. She's going to let this one go, and getting just almost barreled in that prone position there was Ellie. 1.5 minutes to go. So Lakey pretty aware that Ellie was caught out of position there, so she didn't push to utilise her priority. She wanted to maintain that control on the outside. And now she's really dialed in, paying close attention to every move that Ellie Harrison makes in this lineup.
Yeah, she's going to stick to it like glue for this final minute here and just try and close this one out. I'll be surprised if we get another set, just given the rhythmic nature of how it moves here at Bells Beach. The sets come in, you know, spaces of 3, 4, even 5 minutes at times, even longer. So hoping, well, Ellie's hoping for another set. A few little lumps coming, but will they get here on time?
We'll be diving into the story of who's coaching who throughout the 2026 season. Been a bit of shuffling around the grounds. And I think people just looking for a fresh feel and wanting to tap into a group that, you know, potentially feels right, feels comfortable, brings some mojo to your performances. 20 seconds to go here, and Ellie pushes Lakey Peterson to use that priority. It's a nice turn from Lakey on a medium-sized set. Seems to have a more confident flow running through this wall. And she brings it through to the inside, trying to improve on a 4.77 here. The wave standing up nicely again on the inside, and Lakey clubs these final sections and looked a lot more sure-footed in that situation.
Totally, absolutely. That's the most confidently ridden wave in this heat, in particular for Lakey Peterson. She put that wave together. What a great turn there for Ellie Harrison. Unfortunately, too little too late, but that just gives you an indication of the talent of this young lady. And well, Lakey Peterson has I guess put a bit of a cork in the flow of all these rookie and lower seeded surfers that have just been taking down the higher seeds and the bigger names. So Lakey Peterson moves on through.
And gets swarmed by the fans down there on the beach here at Girard. We're gearing up to move into the second round of the men's event next. It is going to be Brazil's Miguel Pupo taking on Joel Vaughan. But before we get to that, let's have a look at the fat boy ride of the heat from Lakey Peterson.
Yeah, nice quick snap to start off into a big swooping cutback. And then some nice rail work through the inside section here, and then brings it all the way into the shore break. The wave stands up again, and Lakey connects a few more times there, but a bit more aggression and flair on those turns. And that's actually good confidence for her to take that into the next round.
Go and have a look at some of those matchups at worldsurfleague.com. They are unbelievable. And that bottom half of the women's draw is so stacked. We're going to see what unfolds now in the second round for the men. We're going to bring in Joe, Bugs and Flick for the call.
For over 50 years, surfing has lived at the edge. Risk, rivalry, icons. Legends shape the culture.
Look at this wave.
The fearless rewrote the rules.
Thanks for being with us at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. Stop number 1 of the World Surf League Championship Tour. We have a lot of people to thank for making this sport come true. And one of them's in the booth with us right now, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, one of the founders of pro surfing and the World Tour. Busted Down the Door, that's a real movie. And Bugs is one of the stars. We always like to hear that story, Bugs, of you and your friends going, hey, we want to get paid to surf. We want to decide who's the best in the world. And it wasn't easy. But look where we're sitting today. You guys did it.
Yeah, we look, we kind of willed it into existence, I'd have to say. We wanted it to happen in our time. So we got to kind of live our dreams, and you know, the Rip Curl Pro, very much a big part of it.
Yeah, starting one of the longest running events on the calendar. Bugs, those early events, you know, what were they like? What was the criteria like way back in the day?
Well, first of all, you know, you got to remember, we came from 6-man heats. Going to man-on-man when Peter Druin first introduced it at the Stubbies Classic. We came down here to the Rip Curl Pro. Doug Warbrick always used to come up with different formats every single year. He's a very innovative guy. And, yeah, so it was always, you know, interesting coming to Bells and just seeing what he's dished up.
That's right. Doug Claw Warbrick, a legend, one of the co-founders of Rip Curl. Doug and his good friend Brian Singer created a brand that still celebrates surfing today at the highest level. Part of the furniture around here in the state of Victoria, and especially here on the Surf Coast, as we watch round 2, heat number 1 get started. Miguel Pupo versus Joel Vaughn. Joel Vaughn into his 2nd year on the championship tour, representing North Shelley. The NSB board riders, they're having a club round today. I think they have more competitors than they've ever had, about 190 competing, and they've got a big screen on right now to cheer on Joel Vaughn today.
Wow, that's so cool. That's really, really cool. So much support there from the sunny coast. So hello to all those guys tuning in. And I'm looking forward to seeing this matchup. This is the first time, obviously, today we're seeing the men, and really contrasting approaches, I'd say, here. Obviously, you've got, you know, Miguel that we're looking at right now, Goofy taking on Joel, the regular footer, and, you know, it's lending itself to experience. And you got Joel here, who's, you know, he's off the back of his rookie year and in his 2nd year on tour. So very different approaches here. And, you know, with the conditions on offer and that high tide, you know, filling in, it's going to be interesting to see how these two guys play it.
Yeah, for Joel Vaughn, he's 22. For Miguel Pupo, he's turned into one of the, you know, part of the older guard, 34 years of age. The goofy foot from Brazil has always been popular, obviously, for what he can do in the water, but always so humble and kind to everybody. Real cool human, Miguel Pupo, who's really found his stride throughout his 30s, and always thanking his younger brother for pushing him, Samuel Pupo, in the draw as well here at Bells. And Miguel just finding a really great longevity and finally getting that first breakthrough win at the CT level in Tahiti in a shootout with Cowley Vost a couple of years back. Bells hasn't always been kind to Miguel as far as results are concerned, you know, with several trips here. In fact, this is his 10th time competing in this event. He's only made the quarterfinals 1 time. So he's going to try to see if he can find that magic. It was kind of like he was understanding those goofy foot stories that were like, oh, it's pretty tough on your backhand. And he'd always go, yeah, it is really tough, but I'm still putting my head down and imagining myself winning this thing.
Totally. You know, we were listening in when Erin was in the booth before, and, you know, she was speaking about just how difficult it's been for her too to try and find sort of her stride here on the backhand. And really, what's happening if you're a goofy here is you're looking for a different kind of wave compared to the guys on their forehand. I feel that you really need to sort of find a slower wave because you've got your back facing to the wave. There is an advantage, though, of being a goofy, and that's that you can really square up and get really tight in the pocket, where sometimes, you know, this wave will force you out more onto, you know, that more horizontal surfing if you are on your forehand, the big traditional carves that you know, you're known to see here on the bowl. But yeah, it's not an easy feat, no doubt. I mean, I think on the women's side, it's been 25 years since we've seen, you know, a goofy win, and then the last would have been Italo on the men's. So what was that, 2019? So yeah. A little while between drinks for the goofies out here.
Yeah, Matty Wilkinson had a great goofy foot win. He had the famous one-liner when he got up the stairs. We saw Mick Fanning. He's like, what is going on? He said that because he hadn't won in his career for about 6 years. And he started off the season with back-to-back wins at Snapper and then right here at Bells Beach. These two kind of creating space in the lineup now. Miguel Pupo saw a little section kind of pop up, but deeper on this one is Joel Vaughn. Attacks the whitewater well, fades it, and will just hop out of there. He'll just get the priority rotation going. Joel Vaughn's got a lot of siblings that rip. More famously around the world, his younger brother Huey Vaughn been kind of taking over that wave pool aerial show that we've been enjoying in different types of formats that Stab's been running. And Joel Vaughn turned in his best result in his rookie year going to the air back at Lower Trestles, Bugs, when he ended up getting into the quarterfinals. A crucial result for him to re-qualify on the tour.
Yeah, that really was a crucial result, and he went to the air, and both the brothers are aerial specialists. As we see, though, the Brazilian Miguel Pupo.
Good tag there for Miguel. Finding a long stretched out canvas to start, and a little messy onshore turbulence that he'll try to iron out here. Gets a little speed down the line and just gets a little lost, which is very easy to do at Bells, even on a clean day, let alone a really onshore day like we have at the moment.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed with that finish, Flick, because he kind of set up a good backup wave, I felt, and he really bogged that edge.
Yeah, that was tricky. It was so hard to read. I mean, the first turn, he places this really well. I think, you know, at the beginning, I'm thinking, okay, he's picked off a great wave for the goofy up into the lip there. Things were looking really nice, but just right here, this big bauble here, it's just such a hard section to read. Comes through to the inside. You think if he could get a finish here, he might be on his way to potential good score, but just hit this bit of deep water and sort of bogged the rail there. It is so tricky. That high tide's filling in. I think we got a 2:30 p.m. high tide today, so we are approaching that. What's the time now? As I look at my clock, 12:30, so a couple of hours away, but obviously big tides around the full moon, and yeah, being Easter long weekend, so yeah, there's a big coefficient here.
Yeah, it's always a challenge at Bells, huh, Bugs, when, you know, the tide's getting high and maybe competitors are trying to go, do I move towards Rincon? Do I stay on the bowl? Do I get lost in between? I mean, that's just a story we see unfold every year out here.
Yeah, there's a certain transition time in the tide where the bowl gets very quiet. You know, someone can make a break over to Rincon, and they'll halfway over there, a big set comes roaring through the bowl. You know, it's tricky. It's a judgment call, and sometimes you pull it off. And I've seen some absolute, you know, like genius calls.
Just being connected to the ocean, it's such a part of it, knowing when to adapt. There's a wrapping turn from Joel Vaughn. Going to the air, a big full rotation. There's a little flash of that brilliance. When you don't see your stock standard air section, Joel Vaughn shows he can punt anywhere on this wave. It's a flyaway, but he's going to get another chance. Miguel Pupo now getting into the mix. Missing the finish on the wave before, kept his opening score to 4.33. 2.17 start for Joel Vaughn as they're just getting started.
I mean, that was either a 2.17 or an 8. They talk about the support he's got. That, you know, North Shelley, as they're watching the whole thing, they just won the Australian Board Riders Battle, and that is without their 2-star surfers, Joel Vaughn and Molly Picklum. Yeah. I mean, you know, imagine they are a strong club.
Very strong. Go to the Stone and Wood slow-mo to see that rotation and that pop that he has. Just couldn't find the landing.
Oh, I think he's making that any other day of the week. You could see it's just the conditions, right, that's making that landing super tricky. There was kind of like a little break in the wave, a little funny rivet, but I think, yeah, his make rate's so high, this guy. I mean, we saw it here last year, right? I think he had that incredible moment at Winky and where he did that big full rotation and sort of, you know, I mean, everyone's known he's so good in the air, but he really did put, you know, the world on notice. And yeah, I remember that blew up on socials. So he's obviously, yeah, really well versed and not afraid to go for it today.
That's right. Ended up with an equal 9th here last year, which was impressive. Have a series of those in his first run as a rookie on tour, where Miguel Pupo's rookie year was a long time ago in the rookie class with John Florence and Gabriel Medina. Always has found consistency, has gone through a couple of injuries over the years, and recently, last couple seasons, changing up equipment to JS Industries. But as we know, his father made it boards for a very long time, Wagner Pupo, longtime competitor representing Brazil.
Oh, yeah, Wagner's a really solid surfer in his own right. And you think about that year that they all graduated, John, Gabriel Medina, Miguel Pupo, you know, Kolohe Dino. It was an amazing class coming through.
What a time. Yeah, that we actually had a mid-season rotation back then. So Miguel got the call up at lowers to surf the back half of the year. Same story for John and Gabriel. Way back in 2011. Big arcs in the pocket for the Australian. North Shelley board riders hooting at the big screen during their club round. Now Joel Vaughn setting up this inside. It's getting a little bit drawn out and full and flat on the face, but he's hanging in there now, going the distance, finds himself a section to throw the fins out and runs out of room. But played that game well. You think about having to be in the moment in a clear mind. All these rides aren't really pre-planned on a day like today. You've just got to be spontaneous and react, and that's what Joel Vaughn does his best surfing.
Yeah, there's a lot of reacting here. Just, you know, such quick decisions under pressure. I think the read on this wave was so good. It wasn't an easy wave to surf, and the way that he picked the eyes out of it just to find that one section that he could really, you know, lay the board on rail. Today's not conducive for that this afternoon. It is hard to get that board on rail and to stay on rail the whole time. So he did such a good job at that. I mean, he brings it through to the inside here. Probably doesn't get, like, you know, the explosive sort of finish he was looking for here. But it's a good read, really, because, yeah, it's not easy to get the board on rail and continuously.
So Joel Vaughn on the Red Bull ski. We'll wait to see how high he goes on the scale. It'll be a 6.0. Drop in is 217. Miguel Pupo now needs a 435 in the early stages of the matchup. Once again, celebrating a new format this year, no non-elimination. So we ran 4 heats last night and had a big impact on the seeding here for round 2, Bugs, with Mateus Hurdy getting past Liam O'Brien in a close decision. The big role was watching what Dane Henry might do as the Rip Curl wild card. He took out rookie Oscar Berry. Luke Thompson got past the Moroccan Ramsey Bukiem, and then Caltech's Callum Robson, a former finalist out here, lost to local wild card Xavier Huxtable.
Well, you know, that was I think I don't know, it was a red or blue singer. They all won, like the unexpected. You know, the lower seeded surfers all caused some major boilovers yesterday.
And that theme continued for the women's round, especially at the start of round 1 this morning. But setups are some big matchups. We've got the rematch of Ethan Ewing and George Pitar flick coming up next.
That's going to be cool. We obviously had this iconic moment where they matched up, and it was last year, wasn't it? Or was it the year previous?
2 years ago.
It was 2 years ago now. Wow, okay. Time moves fast. And honestly, we were all rubbing our hands together because obviously Ethan being in such good form. George, I feel like, you know, his rail work is absolutely beautiful. It was the first time that he started really putting, I guess, like he had this opportunity. It was a wild card opportunity, right? And really started to put everyone on notice. And then they matched up, and there was we were down at Winky, and it all came down to like the last few minutes of the heat. And it was a really, really tight decision, really tight moment in the judging. And yeah, it was cool. Obviously, Ethan got the jump over George that time, but it was very, very close. And George was humble in his defeat.
Last heat was won by Lakey Peterson. She's with Vaughn.
Thanks so much, Joey. Lakey, congratulations. The new year has kicked off, and you've kicked off as well with a great heat win there. Tricky conditions.
Very tricky, very tricky. I feel like I've surfed the bowl a lot tricky, but it never ceases to surprise you. Right when you think you got it figured out, you realize you don't. So, and also just having Ellie, who's obviously such a local and surfing really, really well. Her style suits the wave so well. So, yeah, I'm happy to make it through. I definitely made some mistakes. I got some cobwebs to dust off, but a heat win is a heat win, so I'll take it.
Yeah, you're so right. Ellie is probably the most dangerous person to draw, but you spent a lot of time down here yourself. I know you were here for a few weeks leading into this. Did you surf many days like this?
I actually did. I was talking to my husband because he grew up right over the hill here, so we've been here for a while just with his family, and there was a lot of this wind when I was here, like in January and all that, so I have surfed it a lot like this, which feels right at home, but yeah, hopefully we get some cleaner days coming up. It's so nice when it does its thing, but I definitely am used to this southeast wind situation for sure.
Well, you kind of got to love it in all its moods, or it just won't love you back. That's how it works.
Exactly.
But you did elect to ride a slightly longer board. What's the thinking there?
Yeah, I kind of just, I'm going up on all my boards this year. I felt like anytime I ride a 5'10", I used to ride 5'8" as my regular shorty, and you know, the bowl I always would ride like maybe a 5'9", a little step up, but I've just sort of said this year 5'10" is the smallest I'm going to go, kind of anywhere, and I think the length just looks good. If I can turn the board, I think it makes my surfing kind of look bigger. So, yeah, I'm really happy with that. It's been a good change for me, and hopefully we just keep getting good waves to perform in.
It didn't just look good, it looked epic, mate. You're bashing it out there. Well done, Lakey. A great start to the year.
Thanks so much. Yeah, thanks. Happy to be back. Hi to my family back home. Happy Easter, everyone. Have a beautiful weekend, and we'll see you guys soon.
Well said. What a legend. Longtime vet from Southern California, Lakey Peterson, getting through into the next round. Definitely an adopted local around these parts since her husband Thomas grew up here right over the hill. Great surfer as well. And they split their time well between now San Clemente and right down here at Bells Beach. So she spends a lot of time in this lineup when her friends on tour aren't around. And it really paid off in that wild heat with Ellie Harrison in that last matchup. Flick, she moves on to take on Erin Brooks in the next round.
Oh, it's every matchup. They're going to be so good. I think Erin's obviously so keen. I was listening in when she was in on the booth, and you know, she's obviously learned a lot from her first year on tour, and I think she'll probably put a lot of expectation on how she, you know, showed up in that first year, and maybe, you know, didn't meet what she maybe thought. And yeah, I think coming into this year, it's going to be exciting to see, you know, an Erin Brooks who's already had that first year. She's got a bit of confidence. She's been all through the locations, and matching up against Lakey, that's going to be pretty interesting. You know, obviously, Lakey said, you know, her husband, Thomas Allen, you know, he's grown up over the back of the hill here. So Lakey spent so much time. She's, you know, an adopted local and knows this wave so well. So yeah, it will be a good matchup coming up.
And great job for the coach, Leandra Dora, you know, with Mateus Hurdy. Luana Silva getting past the GOAT, Steph Gilmore. That was a huge upset that we had in the opening round. So women's tour expanded to top 24. Now it's down to 16 remaining. That Alawana shot to ring the bell. Caroline Marks will have Alyssa Spencer. Anatle Lior will have Betty Lou. Gabriella Bryant, Kika Veselko. Lulu's got Tyler Wright, so more Aussie world champs and Bells champs ahead of Lulu. The reigning world champ Molly Picklum has Sally Fitzgibbons. That's a classic Aussie battle. We mentioned Erin and Lakey, then Katie Simmers with Nadia Eristab and Isabella Nicholls and Carissa Moore. A lot to look forward to. The rest of the day will be for the men. We'll see how many heats we can accomplish today. The goal is at least 8 heats in this round. And we mentioned the Ethan Ewing, George Patar heat. That's on deck next. And then we've also got an all South African battle with Jordy Smith. And since Luke Thompson got the win yesterday, they'll have a rematch. You know, Luke had to deal with Jordy at J-Bay last year as a wild card, and they're already having a hard time avoiding each other in the early rounds.
Amazing. There's only 2 South Africans in the draw. They're like magnets.
And then 2 really good friends, Bear Mami and Seth Muniz. They'll be out there in Heat 4. Jake Marshall's going to try to repeat his success from last season. He turned in his best career heat total here on the bowl. And all of a sudden, everyone's going, yeah, he's a favorite to go all the way. He's got to deal with the Joao Chianca bugs.
Wow, that's a handful right there.
What about the next one?
Dane Henry was willing this to happen. He said if you could pick anyone to surf against on the bowl, he said it would be Griff, and he got the matchup. Well, he earned it. Here comes Joel Vaughn. Drills that first section in the pocket. Wraps it off the top on the second move and gets there to the whitewater just to tap the finish. And that should be enough to slightly improve on the 2.67. Miguel Pupo decides to lock in here. His best of 4.33 so far. Carve and slides out. A quick fall for Miguel, but should be in a good position to get first priority.
Yeah, something's going really wrong there with Miguel. He's having a hard time with his equipment right now.
We've seen this happen to quite a few surfers throughout the day today with the bouncy lineup, trying to find out where the clean sections are, hoping for some clear water. Miguel's just got to take the deep breaths. He's been in so many tough situations on tour to re-qualify, to put himself with a fighting chance to compete. So when you're chasing a 4, it's not too bad. He's just hoping Joel doesn't improve too much.
Yeah, and Flick, you know, I want to ask you, like, on your backhand, I mean, earlier today in the women's rounds, you know, we had some great backhand performances.
Yeah.
But now with that extra water, there's no bottom on the wave anymore.
Oh, I feel like those waves, it's almost like you're breathing rare air. I mean, Joel's managed to find them, right? A couple that have had that scoopy bowl, but right now, yeah, the tide's filled in a bit. Obviously, earlier today, we were seeing, you know, those more scoopy sort of bowly waves, and yeah, the backhand, like surfers on their backhand, were really being able to tee off. But right now, yeah, to your point, Bugs, it looks super difficult and challenging. Just so much water on this the Bells Reef at the moment.
And I noticed that Joel on his last wave sat way on the inside, just right on the inside of the bowl nearly, and waited till he actually identified a wave that actually was going to have a draw off the bottom.
Yeah, 100% Bugs. With last of Joel Vaughn, 4.5. Breaking down all these big matchups once again that we have in round 2. We always wonder what the reigning world champ will deal with, and it's going to be someone he's known since he was a little kid. Coming from the same little island, Florianopolis, he's got Mateus Hurdy, who came off a huge victory late last night into the evening. Crosby Colapinto has been put up on a lot of fantasy teams. He's facing off in a little Rookie of the Year battle. Cros got it, then Marco got it last year. Leonardo Fioravanti, well aware of what Kauli Vost has been doing over the years. The guy who won the Challenger Series will deal with the Italian. And then a Bells champ, 2-time world champ, Felipe Toledo, has a lot of things in common with Eli Hanneman. Hanneman coming off the Challenger Series, both huge in the air. A Bells champ, a world champ, Italo Ferreira will have his hands full once again with the trials winner, who already got through his first heat yesterday, Xavier Huxtable.
There's going to be fireworks. Obviously, that one would have stung for Italo last year, and to just have a rematch so soon, you're thinking, what are the odds as we see Miggy?
Miggy just finding his feet here, looks for a big section, well-timed hack there. Reaching for the backhand float in the flats on the landing. So far, so good. Nice little fading S-turn into the pocket. Whitewater showing up. He might crack it right there. Such a good read. So challenging on your backhand to make all those decisions in a short space. Finally found a wave to let him open up a bit, and chasing a 6.17 for the lead Bugs.
By far his best ride, by far. Yeah, he did some critical turns on that wave, just hung on by his toes.
Oh, totally. This wave was good. I mean, to your point, Joe, on the backhand, it's not easy. But he actually flowed through all these maneuvers. That was super critical, and almost came unstuck there. But just, yeah, there was a nice tempo and pace to this wave. It was not easy to surf. I mean, if you're watching this at home, you're thinking, oh, yeah, that looks really fun and it looks really doable. But these guys are making this look like that. It is so challenging, and the way that he's been able to link those maneuvers on his backhand is pretty incredible, really. It's hard work.
We always talk about the flow and like the line you want to draw from start to finish. Then we get this southeast wind. It almost reminded of me watching Miguel like a skate park or something, where he's like, okay, first section's a little bowl. I might do a little coping grind there, slap this little feature on the inside. You kind of have to like break it down into little bits down the stretch, and he did well just to line him up and throw down a lot of variety.
I'm giving him points for degree of difficulty as well.
Miguel Pupo knows that he put himself back in this heat. Joel Vaughn's best is 6.0 at the moment. Miguel Pupo needs better than that to take the lead. Big support crew and always representing Brazil so well around the world. We've had some big moments for Brazil at Bells in the past, people that are very close to him. As we look at the Stone and Wood slow-mo, what'd you see, Flick?
Oh, big points are going to come from these two maneuvers. They're super critical. There was variation there. And yeah, I mean, he did so well to hang on. The first snap just sent, like, you know, so much beautiful spray, and then the second lip line. So it's going to be a good score for Miguel.
A lot of great moments for Brazil down at Bells Beach. The first ever to win, Silvana Lima, known to be the fastest surfer on tour when she was competing. Also had a 10-point ride out here on the bowl in messy conditions. As we look at Joel Vaughn, chunky section, goes around into some clear water, arcs it, clean lines into a combination of turns. And now starting to head towards what he's hoping for, a big double up. And it looks like it's working with him at the moment. Set up turn and lights up the finish well. I think I just heard Jughead all the way from North Shelley Board Riders hooting on that finish. Miguel Pupo, one of the best styles in the business. All patience on that JS Industries surfboard. Now tagging that rooftop hack. Well done. Miggy out in front now, slaps out some water. His wave before came in at a 6.67, and now he lights up a nice clean arc to create some space into a backhand foam climb. Bottoms out again and finds the rhythm for the completion. Pupo has found a nice rhythm in his last two waves back to back. Waiting on some important scores now, Bug One.
Yeah, I take it back. He's not having problems with his equipment anymore. I think he had a problem with a couple of fat sections. But wow, what a great exchange. First of all, the previous wave, Miguel, he needed a 6.17. He came in with a 6.67. And this is the response now from Joel Vaughan.
Yeah, Joel here just slashing away super quick up into the lip again. Both surfers have done a great job of being connected and finding these waves, you know, amongst something that is very tricky this afternoon. But yeah, this was a great exchange. I really liked Joel's, you know, he's done the best he could on this wave, but, you know, and he surfed it to the best of his ability. But behind him, I mean, you just cannot argue with the pace and the connection of Miguel right now out here on the bowl on his backhand.
This is a brilliant ride. And Joe, you know, you kept calling us. Oh my God, that is the manoeuvre of the day so far.
That thing was so critical. And then this wave just keeps on giving. I mean, he just provides, you know, big moment after big moment. And pretty sure he gets one more turn here right on the inside. And it's going to be, you know, it's going to be a massive score, this thing. It was so well done. And just really connected, it looks like. It, you know, obviously to your point, Bugs, a little, you know, a couple of little slip-ups in the beginning, but I mean, that's long gone now. That's old news. Fish and chip wrappers, that is. So,
ooh, I like that one.
Yeah, old news.
Yeah, well, that 6.67's now going to be his backup wave, that's for sure.
Wow, what a performance from Miguel Pupo. 6.67 was his wave before. Numbers in for last of Joel Vaughn, a 6.07. So his low score, a 6. Very similar numbers there. And then a bit better on the last for Pupo, a 7.5 in the lead change now with 4 minutes to go. He's had a lot of tough results at Bells, losing in the second round, third round, one-time quarterfinal appearance for the Brazilian vet. So we see a nice arc to start for Joel Vaughn. Sliding out on the bottom turn, recovers for a moment, but loses control.
Yeah, just lost his footing there. But I don't think that wave was going to do it for him anyway. He needs an 8.1 now, Flick. I mean, we've seen a leapfrogging of both these guys taking the lead, but Miguel Pupo has stamped his authority on this heat.
Oh yeah, I mean, look, 8.1 right now. It's you're thinking the best wave of the heat, you know, and you're just drawing comparisons to the 7.5 that Mickey's dropped, and when he's going to know that. It'll be interesting if he does get himself back out the back and in position to try and get a wave. But Miguel, with so much, you know, experience and only 3 minutes on the clock, it's hard to believe he's going to give him that opportunity. But he did take that wave, so he has got a bit of space. So we'll see if, yeah, he does get another roll of the dice.
Yeah, this heat's been kind of pumping.
Yeah, I
a lot
know.
of sets. It's like it was looking like it was going super quiet, and the sets are just rolling through in you know, in great numbers. But it's been a high-scoring heat. Joel, you know, he just needs to find that wow moment. You know it's within his surfing. He's got it there, but the waves just haven't allowed him to completely open up with his repertoire. Was Miguel, those last two waves, wow, he was not in this heat.
It's pretty cool when you see just momentum shifts, you know, especially in a sloppy lineup where these guys are making it look good, first of all. But it was Joel Vaughn that kind of got going early. Miguel had some falls, picked the wrong waves, and then just like a veteran does, goes back to back and just takes all the air out of the lineup. For Joel Vaughn, now it's his turn to see if he can create something under priority. We saw him attempt a full rote early, so he doesn't need much of a section to go excellent, and he'll be thinking about maybe going upside down if he gets the chance.
Yeah, you've got to be thinking that if he does get the chance, he's going to the air. His make rate's so high. But yeah, right now, I'm just going to find it so hard to believe that Miguel is going to give him some space and some opportunity, especially considering, you know, just out here on the backhand, not have, you know, turning in too many good performances out here over the years, and knowing that there's big consequences if you don't get through this. You're on your way to Margaret River.
Well, Joel Vaughan is going to paddle his way into the clutches of a wily veteran.
Right, Bugs. Miguel Pupo has learned a lot being a vet. You think about the first heat he ever had at Bells. It was with Matty Wilkinson and also a talented Brazilian named Heitor Alves, a guy that was super fast, did a rodeo flip in competition, and then he ran into CJ Hobgood, a world champion in 2001. So for Miguel, he's just got years of experience of being pushed by the best in the world.
Wow, there is a set.
Priority is with Miguel. He's out there in the red jersey, just shadowing Joel Vaughn. It's just a smart position to be in. You let your competitor drift deeper than you, and all you got to do is drop in with priority and shut him down. So he'll see Joel take it. He doesn't like the look of that wave, so he lets the 22-year-old go up and out. And now he'll just start to run out the clock. Veteran performance, back-to-back waves that completely turn things on the young Australian, and it will be Miguel Pupo moving on into the third round of competition here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. And Joel Vaughn will start preparing for Western Australia for stop 2 of the GWM Aussie Treble and the second stop of the championship tour. Miguel Pupo going for a big personal best if he can get into the semifinals at least this year at Bells. Coming up next, it's a rematch that we had at Winky Puff with Ethan Ewing and George Pitar. This time, it's on the bowl. Be right back.
The Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by
Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company.
By Visit Victoria. Victoria, every bit different. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. And by IC Sunglasses, official eyewear of the World Surf League.
Welcome back to the big show. Miguel Pupo's been on it for a long time. One of the veterans of the tour, his 10th time competing here at Bells Beach and picking up a crucial win over Joel Vaughn in back-to-back waves. Not easy on your backhand, but he crushed some sections with variety, and he's moving on into round 3 of action. Well done.
And Joe, I see Miguel's career as in 2 halves. I think the first half, he was kind of just cruising and enjoying himself and surfing well. But then when he got sort of shoved back to the qualifying, something clicked. And that year, you know, he had some big wins, got himself back in, and he has not looked back. I mean, he's added some starch to his surfing.
You're spot on, Bugs. He mentions that. He mentions he survived on talent alone. And then he was pushed so hard, he's like, hang on, maybe I should train and do all the other things. And all of a sudden, he's having the best part of his career unfold into his 30s. You saw the names on screen just a second ago. A big clash for Australia. George Pitar representing Manly Beach. Ethan Ewing representing North Stradbroke Island. This one was a very close decision when George kind of was introducing himself to the highest platform of the sport. And he actually quieted all the noise on social media. That was in his favor. People were going, hey, you got robbed, George. You won that heat. And he was like, nah, I didn't win. Ethan got me. And all of a sudden it was like, oh, well, I guess we can move on. That was classic, Flick.
Yeah, that was it was a pretty iconic moment. You know, I think, yeah, George, you know, that he got 2 wild cards in a row. He got a wild card here, and then he got a wild card the following event in Margaret River. And what we saw here, you know, in the matchup against Ethan was that really tight finish at the end. And yeah, he was just so humble in his defeat. And I think, you know, everyone was like, oh, wow, okay, you're a really good bloke. And yeah, you are right. And yeah, nothing else to talk about. But yeah, he moved on from that, and then obviously went on to Margaret River and turned in a really good result there. So he put the world on notice, qualified, fell off, requalified again, so now he's back and he's full-time on the CT with a full year ahead of him.
And the waves couldn't be further from what they had at Winky Pop a couple years back. They're obviously on the Bells Bowl now. They've got a bit more size to work with, but not a kind of clean line from start to finish with all the lump and bump on the face.
Well, that last heat, you know, we saw 6 or 7 sets in that last heat. It was one of those, it was pumping. You're wondering, is it going to be 1 heat on, 1 heat off? Now, they might have the non-elimination out, but what about the restart? Is that still part of it?
Oh, yeah, that's always going to be a part of it, right, Bugs?
Yeah.
We'll see who makes a move first. But as they are waiting, we've got a very special guest on the VIP headset hanging out on the steps. Darren Hanley, DHD. Thanks so much for being with us. And, hey, you know, thanks so much for the entertainment so far this year, man. I appreciate your openness and your sense of humor.
Oh, you're talking about Stab in the Dark?
I'm talking about just your personality, man. I love it.
Yeah, I like to have a little bit of banter with a few people, and I think it's the Australian way, and, you know, we don't take each other too serious. But, yeah, it was fantastic. The result didn't go my way, but it went no one's way, really, so it was good. I think we're all happy.
Well, you're looking at a venue and an ocean right now in front of us at Bells Beach that has gone your way numerous times, multiple bells that you've contributed to over the years, which only helps everyone you pick up on your squad. Let's focus on Ethan Ewing and what he did to the Bells Bowl last year. The board that he rode, and if it's exactly the same or different from what we saw last season on the bowl.
He's definitely got that board, but yeah, he's when he goes to a 6.2, he's close to unbeatable, and that's what he rode that day. Here goes George, if you guys want to call it.
Good man, DH. We've got George on the carve back to the pocket on the Channel Islands program. He'll get a little bit stuffed right there, so the right end short, but yeah, back to DH. So the idea of the 6.2, what was your thought there?
Yeah, he rides 6-1 mainly, Squashtail. He was riding Roundtail 6-1s here in the practice, but it's that size where, with that bump, the 6-2 is where he can just really open up. It's not about getting through the dead sections, it's just big turns, and that wave that he got last year with the 3 turns in the bowl and flecked off, I mean, that changed everything for sometimes the way you can surf the bowl.
100%. And one thing you've been mentioning to me over the last few years with Ethan is just keeping up with how big he was getting, you know, and strength. What was the talk in this off-season? Has he stayed pretty steady with his fighting weight?
Well, this off-season was fantastic. We had 7 months, so we had a lot of time to think about stuff. We all went on a bit of a holiday and gave each other a bit of space for a month or two. That was all the team, and then we got into it, and he did grow, and we tried going a little bit wider and a little bit thicker, and we've landed back into, here he goes, no, he doesn't go, but we landed back on 19 wide to keep it on the rail and just added more thickness. I think 31.3 to 31.5 is where he is now, and I think you want to take this away, guys.
Here we go, Ethan Ewing. Stepping into gear, one of the best styles in the game, rips one back to the pocket. Driving into that foam climb. Finds himself in an easy rhythm to watch. A past Bell's champ lights it up, taps that one off the top to right away. And a fun start for the Bell's champion. An emotional win when he won, knowing that his mom had won 40 years earlier, as we watch George Pitar slide out.
Taken out by an invisible ninja there. There's a couple of those moments this afternoon just with that lump and bump, but yeah, as soon as you see Ethan stand up, even though it's so lumpy and bumpy, that just smooth, silky surfing is so undeniable.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, George got a 5.17 for that first effort, so you think the wave of Ethan's, he's got to go north of that.
Certainly, yeah, nice rhythm to watch, both getting on the Red Bull skis at the same time. Still enjoying our time with Darren Hanley, who makes the equipment for Ethan Ewing for many, many years. We'll go through the replay first of Ethan Ewing and go with Flick for her opinion on this one.
Oh, this was just beautiful to watch. You know, you just remembered, you know, last year, you know, DH talked about that iconic performance. You mentioned it, Joe, but his style, it's just so suited to the bowl, and yeah, it was a good wave. He read it well, probably didn't finish the way he wanted to, but nonetheless, he's tagged off a couple of great turns, and it's a good start.
So, Darren, what's your idea on weight, the weight of the boards, especially when it comes to this wave at Bell's? Do you tend to have some boards for these guys that have a bit heavier for conditions like this?
I'm a big believer of a little bit more weight. Joel in that last heat had a little bit more weight of a 3/4 patch. Ethan's boards, because they are so big, they do come out heavy enough for him, but yeah, this wind and getting through those bumps, but Ethan's thighs, if you've looked at him, he can make anything work through, doesn't matter if it's light or heavy. So, and the 6.2s, which he rides, are a little bit more heavy than the 6.1s. So, and I'm pretty sure after watching that turn there that he was definitely on a 6.2.
And Darren, you know, it's a big Easter, mate. You're busier than the Easter Bunny because you've got such a big stable. I mean, what happens when they come head to head? Do you use your left arm for one and your right arm for the other, or do you just go and have a beer?
Oh, look, I'm still nervous for both of them, you know, whoever they are, and you know, I definitely have the favourites of the ones that I've had since they've been 13, 14 years old, and then get a few new guys come on the scene, but. Yeah, I support them all, win or lose, definitely just lose, so that was pretty bad, but I've seen her win so many that, you know, we'll definitely have a beer tonight, you know, watching Ethan in the stab in the dark.
That's right, and also we've got the Surfboard Empire CT Shaper Rankings presented by Vea already underway. It's different this year. You get your top 2 surfers in the mix, and you've got a big squad, DH, 11 surfers on the championship tour this year.
Yeah, be careful what you wish for. That Challenger Series this year, watching that, watching the heartaches and the last day when Nadia, you know, gave away priority with a minute to go and she cried for 3 days, and then, you know, Callum winning pipe and then giving himself a chance and qualifying, and Liam just missing out. That was incredible. But we had some good ones come through, and it's created 11 surfers. So yeah, my stable's big, and here goes. You guys can call it.
I wanted you to go for it. Yeah, this is George Pitar, 5.17 on his start, as he's got a big section there. Fins flying out the back, floats over the next one. Now timing the lip again with a good top turn carve. Drives again onto the lip line. George is feeling it. Wow, he's found a gem. Lays back into a solid finishing move. That was the turning point. Catching up to Ethan Ewing now. Finding a nice, comfortable, calm pace. Ewing with the fin blast. And now a comfortable knifing finishing move for Ewing. And we'll have a good moments to review both of those waves for these two talented Australians. It finished in such a close decision at Winky Pop. It looks like this one might be heading the same direction, Bugs.
Oh, it sure is. I mean, we didn't see the start of Ethan's wave, but we certainly saw all of George's. And this heat has just got so good. I mean, how solid are both of them over their boards?
So solid. Take us through this one, Flick.
Yeah, let's see what Ethan got done. We missed the beginning of this one, so that's a nice carving manoeuvre here to start it off. And does he find some face? So a little float to transition, kind of another transition move here, and then this is where we got caught up with him. So moves through to the inside. You got to be thinking George has got this better of the exchange for sure. But yeah, to your point, John, it feels like it's going to be another close heat. And I think both these guys obviously have got those memories from that previous heat that they had down at Winky, and they're going to want to be putting a bit more space between each other as we get caught up with what George got done, folks.
Yeah, this was a great ride. They're both really solid rides, but George really, he hit the points on this one right there, and he just continues on. Slick surfing. I think he just stings it there. So these wrapping turns, and this is incredible surfing, just blasting out the lip. Joe, just section after section, 4 major moves.
Yeah, such that elastic type wrap type look, you know, and someone he would have looked up to his whole life. Richie Lovett from Manly. Richie's, one of his nicknames was Rubberman, you know, back in the day, and George has that going as well. Numbers lock in. Darren Hanley, how did you like what you saw from the surfboard on the last wave for Ethan Ewing?
Oh, look, George got that wave that really, you know, had some good points where he could really go for it. Ethan's was a bit flat and wide, but he still surfed well on it. I think, you know, I'm not a judge, but I think, you know, George got him on that one, but, you know, it's still early. How long to go? It's not like halfway through?
We've got 20 minutes, yeah, a long time to tell this story.
Heaps of time.
Heaps of time. But Darren, we know you're focused on the lineup at a big stable this year. Let's continue these talks throughout the entire season. Love what you do, and thanks for your time.
Yeah, thanks you guys, and yeah, let's go Eve.
Let's go. Darren Hanley, one of the big shapers in the world of surfing. 11 surfers competing on the CT. Ethan Ewing, Connor O'Leary, Joel Vaughn, Callum Robson, Luke Thompson, Liam O'Brien, world champ Ollie Picklum, Isabella Nicholls, defending Bell's champ there. Kika Veselko, who got through, along with Nadia Eristab in the rookie race. And we did lose Steph Gilmore, but that's the GOAT, 8-time world champ. So a lot of giant names to work with. Combined with Darren Hanley, that's just a recipe for success right there.
Totally. It's a recipe for a lot of boards per event. That's what I was just doing the math, you know. That's just say every surfer's got, you know, anywhere from 8 to 10, probably more boards per event. You know, that's a lot of boards to be pumping out, and it's credit to the team because obviously, yeah, DH is the man behind it all, but there's a big team behind that makes that all happen.
You think back to the beginning of pro surfing, the first, you know, let's go back 50 years and then say to someone, look, the team's going to bring down between them 110 boards.
I know. It's outrageous, isn't it?
Well, hey, Bugs, you're in the 77 final here at Bell's. How many boards did you have with you on that trip?
2.
2. There we go. That was a big quiver.
It was a big quiver.
Both single fins.
Yeah, both glass on single fins.
That's amazing.
You know, a 5'10 and a half and a 6'2 step up.
Who made those boards?
Oh, Gil Glover.
There we go.
Yeah, my hairdresser.
Do you still...
he's a great shaper, but he wasn't so much a production shaper. He was very a boutique shaper.
I love it. Do you still have those boards by any chance?
Oh, I wish.
Yeah.
Oh. So, you know, the thing is that when you've only got 2 boards, you ride them till they're dust.
Yeah.
Right.
That's the thing. And plus, to have them light, I wouldn't have finish coats. I'd have just a 4-ounce deck. You know,
right.
So we really rode them. And, you know, the Magi board, you're supposed to put it in cotton wool.
Right.
Oh, that was dreaming of doing that.
I love it. I love talking surf with Flick and Bugs and watching George Pitar and Ethan Ewing do their thing on the bowl. George is out front. The Bell's champ needs a 6.68 to come back. Bonsoy brew break.
Welcome back to the Rip Curl Pro, Bells Beach, and the store. The Rip Curl store is absolutely bustling. All the merch over here at the store, your jackets, your hoodies, your crews, your tees, the logos are insane. Get them while they last. We've got a lot of color assortment over here too, but this year's logo is especially nice. As you can see, the shopping is brisk here right on site.
Good man, Kaipo. That's the place to be. It's warm, but you can get even warmer with all the Rip Curl gear and jackets. It's awesome to check out the Rip Curl headquarters store that's right here in Torquay as we watch George Pitar coming out of some white water, and we'll get late to that section, but he's still glued to that CI, and he'll hop out around the corner. George Pitar pushing one of the greats at Bells. Ethan Ewing pocket 617s at the moment, and George is holding his lead because he had the 767 before we went to the break. We knew when he was kind of a wild card store, he had nothing to lose, and I feel like he's got that energy in the matchup against Ethan Ewing, who's always expected to do huge things here at Bells. Flick?
Yeah, there's definitely a momentum shift and energy within George for sure. I think it's such a different sort of headspace that you're in. When you're a wild card, you know, nothing to lose, everything to gain. You don't care if you ruin anyone's dreams or anyone's hopes of winning a bell. You know, you're going to leave nothing on the table. But out here now, obviously the format changed this year. There is no elimination round. There is no second chances. And I feel like it's pretty evident in surfing if we just go to this replay of this last wave and bangs it off the top there. Tries to come around with a foam climb here. And another foam climb, but yeah, just a 383 for this one, so not going to go into the top two, but yeah, I feel there's a bit of more urgency in his surfing, and I mean there's going to be urgency on everyone's surfing because everyone knows that, you know, there's such high stakes.
George Pitar's moment was seen around the world when he officially qualified for the Challenger Series, and Vaughn Blakey had a long opportunity to sit down with him as the event was on hold, and I saw George in the parking lot. I was like, oh, that was a great moment we all got to see. And he was like, I was emotional trying to take it all in. I was getting the news right when I saw Vaughn come up to me. And you could just see how validating that was for him, you know, to come back and saying how painful it was to lose his spot on the CT. and be able to rebuild himself through the CS. It ended up being one of the greatest moments of his career, being proud that he got back on his feet to return to the championship tour.
Yeah, that was interesting. It was pretty revealing. He was really honest. I think, you know, it takes a lot sometimes for people to admit. George said it to Vaughan. He was like, I got back, I didn't make the cut. And then I was back, you know, on the Challenger Series. He rocked up to Newcastle. It was 2 foot, and there was like 100 guys out. And he was like, "Are you kidding me? What's happening here? Like, this is not my world, blah, 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 blah." And he had to do a bit of reframing and just check himself and be like, hang on a second, like, I do this for a job, like I go surfing, and, you know, life's not all that bad. And, you know, it takes something pretty special for someone to sort of open up. And he's showed us, you know, multiple times now that he's capable of that, and just having that retrospect and that perspective. And that's pretty interesting for someone, you know, so he's a young man still. So, yeah, it's maturity beyond his years, and it'll speak volumes as his career goes on.
Well, he's in the lead, and winner of this heat will take on Miguel Pupo. Miguel Pupo won the last heat, hanging out with Von Blakey.
Miguel, good to see you back at Bells, man, and a great way to start your 26 CT campaign with a big win. And man, little sketchy start, but wow, when you caught fire, you just lit that place up.
Yeah, a bit anxious, you know, to start off the year, and just happy that I switched the momentum around. I felt like the momentum was going away, and it was right at the, I think, 11-minute mark. I was like, I better do something right now, and things went my way, you know, happy to get that big wave, and I was going for the big turns. I knew that was the only way of getting big scores today, so any section that I saw was a big one, I was going for it, and luckily, yeah, I made it.
Mate, you look so strong off-season. What did you get up to?
Been doing a lot, you know, 7 months. I have 4 kids, so a lot of this at home, you know, playing around. But I went on a few trips, and I had a great time off. But in the last couple months, I started off training like 3 months before and getting ready for this, you know, getting for my 14th season on tour, which is a lot of time, but I'm happy to be back for sure.
Yeah, man. Well, some people age like a fine wine. You're one of those. Mate, I noticed you still got your leggy on here. You really love that board, huh?
Yeah, I don't want this one to get away. You know, it's a board that I've been working with Jason, and it's funny because we have a mistake board at the Gold Coast. I was there for 20 days before coming here, and we had this weird board that was a little wider than my ones, and we kind of made a lot of boards like that one, and this is one of them, the 6.0, and it's a pretty good board. Thanks, Jason. Thanks, everyone at the factory. Yeah, that's it.
Good on you, man. And a little shout out to the crew and home.
Yeah, obrigado a todo mundo, amo vocês.
Good on you, Miguel.
He is freezing. Well done, Miguel Pupo. Wow, 14th year on the championship tour, bringing us some major highlights over the years, Bugs.
Yeah, I thought he made a point there that I've thought a lot about, and that is that for the veterans on the tour, you know, who might go, you know, suffering a bit of burnout, the sick of traveling, all that, instead of having to sacrifice their seating, they got a 7-month break, which is really huge in you know, for your career to give you that second wind.
Oh, it just doesn't happen. I mean, it was due to the format change, everything getting shifted back to finishing at the Pipe Masters back in December. You know, the last handful of years with the WSL Final 5 story, things were ending in September. So it was big props to all the people that make it happen, you know, behind the scenes of schedule changes, making sure every event is in the right time of the season to try to score the best waves possible. So that turned into a 6-7 month break. Everyone got to recover from injuries if they had them. They could sneak trips if they needed to get some more practice in. A lot of people were going, oh wait, I better get to Raglan, you know, if they haven't been there. We had Gabby Bryan in earlier. She went to Chopes, and they had a really well-earned time off to prepare for the 50th year of the World Tour.
You know, because I remember, like, you know, for myself, I had a sponsor, and, you know, I was having a bit of a, you know, a year that it just wasn't really happening for me. I was a little bit burnt out, and he said, I think you should go for a spell, you know. And I said, well, no, that's what racehorses do. you put them out in the paddock for a spell.
Oh,
but like, I'm not a racehorse, and I'm going to lose all my seating if I go for a spell.
That is good.
But now you can. These guys all had a spell.
Now you can do that. Exactly right, Bugs. Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, not just one Bell's final, but about 4 in a row, finishing runner-up, getting that runner-up trophy with legends like Simon Anderson and several with Mark Richards. MR, a 4-time world champ, was pretty hard to chase down with that twin fin design.
Yeah, he was good out here, MR. Yeah, it's I'm over it now.
Still painting.
Yeah, I usually give you more of a lead up before that we get to that conversation, Bugs.
A few tears after dinner.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Back in the late 70s, early 80s, what a time that was. MR tied with Kelly and Mick Fanning with 4 bells. And he had just such a hot streak on not just Bells Beach, but pro surfing at the time. And still building boards. Still ripping on twin fins. MR, what a legend. Probably watching this one unfold. George Pitar, Ethan Ewing with 7:40 to go. A lot of fantasy teams saw Ethan Ewing going all the way into the final. A lot of brackets showing that unfold. George Pitar doesn't mind being the underdog. So paddle for this one. When you don't have priority, you can kind of take more chances with looking at waves. Ethan has always been notorious for being very selective in heats. Sometimes he'll just come in with 2 waves ridden and that's all said and done. Right now he'll need a little bit more though to catch George.
Yeah, I think, of course, I mean, look, he's already locked in a couple of 6s, right? And he is only just chasing ever so slightly better than what he's already done. And we really haven't seen the best of Ethan yet. We know what he's capable of, you know. You just rewind back to last year. In my opinion, what we saw in that heat, I think he was up against Connor O'Leary. It was like a round of 16 heat. He locked in a couple of 9s, and it was, in my opinion, the best surfing I've ever seen on the bowl. And sort of reimagining what's possible, just the variation of the carving manoeuvres. And I think he's going to know within himself, okay, those couple of waves are a 6, but I've got a lot more left in the tank. If I do get the right opportunity, I've got plenty of time on the clock. And but he really is searching, you know, for sort of that clean, open bowl face wave. George has done a good job though. Like the 767 has been the best wave that's come through in this heat, and he surfed it really well. But that's the kind of wave that Ethan's kind of looking for.
6 minutes on the clock. Ethan Ewing has already accomplished a runner-up in the world finish. Back to maybe one of the best matches we've ever witnessed at Lower Trestle's history. That was against Felipe Toledo a couple of years back after the whole broken back story at Chopes. He had to take a month off to see if he'd recover. Most thought that it was going to be a write-off, and he came back and was actually better than he was before. That's how focused he was to not give up on his world title campaign. Last year was a bit of a heartbreak and maybe a surprise for most, as he was 1 spot out of the final 5 and missed out on competing for a world title. So he's hoping to bounce back this year. George Pitar just moving around this messy lineup. The man from Manly throws an arc in the pocket. Quick bottom turn to get the lip. He's still in sync. Hanging in there, hoping for a nice big bowl on the inside. Nice clean rails to set up this pocket section. Belts it, can get there quickly for a finish. Great signs from George once again. His camp loving it. There's the CI crew, Britt Merrick, who's been making boards for George for a long time. They've got a bit of magic under his feet at the moment, Flick.
Yeah, he's looking good. He, you know, you're thinking he's replacing a 517 here. Let's have a look. Let's break it down from the beginning. So nice slash here. He has done, he got this under priority too. So just sitting that little bit further underneath Ethan and really, you know, really picking the best waves right now. Brings it through the inside. Nice paced approach too. Not trying to force anything. There's no real two-staging. It really is nice, clean lines. So, yeah, I mean, to do this under priority is going to feel pretty good if he's to improve on this situation.
Yeah, well, we had Ethan sitting out there really waiting for that bomb. He's trying to use his priority wisely. George sitting on that very inside of the bowl, waiting for that clean one. It was a mid-sized wave, but he certainly, you know, he tore into it. He's going to improve on the 517, no doubt about that. The equation's going to really drift out here.
So as the Red Bull ski gives George a lift, and seeing what the number will be and what Ethan will be chasing, we're getting messages in from Tours and Competition that we'll be going on hold after this heat till 5 o'clock this evening to get through that high tide. Remember, last night we started at 5 and got those 4 heats in. So we're going to have a similar scenario today with a break through that high tide and look to get action back underway about 5 o'clock this evening. Local time, it's 1:30 in the afternoon. So set your clocks around the world so you can join us at 5. We'll go through some highlights in a moment, but at the moment we're really focused on the tail end of this heat. It's a big one because we've got a Bells champ and a past runner-up in the world needing a big score, and 8.4 is the requirement after George locks in a 6.9 bucks.
Yeah, well, that 6.9 is a telling, score, because before that, I mean, Ethan needed like a 6.64, but under his priority, George got a 6.9.
Yeah, it's going to sting for sure, but it looks like Ethan's going to have a little bit of a sniff at this one.
Going to have a shot.
Ethan Ewing needing an 8.4, 2:30 on the clock. Nice pace to start, belts the first section, moves quickly back to the top of that one and tags it. Ewing hasn't been knocked out this early in a Bells comp since his rookie season, and he's trying to avoid that. 5 previous starts, 4 of them, he's at least in the final series. Quarters are better. Quarters last year lost to Kanoe Igarashi, who went on to final. Lost to Cole Hauschman the year Cole went all the way in the quarters. But he hasn't been pressured like this early in Bells since 2018, in that rookie year where he had about 6 25th losses and had to re-qualify for the tour. Everything changed big time. He became a world title threat. Up against it now. He already had a couple on the 6 range, so if it doesn't improve that, it's nothing's going to change now down to 90 seconds.
And the problem with those one-off sets is that they're going to carry all that, the chop that's been built up through the lull, especially on that outer part of the bowl, whereas George was sitting on the very inside and he was able to pick a clean mid-size wave. Now Ethan's going to have to do the same.
Minute 10 to go. Fantasy surf teams will be taking a hit in about a minute if Ethan can't find some water to work with here. Brackets will be imploding, and George Pitar will be celebrating a rematch that he was hoping for. Moved on with class when he lost in a close decision to Winky Pop, but this is the matchup we all wanted to see, this time on the bowl. Severe onshore lumpy conditions with the tide rising. George not giving Ethan any space. He'll make a move for that wave, which should flip the priority. And Ethan will be able to take a look at this lineup with just 30 seconds.
This is going to sting if Ethan can't get this done, because George got that score under priority, and that's virtually the score that Ethan was chasing. You know, I mean, Ethan was chasing a similar number to get back up into the lead. George got the job done, and I mean, you got to take your hat off to George for sort of finding that under priority. Looks like there's a set, but will it get there within 10 seconds?
Ethan Ewing's hoping that he'll have one more shot at an event that means so much to him. This one, he'll run out of time. Upset here in round 2 in his first heat of the season by the man from Manly Beach, George Pitar.
Georgie. Bowing out.
Gets cheered on by his support crew, Britt Barrick, Brent Power there, as Ethan will have to recover his world title campaign at Margaret River in Western Australia. Definitely the biggest upset of the event so far on the men's side. Started off strong, a couple of 6-1-7s, but it was George just responding, using a lot of the lineup, and pushed Ethan till the end. What a way to come back to the championship tour.
Yeah, this is really impressive. You've really got to take your hat off to George here. And when he took off, he looked so confident too in his surfing, and he's going to take a lot of confidence from this win and moving on through to that next round.
George takes the win. Remember, we're going to go on hold till 5 p.m. Before we get there, though, coming up next, it'll be a Stone and Wood update show right here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. We'll talk about the big moments of the day and what to look forward to this evening. Good afternoon, everybody. It's time for the Stone and Wood Update Show here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. A tough moment for Ethan Ewing. Stairs that have been good to him in the past are walking him all the way up to the top and sending him to Margaret River because George Pitar went to town in their rematch from a couple of years ago. George lost in a close decision at Winky Pop. The internet exploded in George's favor. He calmed him down, said, no, Ethan got me. It was mature in his response, and he knew he'd have another shot to get it done on the bowl. Messy bowl, but it was a big win over one of the favorites to win the contest. Everyone's still trying to digest what just happened. Thanks for being with us on the Stone and Wood Update Show. Once again, we're on hold till 5 p.m. to see if we can get a couple more heats done with this high tide. Joe Turpel, Flick Palmatier, and Richie Lovett. Richie, you're from Manly. Did you see that coming in that last heat?
In a way, I actually did see it coming, but I mean, up against Ethan, one of the most favoured surfers to win the event. You know, he's that good, and I'm sure people are just scratching their head, you know, looking at their fantasy team now, just going, what, hang on, everything's going wrong. I don't like it. But, you know, my phone's blowing up. The text thread that I have with all the local crew at Northstein is, you know, they're celebrating because that was a huge win for them, and I guess it's 1-1 now to those guys. So, yeah, looking forward to the next matchup with the boys.
That's the way you come back to the tour. You know, kind of being sent to the minor leagues in a way can be devastating for your confidence, and some people never return. But for him, statement type performance on his comeback.
Totally. That was probably the hardest you could have in the draw for sure. Drawing Ethan, he is undeniably, his surfing is undeniable out at the bowl. Last year he put on one of the best performances we've ever seen, dropping those couple of nines, and this is going to sting for Ethan. I mean, who would have thought? Who would have thunk it that, you know, he's going to come here and get knocked in that opening round, and that's going to take a lot to digest. That's not going to be an easy pill to swallow.
Things got interesting as we had more legends return, and it didn't look easy at this part of the day. It was really lumpy and bumpy, and we saw a big battle with Carissa Moore taking on Sawyer Lindblad. Everyone's celebrating the legacy of Carissa's return, but Sawyer had a sharp game plan that she worked out with Glenn Micro Hall and actually started off with a 6, applied the lead early.
Yeah, and it was a good strategy, and I'm sure Micro was going, okay, let's build the pressure on Carissa. She's been out of the game for a little while, and that's exactly what happened. And good surfing from Sawyer Lindblad on the backhand, but mate, all class. Carissa Moore just stepping back into the jersey, inspired by a little baby and husband on the stairs, and what a performance. It was, as you said, a little bit scrappy, but overall, you know, the form of Carissa, you can see her just building that confidence again of having the jersey on, feeling those emotions around being in a heat situation, and that trademark, you know, textbook layback hack that she has just on lock. It hasn't gone anywhere. So a great victory for Carissa.
Oh, it looked fantastic. She was able to finally connect with 2 turns, then it only got better. And that was kind of a theme today. If you could pull yourself together at the halfway mark, we saw Miguel do it. Carissa did it with class. Still has a chance to hunt down maybe a 4th bell this year. But her best trophy in the world. Joined her on the steps.
Yeah, this is so cool. The world's been waiting for this moment. It's been a long time, you know, since we've seen a mum on the championship tour. The last would have been Lisa Anderson. So, you know, this is a really, really special moment for women all around the world and mums all around the world, and great representation, you know, for our sport, and, you know, for Tatiana and Joanne, you know, they're going to be coming back, and it's just, this is a really monumental moment, and really cool that she got the heat win.
Well, you think about those legends, those legacies, the world champs, the bells titles. When you take that much time off, you're the one with everything to lose. You know, you're the one that everyone's expecting brilliance out of every time you compete. As we think about what Steph Gilmore was going through, she's going, my lifelong rival just got through, now it's my turn. And man, that was a tough heat for the GOAT on her return to the championship tour. She took on Luana Silva, last year's runner-up in the event. And in fact, the one that Lulu kind of filled the space for when Steph kept continuing her sabbatical, Lulu was able to get her spot on tour last year. This is a wild one, Rick.
Yeah, definitely mixed emotions there for Luana Silva. You know, I guess feeling thankful that she got the chance to be on the tour, but again, just had to just quieten the mind and reset the goal for this heat, and that was to take out the GOAT. 8 times world champ Steph Gilmore, 4 times Bells winner, and she really just applied the pressure early with just some great foundation surfing. She picked the right waves, positioned her manoeuvres in the right part of the wave, just looked really on point, you know, nothing too flashy. She knew that the waves were you know, a little bit substandard in the way they were breaking, but she just did enough, and that was enough to build pressure. And at times, you know, Steph almost looked a little disinterested, just in her body language, you know, just going, oh, this is kind of not going my way. So, you know, in contrast to how Carissa's feeling and getting that real cannon shot back onto the tour, Steph's kind of going, oh my gosh, you know, this is not how I planned this.
Oh, totally. I mean, major moment for Lulu. She should be super proud of that. You know, she got runner-up here last year to Isabella, so kind of like, to me, she's sort of clicked back into that mode of, you know, wave selection and just linking all the dots together. But yeah, she should be proud of that. But really interesting moment, considering that Steph's the reason she's back on, and then she's like, oh, well, I'll take that win off you. Thank you very much.
And I think we just got a taste of our format change. You know, big names will go down all season that you're not expecting, you know, and there's not that second chance. You can't ease into an event, and that includes our stars of the sport.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a special one just because they're all coming back, and we had some of the greats of the sport coming back in as really low seeds as well. You know, normally Steph and Carissa would be way up on the ratings, and things would have worked out differently in the draw. But as it stands for Bells, you know, this is how the chips fell. And we can see George Pitter just coming up the stairwell there. So that may, as a competitor, when you get that win like that and you take a bit of time, you got all the time in the world to sign the autographs, and you just take that time walking up the stairs and you just feel that energy and take it all in.
Woo. Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro.
Yeah, George, well done, brother.
Good fish on the side. That thing just bowled. Dude, how was the love on the inside? I was like, what is this wave? I've never seen something like this in my life out here. It was three turns inside. And then did well to back it up. And then again. Yeah, I was like, I need to get rid of this 5 ASAP. Yeah, you looked a little stressed, but like, you did it and you pushed it. But like, bro, every wave looks that shit out there. I was like, I need to just look at everything. I need something. It was like, I got a 5 on that first wave. I was like, fuck, that was a wave. That was pretty sick. Was it? Yeah. It's alright. Let's go, bro.
Yeah, dude.
George Pitar is going to get a lot of high fives for a performance like that. Those are the ones that make you on this tour. When you're put against the best and you show up in a big way. Said you got to take a look at everything, because they weren't very obvious out there, the gems to be on, but it seemed like he got on a roll. Man, he just would drop in and the thing would kept reloading, and you know, props to him for reading the ocean when it's that difficult.
It's funny, right? Like, he's pretty honest. Like, you heard him, you know, debriefing there, and he's like, oh, you know, every wave was looking pretty hard. And, you know, there still is those better waves out there, and he still had a good read on it. You know, it doesn't matter how, you know, challenging those conditions may be, there always is going to be those, you know, better scoring rides out there.
Yeah, we might need to introduce the censor button when we listen in at the coaches' discussions on the stairs. But obviously there's a lot of emotion flying around after the heat, but you know, it's a big one. Yeah, he would have looked at that draw and gone, wow, man, this is a hard one. If I can get through this, maybe there's a chance.
Time for the GWM catch-up. A lot of big things went down today. A ton of drama on the bowl here at Bells. As we go back to how things started, feels like another day. This was bright and early this morning. One of the greats at Bells, a 2-time Bells champ, one of the longest serving members of the championship tour. Sally Fitzgibbons found a 717 to eliminate rookie Yolanda Hopkins.
Yeah, this was the first heat, the first cab off the rank, and you know, almost that like guinea pig heat. It's hard to see where this one was going to go, and then next up we had the phenom everyone's been talking about.
Youngest ever qualify, so much already with expectations on what Tia's going to do, and she had a nice little combo here, but it was really about the California Goofy Foot, Alyssa Spencer, having some brilliant rides in this one, Rick.
She really did, and this final ride here on the backhand, 2 hammer turns, and picked the best wave of the heat. and just stuck to her guns and put her brand of surfing on show.
She's got Caroline Marks in the next round. Then we saw some rookie success from Kika Velco, winning her first championship tour heat in her rookie season. And now she'll have to deal with Gabby Bryan, but this was a big one because she got past Carissa Hennessy.
Yeah, this was a tough heat, and you know, she said to it, she spoke to it that you know, there's similarities to Irisira, and she showed us that.
Also, the backhand of Nadia Eristab, she was thrilled to get this one over Bella Kenworthy, Rick.
Yeah, another tougher heat here, and well, Nadia on the backhand again. You know, who would have thought the backhanders today would have done so well? And they really had a good read on this wave and just picked those little moments to get that backhand whip on show, and they did it great.
Nadia Eristab thrilled to get through that one, and now she'll face Katie Simmers in the next round, and she's really excited to compare to a world champ and also a past Bells champ as well. Well, we're still settling in from that big news, a big upset that just went down on the bowl. George Pitar's finally made it up the stairs, and he's with Kaipo.
Yeah, thank you, George. George, I mean, first having to requalification, and then having some time after that requalification to really digest the draw and who you were going to come up against. Certainly one of the favorites in this comp, Ethan Ewing. You just did it. How are you feeling right now coming out of that heat?
Yeah, they dropped the draw like, I don't know, like 3 weeks ago or something, so I had about 3 weeks to just look at my first matchup. Yeah, I don't know, Ethan's my favorite surfer, and especially out here, he's so unbelievable, so I knew it was going to be a pretty big mountain to climb, but yeah, it feels pretty good standing here right now, to be honest. It was super hard out there. It was like whether or not I was going to get called off or anything, and then, I don't know, Timmy, my coach, Timmy Mack, was just like, oh, let's just treat it like you're on, and you get what you get, and yeah, I don't know, I'm stoked.
Board looks great. What are you riding?
I'm riding a Goldie, actually. It's normally a step-up model for CI, like a tube board, but I did a couple of tweaks to it, and yeah, I've been riding it as like a step up for turns in pretty much anything that looks like that and above, and yeah, it's been going sick. Trust it for sure.
Talking about the brackets, when you know what's coming up next. Your next match up against Miguel Pupo. Your thoughts on that matchup?
Yeah, Miggy's a vet, man. He just, I don't know, you can never underestimate Miggy. He just gets on the good waves and he puts good scores on you, and it's always a tough matchup against those older guys, and a lot of respect for him, so it'll be fun.
Congratulations, great win.
Thank you, cheers.
Thank you, Kaipo. Thank you, George, for putting on a great show. The rematch that we were hoping for came true, and he'll be moving on into round 3 on his comeback to the championship tour. He's got a lot that he wants to prove to himself this year, and I think if he channels that kind of nothing to lose status that he had as a wild card when he made finals day at Margaret River, when he's pushing the world's best before he had the full-time spot on tour, I think he's going to see his surfing freed up, and he'll make more podiums.
Oh, I think when you have such a big heat win in your opening round, I think that speaks volumes for your confidence, right? And you kind of just continue with that momentum. I said it before, but Ethan would have been the pick of the draw, the hardest heat you could have possibly drawn. So I think this is just going to do great things for George.
Yeah, absolutely. I just feel like it's a validation moment as well for George, you know, having dropped off the tour, done a bunch of work, done a lot of training, and I guess internal work on his mind and his psyche, because it was a big deflator, you know, when he dropped off. So he's come back, and things are kind of happening in a positive way. Today's win is certainly going to, you know, really instill some more confidence in him as he goes through this event.
Well, we are on hold. We are not leaving the beach yet. Our next call will be at 5:15 p.m. local time for a potential 5:30 start. So tune in to WorldSurfLeague.com. Jordy Smith, Luke Thompson will be on deck if we get things underway again. We'll see you at 5:15 for the next call.
We're back. Jurac, Bells Beach. For me, there's not a better place to spend Easter.
That mid-season cut is looming, and we're seeing performances being pushed because of that.
The horn just went off. Bells are ringing here on the cliffs.
For over 60 years, Bells has been a mainstay. It holds a special place for the competitors.
Gives you chicken skin when you start to think about those moments, and you could be potentially a part of history like that. It's a big deal.
This is one of the best performances in the Bells Bowl ever, hands down, in the history of surfing.
Second wave always, mate.
You ask any surfer on the tour, what event do you want to win? And I guarantee you 90% of them will say, we want to ring that Bells Bowl. It's that iconic.
Honestly, it's the only trophy I want. It's the only trophy I want to win.
You look at the honour roll and it just magnifies the prestige of this contest.
The legacy of winning Bells, it's like you're remembered forever. History will be written.
Good morning once again from Jurac. We're here for the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, the 62nd edition. Can you believe it? So much history has been made here.
I just don't think we overthink it as in like overhead high.
Nah.
Anything head high is you're going.
Yeah.
Pride yourself on how solid you are, dude.
Yeah.
Delivering on just 2 chances.
Ethan Ewing chasing his second Bells title. On this forehand has just proven so deadly in the past. What about that opening turn? Unbelievable. Floating to get transitioning down the line with plenty of speed to a big finish.
Holy, I'm blown away. That was some really, really amazing surfing.
Ethan rips through that carve again, bringing the board right back into the power source and leaning into that final move. Just 2 turns, but the second one so strong. Oh my goodness.
Nathan Ewan's entered the water. Are you kidding me? He's looking absolutely on fire. Like it does not get better than this.
And Ethan getting the jump into the round of 16.
Ethan, do you have any flashbacks to your win back in 2023 out here at Winky Pop?
For sure, yeah. It was kind of similar conditions, pretty small and lully, but really good wind. So.
Ewing out front, looking for the bell. And remember, his mom won this contest 40 years ago. And how sweet that would be to join his mother's name on that staircase.
You are going to be on that perpetual trophy with your mom forever.
It's been my biggest goal in my career to win this, and just all my heroes have won this. Joel, Mick, Kelly, and then my mum back in '83. It's an honour to compete here, and put my name up there with hers it's really special. Tell your mum you love them, because you never know what life throws at you. So, thank you.
Absolute legend. Let's hear it for Ethan Ewing.
Ethan Ewing is one of Australia's next hopes to win a world title. Quiet, unassuming guy, and really lets his surfing do the talking.
His technique is the best. Truly incredible and an honor to watch, really.
He's the guy that the old power mongers sort of look at and go, that's surfing. That's what good surfing looks like.
The style's there, the flow, just the power. He seems to accelerate through the turns, where other surfers sort of go through and then hunt for speed as they come out.
Ethan's in the perfect position this year. Without John and Gabriel, probably becomes the power surfer of the tour. Yeah, I think he's the guy to beat.
Ethan's performance throughout 2025 so far has been really consistent. He's right up at the top of the ratings, but the win has been a little bit elusive for him. You feel like there's a point to prove here at Bells Beach. He wants the win.
Man, he's one of the most hard-working surfers on tour. He puts everything he has into his craft. However, he's not putting himself in the spotlight. He's not really telling those stories of heartbreak.
My first few years on tour, I really struggled with self-belief.
Ethan Ewing is putting on a display of power surfing we have yet to see here at Lowers. The fact that he'd broken his back 4.5 weeks ago, and now he's surfing at this level. He's a Superman.
Incredible job, Ethan Ewing. Second in the world in 2023.
He won't stop until he accomplishes his goal. He might not sing us a song about it, but I think that's probably one of those dangerous things that you can have. Like, what is he hiding? What is he working on that we haven't seen yet? And he's definitely saving it for the water.
I think I'm at a much better place now with believing myself and believing that I can win a world title.
Good luck, Ethan.
Thank you.
No, tell him you don't believe in luck. Don't sit out too far.
Yeah.
These guys let some nuggets go.
Yeah.
You paddle out to them easy.
Yeah.
But the ones that are going underneath are still sick. Trust your ability in smoking.
Yeah.
Go enjoy it.
Yeah, I'll be looking in.
All right, but.
Ethan Ewing chasing a second Bells title up against Connor O'Leary. Ethan on the outside gets started with a big float as Connor brings it through to the inside, takes a fall. Ethan on his way to winning this opening exchange. Bit more work on the outer section. And this wave, it's carrying its height all the way through to the inside now as Ethan gets forward over that final section.
It's effortless, the way he goes about these turns.
That set with carb was huge.
Ethan Ewing starting with a 9.33 for his opening ride. And he's also backed that up now, an 8.5 for this one.
Two-turn combo out the back was insane. And then again, just finishing with that layback.
So Connor O'Leary, he's going to pull the trigger on this one. Blitzes the lip. And again, just gets upside down. A great combination on the outside. 3 huge turns.
12 o'clock nooner.
It's got to be needs.
Connor O'Leary.
Maybe somewhere up there.
Have a look at this wall for Ewing, who responds with a bit more aggression after Connor drops an 8.67. Ethan knows he's within reach now, and he's putting it all on the line. Full release, total commitment. He just vaporized that wave.
This is a new version of Ethan again, like he's pushed it even further.
This has been tidy work from Ethan. Some of the best forehand surfing that we've ever seen here at Bells.
To see him in absolutely pristine conditions at the Bells Bowl, that's just such a great marriage.
Thank you.
That's a really good job.
Yeah.
Holy good surfing, dude.
Thank you. Holy.
I loved it. Wow.
Yeah.
That was impressive.
Yeah,
good
worked
job.
out well, the start and everything.
Oh, absolutely.
Honestly, he was
Only a couple
surfing as
weeks
good
ago,
as I've ever seen anyone surf out here.
Insane.
Like, it was crazy.
I've seen some demo jobs in that Bells Bowl over the years, mate, but none more sublime than that. That was one of those magic performances that will just echo through eternity.
Yeah, that was such a fun heat. It just feels good to be surfing out here with the crowd here and everything. It's just at the top for us in this sport.
What Ethan Ewing delivered at the Bells Bowl was just nothing short of extraordinary. You know, the way he attacked those waves, he really rewrote the blueprint for how to surf Bells Bowl. This is a moment in history. It will be etched.
Griffin Colapinto, he's down in like the mid-20s on the rankings, and it's been difficult to watch.
It's his worst start to a championship tour season ever.
Griff just so sure-footed, perfect launch pad off the lip there.
The last few events have just like broken me open emotionally.
Drives up into a chunky section, and it's a huge statement laid down.
You're watching Inside Pro Surfing, and we're back at Bells. With a slow start to the season, Griffin Colapinto hopes to turn things around with a round of 32 matchup with Matt McGillivray.
What do you think for the start?
It'll just catch the rail there. So just over 11 minutes.
Cheers, boys.
Griffin Colapinto, he's down in like the mid-20s on the rankings, and it's been difficult to watch him not crack through this round.
And it looks like Griffin moving into position here. Deep on this one, he'll drive around that foamy section, climbs up onto the lip, and a beautiful rotation to kick things off.
Griff just so sure-footed, perfect launch pad off the lip there.
Griff just cruising into it.
off the bottom. Big tail blow, reverses it. Another big air rev.
And here he goes. Good size wall for Matty. He's going to have to turn this one with a single ride, and it's a big number he needs. 9.23, that'll help. Huge rip into the face. And attacking the bowl once again. Needs one of those big finishes. Doesn't really get a clean combination to finish. Behind him, Griffin Colapinto.
Beautiful opening turn. Connects with the lip, goes for the big tail slide, and he tags that finishing turn as well.
Griffin Colapinto through to the round of 16 for just the second time this year.
Really good surfer.
Job, mate.
Sick surfer.
Attack.
This year's been a tricky one. It's been really hard to like trust that everything I'm doing is going to pay off at some point.
Cheers, brother.
Away from the ocean, Griffin Colapinto finds his focus on the fairway. A welcome reset during a rocky start to the season.
Might be here a while. Yeah, boys.
We've been here since 6.
I love it. My whole life, I've just done the over the top, and slice, slice, slice. So working on the inside-out draw. I've been really like tried to get way better at something besides surfing. You know, I really am trying to like figure out how I can improve. Usually I've only done that with surfing, so I think it's healthy to do that with something else, another activity. Couple of bogeys, huh?
Yeah, I don't think we didn't even get one par.
That's sad.
Griffin Colapinto is not able to find a wave right now to respond. It's going to be the rookie taking down a big name.
Griffin's start to the season, a beautiful mess is probably what you'd call it.
He's had his worst run of results, his worst start to a championship tour season ever.
A tough blow for the Colapinto camp. He really needed to get a keeper as Colapinto shakes this one off.
He's getting good scores, but he's coming up against surfers that are laying down some big numbers, and he's just not getting through heats.
I'd say no, but he made it exciting. He tried, though.
As a surfer, that's a really hard thing to deal with mentally.
It's a fun learning curve for him to, you know, to have to adapt to those situations.
He doesn't want to face the cut deep in the 20s on the rankings. Last score for Colapinto is not enough.
Close heat, though, and Griffin surfed great. I mean, that's 2 events in a row.
I mean, a little slow start to my season. You know, haven't cracked a finals day. It's the first time I've had that since my second year on tour. So, yeah, it's just a good test for me, you know, and it's going to shape me to who I am. And
the evidence is there. You're missing something. You've got to step up.
I felt like I wasn't like too deep or anything.
We went where we know we can go.
As a competitive surfer, it's hard to break out of this losing rhythm.
You started. It's looking better.
Yeah.
It's just to get everything lined up is so hard.
So hard. Yeah.
Want to see?
Yeah.
Next. 6 iron.
Looks better.
100 yards. My last 2 years have been so good. So good, but also like coming so close to winning a title, but then not.
Last of blue, 7.0, it's Italo into the final matchup.
You know, the bar's set pretty high, so there's definitely a little bit of like a pressure of wanting to perform better than the year before. Even if you fail, the failures are good because it's just pointing out your weaknesses, your flaws. If you can notice that, figure it out, get better at it, and then come back stronger, you know, over time, you're going to end up where you want to be.
Good morning once again from the 62nd running of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. Our quarter-finalists are gearing up to hit the lineup. Griffin Colapinto, Samuel Pupo fighting for a spot in that second semi-final heat.
You've got to trust all the research and all the knowledge you have on the spot.
Yeah.
Right?
How about the start? I'll just do what I've been doing. I'll push for deepest and see how he reacts to that.
Yep.
It's going to take that breakout result here to get yourself up those rankings, out of the cut line. Both of these guys are looking for blood.
Well, here we go. Griffin's going to swing on this one.
connects with that first section.
Drives up into a chunky section, and it's a huge statement laid down.
Griff into this one. There's a big section here in front of him. That's attacks it. Griff is absolutely attacking this thing and sticks the last one.
He's loving it and really starting to tap into the emotion.
Griff, a 9.43.
Sammy Pupo now chasing a two-wave total of 17.36, and there is an aggressive tail slide. They'll get a big end section to attack here. Sammy Pupo just answered back a big 8.83, and here comes Griffin Colapinto.
He has just been on absolute fire this heat.
But Griffin Colapinto still alive, moves through to the semi-finals.
That's fun. Yeah.
This is nowhere close to done.
Team. Let's go, team.
Like, got to make smart selection and make the right moves.
That was huge.
Thank you.
So
you know, his performance has been good up to date.
Taught you everything you
As
did,
the results come with each round that he goes through, he seems to grow bigger and stronger and larger. Griff's coming back in a big way.
Who's still got a shot at ringing the bell. Gabriella Bryan, Isabella Nicholls up next.
Gabby Bryan, now the new world #1. Can see how that feels. I think it'll be really real for her when she's in bright yellow. Right now, though, she's just focused on a bell.
Drives up into that first turn, big snap.
Get ready for it. It's quarterfinals time here at the Rip Curl Pro. Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. One of these competitors could potentially be 3 heat wins away from ringing the most iconic trophy in the sport.
We had some major upsets. We had world #1 go down, Katie Simmers to Sally Fitzgibbons. We had Caroline Marks go down. We had Molly Picklum go down. We're talking women who are consistently in that top 5 conversation, but it opens up the door for other women to jump into that place.
The ledger's been evened by Luana Silva into the quarterfinals for the first time in 2025.
The quarterfinals begin with Lakey Peterson, a proven vet, up against rising threat Luana Silva.
At this point in the season, the thing on every competitor's mind is the cut. Luana Silva is ranked number 14, so well below that cut line.
Lakey Peterson, a real slide down the rankings up until this point.
So both of these women are hoping to find themselves inside that cut. This is a great matchup.
Definitely. Well, Luana's going to get things started.
Tricky little wave. She really scratches into it hard, tries to engage that rail, does well to work this one over. Does she find this connection? Beautiful right there.
Lakey Peterson picking off a bomb.
Yeah, under priority, taking this first wave of the set, hammers that one.
This next wave for both the surfers is going to be a real defining moment in the heat. Luana just attacks that first section. Second section here, just absolutely tags it. 3 explosive maneuvers on one of the biggest sets we've seen in the last hour.
7.67.
Disappointment for Lakey, you can see it. She knows this one is all over.
Luana Silva into the semi-finals for the first time in her championship tour career.
This event is so historical. I've watched it ever since I was a little girl. It's just a dream come true, and I really can't believe it, and I'm really happy.
Good luck. Thank you.
Good job.
Watch for the towel, yeah?
Yeah.
Second and third wave, sure.
Let's go.
With a shot at the semifinals on the line, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson faces off with one of the sport's fiercest veterans, Tyler Wright.
She's proven she can win anywhere. This event for a period there was more important to her than a world title win. She wanted to win this contest more than any other.
Tyler Wright has done it in back-to-back seasons.
It is more than a win. It's the only event that I've ever really wanted to win. I'm pretty over the moon.
She's won out here twice before, and she has an amazing connection to the bowl. I think she's really hungry for a third bell.
History will be written in this seat. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson taking on Tyler Wright, Hawaii versus Australia. One of the younger names on tour, taking on an established veteran.
Here Tyler goes, lays that board on rail.
Winds up and finds a nice section to attack. 7.0. Now Betty Lou on the next one. puts it up.
Wow, big turn out of the top of the lip. This is going to be giant.
On the end section, has time to celebrate on the way back down. Betty Lou got a 7.73. Both surfers turning in great rides back to back.
Oh, coming in hot.
Look at that. They're actually battling for priority. This is insane. And it's going to go to Betty Lou. Wow. Tyler under prio, whips one quickly. Throw that last cut back into the pocket. End section, she hits up really clean. Pocket sevens now in first.
Betty Lou should have kept Tyler off this one. Betty's on the wave behind, jams it there, but just a bit too much.
Had to settle for one maneuver, and I think Betty Lou's going to feel that. Tyler still has a chance to win her third bell.
Felt like back and forth the entire time. Great battle off the ski.
Whoa, coming in hot.
Honestly, that stuff is just entertaining. Like, that's so fun, but I'm really happy with my competitive mentality in that heat.
Yeah?
You did so well.
Thank you so much.
I was here. Can I get thank you?
Gabrielle O'Brien's rise continues, but Isabella Nicholls is no stranger to playing spoiler. They meet again in a high-stakes quarterfinal.
See one with two, even a bit deep.
Yep.
Go for it.
Okay.
And then just see where you end up after that, get into the flow of it.
Okay. Gabrielle O'Brien is performing at the highest level right now. Fresh off the win in El Salvador, where she was absolutely ripping.
Oh! Gabby, the queen of Punta Roca.
It's undeniable. She's the most powerful surfer on the women's tour.
Gabrielle O'Brien taking on Isabella Nicholls. A rematch from what we saw in the final at Punta Roca in El Salvador. Huge one. Running down the line with Gabrielle O'Brien. Big whip in the pocket, solid start, right off the top again. Nice connection on the forehand, and Gabrielle O'Brien rides away and will, in fact, take the lead. Drops a 6.0. Great start for Gabby Bryan, your new world number one. Isabella, with priority, is waiting to answer back.
Go bow, go bow. Nice wave choice, nice clean face, places that first turn in the beautiful section of the wave, jabs it up there with a second one.
And finish, Bella, don't cut back, hit it.
Let's see the finish she gets. Just nice projection out of the lip there.
8.77 for Isabella Nicholls.
Putting the pressure on Gabby.
You can tell her headspace is clear and she's ready.
Bella getting to work, just putting that board on rail. Surfing beautifully here. She's trying to drop the 2.67. Wow.
Another great ride from Isabella Nicholls.
Backs it up with the 7.17.
Isabella Nicholls takes out world number one.
I've been coming here since I was 15. I just feel like I've got such a good crew around me now. I've got my family, friends. I just love this place so much.
What a run for Isabella Nicholls. She will be into the semifinals here at Bells Beach. Gabby will be moving to the Gold Coast.
Kanoa Igarashi up against Ethan Ewing. Speaking of fights,
let's do this. Ethan putting down some of the best power surfing we've ever seen in Bells. Wowza.
The real key is putting pressure on early.
Oh,
Kanoa's back to his samurai sword.
Ethan gets an opportunity here. Needs to absolutely go mad. Speaking of fights, this is going to be a great one. Kanoa Igarashi up against Ethan Ewing in quarterfinal number one. Ethan's never beaten Kanoa in a head-to-head battle.
Wow. Oh, I want to see a good battle, you guys. There you go. Let's go, brother.
Kanoa Igarashi. There's a huge fin drift. No recovery time needed. Great control. Gets back up into the pocket. And a good reply for Igarashi.
4 strong maneuvers on that wave.
At the back, we've got Kanoa.
Oh. The real key is putting pressure on early. And that's exactly what Kanoa did. And Ethan just unraveled. Ethan Ewing's got work to do. He's after an 8.4.
Here we go.
Ethan gets an opportunity here. Needs to absolutely go mad.
3, 2, and 1.
There's just nothing there for him to really open up on. And
good battle.
The heat score totals are solid, but Kanoa Igarashi too strong, and he's on his way to the semis for the first time ever here.
Good job, Grasshopper.
Fresh off a win in El Salvador, Jordy Smith is a favorite as the quarterfinals continue. He'll be going up against wildcard Morgan Siblick, who's out to prove he still belongs among the best.
Morgan Siblick is back, coming in as a wild card to this event, but we know that Morgan has the ability on the championship tour. We've seen him there, but he's dropped off and he's trying to get back, and he's back in form. And he's pressure-free, so that's a real dangerous thing for his competitors.
I think these kind of these middle ones you can turn on. These guys have been caught side like 3 times now.
Morgan on his first wave, but he needs to hit the cymbals hard.
He threw everything, the kitchen sink, the little bits of lettuce that gather in the kitchen sink. It was all at that last turn.
Paddling into this one, Jordy Smith.
Cuts it short so he can get on top of this section. It's a good read for the opening combo. Kicks that tail. Trademark stuff from Smith. Behind him, we've got Morgan.
Oh, this is good stuff. Both surfers really shine during these rides.
A 7 for Morgan Siblick. He jumps into first. Jordy Smith chasing a 7.43. Only a minute and 20 seconds to go here, and Jordy Smith drives into this first section, hammers it. Big layback jam to get started. Now goes to the rail. Smith, a foamy section to deal with, gets a finish, pumps the fist, has a flex.
Wow, a great finish.
What do you reckon? Yeah, give it to me, give it to me. Come on, big dog here. Give him the big dog. Come on. It was a good run for him, but give it to me.
The numbers are rolling through.
Jordy Smith dropped in a 7.4.
Okay.
And he's going to fall just short. Morgan Siblick is on his way to the semi-finals.
Came here in the trials and didn't even know I was going to get in the comp, and then all of a sudden I'm in the semis, so I'm frothing, and it's going to be a good day tomorrow.
Well done there, bro.
Yeah.
The quarterfinals continue with Jake Marshall taking on Jack Robinson. The Australian is still searching for that breakthrough performance this season. A win here would finally put him back on top of the podium.
For the Aussies, you know, Jack has proven that no matter what venue he's at, he can challenge for a victory.
The thing that Jack Robinson has is an incredible mental game. The strength of self-belief in this guy, I think, is probably unmatched on the tour at the moment.
Will it be Jake Marshall or Jack Robinson? Jake doing his best surfing in a CT jersey here at Bells this year. Looking to get the jump on Jack.
That was a beautiful maneuver right there, just drifting through that float.
Here goes Jack, though. Gets a little swamped in the face, but the attack, it will be rewarded. Out onto the open face. There's a great carve. Nice little tweak on the tail to finish this one. 8.17, an excellent score drops. Things shaping up nicely here.
You're going to see Jack Robinson take off on another wave and really up the ante, and here's that opportunity.
Big, long, drawn-out bottom turn. Spreads the wings and glides through that first carve.
Jack Robbo lines it up, the big drop ball and finish.
Oh, 7.77. Wow. So Jake's after another one of those mid-range 9s that he had earlier in the event now, if he's going to turn this. This might be his last shot at it. Positive, stylish start to this one. As he hammers off the bottom, out onto that open face. Needs a very exciting finish here. If he's going to get the number he needs, that's a massive floating re-entry. Really well executed. Did he do enough work on the outside?
8.5, Matt.
And there it is.
Good job. You got it.
8.07. So
Yes.
now Jack Robbo into semi-finals here at the Riverfield Pro.
Yeah, I definitely have a lot more. I feel like just doing what's needed, you know, and locking it down at the start, and just focusing on myself a lot.
Jack Robinson's performance through this Bells event has been clinical. You know, all of a sudden, he's in the semi-finals, a shot at a final, and a shot at the bell for the first time for this guy.
Two surfers that were just on fire throughout this event, both reaching their personal best result. Into the countdown. How about this moment? It's a giant win. A timeless trophy.
Your 2025 Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach champion.
Semi-finals time here at Bells.
Tyler Wright has owned this stage before, but Isabella Nicholls is one win away from her first Bells final.
Tyler Wright, two-time Bells champ, coming into this with the most experience in the field. Isabella Nicholls fading, holding her rail, fading a little carve. Isabella will tap that one off the top.
At the back, Isabella Nicholls on her second wave.
Picking out a gem of a wave. So much time to enjoy this rail work. And now locking in a beautiful snap. Really impressed with how she's adapting to these conditions while Tyler's still waiting for a decent opener.
1.5 minutes remaining.
Tyler hoping to turn this one around. She's got the white water just tackling her on the takeoff. Isabella just eliminated one of the best at Bells. And she makes it into back-to-back finals on the championship tour.
So close to owning a bell a couple years ago, and regardless of if it's the grande or the small size, like, I'm gonna have a bell at home now.
Go. Let's go again.
Are you kidding?
Yes.
All right, starting the timer.
Isabella Nicholls is here to prove she belongs.
You got a feel for Isabella.
Really is heartbreaking not to be making the cut. It sucks.
It's part of my journey. A lot of people fall off tour and come back on again. It's fine.
She's been on the fringe edges of the tour and fought her way back.
Isabella keeping her hopes and dreams alive here.
This morning was I thinking about falling off tour. Now in Final Five, you know? The goals have changed.
Isabella Nicholls is your Margaret River Pro champion.
In primary school, we'd have like class excursions, and so we'd drive down and we'd go watch the Snapper Pro, and it's so clearly in my memory of me getting a photo with Steph, and I was 14 at the time. That was a point for me where I was like, this is what I want to do. I want to perform and entertain all of these people.
And now lining up a big hollow pit. Bella Nicholls, how you feeling?
I'm coming into this now, like lowering expectations, having more fun, just really trying to open up and attack and surf my best. And I feel like the last few years I've started to try and turn the dial up a bit.
Look at this thing. Wow, big hack off the top right there.
It's incredible to see these surfers that have been in the conversation of the mid-year cut, and to see Bella now find her potential essentially, and make back-to-back finals.
Your women's runner-up, Isabella Nicholls.
I'm ready to push myself. I'm ready to overcome any kind of fear that comes my way.
The red's through there, arms in the air.
This year I'm just gonna show up, be Bella, try and do the best surfing I can on the waves that I get, while also having the most fun possible.
It is time for the final. Luana Silva taking on Isabella Nicholls. We will have a new Bells champion this year.
Isabella is making back-to-back finals. She's arguably had the hardest run through this event, and you can tell that she's feeling very connected.
Let's start this final. Lulu gets the first wave. Wide open section for her to drill right there. Punching out the whitewater. Really impressed that Lulu got that opener, but Isabella might just be thinking, hey, I'm waiting for something better.
Go.
Patience paying off. First wave for Isabella Nicholls, drawing a beautiful down carve, and then punches out the lip. What a combo. Lulu's on the next one.
Nice arcing turn there, cuts right back to the source. That wave really makes her work for it.
Last score for Lulu, 6.67. But the timing and the precision surfing from Isabella Nicholls was certainly excellent.
An 8.33 for first. 8.33.
Luana really is on the ropes at the moment. We're seeing Bella in her absolute prime.
Ding dong, Bella.
Lulu's got some open face to play with. Almost goes down, but she recovers. Timing the finishing move. She goes down. Isabella still swinging behind her. Isabella attacking that section.
She really throws it up there into the lip really late.
Wow.
Really late.
A 7.93 to go with an 8.33 for Isabella Nicholls. It's a giant win. The bell belongs to Isabella Nicholls.
So proud of her, man. A lot of ups and downs, but this is why she does it, like, for these moments, you know?
Your first final here at Bells. Put your hands together for Isabella Nicholls.
To be carried up the stairs by my dad and pretty much most of my family and friends here, like, it's an emotion that I can't describe in words. Like, you can just see it on my face, and this is the best day of my life, for sure.
With the win, Isabella Nicholls moves up to 4th place. Gabriella Bryan takes the yellow jersey, and Caitlin Simmers is in 2nd.
Men's final.
Jack is probably Australia's best chance at a world title at the moment.
Of course, he'll be going up against Kanoa Igarashi.
Kanoa just tags it. He is feeling it, mate. Jacko again, big searing top turn, and look for a big finish here.
Trigger on this one, and he does.
Welcome back to the show, the 62nd running of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. And we have the semi-final stage set. Kanoa Igarashi, of course, one of the megastars on the championship tour. Morgan Sivlik looking to win as a wild card. Kanoa Igarashi is going to get things kicked off for us. Good control, drives up into the pocket again, mixing things up. You can hear cheers from the crowd. I think Morgan's working on a wave behind him.
Connects with that first section. Keeps that momentum running down the line. Stands up again. Oh, a little slip on that cutback. Just not looking as sure-footed as he has done in previous heats.
Kanoa will try and up the requirement. Get a bit of flair out of that section. And Morgan is up behind him. We'll go to Morgan. He's taken a fall. The wildcards run is going to come to an end. We are going to see Kanoa Igarashi into the final.
You get another crack at it, brother, for the bell. Woohoo!
Griffin Colapinto preparing himself mentally for a huge clash with Jack Robinson, and they are climbing over one another to try and get back into the final 5 picture.
Enjoy it. Enjoy it out there with him, yeah? Yeah, it's good. Yeah, boys.
Thanks, guys.
Scrambling to get into position because Griffin Colapinto. Griffin swings the tail on that first turn. He's been doing some great big finishes, and he gives us another one there.
Meanwhile, Jacko out the back.
A little layback hack. Beautiful bottom turn into a ferocious carve.
And just hangs on to that last turn. Griff Colapinto again. There it is. Just a savage snap. Griff's finishing up.
Jack Robinson looking for a 6.84 at the moment. And he's now going to lean into a couple of those big calves and looks to build speed again for the big finish. This might be the number he needs. He gets a clean hit on the final move.
Still waiting on that last score.
Come on, give it to him.
There it is, last of blue, a 7.17.
Jack Robinson getting the victory and moving into the final.
Come on!
Griff, and we're really good friends, and we're going to push each other a lot. I thought it would come down to the best waves. I felt like he got the best waves, and I kind of had to scrap for it a little bit. Finally got it in the end, so just a little bit of adversity.
Good battle, man.
Yeah, you have 2 on me, huh? I had to get you back.
I know you. I knew you were thinking like that.
Jack Robinson falling out of the sky, backsided pipe.
Let's go! And comes out! How did he do that?
Are you kidding me?
For Jack, you know, he's competed for the world title a couple times already, but he's been off to a tough start. He was devastated when he lost at Pipe to Al Cleland.
It's over.
So Alan Cleland holds on, defeats Jack Robinson.
I feel for him now, bro. He did so good, just didn't get an opportunity.
He did well at the pool in Abu Dhabi, you know, made some heats in Portugal, but he just hasn't been in that winner's circle all season.
Some guys go their whole careers and don't win an event, and have done it 7 times. It's not all just based on just a result. It's based on how you bounce back from things, how you rebuild yourself.
Jack has proven that he can put together a season consistently. He's probably Australia's best chance, I think, at a world title at the moment.
I have high expectations of myself, but so much pressure on my shoulders for sure.
What the man?
I truly believe that it's building up for a special moment.
If Jack can get in that final 5 picture at Cloudbreak, I think he's the favourite for the world title. A win here at Bells is crucial in his campaign to get to that situation.
Coming up next, men's final.
Wow, Jack Robbo making his way down to the beach, and the Groms. Everyone just loves this guy. Of course, he'll be going up against Kanoa Igarashi, an amazing surfer in his own respect.
Yeah, Kanoa's going to grab this without priority. First wave of the set, up through the lip and drifts the tail. Big first turn, second section here, and just nails it. And it looks like Jacko is going to be on the one behind. Big searing top turn. Now, Jacko again, waiting for it to stand up. There it is, another big figure 8 out of the lip. And look for a big finish here off the bottom, and Jack Robbo nails it.
Scores in for Jack, 6.37. Kanoa locks in a 6.7.
Here we go, Kanoa's grabbed this on the inside, up and over it, just tags it, drops in again. Another big hit. He is feeling it, mate.
Kanoa Igarashi just linking beautifully on the outside.
He was absolutely fanging through the inside there. Last red at 7.17, so it now means, Jacko, you are chasing a 7.5 for the lead.
Pull trigger on this one, and he does.
Puts a lot into that. Redirect in the pocket, almost a little stumble, but he still got his rail. Just passing his way back into the whitewater section. Jack's now moving towards a layback finish. He'll ride away. Hits the jackpot with a 7.77 and takes the lead off Kanoa.
3, 2, 1.
The bell belongs to Jack Robinson, his first win of the season, his first trophy at Bells.
Far out, man. It's just a surreal feeling. It's really special. There's so much history here, and it's been a special week. I've had my whole family here.
Get ready to ring it. Your 2025 Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach champion, Jack Robinson.
For Jack, everything changes. All of a sudden, he catapults to number 3 in the world. That's a spot in the final 5. Everyone wants to see what he could do at Cloudbreak. Jack Robinson, your champion. First win of the season, his first Bells trophy.
On the next Inside Pro Surfing, it's time for a big Bonsoy beach party, the Gold Coast Pro.
We're back. Jirac, Bells Beach. For me, there's not a better place to spend Easter.
That mid-season cut is looming, and we're seeing performances being pushed because of that.
The horn just went off. Bells are ringing here on the cliffs.
For over 60 years, Bells has been a mainstay. It holds a special place for the competitors.
Gives you chicken skin when you start to think about those moments, and you could be potentially a part of history like that. It's a big deal.
This is one of the best performances in the Bells Bowl ever, hands down, in the history of surfing.
Second wave always, mate.
You ask any surfer on the tour, what event do you want to win? And I guarantee you 90% of them will say, we want to ring that Bells Bowl. It's that iconic.
Honestly, it's the only trophy I want. It's the only trophy I want to win.
You look at the honour roll and it just magnifies the prestige of this contest.
The legacy of winning bells, it's like you're remembered forever.
History will be written.
Good morning once again from Jorak. We're here for the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, the 62nd edition. Can you believe it? So much history has been made here.
I just don't think we overthink it as in like overhead high.
Nah.
Anything head high is you're going.
Yeah.
Pride yourself on how solid you are, dude.
Yeah.
Delivering on just 2 chances.
Ethan Ewing chasing his second Bells title on this forehand has just proven so deadly in the past. What about that opening turn? Unbelievable. Floating to get transitioning down the line with plenty of speed to a big finish.
Holy, I'm blown away. That was some really, really amazing surfing.
Ethan rips through that carve again, bringing the board right back into the power source and leaning into that final move. Just 2 turns, but the second one so strong. Oh my goodness.
Ethan Ewing's entered the water. Are you kidding me? He's looking absolutely on fire. Like, it does not get better than this.
And Ethan getting the jump into the round of 16.
Ethan, do you have any flashbacks to your win back in 2023 out here at Winky Pop?
For sure, yeah. It was kind of similar conditions, pretty small and lully, but really good wind. So
Ewing out front, looking for the bell. And remember, his mom won this contest 40 years ago. And how sweet that would be to join his mother's name on that staircase.
You are going to be on that perpetual trophy with your mom forever.
it's been my biggest goal in my career to win this, and just all my heroes have won this. Joel, Mick, Kelly, and then my mum back in '83. It's an honour to compete here, and put my name up there with hers it's really special. Tell your mum you love them, because you never know what life throws at you. So thank you.
Absolute legend. Let's hear it for Ethan Ewing.
Ethan Ewing is one of Australia's next hopes to win a world title. Quiet, unassuming guy, and really lets his surfing do the talking.
His technique is the best. Truly incredible, and an honor to watch, really.
He's the guy that the old power mongers sort of look at and go, that's surfing. That's what good surfing looks like.
The style's there, the flow, just the power. He seems to accelerate through the turns, where other surfers sort of go through and then hunt for speed as they come out.
Ethan's in the perfect position this year. Without John and Gabriel, it probably becomes the power surfer of the tour. Yeah, I think he's the guy to beat.
Ethan's performance throughout 2025 so far has been really consistent. You know, he's right up at the top of the ratings, but the win has been a little bit elusive for him. You feel like there's a point to prove here at Bells Beach. He wants the win.
Man, he's one of the most hard-working surfers on tour. He puts everything he has into his craft. However, he's not putting himself in the spotlight. He's not really telling those stories of heartbreak.
My first few years on tour, I really struggled with self-belief.
Ethan Ewing is putting on a display of power surfing we have yet to see here at Lowers. The fact that he'd broken his back 4.5 weeks ago, and now he's surfing at this level. He's a Superman.
Incredible job, Ethan Ewing. Second in the world in 2023.
He won't stop until he accomplishes his goal. He might not sing us a song about it, but I think that's probably one of those dangerous things that you can have. Like, what is he hiding? What is he working on that we haven't seen yet? And he's definitely saving it for the water.
I think I'm at a much better place now with believing in myself and believing that I can win a world title.
Good luck, Ethan.
Thank you.
Tell them you don't believe in luck. Don't sit out too far.
Yeah.
These guys let some nuggets go.
Yeah.
You paddle out to them easy.
Yeah.
But the ones that are going underneath are still sick. Just your ability and smoking.
Yeah.
Go enjoy it.
Yeah, I'll be looking in.
All right, but.
Ethan Ewing chasing a second Bells title up against Connor O'Leary. Ethan on the outside gets started with a big float as Connor brings it through to the inside, takes a fall. Ethan on his way to winning this opening exchange. Bit more work on the outer section. And this wave, it's carrying its height all the way through to the inside now as Ethan gets forward over that final section.
It's effortless, the way he goes about these turns.
That set with carb was huge.
Ethan Ewing starting with a 9.33 for his opening ride. And he's also backed that up now, an 8.5 for this one.
Two-turn combo out the back was insane. And then again, just finishing with that layback.
So Connor O'Leary, he's going to pull the trigger on this one. Blitzes the lip. And again, just gets upside down. A great combination on the outside. 3 huge turns.
12 o'clock nooner.
It's got to be needs.
Connor O'Leary.
He's somewhere up there.
Have a look at this wall for Ewing, who responds with a bit more aggression after Connor drops an 8.67. Ethan knows he's within reach now, and he's putting it all on the line. Full release, total commitment. He just vaporized that wave.
This is a new version of Ethan again. Like, he's pushed it even further.
This has been tidy work from Ethan. Some of the best forehand surfing that we've ever seen here at Bells.
To see him in absolutely pristine conditions at the Bells Bowl, that's just such a great marriage.
Thank you.
That's a really good job.
Yeah.
Holy good surfing, dude.
Thank you. Holy.
I loved it. Wow.
Yeah.
That was impressive.
Yeah,
Good
worked
job.
out well. The start and everything.
Oh, absolutely.
Honestly, he was
Only a couple
surfing as
weeks
good as
ago,
I've ever seen anyone surf out here.
Insane.
Like, it was crazy.
I've seen some demo jobs in that Bells Bowl over the years, mate, but none more sublime than that. That was one of those magic performances that will just echo through eternity.
Yeah, that was such a fun heat. Just feels good to be surfing out here with the crowd here and everything. It's just at the top for us in this sport. What Ethan Ewing delivered at the Bells Bowl was just nothing short of extraordinary. You know, the way he attacked those waves, he really rewrote the blueprint for how to surf Bells Bowl. This is a moment in history. It will be etched.
Griffin Colapinto, he's down in like the mid-20s on the rankings, and it's been difficult to watch.
It's his worst start to a championship tour season ever.
Griff just so sure-footed. Perfect launch pad off the lip there.
The last few events have just like broken me open emotionally.
Drives up into a chunky section, and it's a huge statement laid down.
You're watching Inside Pro Surfing, and we're back at Bells. With a slow start to the season, Griffin Colapinto hopes to turn things around with a round of 32 matchup with Matt McGillivray.
What do you think for the start?
It'll just catch the rail there. So just over 11 minutes.
Cheers, boys.
Griffin Colapinto, he's down in like the mid-20s on the rankings, and it's been difficult to watch him not crack through this round.
And it looks like Griffin moving into position here. Deep on this one, he'll drive around that foamy section, climbs up onto the lip, and a beautiful rotation to kick things off.
Griff just so sure-footed. Perfect launch pad off the lip there.
Griff just cruising into it off the bottom. Big tail blow, reverses it. Another big air rev.
And here he goes. Good size wall for Matty. He's going to have to turn this one with a single ride, and it's a big number he needs. 9.23, that'll help. Huge rip into the face. And attacking the bowl once again. Needs one of those big finishes. Doesn't really get a clean combination to finish. Behind him, Griffin Colapinto.
Beautiful opening turn. Connects with the lip, goes for the big tail slide, and he tags that finishing turn as well.
Griffin Colapinto through to the round of 16 for just the second time this year.
Really good surfer.
You know what, mate?
Sick surfer.
Attack. This year's been a tricky one. It's been really hard to like trust that everything I'm doing is going to pay off at some point. Cheers, brother.
Thank you.
Away from the ocean, Griffin Colapinto finds his focus on the fairway. A welcome reset during a rocky start to the season.
Might be here a while. Yeah, boys.
We've been here since 6.
I love it. My whole life, I've just done the over the top, and slice, slice, slice. So working on the inside-out draw. I haven't really like tried to get way better at something besides surfing. You know, I really am trying to like figure out how I can improve. Usually I've only done that with surfing, so I think it's healthy to do that with something else, another activity. Couple of bogeys, huh?
Yeah, I don't think we didn't even get one par.
That's sad.
Griffin Colapinto is not able to find a wave right now to respond. It's going to be the rookie taking down a big name.
Griffin's start to the season, a beautiful mess is probably what you'd call it.
He's had his worst run of results, his worst start to a championship tour season ever.
A tough blow for the Colapinto camp. He really needed to get a keeper as Colapinto shakes this one off.
He's getting good scores, but he's coming up against surfers that are laying down some big numbers, and he's just not getting through heats.
I'd say no, but he made it exciting. He tried, though.
As a surfer, that's a really hard thing to deal with mentally.
It's a fun learning curve for him to, you know, to have to adapt to those situations.
He doesn't want to face the cut deep in the 20s on the rankings. Last score for Colapinto is not enough.
Close heat, though, and Griffin surfed great. I mean, that's 2 events in a row.
I mean, a little slow start to my season, you know, haven't cracked a finals day. It's the first time I've had that since my second year on tour, so yeah, it's just a good test for me, you know, and it's going to shape me to who I am. And
the evidence is there. You're missing something. You've got to step up.
I felt like I wasn't like too deep or anything.
We went where we know we can go.
As a competitive surfer, it's hard to break out of this losing rhythm.
You started. It's looking better.
Yeah.
It's just to get everything lined up is so hard.
So hard.
Yeah, I want to see.
Yeah.
Next. 6 iron.
Looks better.
100 yards. My last 2 years have been so good. So good, but also like coming so close to winning a title, but then not.
Last of blue, 7.0, it's Italo into the final action!
You know, the bar's set pretty high, so there's definitely a little bit of like a pressure of wanting to perform better than the year before. Even if you fail, the failures are good because it's just pointing out your weaknesses, your flaws. If you can notice that, figure it out, get better at it, and then come back stronger, you know, over time, you're gonna end up where you wanna be.
Good morning once again from the 62nd running of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. Our quarter-finalists are gearing up to hit the lineup. Griffin Colapinto, Samuel Pupo fighting for a spot in that second semi-final heat.
You've got to trust all the research and all the knowledge you have on the spot.
Yeah.
Right?
How about the start? I'll just do what I've been doing. I'll push for deepest and see how he reacts to that.
Yep.
It's going to take that breakout result here to get yourself up those rankings, out of the cut line. Both of these guys are looking for blood.
Well, here we go. Griffin's going to swing on this one.
Connects with that first section.
Drives up into a chunky section, and it's a huge statement laid down.
Griff into this one. There's a big section here in front of him. That's a taxon. Griff is absolutely attacking this thing and sticks the last one.
He's loving it and really starting to tap into the emotion.
Griff, a 9.43.
Sammy Pupo now chasing a two-wave total of 17.36, and there is an aggressive tail slide. They'll get a big end section to attack here. Sammy Pupo just answered back a big 8.83, and here comes Griffin Colapinto.
He has just been on absolute fire this heat.
But Griffin Colapinto still alive, moves through to the semi-finals.
This is nowhere close to done.
Team.
Let's go, team. I got to make smart selection and make the right moves.
That was huge.
Thank you.
So
You know, his performances have been good up to date.
Taught you everything you
As
did,
the
huh?
results come with each round that he goes through, he seems to grow bigger and stronger and larger. Griff's coming back in a big way.
Who's still got a shot at ringing the bell. Gabriella Bryan, Isabella Nicholls up next.
Gabby Bryan, now the new world #1. Can see how that feels. I think it'll be really real for her when she's in bright yellow. Right now, though, she's just focused on a bell.
Drives up into that first turn, big snap.
Get ready for it. It's quarterfinals time here at the Rip Curl Pro. Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. One of these competitors could potentially be 3 heat wins away from ringing the most iconic trophy in the sport.
We had some major upsets. We had world #1 go down, Katie Simmers to Sally Fitzgibbons. We had Caroline Marks go down. We had Molly Picklum go down. We're talking women who are consistently in that top 5 conversation, but that opens up the door for other women to jump into that place.
The ledger's been evened by Luana Silva into the quarterfinals for the first time in 2025.
The quarterfinals begin with Lakey Peterson, a proven vet, up against rising threat Luana Silva.
At this point in the season, the thing on every competitor's mind is the cut. Luana Silva is ranked number 14, so well below that cut line.
Lakey Peterson, a real slide down the rankings up until this point.
So both of these women are hoping to find themselves inside that cut. This is a great matchup.
Definitely. Well, Luana's going to get things started.
Tricky little wave. She really scratches into it hard, tries to engage that rail, does well to work this one over. Does she find this connection? Beautiful right there.
Lakey Peterson picking off a bomb.
Yeah, under priority, taking this first wave of the set, hammers that one.
This next wave for both the surfers is going to be a real defining moment in the heat. Luana just attacks that first section. Second section here, just absolutely tags it. 3 explosive maneuvers on one of the biggest sets we've seen in the last hour.
7.67.
Disappointment for Lakey, you can see it. She knows this one is all over.
Luana Silva into the semi-finals for the first time in her championship tour career.
This event is so historical. I've watched it ever since I was a little girl. It's just a dream come true, and I really can't believe it, and I'm really happy.
Good luck. Thank you.
Kill it. Good job.
Watch for the towel, yeah?
Yeah.
Second and third wave, sure.
Let's go.
With a shot at the semifinals on the line, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson faces off with one of the sport's fiercest veterans, Tyler Wright.
She's proven she can win anywhere. This event for a period there was more important to her than a world title win. She wanted to win this contest more than any other.
Tyler Wright has done it in back-to-back seasons.
It is more than a win. It's the only event that I've ever really wanted to win. I'm pretty over the moon.
She's won out here twice before, and she has an amazing connection to the bowl. I think she's really hungry for a third bell.
History will be written in this seat. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson taking on Tyler Wright, Hawaii versus Australia. One of the younger names on tour, taking on an established veteran.
Here Tyler goes, lays that board on rail.
Winds up and finds a nice section to attack. 7.0. Now Betty Lou on the next one. Puts it up.
Wow, big turn out of the top of the lip. This is going to be giant.
On the end section, has time to celebrate on the way back down. Betty Lou got a 7.73. Both surfers turning in great rides back to back.
Oh, coming in hot.
Look at that. And they're actually battling for priority. This is insane. And it's going to go to Betty Lou. Wow. Tyler under prio, whips one quickly, throw that last cut back into the pocket. End section, she hits up really clean. pocket sevens now in first.
Betty Lou should have kept Tyler off this one. Betty's on the wave behind, jams it there, but just a bit too much.
Had to settle for one maneuver, and I think Betty Lou's gonna feel that. Tyler still has a chance to win her third bell.
Felt like back and forth the entire time. Great battle off the ski.
Whoa, coming in hot.
Honestly, that stuff is just entertaining. Like, that's so fun, but I'm really happy with my competitive mentality in that heat.
Yeah?
You did so well.
Thank you so much.
I was here. Can I get thank you?
Gabrielle O'Brien's rise continues, but Isabella Nicholls is no stranger to playing spoiler. They meet again in a high-stakes quarterfinal.
See one with two, even a bit deep.
Yep.
Go for it.
Okay.
And then just see where you end up after that, get into the flow of it.
Okay.
Gabrielle O'Brien is performing at the highest level right now. Fresh off the win in El Salvador, where she was absolutely ripping.
Oh! Gabby, the queen of Punta Roca.
It's undeniable. She's the most powerful surfer on the women's tour.
Gabrielle O'Brien taking on Isabella Nicholls. A rematch from what we saw in the final at Punta Roca in El Salvador. Huge one. Running down the line with Gabrielle O'Brien. Big whip in the pocket, solid start, right off the top again. Nice connection on the forehand, and Gabrielle O'Brien rides away and will, in fact, take the lead. Drops a 6.0. Great start for Gabby Bryan, your new world number one. Isabella, with priority, is waiting to answer back.
Go bow, go bow. Nice wave choice, nice clean face, places that first turn in the beautiful section of the wave, jabs it up there with a second one.
Good finish, Bella. Don't cut back, hit it.
Let's see the finish she gets. Just nice projection out of the lip there.
8.77 for Isabella Nicholls.
Putting the pressure on Gabby.
You can tell her headspace is clear and she's ready.
Bella getting to work, just putting that board on rail. Surfing beautifully here. She's trying to drop the 2, 6, 7. Wow.
Another great ride from Isabella Nicholls.
Backs it up with the 717.
Isabella Nicholls takes out world number one.
I've been coming here since I was 15. I just feel like I've got such a good crew around me now. I've got my family, friends. I just love this place so much.
What a run for Isabella Nicholls. She will be into the semifinals here at Bells Beach. Gabby will be moving to the Gold Coast.
Kanoa Igarashi up against Ethan Ewing. Speaking of fights,
let's do this. Ethan putting down some of the best power surfing we've ever seen in Bells. Wowza.
The real key is putting pressure on early.
Oh,
back to his samurai sword.
Ethan gets an opportunity here. Needs to absolutely go mad. Speaking of fights, this is going to be a great one. Kanoa Igarashi up against Ethan Ewing in quarterfinal number one. Ethan's never beaten Kanoa in a head-to-head battle.
Wow.
Oh, I want to see a good battle, you guys. There you go. Let's go, brother.
Kanoa Igarashi. There's a huge fin drift. No recovery time needed. Great control. Gets back up into the pocket. And a good reply for Igarashi.
4 strong maneuvers on that wave.
At the back, we've got Kanoa.
Oh.
The real key is putting pressure on early. And that's exactly what Kanoa did. And Ethan just unraveled. Ethan Ewing's got work to do. He's after an 8.4.
Here we go.
Ethan gets an opportunity here. Needs to absolutely go mad.
3, 2, and 1.
There's just nothing there for him to really open up on. And
good battle.
The heat score totals are solid, but Kanoa Igarashi too strong, and he's on his way to the semis for the first time ever here.
Good job, Grasshopper.
Fresh off a win in El Salvador, Jordy Smith is a favorite as the quarterfinals continue. He'll be going up against wildcard Morgan Siblick, who's out to prove he still belongs among the best.
Morgan Siblick is back, coming in as a wild card to this event, but we know that Morgan has the ability on the championship tour. We've seen him there, but he's dropped off and he's trying to get back, and he's back in form. and he's pressure-free. So that's a real dangerous thing for his competitors.
I think these kind of these middle ones you can turn on. These guys have been caught side like 3 times now.
Morgan on his first wave, but he needs to hit the cymbals hard.
He threw everything, the kitchen sink, the little bits of lettuce that gather in the kitchen sink. It was all at that last turn.
Paddling into this one, Geordie Smith.
Cuts it short so he can get on top of this section. It's a good read for the opening combo. Kicks that tail. Trademark stuff from Smith. Behind him, we've got Morgan.
Oh, this is good stuff. Both surfers really shine during these rides.
A 7 for Morgan Siblick. He jumps into first. Geordie Smith chasing a 7.43. Only 1 minute and 20 seconds to go here, and Geordie Smith drives into this first section, hammers it. Big layback jam to get started. Now goes to the rail. Smith, a foamy section to deal with, gets a finish, pumps the fist, has a flex.
Wow, a great finish.
What do you reckon? Yeah, give it to me, give it to me. Come on, big dog here. Give him the big dog.
Come on. It was a good run for him, but give it to me.
The numbers are rolling through.
Geordie Smith dropped in a 7.4.
Okay.
And he's going to fall just short. Morgan Siblick is on his way to the semi-finals.
Came here in the trials and didn't even know I was going to get in the comp, and then all of a sudden I'm in the semis, so I'm frothing, and it's going to be a good day tomorrow.
Well done there, bro.
Yeah.
The quarterfinals continue with Jake Marshall taking on Jack Robinson. The Australian is still searching for that breakthrough performance this season. A win here would finally put him back on top of the podium.
For the Aussies, you know, Jack has proven that no matter what venue he's at, he can challenge for a victory.
The thing that Jack Robinson has is an incredible mental game. The strength of self-belief in this guy, I think, is probably unmatched on the tour at the moment.
Will it be Jake Marshall or Jack Robinson? Jake doing his best surfing in a CT jersey here at Bells this year. Looking to get the jump on Jack.
That was a beautiful maneuver right there, just drifting through that float.
Here goes Jack, though. Gets a little swamped in the face, but the attack, it will be rewarded. Out onto the open face. There's a great carve. Nice little tweak on the tail to finish this one. 8.17, an excellent score drops. Things shaping up nicely here.
You're going to see Jack Robinson take off on another wave and really up the ante, and here's that opportunity.
Big, long, drawn-out bottom turn. Spreads the wings and glides through that first carve.
Jack Robbo lines it up, the big drop ball and finish.
Oh, 7.77. Wow. So Jake's after another one of those mid-range 9s that he had earlier in the event now, if he's going to turn this. This might be his last shot at it. Positive, stylish start to this one. As he hammers off the bottom, out onto that open face. Needs a very exciting finish here if he's going to get the number he needs. That's a massive floating re-entry. Really well executed. Did he do enough work on the outside?
8.5 max.
And there it is.
Good job. You got it.
8.07. So
Yes.
now Jack Robbo into semi-finals here at the Ripperfield Pro.
Yeah, I definitely have a lot more. I feel like just doing what's needed, you know, and locking it down at the start, and just focusing on myself a lot.
Jack Robinson's performance through this Bells event has been clinical. You know, all of a sudden, he's in the semi-finals, a shot at a final and a shot at the bell for the first time for this guy.
Two surfers that were just on fire throughout this event, both reaching their personal best result. Into the countdown. How about this moment? It's a giant win. A timeless trophy.
Your 2025 Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach champion.
semifinals time here at Bells.
Tyler Wright has owned this stage before, but Isabella Nicholls is one win away from her first Bells final.
Tyler Wright, two-time Bells champ, coming into this with the most experience in the field. Isabella Nicholls fading, holding her rail, fading a little carve. Isabella will tap that one off the top.
Well, at the back, Isabella Nicholls on her second wave.
Picking out a gem of a wave. So much time to enjoy this rail work. And now locking in a beautiful snap. Really impressed with how she's adapting to these conditions while Tyler's still waiting for a decent opener.
1.5 minutes remaining.
Tyler hoping to turn this one around. She's got the white water just tackling her on the takeoff. Isabella just eliminated one of the best at Bells. And she makes it into back-to-back finals on the championship tour.
So close to owning a bell a couple years ago, and regardless of if it's the grande or the small size, like, I'm gonna have a bell at home now.
Go. Let's go again.
Are you kidding?
Yes.
All right, starting the timer.
Isabella Nicholls is here to prove she belongs.
You got a feel for Isabella.
Really is heartbreaking not to be making the cut.
Sucks. It's part of my journey. A lot of people fall off tour and come back on again. It's fine.
She's been on the fringe edges of the tour and fought her way back.
Isabella keeping her hopes and dreams alive here.
This morning was I thinking about falling off tour. Now in Final Five, you know? The goals have changed.
Isabella Nicholls is your Margaret River Pro champion.
In primary school, we'd have like class excursions, and so we'd drive down and we'd go watch the Snapper Pro, and it's so clearly in my memory of me getting a photo with Steph, and I was 14 at the time. That was a point for me where I was like, this is what I want to do. I want to perform and entertain all of these people.
And now lining up a big hollow pit, Bella Nicholls, how you feeling?
I'm coming into this now, like lowering expectations, having more fun, just really trying to open up and attack and surf my best. And I feel like the last few years I've started to try and turn the dial up a bit.
Look at this thing. Wow, big hack off the top right there.
It's incredible to see these surfers that have been in the conversation of the mid-year cut, and to see Bella now find her potential, essentially, make back-to-back finals.
Your women's runner-up, Isabella Nicholls.
I'm ready to push myself. I'm ready to overcome any kind of fear that comes my way.
The red's through there, arms in the air.
This year, I'm just gonna show up, be Bella, try and do the best surfing I can on the waves that I get, while also having the most fun possible.
It is time for the final. Luana Silva taking on Isabella Nicholls. We will have a new Bells champion this year.
Isabella is making back-to-back finals. She's arguably had the hardest run through this event, and you can tell that she's feeling very connected.
Let's start this final. Lulu gets the first wave, wide open section for her to drill right there. Punching out the whitewater. Really impressed that Lulu got that opener, but Isabella might just be thinking, hey, I'm waiting for something better.
Go.
Patience paying off. First wave for Isabella Nicholls, drawing a beautiful down carve, and then punches out the lip. What a combo. Lulu's on the next one.
Nice arcing turn there, cuts right back to the source. That wave really makes her work for it.
Last score for Lulu, 6.67. But the timing and the precision surfing from Isabella Nicholls was certainly excellent.
An 8.33 for her. 8.33.
Luana really is on the ropes at the moment. We're seeing Bella in her absolute prime.
Ding dong, Bella.
Lulu's got some open face to play with. Almost goes down, but she recovers. Timing the finishing move. She goes down. Isabella still swinging behind her. Isabella attacking that section.
She really throws it up there into the lip really late.
Wow.
Really late.
A 7.93 to go with an 8.33 for Isabella Nicholls. It's a giant win. The bell belongs to Isabella Nicholls.
So proud of her, man. A lot of ups and downs, but this is why she does it, like, for these moments, you know?
Your first final here at Bells. Put your hands together for Isabella Nicholls.
To be carried up the stairs by my dad and pretty much most of my family and friends here, like, it's an emotion that I can't describe in words. Like, you can just see it on my face, and this is the best day of my life, for sure.
With the win, Isabella Nicholls moves up to 4th place. Gabriella Bryan takes the yellow jersey, and Caitlin Simmers is in 2nd.
Men's final.
Jack is probably Australia's best chance at a world title at the moment.
Of course, he'll be going up against Kanoa Igarashi.
Kanoa just tags it. He is feeling it, mate. Jacko again, big searing top turn, and look for a big finish here.
Trigger on this one, and he does.
Welcome back to the show, the 62nd running of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. And we have the semi-final stage set. Kanoa Igarashi, of course, one of the megastars on the championship tour. Morgan Siblik looking to win as a wild card. Kanoa Igarashi is going to get things kicked off for us. Good control, drives up into the pocket again, mixing things up. You can hear cheers from the crowd. I think Morgan's working on a wave behind him.
Connects with that first section, keeps that momentum running down the line. Stands up again, a little slip on that cutback. Just not looking as sure-footed as he has done in previous heats.
Kanoa will try and up the requirement, get a bit of flair out of that section. And Morgan is up behind him. We'll go to Morgan. He's taken a fall. The wildcards run is going to come to an end. We are going to see Kanoa Igarashi into the final.
You get another crack at it, brother, for the bell. Woohoo!
Griffin Colapinto preparing himself mentally for a huge clash with Jack Robinson, and they are climbing over one another to try and get back into the final 5 picture.
Enjoy it. Enjoy it out there with him, yeah? Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, boys. Thanks, guys.
Scrambling to get into position because Griffin Colapinto. Griffin swings the tail on that first turn. He's been doing some great big finishes, and he gives us another one there.
Meanwhile, Jacko out the back.
A little layback hack. Beautiful bottom turn into a ferocious carve.
And just hangs on to that last turn. Griff Colapinto again. There it is. Just a savage snap. Griff's finishing up.
Jack Robinson looking for a 6.84 at the moment. And he's now going to lean into a couple of those big calves and looks to build speed again for the big finish. This might be the number he needs. He gets a clean hit on the final move.
Still waiting on that last score.
Come on, give it to him.
There it is, last of blue, a 7.17.
Jack Robinson getting the victory and moving into the final.
Come on!
Griff, and we're really good friends, and we're going to push each other a lot. I thought it would come down to the best waves. I felt like he got the best waves, and I kind of had to scrap for it a little bit. Finally got it in the end, so just a little bit of adversity.
Good battle, man.
Yeah, you have 2 on me, huh? I had to get you back.
I know you. I knew you were thinking like that.
Jack Robinson falling out of the sky, backsided pipe. Let's go! And comes out! How did he do that? Are you kidding me?
For Jack, you know, he's competed for the world title a couple times already, but he's been off to a tough start. He was devastated when he lost at pipe to Al Cleland.
It's over.
So Alan Cleland holds on, defeats Jack Robinson.
I feel for him now, bro. He did so good, just didn't get an opportunity.
He did well at the pool in Abu Dhabi, you know, made some heats in Portugal, but he just hasn't been in that winner's circle all season.
Some guys go their whole careers and don't win an event. and I've done it 7 times. It's not all just based on just a result. It's based on how you bounce back from things, how you rebuild yourself.
Jack has proven that he can put together a season consistently. He's probably Australia's best chance, I think, at a world title at the moment.
I have high expectations of myself, but so much pressure on my shoulders for sure.
What the man?
I truly believe that it's building up for a special moment.
If Jack can get in that final 5 picture at Cloudbreak, I think he's the favourite for the world title. A win here at Bells is crucial in his campaign to get to that situation.
Coming up next, men's final.
Wow, Jack Robbo making his way down to the beach, and the Groms. Everyone just loves this guy. Of course, he'll be going up against Kanoa Igarashi, an amazing surfer in his own respect.
Yeah, Kanoa's going to grab this without priority. First wave of the set, up through the lip and drifts the tail. Big first turn, second section here, and just nails it. And it looks like Jacko is going to be on the one behind. Big searing top turn. Now, Jacko again, waiting for it to stand up. There it is, another big figure 8 out of the lip. And look for a big finish here off the bottom, and Jack Robbo nails it.
Scores in for Jack, 6.37. Kanoa locks in a 6.7.
Here we go, Kanoa's grabbed this on the inside, up and over it, just tags it, drops in again. Another big hit. He is feeling it, mate.
Kanoa Igarashi just linking beautifully on the outside.
He was absolutely fanging through the inside there. Last red at 7.17, so it now means, Jacko, you are chasing a 7.5 for the lead.
Pull trigger on this one, and he does.
Puts a lot into that. Redirect in the pocket, almost a little stumble, but he still got his rail. Just S-ing his way back into the whitewater section. Jack's now moving towards a layback finish. He'll ride away. Hits the jackpot with a 7.77 and takes the lead off Kanoa.
3, 2, 1.
The bell belongs to Jack Robinson, his first win of the season, his first trophy at Bells.
Far out, man. It's just a surreal feeling. It's really special. There's so much history here, and it's been a special week. I've had my whole family here.
Get ready to ring it. Your 2025 Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach champion, Jack Robinson.
For Jack, everything changes. All of a sudden, he catapults to number 3 in the world. That's a spot in the final 5. Everyone wants to see what he could do at Cloudbreak.
Jack Robinson, your champion. First win of the season, his first Bells trophy.
On the next Inside Pro Surfing, it's time for a big Bonsoy beach party, the Gold Coast Pro. Let's go!
We're back. Jirac, Bells Beach. For me, there's not a better place to spend Easter.
That mid-season cut is looming, and we're seeing performances being pushed because of that.
The horn just went off. Bells are ringing here on the cliffs.
For over 60 years, Bells has been a mainstay. It holds a special place for the competitors.
Gives you chicken skin when you start to think about those moments, and you could be potentially a part of history like that. It's a big deal.
This is one of the best performances in the Bells Bowl ever, hands down, in the history of surfing.
Second wave always, mate.
You ask any surfer on the tour, what event do you want to win? And I guarantee you 90% of them will say, we want to ring that Bells Bowl. It's that iconic.
Honestly, it's the only trophy I want to win.
You look at the honour roll and it just magnifies the prestige of this contest.
The legacy of winning Bells, it's like you're remembered forever.
History will be written.
Good morning once again from Jurark. We're here for the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, the 62nd edition. Can you believe it? So much history has been made here.
I just don't think we overthink it as in like overhead height.
Nah.
Anything head high is you're going.
Yeah.
Pride yourself on how solid you are, dude.
Yeah.
Delivering on just 2 chances.
Ethan Ewing chasing his second Bells title on this forehand has just proven so deadly in the past. What about that opening turn? Unbelievable. Floating to get transitioning down the line with plenty of speed to a big finish.
Holy, I'm blown away. That was some really, really amazing surfing.
Ethan rips through that carve again, bringing the board right back into the power source and leaning into that final move. Just 2 turns, but the second one so strong. Oh my goodness.
Ethan Ewing's entered the water. Are you kidding me? He's looking absolutely on fire. Like it does not get better than this.
And Ethan getting the jump into the round of 16.
Ethan, do you have any flashbacks to your win back in 2023 out here at Winky Pop?
For sure, yeah. It was kind of similar conditions, pretty small and lully, but really good wind. So.
Ewing out front, looking for the bell. And remember, his mom won this contest 40 years ago. And how sweet that would be to join his mother's name on that staircase.
You are going to be on that perpetual trophy with your mom forever.
It's been my biggest goal in my career to win this, and just all my heroes have won this. Joel, Mick, Kelly, and then yeah, my mum back in '83. It's an honour to compete here, and yeah, put my name up there with hers it's really special. Tell your mum you love them, because you never know what life throws at you. So thank you.
Absolute legend. Let's hear it for Ethan Ewing.
Ethan Ewing is one of Australia's next hopes to win a world title. Quiet, unassuming guy, and really lets his surfing do the talking.
His technique is the best. Truly incredible and an honor to watch, really.
He's the guy that the sort of the old power mongers sort of look at and go, that's surfing. That's what good surfing looks like.
The style's there, the flow, just the power. He seems to accelerate through the turns, where other surfers sort of go through and then hunt for speed as they come out.
Ethan's in the perfect position this year. Without John and Gabriel, probably becomes the power surfer of the tour. Yeah, I think he's the guy to beat.
Ethan's performance throughout 2025 so far has been really consistent. You know, he's right up at the top of the ratings, but the win has been a little bit elusive for him. You feel like there's a point to prove here at Bells Beach. He wants the win.
Man, he's one of the most hard-working surfers on tour. He puts everything he has into his craft. However, he's not putting himself in the spotlight. He's not really telling those stories of heartbreak.
My first few years on tour, I really struggled with self-belief.
Ethan Ewing is putting on a display of power surfing we have yet to see here at Lowers. The fact that he'd broken his back 4.5 weeks ago, and now he's surfing at this level. He's a Superman.
Incredible job, Ethan Ewing. Second in the world in 2023.
He won't stop until he accomplishes his goal. He might not sing us a song about it, but I think that's probably one of those dangerous things that you can have. Like, what is he hiding? What is he working on that we haven't seen yet? And he's definitely saving it for the water. I think I'm at a much better place now with believing in myself and believing that I can win a world title.
Luck, Ethan.
Thank you.
Tell him you don't believe in luck. Don't sit out too far.
Yeah.
These guys let some nuggets go.
Yeah.
You paddle out to them easy.
Yeah.
But the ones that are going underneath are still sick. Just your ability in smoking.
Yeah.
Go enjoy it.
Yeah, I'll be looking in.
All right, but.
Ethan Ewing chasing a second Bells title up against Connor O'Leary. Ethan on the outside gets started with a big float as Connor brings it through to the inside, takes a fall. Ethan on his way to winning this opening exchange. Bit more work on the outer section. And this wave, it's carrying its height all the way through to the inside now as Ethan gets forward over that final section.
It's effortless the way he goes about these turns.
That 7 car was huge.
Ethan Ewing starting with a 9.33 for his opening ride. And he's also backed that up now, an 8.5 for this one.
Two-turn combo out the back was insane. And then again, just finishing with that layback.
So Connor O'Leary, he's going to pull the trigger on this one. Blitzes the lip. And again, just gets upside down. A great combination on the outside. 3 huge turns.
12 o'clock nooner.
Gotta be neat.
Connor O'Leary.
Somewhere up there.
Have a look at this wall for Ewing, who responds with a bit more aggression after Connor drops an 8.67. Ethan knows he's within reach now, and he's putting it all on the line. Full release, total commitment. He just vaporized that wave.
This is a new version of Ethan again. Like, he's pushed it even further.
This has been tidy work from Ethan. Some of the best forehand surfing that we've ever seen here at Bells.
To see him in absolutely pristine conditions at the Bells Bowl, that's just such a great marriage.
Thank you.
That's a really good job.
Yeah.
Holy good surfing, dude.
Thank you. Holy.
I loved it. Wow.
Yeah.
That was impressive.
Yeah,
Good
worked
job.
out well. The stars and everything.
Oh, absolutely.
Honestly, he was
Only a couple
surfing as
weeks
good
ago,
as I've ever seen
it was
anyone
going
surf out here.
insane.
Like, it was crazy.
I've seen some demo jobs in that Bells Bowl over the years, mate, but none more sublime than that. That was one of those magic performances that will just echo through eternity.
Yeah, that was such a fun heat. Just feels good to be surfing out here with the crowd here and everything. It's just at the top for us in this sport. What Ethan Ewing delivered at the Bells Bowl was just nothing short of extraordinary. You know, the way he attacked those waves, he really rewrote the blueprint for how to surf Bells Bowl. This is a moment in history. It will be etched.
Griffin Colapinto, he's down in like the mid-20s on the rankings, and it's been difficult to watch.
It's his worst start to a championship tour season ever.
Griff just so sure-footed, perfect launch pad off the lip there.
The last few events have just like broken me open emotionally.
Drives up into a chunky section, and it's a huge statement laid down.
You're watching Inside Pro Surfing, and we're back at Bells. With a slow start to the season, Griffin Colapinto hopes to turn things around with a round of 32 matchup with Matt McGillivray.
What do you think for the start?
Ecological catch the rail there. So just over 11 minutes.
Cheers, boys.
Griffin Colapinto, he's down in like the mid-20s on the rankings, and it's been difficult to watch him not crack through this round.
And it looks like Griffin moving into position here. Deep on this one, he'll drive around that foamy section, climbs up onto the lip, and a beautiful rotation to kick things off.
Griff just so sure-footed, perfect launch pad off the lip there.
Griff just cruising into it off the bottom, big tail blow, reverses it. Another big air rev.
And here he goes, good size wall for Matty. He's going to have to turn this one with a single ride, and it's a big number he needs, 9.23, that'll help. Huge rip into the face, and attacking the bowl once again. Needs one of those big finishes. Doesn't really get a clean combination to finish. Behind him, Griffin Colapinto.
Beautiful opening turn. Connects with the lip, goes for the big tail slide, and he tags that finishing turn as well.
Griffin Colapinto through to the round of 16 for just the second time this year.
Really good surf. You know what I mean? Sick surf. Attack.
This year's been a tricky one. It's been really hard to like trust that everything I'm doing is going to pay off at some point.
Cheers, brother.
Away from the ocean, Griffin Colapinto finds his focus on the fairway. A welcome reset during a rocky start to the season.
Might be here a while. Yeah, boys.
We've been here since 6.
I love it. My whole life, I've just done the over the top, and slice, slice, slice. So working on the inside out draw. I haven't really like tried to get way better at something besides surfing. You know, I really am trying to like figure out how I can improve. Usually I've only done that with surfing, so I think it's healthy to do that with something else, another activity. Couple bogeys, huh?
Yeah, I don't think we didn't even get one par.
That's sad.
Griffin Colapinto is not able to find a wave right now to respond. It's going to be the rookie taking down a big name.
Griffin's start to the season, a beautiful mess is probably what you'd call it.
He's had his worst run of results, his worst start to a championship tour season ever.
A tough blow for the Colapinto camp. He really needed to get a keeper as Colapinto shakes this one off.
He's getting good scores, but he's coming up against surfers that are laying down some big numbers, and he's just not getting through heats.
I'd say no, but he made it exciting. He tried, though.
As a surfer, that's a really hard thing to deal with mentally.
It's a fun learning curve for him to, to have to adapt to those situations.
He doesn't want to face the cut deep in the 20s on the rankings. Last score for Colapinto is not enough.
Close heat, though, and Griffin surfed great. I mean, that's 2 events in a row.
I mean, a little slow start to my season, haven't cracked the finals day. It's the first time I've had that since my second year on tour, so yeah, it's just a good test for me, and it's going to shape me to who I am. And
the evidence is there. You're missing something. You've got to step up.
I felt like I wasn't like too deep or anything.
We went where we know we can go.
As a competitive surfer, it's hard to break out of this losing rhythm.
You started. It's looking better. Yeah. It's just to get everything lined up is so hard.
So hard.
Yeah, I want to see.
Yeah.
Next 6 iron.
Looks better.
100 yards. My last 2 years have been so good. So good, but also like coming so close to winning a title, but then not.
Last of blue, 7.0, it's Italo into the final action!
The bar's set pretty high, so there's definitely a little bit of like a pressure of wanting to perform better than the year before. Even if you fail, the failures are good because it's just pointing out your weaknesses, your flaws. If you can notice that, figure it out, get better at it, and then come back stronger, over time you're going to end up where you want to be.
Good morning once again from the 62nd running of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. Our quarter-finalists are gearing up to hit the lineup. Griffin Colapinto, Samuel Pupo fighting for a spot in that second semi-final heat.
You've got to trust all the research and all the knowledge you have on the spot.
Yeah.
Right?
How about the start? I'll just do what I've been doing. I'll push for deepest and see how he reacts to that.
Yep.
It's going to take that breakout result here to get yourself up those rankings, out of the cut line. Both of these guys are looking for blood.
Well, here we go. Griffin's going to swing on this one.
Connects with that first section.
Drives up into a chunky section, and it's a huge statement laid down.
Griff into this one. There's a big section here in front of him. That's a taxon. Griff is absolutely attacking this thing and sticks the last one.
He's loving it and really starting to tap into the emotion.
Griff, a 9.43.
Sammy Pupo now chasing a 2-wave total of 17.36, and there is an aggressive tail slide. He'll get a big end section to attack here. Sammy Pupo just answered back a big 8.83, and here comes Griffin Colapinto.
He has just been on absolute fire this heat.
But Griffin Colapinto still alive, moves through to the semi-finals.
This is nowhere close to done. Let's go, team. I got to make smart selection and make the right moves.
That was huge.
Thank you.
So
his performances have been good up to date.
Taught you everything you
As
did,
the results come with each round that he goes through, he seems to grow bigger and stronger and larger. Griff's coming back in a big way.
who's still got a shot at ringing the bell. Gabriella Bryan, Isabella Nicholls up next.
Gabby Bryan, now the new world #1. Can see how that feels. I think it'll be really real for her when she's in bright yellow. Right now, though, she's just focused on a bell.
Drives up into that first turn, big snap.
Get ready for it. It's quarterfinals time here at the Rip Curl Pro. Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. One of these competitors could potentially be 3 heat wins away from ringing the most iconic trophy in the sport.
We had some major upsets. We had world #1 go down, Katie Simmers to Sally Fitzgibbons. We had Caroline Marks go down. We had Molly Picklum go down. We're talking women who are consistently in that top 5 conversation, but it opens up the door for other women to jump into that place.
The ledger's been evened by Luana Silva into the quarterfinals for the first time in 2025.
The quarterfinals begin with Lakey Peterson, a proven vet, up against rising threat Luana Silva.
At this point in the season, the thing on every competitor's mind is the cut. Luana Silva is ranked number 14, so well below that cut line.
Lakey Peterson, a real slide down the rankings up until this point.
So both of these women are hoping to find themselves inside that cut. This is a great matchup.
Definitely. Well, Luana's going to get things started.
Tricky little wave. She really scratches into it hard, tries to engage that rail, does well to work this one over. Does she find this connection? Beautiful right there.
Lakey Peterson picking off a bomb.
Yeah, under priority, taking this first wave of the set. Hammers that one.
This next wave for both the surfers is going to be a real defining moment in the heat. Luana just attacks that first section. Second section here just absolutely tags it. 3 explosive maneuvers on one of the biggest sets we've seen in the last hour.
7.67.
Disappointment for Lakey, you can see it. She knows this one is all over.
Luana Silva into the semi-finals for the first time in her championship tour career.
This event is so historical. I've watched it ever since I was a little girl. It's just a dream come true, and I really can't believe it, and I'm really happy.
Good luck. Thank you.
Kill it. Good job.
Watch for the towel, yeah?
Yeah.
Second wave, second and third wave, sure.
Let's go.
With a shot at the semifinals on the line, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson faces off with one of the sport's fiercest veterans, Tyler Wright.
She's proven she can win anywhere. This event for a period there was more important to her than a world title win. She wanted to win this contest more than any other.
Tyler Wright has done it in back-to-back seasons.
It is more than a win. It's the only event that I've ever really wanted to win. I'm pretty over the moon.
She's won out here twice before, and she has an amazing connection to the bowl. I think she's really hungry for a third bell.
History will be written in this seat. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson taking on Tyler Wright, Hawaii versus Australia. One of the younger names on tour, taking on an established veteran.
Here Tyler goes, lays that board on rail.
Winds up and finds a nice section to attack. 7.0. Now Betty Lou on the next one. Puts it up.
Wow, big turn out of the top of the lip. This is going to be giant.
On the end section, has time to celebrate on the way back down. Betty Lou got a 7.73. Both surfers turning in great rides back to back.
Oh, coming in hot.
Look at that. And they're actually battling for priority. This is insane. And it's going to go to Betty Lou. Wow. Tyler under prio, whips one quickly, throw that last cut back into the pocket. End section, she hits up really clean. Pocket 7s now in first.
Betty Lou should have kept Tyler off this one. Betty's on the wave behind, jams it there, but just a bit too much.
Had to settle for one maneuver, and I think Betty Lou's gonna feel that. Tyler still has a chance to win her third bell.
Felt like back and forth the entire time. Great battle off the ski.
Oh, coming in hot.
Honestly, that stuff is just entertaining. Like, that's so fun, but I'm really happy with my competitive mentality in that heat.
Yeah? You did so well.
Thank you so much.
I was here. Can I get thank you?
Gabriella Bryan's rise continues, but Isabella Nicholls is no stranger to playing spoiler. They meet again in a high-stakes quarterfinal.
See one with 2, even a bit deep?
Yep.
Go for it.
and then just see where you end up after that, get into the flow of it.
Okay. Gabriella Bryan is performing at the highest level right now. Fresh off the win in El Salvador, where she was absolutely ripping.
Gabby, the queen of Punta Roca.
It's undeniable. She's the most powerful surfer on the women's tour.
Gabriella Bryan taking on Isabella Nicholls. A rematch from what we saw in the final at Punta Roca in El Salvador. Huge one. Running down the line with Gabriella Bryan. Big whip in the pocket, solid start, right off the top again. Nice connection on the forehand, and Gabriella Bryan rides away and will, in fact, take the lead. Drops a 6.0. Great start for Gabby Bryan, your new world #1. Isabella with priority is waiting to answer back.
Go Belle, go Belle. Nice wave choice, nice clean face, places that first turn in the beautiful section of the wave, jabs it up there with a second one.
Good finish, Bella. Don't cut back, hit it.
Let's see the finish she gets. Just nice projection out of the lip there.
8.77 for Isabella Nicholls.
Putting the pressure on Gabby.
You can tell her headspace is clear and she's ready.
Bella getting to work, just putting that board on rail. Surfing beautifully here. She's trying to drop the 2.67. Wow.
Another great ride from Isabella Nicholls.
Backs it up with the 7.17.
Isabella Nicholls takes out world #1.
I've been coming here since I was 15. I just feel like I've got such a good crew around me now. I've got my family, friends. I just love this place so much.
What a run for Isabella Nicholls. She will be into the semifinals here at Bells Beach. Gabby will be moving to the Gold Coast.
Kanoa Igarashi up against Ethan Ewing. Speaking of fights.
Let's do this. Ethan putting down some of the best power surfing we've ever seen in Bells. Wowza.
The real key is putting pressure on early.
Oh,
back to his samurai sword.
Ethan gets an opportunity here. Needs to absolutely go mad. Speaking of fights, this is going to be a great one. Kanoa Igarashi up against Ethan Ewing in quarterfinal #1. Ethan's never beaten Kanoa in a head-to-head battle.
Wow.
Oh, I want to see a good battle, you guys. There you go. Let's go, brother.
Kanoa Igarashi. There's a huge fin drift. No recovery time needed. Great control. Gets back up into the pocket. And a good reply for Igarashi.
4 strong maneuvers on that wave.
At the back, we've got Kanoa.
Oh.
The real key is putting pressure on early, and that's exactly what Kanoa did, and Ethan just unraveled.
Ethan Ewing's got work to do. He's after an 8.4.
Here we go.
Ethan gets an opportunity here. Needs to absolutely go mad.
3, 2, and 1.
There's just nothing there for him to really open up on, and good battle.
The heat score totals are solid, but Kanoa Igarashi too strong, and he's on his way to the semis for the first time ever here.
Good job, Grasshopper.
Fresh off a win in El Salvador, Jordy Smith is a favorite as the quarterfinals continue. He'll be going up against wildcard Morgan Siblick, who's out to prove he still belongs among the best.
Morgan Siblick is back, coming in as a wild card to this event, but we know that Morgan has the ability on the championship tour. We've seen him there, but he's dropped off and he's trying to get back, and he's back in form. And he's pressure-free, so that's a real dangerous thing for his competitors.
I think
these kind of those middle ones you can turn on. These guys have been caught side like 3 times now.
Morgan on his first wave, but he needs to hit the cymbals hard.
He threw everything, the kitchen sink, the little bits of lettuce that gather in the kitchen sink. It was all at that last turn.
paddling into this one, Jordy Smith.
Cuts it short so he can get on top of this section. It's a good read for the opening combo. Kicks that tail. Trademark stuff from Smith. Behind him, we've got Morgan.
Oh, this is good stuff. Both surfers really shine during these rides.
A 7 for Morgan Siblick. He jumps into first. Geordie Smith chasing a 7.43. Only a minute and 20 seconds to go here, and Geordie Smith drives into this first section, hammers it. Big layback jam to get started. Now goes to the rail. Smith, a foamy section to deal with, gets a finish, pumps the fist, has a flex.
Wow, a great finish.
What do you reckon? Yeah, give it to me, give it to me. Come on, big dog here. Give him the big dog. Come on. It was a good run for him, but give it to me.
The numbers are rolling through.
Geordie Smith dropped in a 7.4.
Okay.
And he's going to fall just short. Morgan Siblick is on his way to the semi-finals.
Came here in the trials and didn't even know I was going to get in the comp, and then all of a sudden I'm in the semis, so I'm frothing, and it's going to be a good day tomorrow.
Well done there, bro. Yeah.
The quarterfinals continue with Jake Marshall taking on Jack Robinson. The Australian is still searching for that breakthrough performance this season. A win here would finally put him back on top of the podium.
For the Aussies, you know, Jack has proven that no matter what venue he's at, he can challenge for a victory.
The thing that Jack Robinson has is an incredible mental game. The strength of self-belief in this guy, I think, is probably unmatched on the tour at the moment.
Will it be Jake Marshall or Jack Robinson? Jake doing his best surfing in a CT jersey here at Bells this year. Looking to get the jump on Jack.
That was a beautiful maneuver right there, just drifting through that float.
Here goes Jack, though. Gets a little swamped in the face, but the attack, it will be rewarded. Out onto the open face. There's a great carve. Nice little tweak on the tail to finish this one. 8.17, an excellent score drops. Things shaping up nicely here.
You're going to see Jack Robinson take off on another wave and really up the ante, and here's that opportunity.
Big, long, drawn-out bottom turn. Spreads the wings and glides through that first carve.
Jack Robbo lines it up, the big drop ball and finish.
Oh, 7.77. Wow. So Jake's after another one of those mid-range nines that he had earlier in the event now, if he's going to turn this. This might be his last shot at it. Positive, stylish start to this one. As he hammers off the bottom, out onto that open face. Needs a very exciting finish here. If he's going to get the number he needs, that's a massive floating re-entry. Really well executed. Did he do enough work on the outside?
8.5 max.
And there it is.
Good job. You got it.
8.07. So
Yes.
yes. Jack Robbo into semi-finals here at the Ripple Pro.
Yeah, I definitely have a lot more. I feel like just doing what's needed, you know, and locking it down at the start, and just focusing on myself a lot.
Jack Robinson's performance through this Bells event has been clinical. You know, all of a sudden, he's in the semi-finals, a shot at a final and a shot at the bell for the first time for this guy.
Two surfers that were just on fire throughout this event, both reaching their personal best result. Into the countdown. How about this moment? It's a giant win. A timeless trophy.
Your 2025 Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach champion.
Semi-finals time here at Bells.
Tyler Wright has owned this stage before, but Isabella Nicholls is one win away from her first Bells final.
Tyler Wright, two-time Bells champ, coming into this with the most experience in the field. Isabella Nicholls fading, holding her rail, fading a little carve. Isabella will tap that one off the top.
Well, at the back, Isabella Nicholls on her second wave.
Picking out a gem of a wave. So much time to enjoy this rail work. And now locking in a beautiful snap.
Go Bell! Go Bell!
Really impressed with how she's adapting to these conditions while Tyler's still waiting for a decent opener.
1.5 minutes remaining.
Tyler hoping to turn this one around. She's got the whitewater just tackling her on the takeoff. Isabella just eliminated one of the best at Bells. And she makes it into back-to-back finals on the championship tour.
So close to owning a bell a couple years ago, and regardless of if it's the grande or the small size, like, I'm gonna have a bell at home now.
Go. Let's go again.
Are you kidding?
Yes.
All right, starting the timer.
Isabella Nicholls is here to prove she belongs.
You got a feel for Isabella.
Really is heartbreaking not to be making the cut.
Sucks. It's part of my journey. A lot of people fall off tour and come back on again. It's fine.
She's been on the fringe edges of the tour and fought her way back.
Isabella keeping her hopes and dreams alive here.
This morning was I thinking about falling off tour. Now in final five, you know? The goals changed.
Isabella Nicholls is your Margaret River Pro champion.
In primary school, we'd have like class excursions, and so we'd drive down and we'd go watch the Snapper Pro, and it's so clearly in my memory of me getting a photo with Steph, and I was 14 at the time. That was a point for me where I was like, this is what I want to do. I want to perform and entertain all of these people.
And now lining up a big hollow pit, Bella Nicholls, how you feeling?
I'm coming into this now, like lowering expectations, having more fun, just really trying to open up and attack and surf my best. And I feel like the last few years I've started to try and turn the dial up a bit.
Look at this thing. Wow, big hack off the top right there.
It's incredible to see these surfers that have been in the conversation of the mid-year cut, and to see Bella now find her potential, essentially, make back-to-back finals.
Your women's runner-up, Isabella Nicholls.
I'm ready to push myself. I'm ready to overcome any kind of fear that comes my way.
The red's through there, arms in the air.
This year, I'm just gonna show up, be Bella, try and do the best surfing I can on the waves that I get, while also having the most fun possible.
It is time for the final. Luana Silva taking on Isabella Nicholls. We will have a new Bells champion this year.
Isabella is making back-to-back finals. She's arguably had the hardest run through this event, and you can tell that she's feeling very connected.
Let's start this final. Lulu gets the first wave, wide open section for her to drill right there. Punching out the whitewater. Really impressed that Lulu got that opener, but Isabella might just be thinking, I'm waiting for something better.
Go, go, go.
Patience paying off. First wave for Isabella Nicholls, drawing a beautiful down carve, and then punches out the lip. What a combo. Lulu's on the next one.
Nice arcing turn there, cuts right back to the source. That wave really makes her work for it.
Last score for Lulu, 6.67. But the timing and the precision surfing from Isabella Nicholls was certainly excellent.
An 8.33 at the first. 8.33.
Luana really is on the ropes at the moment. We're seeing Bella in her absolute prime.
Ding dong, Bella.
Lulu's got some open face to play with. Almost goes down, but she recovers. Timing the finishing move. She goes down. Oh. Isabella's still swinging behind her. Isabella attacking that section.
She really throws it up there into the lip really late.
Wow.
Really late.
A 7.93 to go with an 8.33 for Isabella Nicholls. It's a giant win. The bell belongs to Isabella Nicholls.
So proud of her, man. A lot of ups and downs, but this is why she does it, like, for these moments, you know?
Your first final here at Bells. Put your hands together for Isabella Nicholls.
To be carried up the stairs by my dad and pretty much most of my family and friends here, like, It's an emotion that I can't describe in words. You can just see it on my face, and this is the best day of my life, for sure.
With the win, Isabella Nicholls moves up to 4th place. Gabriella Bryan takes the yellow jersey, and Caitlin Simmers is in 2nd.
Men's final.
Jack is probably Australia's best chance at a world title at the moment.
Of course, he'll be going up against Kanoa Igarashi.
Kanoa just tags it. He is feeling it, mate. Jacko again, big searing top turn, and look for a big finish here.
Trigger on this one, and he does.
Welcome back to the show, the 62nd running of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. And we have the semi-final stage set. Kanoa Igarashi, of course, one of the megastars on the championship tour. Morgan Siblik looking to win as a wild card. Kanoa Igarashi is going to get things kicked off for us. Good control, drives up into the pocket again, mixing things up. You can hear cheers from the crowd. I think Morgan's working on a wave behind him.
Connects with that first section, keeps that momentum running down the line. Stands up again. Oh, a little slip on that cutback. Just not looking as sure-footed as he has done in previous heats.
Kanoa will try and up the requirement, get a bit of flair out of that section. And Morgan is up behind him. We'll go to Morgan. He's taken a fall. The wildcards run is going to come to an end. We are going to see Kanoa Igarashi into the final.
You get another crack at it, brother, for the bell. Woohoo!
Griffin Colapinto preparing himself mentally for a huge clash with Jack Robinson, and they are climbing over one another to try and get back into the final 5 picture.
Jack, get him, mate. Enjoy it out there with him, yeah? Yeah, it's good. Yeah, boys. Thanks, guys.
Scrambling to get into position is Griffin Colapinto. Griffin swings the tail on that first turn. He's been doing some great big finishes, and he gives us another one there.
Meanwhile, Jacko out the back.
A little layback hack. Beautiful bottom turn into a ferocious carve.
And just hangs on to that last turn. Griff Colapinto again. There it is. Just a savage snap. Griff's finishing up.
Jack Robinson looking for a 6.84 at the moment. And he's now going to lean into a couple of those big calves and looks to build speed again for the big finish. This might be the number he needs. He gets a clean hit on the final move.
Still waiting on that last score.
Come on, give it to him.
There it is, last of blue, a 7.17.
Jack Robinson getting the victory and moving into the final.
Come on!
Griff, and we're really good friends, and we're going to push each other a lot. I thought it would come down to the best waves. I felt like he got the best waves, and I kind of had to scrap for it a little bit. Finally got it in the end, so just a little bit of adversity.
Good battle, huh?
Yeah, you have 2 on me, huh? I had to get you back.
I know you. I knew you were thinking like that.
Jack Robinson falling out of the sky, backsided pipe. Let's go! And comes out! How did he do that? Are you kidding me?
For Jack, you know, he's competed for the world title a couple times already, but he's been off to a tough start. He was devastated when he lost at pipe to Al Cleland.
It's over.
So Alan Cleland holds on, defeats Jack Robinson.
I feel for him now, bro. He did so good, just didn't get an opportunity.
He did well at the pool in Abu Dhabi, you know, made some heats in Portugal, but he just hasn't been in that winner's circle all season.
Some guys go their whole careers and don't win an event, and have done it 7 times. It's not all just based on just a result. It's based on how you bounce back from things, how you rebuild yourself.
Jack has proven that he can put together a season consistently. He's probably Australia's best chance, I think, at a world title at the moment.
I have high expectations of myself, but so much pressure on my shoulders for sure.
What the man?
I truly believe that it's building up for a special moment.
If Jack can get in that final 5 picture at Cloudbreak, I think he's the favourite for the world title. A win here at Bells is crucial in his campaign to get to that situation.
Coming up next, men's final.
Wow, Jack Robbo making his way down to the beach. And the Groms, everyone just loves this guy. Of course, he'll be going up against Kanoa Igarashi, an amazing surfer in his own respect.
Yeah, Kanoa's going to grab this without priority. First wave of the set, up through the lip and drifts the tail. Big first turn, second section here, and just nails it. And it looks like Jacko is going to be on the one behind. Big searing top turn. Now, Jacko again, waiting for it to stand up. There it is, another big figure eight out of the lip. And look for a big finish here off the bottom, and Jack Robbo nails it.
Scores in for Jack, 6.37. Kanoa locks in a 6.7.
Here we go, Kanoa's grabbed this on the inside, up and over it, just tags it, drops in again. Another big hit. He is feeling it, mate.
Kanoa Igarashi just linking beautifully on the outside.
He was absolutely fanging through the inside there. Last red at 7.17, so it now means, Jacko, you are chasing a 7.5 for the lead.
Pull trigger on this one, and he does.
Puts a lot into that. Redirect in the pocket, almost a little stumble, but he still got his rail. Just S-ing his way back into the whitewater section. Jack's now moving towards a layback finish. He'll ride away. Hits the jackpot with a 7.77 and takes the lead off Kanoa.
3, 2, 1.
The bell belongs to Jack Robinson. His first win of the season. His first trophy at Bells.
Far out, man. It's just a surreal feeling. It's really special. There's so much history here, and it's been a special week. I've had my whole family here.
Get ready to ring it. Your 2025 Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach champion, Jack Robinson.
For Jack, everything changes. All of a sudden, he catapults to number 3 in the world. That's a spot in the final 5. Everyone wants to see what he could do at Cloud Break.
Jack Robinson, your champion. First win of the season, his first Bells trophy.
On the next Inside Pro Surfing, it's time for a big Bonsoy beach party, the Gold Coast Pro.
We're back. Jurac, Bells Beach. For me, there's not a better place to spend Easter.
That mid-season cut is looming, and we're seeing performances being pushed because of that.
The horn just went off. Bells are ringing here on the cliffs.
For over 60 years, Bells has been a mainstay. It holds a special place for the competitors.
Gives you chicken skin when you start to think about those moments, and you could be potentially a part of history like that. It's a big deal.
This is one of the best performances in the Bells Bowl ever, hands down, in the history of surfing.
Second wave always, mate.
You ask any surfer on the tour, what event do you want to win? And I guarantee you 90% of them will say, we want to ring that Bells Bowl. It's that iconic.
Honestly, it's the only trophy I want. It's the only trophy I want to win.
You look at the honour roll and it just magnifies the prestige of this contest.
The legacy of winning Bells, it's like you're remembered forever.
History will be written.
Good morning once again from Jurac. We're here for the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, the 62nd edition. Can you believe it? So much history has been made here.
I just don't think we overthink it as in like overhead high.
Nah.
Anything head high is you're going.
Yeah.
Pride yourself on how solid you are, dude.
Yeah.
Delivering on just 2 chances.
Ethan Ewing chasing his second Bells title. On this forehand has just proven so deadly in the past. What about that opening turn? Unbelievable. Floating to get transitioning down the line with plenty of speed to a big finish.
Holy, I'm blown away. That was some really, really amazing surfing.
Ethan. rips through that carve. Again, bringing the board right back into the power source and leaning into that final move. Just 2 turns, but the second one so strong. Oh my goodness.
Ethan Ewan's entered the water. Are you kidding me? He's looking absolutely on fire. Like, it does not get better than this.
And Ethan getting the jump into the round of 16.
Ethan, do you have any flashbacks to your win back in 2023 out here at Winky Pop?
For sure, yeah. It was kind of similar conditions, pretty small and lully, but really good wind. So.
Ewing out front, looking for the bell. And remember, his mom won this contest 40 years ago. And how sweet that would be to join his mother's name on that staircase.
You are going to be on that perpetual trophy with your mom forever.
It's been my biggest goal in my career to win this, and just all my heroes have won this. Joel, Mick, Kelly, and then yeah, my mum back in '83. It's an honour to compete here, and yeah, put my name up there with hers it's really special. Tell your mum you love them, because you never know what life throws at you. So thank you.
Absolute legend. Let's hear it for Ethan Ewing.
Ethan Ewing is one of Australia's next hopes to win a world title. Quiet, unassuming guy, and really lets his surfing do the talking.
His technique is the best. Truly incredible and an honor to watch, really.
He's the guy that the sort of the old power mongers sort of look at and go, that's surfing. That's what good surfing looks like.
The style's there, the flow, just the power. He seems to accelerate through the turns, where other surfers sort of go through and then hunt for speed as they come out.
Ethan's in the perfect position this year. Without John and Gabriel, it probably becomes the power surfer of the tour. Yeah, I think he's the guy to beat.
Ethan's performance throughout 2025 so far has been really consistent. You know, he's right up at the top of the ratings, but the win has been a little bit elusive for him. You feel like there's a point to prove here at Bells Beach. He wants the win.
Man, he's one of the most hard-working surfers on tour. He puts everything he has into his craft. However, he's not putting himself in the spotlight. He's not really telling those stories of heartbreak.
My first few years on tour, I really struggled with self-belief.
Ethan Ewing is putting on a display of power surfing we have yet to see here at Lowers. The fact that he'd broken his back 4.5 weeks ago, and now he's surfing at this level. He's a Superman.
Incredible job, Ethan Ewing. Second in the world in 2023.
He won't stop until he accomplishes his goal. He might not sing us a song about it, but I think that's probably one of those dangerous things that you can have. Like, what is he hiding? What is he working on that we haven't seen yet? And he's definitely saving it for the water. I think I'm at a much better place now with believing myself and believing that I can win a world title.
Good luck, Ethan.
Thank you.
Tell him you don't believe in luck. Don't sit out too far.
Yeah.
These guys let some nuggets go.
Yeah.
You paddle out to them easy.
Yeah.
But the ones that are going underneath are still sick. Just your ability and smoking.
Yeah.
Go enjoy it.
Yeah, I'll be looking in.
All right, but.
Ethan Ewing chasing a second Bells title up against Connor O'Leary. Ethan on the outside gets started with a big float as Connor brings it through to the inside, takes a fall. Ethan on his way to winning this opening exchange. Bit more work on the outer section. And this wave, it's carrying its height all the way through to the inside now as Ethan gets forward over that final section.
It's effortless, the way he goes about these turns.
That 7 carve was huge.
Ethan Ewing starting with a 9.33 for his opening ride. And he's also backed that up now, an 8.5 for this one.
Two-turn combo out the back was insane. And then again, just finishing with that layback.
So Connor O'Leary, he's going to pull the trigger on this one. Blitzes the lip. and again just gets upside down. A great combination on the outside. 3 huge turns.
12 o'clock nooner.
It's got to be Needs.
Conor O'Leary.
Somewhere up there.
Have a look at this wall for Ewing, who responds with a bit more aggression after Connor drops an 8.67. Ethan knows he's within reach now, and he's putting it all on the line. Full release, total commitment. He just vaporised that wave.
This is a new version of Ethan again. Like, he's pushed it even further.
This has been tidy work from Ethan. Some of the best forehand surfing that we've ever seen here at Bells.
To see him in absolutely pristine conditions at the Bells Bowl, that's just such a great marriage.
Thank you.
That's a really good job.
Yeah.
Holy good surfing, dude.
Thank you. Holy.
I loved it. Wow.
Yeah.
That was impressive.
Yeah,
Good
worked
job.
out well. The stars and everything.
Oh, absolutely.
Honestly, he was
Only a couple
surfing as
weeks
good as
ago,
I've ever seen anyone surf out here.
insane.
Like, it was crazy.
I've seen some demo jobs in that Bells Bowl over the years, mate, but none more sublime than that. That was one of those magic performances that will just echo through eternity.
Yeah, that was such a fun heat. It just feels good to be surfing out here with the crowd here and everything. It's just at the top for us in this sport. What Ethan Ewing delivered at the Bells Bowl was just nothing short of extraordinary. You know, the way he attacked those waves, he really rewrote the blueprint for how to surf Bells Bowl. This is a moment in history. It will be etched.
Griffin Colapinto, he's down in like the mid-20s on the rankings, and it's been difficult to watch.
It's his worst start to a championship tour season ever.
Griff just so sure-footed, perfect launch pad off the lip there.
The last few events have just like broken me open emotionally.
Drives up into a chunky section, and it's a huge statement laid down.
You're watching Inside Pro Surfing, and we're back at Bells. With a slow start to the season, Griffin Colapinto hopes to turn things around with a round of 32 matchup with Matt McGillivray.
What do you think for the start?
Ecological catch the rail there. So just over 11 minutes.
Cheers, boys.
Griffin Colapinto, he's down in like the mid-20s on the rankings, and it's been difficult to watch him not crack through this round.
And it looks like Griffin moving into position here. Deep on this one, he'll drive around that foamy section, climbs up onto the lip, and a beautiful rotation to kick things off.
Griff just so sure-footed, perfect launch pad off the lip there.
Griff just cruising into it off the bottom, big tail blow, reverses it. Another big air rev.
And here he goes, good size wall for Matty. He's going to have to turn this one with a single ride, and it's a big number he needs, 9.23, that'll help. Huge rip into the face. And attacking the bowl once again. Needs one of those big finishes. Doesn't really get a clean combination to finish. Behind him, Griffin Colapinto.
Beautiful opening turn. Connects with the lip, goes for the big tail slide, and he tags that finishing turn as well.
Griffin Colapinto through to the round of 16 for just the second time this year.
Really good surf.
Job, mate.
Sick surf.
Attack. This year's been a tricky one. It's been really hard to like trust that everything I'm doing is going to pay off at some point. Cheers, brother.
Away from the ocean, Griffin Colapinto finds his focus on the fairway. A welcome reset during a rocky start to the season.
Might be here a while. Yeah, boys.
We've been here since 6.
I love it. My whole life, I've just done the over the top, and slice, slice, slice. So working on the inside out draw. I haven't really like tried to get way better at something besides surfing. You know, I really am trying to like figure out how I can improve. Usually I've only done that with surfing, so I think it's healthy to do that with something else, another activity. Couple of bogeys, huh?
Yeah, I don't think anybody got a par.
That's sad.
Griffin Colapinto is not able to find a wave right now to respond. It's going to be the rookie taking down a big name.
Griffin's start to the season, a beautiful mess is probably what you'd call it.
He's had his worst run of results, his worst start to a championship tour season ever.
A tough blow for the Colapinto camp. He really needed to get a keeper as Colapinto shakes this one off.
He's getting good scores, but he's coming up against surfers that are laying down some big numbers, and he's just not getting through heats.
I'd say no, but he made it exciting. He tried, though.
As a surfer, that's a really hard thing to deal with mentally.
It's a fun learning curve for him to, to have to adapt to those situations.
He doesn't want to face the cut deep in the 20s on the rankings. Last score for Colapinto is not enough.
Close heat, though, and Griffin surfed great. I mean, that's 2 events in a row.
I mean, a little slow start to my season, haven't cracked the finals day. It's the first time I've had that since my 2nd year on tour. So, yeah, it's just a good test for me, and it's going to shape me to who I am. And
the evidence is there. You're missing something. You've got to step up.
I felt like I wasn't too deep or anything. We went where we know we can go.
As a competitive surfer, it's hard to break out of this losing rhythm.
We started. It's looking better. Yeah. It's just to get everything lined up is so hard. So hard. Yeah, I want to see. Yeah. Next. 6 iron. 100 yards. My last 2 years have been so good. So good, but also coming so close to winning a title, but then not.
Last of blue, 7.0, it's Italo into the final action!
The bar's set pretty high, so there's definitely a little bit of a pressure of wanting to perform better than the year before. Even if you fail, the failures are good because it's just pointing out your weaknesses, your flaws. If you can notice that, figure it out, get better at it, and then come back stronger, over time you're going to end up where you want to be.
Good morning once again from the 62nd running of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. Our quarter-finalists are gearing up to hit the lineup. Griffin Colapinto, Samuel Pupo fighting for a spot in that second semi-final heat.
We've got to trust all the research and all the knowledge you have on the spot.
Yeah.
Right?
How about the start? I'll just do what I've been doing. I'll push for deepest and see how he reacts to that.
Yeah.
It's going to take that breakout result here to get yourself up those rankings, out of the cut line. Both of these guys are looking for blood.
Well, here we go. Griffin's going to swing on this one.
Connects with that first section.
Drives up into a chunky section, and it's a huge statement laid down.
Griff into this one. There's a big section here in front of him. That's a taxon. Griff is absolutely attacking this thing and sticks the last one.
He's loving it and really starting to tap into the emotion.
Griff, a 9.43.
Sammy Pupo now chasing a 2-wave total of 17.36, and there is an aggressive tail slide. He'll get a big end section to attack here. Sammy Pupo just answered back a big 8.83, and here comes Griffin Colapinto.
He has just been on absolute fire this heat.
But Griffin Colapinto still alive, moves through to the semi-finals.
That's fun. Yeah. This is nowhere close to done.
Team.
Let's go, team. I got to make smart selection and make the right moves.
That was huge.
Thank you.
So
his performances have been good up to date.
Taught you everything.
As the results come with each round that he goes through, he seems to grow bigger and stronger and larger. Griff's coming back in a big way.
Who's still got a shot at ringing the bell. Gabriella Bryan, Isabella Nicholls up next.
Gabby Bryan, now the new world #1. Can see how that feels. I think it'll be really real for her when she's in bright yellow. Right now, though, she's just focused on a bell.
Drives up into that first turn, big snap.
Get ready for it. It's quarterfinals time here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. One of these competitors could potentially be 3 heat wins away from ringing the most iconic trophy in the sport.
We had some major upsets. We had world #1 go down, Katie Simmers to Sally Fitzgibbons. We had Caroline Marks go down. We had Molly Picklum go down. We're talking women who are consistently in that top 5 conversation, but that opens up the door for other women to jump into that place.
The ledger's been evened by Luana Silva into the quarterfinals for the first time in 2025.
The quarterfinals begin with Lakey Peterson, a proven vet, up against rising threat Luana Silva.
At this point in the season, the thing on every competitor's mind is the cut. Luana Silva is ranked number 14, so well below that cut line.
Lakey Peterson, a real slide down the rankings up until this point.
So both of these women are hoping to find themselves inside that cut. This is a great matchup.
Definitely. Well, Luana's going to get things started.
Tricky little wave. She really scratches into it hard, tries to engage that rail, does well to work this one over. Does she find this connection? Beautiful right there.
Lakey Peterson picking off a bomb.
Yeah, under priority, taking this first wave of the set. Hammers that one.
This next wave for both the surfers is going to be a real defining moment in the heat. Luana just attacks that first section. Second section here just absolutely tags it. 3 explosive maneuvers on one of the biggest sets we've seen in the last hour.
7.67.
Disappointment for Lakey, you can see it. She knows this one is all over.
Luana Silva into the semi-finals for the first time in her championship tour career.
This event is so historical. I've watched it ever since I was a little girl. It's just a dream come true, and I really can't believe it, and I'm really happy.
Good luck. Thank you.
Kill it.
Good job.
Watch for the towel, yeah?
Yeah.
Second and third wave, sure.
Let's go.
With a shot at the semifinals on the line, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson faces off with one of the sport's fiercest veterans, Tyler Wright.
She's proven she can win anywhere. This event for a period there was more important to her than a world title win. She wanted to win this contest more than any other.
Tyler Wright has done it in back-to-back seasons.
It is more than a win. It's the only event that I've ever really wanted to win. I'm pretty over the moon.
She's won out here twice before, and she has an amazing connection to the bowl. I think she's really hungry for a third bell.
History will be written in this seat. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson taking on Tyler Wright, Hawaii versus Australia. One of the younger names on tour, taking on an established veteran.
Here Tyler goes, lays that board on rail.
Winds up and finds a nice section to attack. 7.0. Now Betty Lou on the next one. Puts it up.
Wow, big turn out of the top of the lip. This is going to be giant.
On the end section, has time to celebrate on the way back down. Betty Lou got a 7.73. Both surfers turning in great rides back to back.
Oh, coming in hot.
Look at that. They're actually battling for priority. This is insane. And it's going to go to Betty Lou. Wow. Tyler under prio, whips one quickly, throw that last cut back into the pocket. End section, she hits up really clean. Pocket sevens now in first.
Betty Lou should have kept Tyler off this one. Betty's on the wave behind, jams it there, but just a bit too much.
Had to settle for one maneuver, and I think Betty Lou's gonna feel that. Tyler still has a chance to win her third bell.
Felt like back and forth the entire time. Great battle off the ski.
Whoa, coming in hot.
Honestly, that stuff is just entertaining. Like, that's so fun, but I'm really happy with my competitive mentality in that heat.
Yeah? You did so well.
Thank you so much.
I was here. Can I get thank you?
Gabrielle O'Brien's rise continues, but Isabella Nicholls is no stranger to playing spoiler. They meet again in a high-stakes quarterfinal.
See one with 2, even a bit deep.
Yep.
Go for it.
Okay.
And then just see where you end up after that, get into the flow of it.
Okay.
Gabrielle O'Brien is performing at the highest level right now. Fresh off the win in El Salvador, where she was absolutely ripping.
Oh! Gabby, the queen of Punta Roca.
It's undeniable. She's the most powerful surfer on the women's tour.
Gabrielle O'Brien taking on Isabella Nicholls. A rematch from what we saw in the final at Punta Roca in El Salvador. Huge one. Running down the line with Gabrielle O'Brien. Big whip in the pocket, solid start, right off the top again. Nice connection on the forehand, and Gabrielle O'Brien rides away and will, in fact, take the lead. Drops a 6.0. Great start for Gabby Bryan, your new world number one. Isabella with priority is waiting to answer back.
Go Belle, go Belle. Nice wave choice, nice clean face, places that first turn in the beautiful section of the wave, jabs it up there with a second one.
Good finish, Bella. Don't cut back, hit it.
Let's see the finish she gets. Just nice projection out of the lip there.
8.77 for Isabella Nicholls.
Putting the pressure on Gabby.
You can tell her headspace is clear and she's ready.
Bella getting to work, just putting that board on rail. Surfing beautifully here. She's trying to drop the 2.67. Wow.
Another great ride from Isabella Nicholls.
Backs it up with the 7.17.
Isabella Nicholls takes out world number one.
I've been coming here since I was 15. I just feel like I've got such a good crew around me now. I've got my family, friends. I just love this place so much.
What a run for Isabella Nicholls. She will be into the semifinals here at Bells Beach. Gabby will be moving to the Gold Coast.
Kanoa Igarashi up against Ethan Ewing. Speaking of fights,
let's do this. Ethan putting down some of the best power surfing we've ever seen in Bells. Wowza.
The real key is putting pressure on early.
Kanoa's back to his samurai sword.
Ethan gets an opportunity here. Needs to absolutely go mad. Speaking of fights, this is going to be a great one. Kanoa Igarashi up against Ethan Ewing in quarterfinal number one. Ethan's never beaten Kanoa in a head-to-head battle.
Wow.
Oh, I want to see a good battle, you guys. There you go. Let's go, brother.
Kanoa Igarashi. There's a huge fin drift. No recovery time needed. Great control. Gets back up into the pocket. And a good reply for Igarashi.
4 strong maneuvers on that wave.
At the back, we've got Kanoa.
Oh.
The real key is putting pressure on early, and that's exactly what Kanoa did, and Ethan just unraveled.
Ethan Ewing's got work to do. He's after an 8.4.
Here we go.
Ethan gets an opportunity here. Needs to absolutely go mad.
3, 2, and 1.
There's just nothing there for him to really open up on, and good battle.
The heat score totals are solid, but Kanoa Igarashi too strong, and he's on his way to the semis for the first time ever here.
Good job, Grasshopper.
Fresh off a win in El Salvador, Jordy Smith is a favorite as the quarterfinals continue. He'll be going up against wildcard Morgan Siblick, who's out to prove he still belongs among the best.
Morgan Siblick is back, coming in as a wild card to this event, but we know that Morgan has the ability on the championship tour. We've seen him there, but he's dropped off and he's trying to get back, and he's back in form. And he's pressure free, so that's a real dangerous thing for his competitors.
I think these kind of we go in the middle ones we can turn on. These guys have been caught side like 3 times now.
Morgan on his first wave, but he needs to hit the cymbals hard.
He threw everything, the kitchen sink, the little bits of lettuce that gather in the kitchen sink. It was all at that last turn.
Paddling into this one, Jordy Smith.
Cuts it short so he can get on top of this section. It's a good read for the opening combo. Kicks that tail. Trademark stuff from Smith. Behind him, we've got Morgan.
Oh, this is good stuff. Both surfers really shine during these rides.
A 7 for Morgan Siblick. He jumps into first. Jordy Smith chasing a 7.43. Only 1 minute and 20 seconds to go here, and Jordy Smith drives into this first section. Hammers it. Big layback jam to get started. Now goes to the rail. Smith, a foamy section to deal with, gets a finish, pumps the fist, has a flex.
Wow, a great finish.
What do you reckon? Yeah, give it to me, give it to me. Come on, big dog here. Give him the big dog. Come on.
Was a good run for him, but give it to me.
The numbers are rolling through.
Jordy Smith dropped in a 7.4.
Okay.
And he's going to fall just short. Morgan Siblick is on his way to the semi-finals.
Came here in the trials and didn't even know I was going to get in the comp, and then all of a sudden I'm in the semis, so I'm frothing, and it's going to be a good day tomorrow.
Well done there, bro.
The quarterfinals continue with Jake Marshall taking on Jack Robinson. The Australian is still searching for that breakthrough performance this season. A win here would finally put him back on top of the podium.
For the Aussies, you know, Jack has proven that no matter what venue he's at, he can challenge for a victory.
The thing that Jack Robinson has is an incredible mental game. The strength of self-belief in this guy, I think, is probably unmatched on the tour at the moment.
Will it be Jake Marshall or Jack Robinson? Jake doing his best surfing in a CT jersey here at Bells this year. Looking to get the jump on Jack.
That was a beautiful maneuver right there, just drifting through that float.
Here goes Jack, though. Gets a little swamped in the face, but the attack, it will be rewarded. Out onto the open face. There's a great carve. Nice little tweak on the tail to finish this one. 8.17, an excellent score drops. Things shaping up nicely here.
You're going to see Jack Robinson take off on another wave and really up the ante, and here's that opportunity.
Big, long, drawn-out bottom turn. Spreads the wings and glides through that first carve.
Jack Robbo lines it up, the big drop ball at finish.
Oh, 7.77. Wow. So Jake's after another one of those mid-range nines that he had earlier in the event now, if he's going to turn this. This might be his last shot at it. Positive, stylish start to this one. As he hammers off the bottom, out onto that open face. Needs a very exciting finish here. If he's going to get the number he needs, that's a massive floating re-entry. Really well executed. Did he do enough work on the outside?
8.5 max.
And there it is.
Good job. You got it.
8.07. So
Yes.
Yes. Jack Robbo into semi-finals here at Ripfield Pro.
Yeah, I definitely have a lot more. I feel like just doing what's needed, you know, and locking it down at the start, and just focusing on myself a lot.
Jack Robinson's performance through this Bells event has been clinical. You know, all of a sudden, he's in the semi-finals, a shot at a final and a shot at the bell for the first time for this guy.
Two surfers that were just on fire throughout this event, both reaching their personal best result. Into the countdown. How about this moment? It's a giant win. A timeless trophy.
Your 2025 Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach champion.
Semi-finals time here at Bells.
Tyler Wright has owned this stage before, but Isabella Nicholls is one win away from her first Bells final.
Tyler Wright, two-time Bells champ, coming into this with the most experience in the field. Isabella Nicholls fading, holding her rail, fading a little carve. Isabella will tap that one off the top.
Well, at the back, Isabella Nicholls on her second wave.
Picking out a gem of a wave. So much time to enjoy this rail work. And now locking in a beautiful snap. Really impressed with how she's adapting to these conditions while Tyler's still waiting for a decent opener.
1.5 minutes remaining.
Tyler hoping to turn this one around. She's got the whitewater just tackling her on the takeoff. Isabella just eliminated one of the best at Bells. And she makes it into back-to-back finals on the championship tour.
So close to owning a bell a couple years ago, and regardless of if it's the grande or the small size, like, I'm gonna have a bell at home now.
Go. Let's go again.
Are you kidding?
Yes.
All right, starting the timer.
Isabella Nicholls is here to prove she belongs.
You got to feel for Isabella.
Really is heartbreaking not to be making the cut.
It sucks. It's part of my journey. A lot of people fall off touring combat running, and it's fine.
She's been on the fringe edges of the tour and fought her way back.
Isabella keeping her hopes and dreams alive here.
This morning was I thinking about falling off tour. Now in final five, you know? The goals have changed.
Isabella Nicholls is your Margaret River Pro champion.
In primary school, we'd have like class excursions, and so we'd drive down and we'd go watch the Snapper Pro, and it's so clearly in my memory of me getting a photo with Steph, and I was 14 at the time. That was a point for me where I was like, this is what I want to do. I want to perform and entertain all of these people.
And now lining up a big hollow pit, Bella Nicholls, how you feeling?
I'm coming into this now, like lowering expectations, having more fun, just really trying to open up and attack and surf my best. And I feel like the last few years I've started to try and turn the dial up a bit.
Look at this thing. Wow, big hack off the top right there.
It's incredible to see these surfers that have been in the conversation of the mid-year cut, and to see Bella now find her potential essentially, and make back-to-back finals.
Your women's runner-up, Isabella Nicholls.
I'm ready to push myself. I'm ready to overcome any kind of fear that comes my way.
Threads through there, arms in the air.
This year I'm just gonna show up, be Bella, try and do the best surfing I can on the waves that I get, while also having the most fun possible.
It is time for the final. Luana Silva taking on Isabella Nicholls. We will have a new Bells champion this year.
Isabella is making back-to-back finals. She's arguably had the hardest run through this event, and you can tell that she's feeling very connected.
Let's start this final. Lulu gets the first wave, wide open section for her to drill right there. Punching out the whitewater. Really impressed that Lulu got that opener, but Isabella might just be thinking, I'm waiting for something better.
Go, go, go.
Patience paying off. First wave for Isabella Nicholls, drawing a beautiful down carve, and then punches out the lip. What a combo. Lulu's on the next one.
Nice arcing turn there, cuts right back to the source. That wave really makes her work for it.
Last score for Lulu, 6.67. But the timing and the precision surfing from Isabella Nicholls was certainly excellent.
An 8.33 for her. 8.33.
Luana really is on the ropes at the moment. We're seeing Bella in her absolute prime.
Ding dong, Bella.
Lulu's got some open face to play with. Almost goes down, but she recovers. Timing the finishing move. She goes down. Oh. Isabella's still swinging behind her. Isabella attacking that section.
She really throws it up there into the lip really late.
Wow.
Really late.
A 7.93 to go with an 8.33 for Isabella Nicholls. It's a giant win. The bell belongs to Isabella Nicholls.
So proud of her, man. A lot of ups and downs, but this is why she does it, like these moments, you know?
Your first final here at Bells. Put your hands together for Isabella Nicholls.
To be carried up the stairs by my dad and pretty much most of my family and friends here, like, it's an emotion that I can't describe in words. You can just see it on my face, and this is the best day of my life, for sure.
With the win, Isabella Nicholls moves up to 4th place. Gabriella Bryan takes the yellow jersey, and Caitlin Simmers is in 2nd.
Men's final.
Jack is probably Australia's best chance at a world title at the moment.
Of course, he'll be going up against Kanoa Igarashi.
Kanoa just tags it. He is feeling it, mate. Jacko again, big searing top turn, and look for a big finish here.
Trigger on this one, and he does.
Welcome back to the show, the 62nd running of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. And we have the semi-final stage set. Kanoa Igarashi, of course, one of the megastars on the championship tour. Morgan Sibley looking to win as a wild card. Kanoa Igarashi is going to get things kicked off for us. Good control, drives up into the pocket again, mixing things up. You can hear cheers from the crowd. I think Morgan's working on a wave behind him.
Connects with that first section, keeps that momentum running down the line. Stands up again. Oh, a little slip on that cutback. Just not looking as sure-footed as he has done in previous heats.
Kanoa will try and up the requirement, get a bit of flair out of that section. And Morgan is up behind him. We'll go to Morgan. He's taken a fall. The wildcards run is going to come to an end. We are going to see Kanoa Igarashi into the final.
You get another crack at it, brother, for the bell. Woohoo!
Griffin Colapinto preparing himself mentally for a huge clash with Jack Robinson, and they are climbing over one another to try and get back into the final five picture.
Enjoy it. Enjoy it out there with him, yeah? Yeah, it's good.
Boys. Thanks, guys.
Scrambling to get into position is Griffin Colapinto. Griffin swings the tail on that first turn. He's been doing some great big finishes, and he gives us another one there.
Meanwhile, Jacko out the back.
A little layback hack. Beautiful bottom turn into a ferocious carve.
And just hangs on to that last turn. Griff Colapinto again. There it is. Just a savage snap. Griff's finishing up.
Jack Robinson looking for a 6.84 at the moment. And he's now going to lean into a couple of those big calves and looks to build speed again for the big finish. This might be the number he needs. He gets a clean hit on the final move.
Still waiting on that last score.
Come on, give it to him.
There it is, last of blue, a 7.17.
Jack Robinson getting the victory and moving into the final.
Come on!
Griff, and we're really good friends, and we're going to push each other a lot. I thought it would come down to the best waves. I felt like he got the best waves, and I kind of had to scrap for it a little bit. Finally got it in the end, so just a little bit of adversity.
Good battle, man.
Yeah, you have two on me, huh? I had to get you back.
I know you. I knew you were thinking like that.
Jack Robinson falling out of the sky, backsided pipe. Let's go! And comes out! How did he do that? Are you kidding me?
For Jack, you know, he's competed for the world title a couple times already, but he's been off to a tough start. He was devastated when he lost at pipe to Al Cleland.
It's over.
So Alan Cleland holds on, defeats Jack Robinson.
I feel for him now, bro. He did so good, just didn't get an opportunity.
He did well at the pool in Abu Dhabi, you know, made some heats in Portugal, but he just hasn't been in that winner's circle all season.
Some guys go their whole careers and don't win an event, and have done it 7 times. It's not all just based on just a result. It's based on how you bounce back from things, how you rebuild yourself.
Jack has proven that he can put together a season consistently. He's probably Australia's best chance, I think, at a world title at the moment.
I have high expectations of myself, but so much pressure on my shoulders for sure.
What the man?
I truly believe that it's building up for a special moment.
If Jack can get in that final 5 picture at Cloudbreak, I think he's the favourite for the world title. A win here at Bells is crucial in his campaign to get to that situation.
Coming up next, men's final.
Wow, Jack Robbo making his way down to the beach, and the Groms. Everyone just loves this guy. Of course, he'll be going up against Kanoa Igarashi, an amazing surfer in his own respect.
Yeah, Kanoa's going to grab this without priority. First wave of the set, up through the lip and drifts the tail. Big first turn, second section here, and just nails it. And it looks like Jacko is going to be on the one behind. Big searing top turn. Now, Jacko again, waiting for it to stand up. There it is, another big figure 8 out of the lip. And look for a big finish here off the bottom, and Jack Robbo nails it.
Scores in for Jack, 6.37. Kanoa locks in a 6.7.
Here we go, Kanoa's grabbed this on the inside, up and over it, just tags it, drops in again. Another big hit. He is feeling it, mate.
Kanoa Igarashi just linking beautifully on the outside.
He was absolutely fanging through the inside there. Last red at 7.17, so it now means, Jacko, you are chasing a 7.5 for the lead.
Pull trigger on this one, and he does.
Puts a lot into that. Redirect in the pocket, almost a little stumble, but he still got his rail. Just S-ing his way back into the whitewater section. Jack's now moving towards a layback finish. He'll ride away. Hits the jackpot with a 7.77 and takes the lead off Kanoa.
3, 2, 1.
The bell belongs to Jack Robinson. His first win of the season. His first trophy at Bells.
Far out, man. It's just a surreal feeling. It's really special. There's so much history here, and it's been a special week. I've had my whole family here.
Get ready to ring it. Your 2025 Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach champion, Jack Robinson.
For Jack, everything changes. All of a sudden, he catapults to number 3 in the world. That's a spot in the final 5. Everyone wants to see what he could do at Cloud Break.
Jack Robinson, your champion. First win of the season, his first Bells trophy.
On the next Inside Pro Surfing, it's time for a big Bonsoy beach party, the Gold Coast Pro. Let's go!
We're back. Jurac, Bells Beach. For me, there's not a better place to spend Easter.
That mid-season cut is looming, and we're seeing performances being pushed because of that.
The horn just went off. Bells are ringing here on the cliffs.
For over 60 years, Bells has been a mainstay. It holds a special place for the competitors.
Gives you chicken skin when you start to think about those moments, and you could be potentially a part of history like that. It's a big deal.
This is one of the best performances in the Bells Bowl ever, hands down, in the history of surfing.
Second wave always, mate.
You ask any surfer on the tour, what event do you want to win? And I guarantee you 90% of them will say, we want to ring that Bells Bowl. It's that iconic.
Honestly, it's the only trophy I want. It's the only trophy I want to win.
You look at the honour roll, and it just magnifies the prestige of this contest.
The legacy of winning Bells, it's like you're remembered forever.
History will be written.
Good morning once again from Jurac. We're here for the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, the 62nd edition. Can you believe it? So much history has been made here.
I just don't think we overthink it as in like overhead high.
Nah.
Anything head high is you're going.
Yeah.
Pride yourself on how solid you are, dude.
Yeah.
Delivering on just 2 chances.
Ethan Ewing chasing his second Bells title. On this forehand has just proven so deadly in the past. What about that opening turn? Unbelievable. Floating to get transitioning down the line with plenty of speed to a big finish.
Holy, I'm blown away. That was some really, really amazing surfing.
Ethan rips through that carve again, bringing the board right back into the power source and leaning into that final move. Just 2 turns, but the second one so strong. Oh my goodness.
Ethan Ewing's entered the water. Are you kidding me? He's looking absolutely on fire. Like it does not get better than this.
And Ethan getting the jump into the round of 16.
Ethan, do you have any flashbacks to your win back in 2023 out here at Winky Pop?
For sure, yeah. It was kind of similar conditions, pretty small and lully, but really good wind. So
Ewing out front, looking for the bell. And remember, His mom won this contest 40 years ago. And how sweet that would be to join his mother's name on that staircase.
You are going to be on that perpetual trophy with your mom forever.
It's been my biggest goal in my career to win this, and just all my heroes have won this. Joel, Mick, Kelly, and then yeah, my mum back in '83. It's an honour to compete here, and yeah, put my name up there with hers it's really special. Tell your mum you love them, because you never know what life throws at you. So thank you.
Absolute legend. Let's hear it for Ethan Ewing.
Ethan Ewing is one of Australia's next hopes to win a world title. Quiet, unassuming guy, and really lets his surfing do the talking.
His technique is the best. Truly incredible and an honor to watch, really.
He's the guy that the sort of the old power mongers sort of look at and go, that's surfing. That's what good surfing looks like.
The style's there, the flow, just the power. He seems to accelerate through the turns, where other surfers sort of go through and then hunt for speed as they come out.
Ethan's in the perfect position this year. Without John and Gabriel, it probably becomes the power surfer of the tour. Yeah, I think he's the guy to beat.
Ethan's performance throughout 2025 so far has been really consistent. You know, he's right up at the top of the ratings, but the win has been a little bit elusive for him. You feel like there's a point to prove here at Bells Beach. He wants the win.
Man, he's one of the most hard-working surfers on tour. He puts everything he has into his craft. However, he's not putting himself in the spotlight. He's not really telling those stories of heartbreak.
My first few years on tour, I really struggled with self-belief.
Ethan Ewing is putting on a display of power surfing we have yet to see here at Lowers. The fact that he'd broken his back 4.5 weeks ago, and now he's surfing at this level. He's a Superman.
Incredible job, Ethan Ewing. Second in the world in 2023.
He won't stop until he accomplishes his goal. He might not sing us a song about it, but I think that's probably one of those dangerous things that you can have. Like, what is he hiding? What is he working on that we haven't seen yet? And he's definitely saving it for the water.
I think I'm at a much better place now with believing myself and believing that I can win a world title.
Good luck, Ethan.
Thank you.
Tell him you don't believe in luck. Don't sit out too far.
Yeah.
These guys let some nuggets go.
Yeah.
You paddle out to them easy.
Yeah.
But the ones that are going underneath are still sick. Trust your ability in smoking.
Yeah.
Go enjoy it.
Yeah, I'll be looking in.
All right, but.
Ethan Ewing chasing a second Bells title up against Connor O'Leary. Ethan on the outside gets started with a big float as Connor brings it through to the inside, takes a fall. Ethan on his way to winning this opening exchange. Bit more work on the outer section. And this wave, it's carrying its height all the way through to the inside now as Ethan gets forward over that final section.
It's effortless, the way he goes about these turns.
That 7 carb was huge.
Ethan Ewing starting with a 9.33 for his opening ride. And he's also backed that up now, an 8.5 for this one.
Two-turn combo out the back was insane. And then again, just finishing with that layback.
So Connor O'Leary, he's going to pull the trigger on this one. Blitzes the lip. And again, just gets upside down. A great combination on the outside. 3 huge turns.
12 o'clock nooner.
It's got to be needs.
Connor O'Leary.
He's somewhere up there.
Have a look at this wall for Ewing, who responds with a bit more aggression after Connor drops an 8.67. Ethan knows he's within reach now, and he's putting it all on the line. Full release, total commitment. He just vaporized that wave.
This is a new version of Ethan again. Like, he's pushed it even further.
This has been tidy work from Ethan. Some of the best forehand surfing that we've ever seen here at Bells.
To see him in absolutely pristine conditions at the Bells Bowl, that's just such a great marriage.
Thank you.
That's a really good job.
Yeah.
Holy good surfing, dude.
Thank you.
Holy. I loved it. Wow.
Yeah.
That was impressive.
Yeah,
Good
worked
job.
out well. The stars and everything.
Oh, absolutely.
Honestly, he was
Only a couple
surfing as
weeks
good as
ago,
I've ever seen anyone surf out here.
Insane.
Like, it was crazy.
I've seen some demo jobs in that Bells Bowl over the years, mate, but none more sublime than that. That was one of those magic performances that will just echo through eternity.
Yeah, that was such a fun heat. It just feels good to be surfing out here with the crowd here and everything. It's just at the top for us in this sport. What Ethan Ewing delivered at the Bells Bowl was just nothing short of extraordinary. You know, the way he attacked those waves, he really rewrote the blueprint for how to surf Bells Bowl. This is a moment in history. It will be etched.
Griffin Colapinto, he's down in like the mid-20s on the rankings, and it's been difficult to watch.
It's his worst start to a championship tour season ever.
Griff just so sure-footed, perfect launch pad off the lip there.
The last few events have just like broken me open emotionally.
Drives up into a chunky section, and it's a huge statement laid down.
You're watching Inside Pro Surfing, and we're back at Bells. With a slow start to the season, Griffin Colapinto hopes to turn things around with a round of 32 matchup with Matt McGillivray.
What do you think for the start?
Ecological catch the rail there. So just over 11 minutes.
Cheers, boys.
Griffin Colapinto, he's down in like the mid-20s on the rankings, and it's been difficult to watch him not crack through this round.
And it looks like Griffin moving into position here. Deep on this one, he'll drive around that. Welcome to the Stone and Wood Post Show. So much to break down on a big day of action here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. Massive upset results. The top seeds were decimated in the opening round of the women's draw, and then we moved into the men's second round, and that was super interesting as well. Ronnie Blakey joined by, well, one of the greats. Richie Lovett, former championship tour surfer. And Vaughan, you are one of the greats, mate. You've been powering out there around the comp site. Busiest man at the event, I'd say. How you going?
Oh, great. Had a wonderful chat with Occy and Rabs earlier on when the comp went on hold. Got to sort of entertain the crowd with anecdotes from surfing's past. You know, the 50-year anniversary is just such an awesome thing to celebrate. And two of the great storytellers there sharing that wisdom. So, real cool.
Yeah, really cool. And as we mentioned before, some interesting results, Rich, coming out of today's action.
Yeah, and I don't think it's just been today as well. Even yesterday, we saw a lot of these newcomers to the tour just really step up with an energised approach, and some of the big names have just been falling, and the fantasy surfer picks have just been decimated. My team's been blown out.
Yeah. Yeah, mine's been pumped.
Same. I think everyone out there is probably suffering, but, you know, it kind of does reset a little bit. But if you had a bad start, it's going to be really hard to make those points up. You basically got to trip up down the line, and, well, that's what we're hoping for. Some people will get it wrong in the next round.
It's just so fun to play these new games. The bracket is all time, like getting to sort of track your way through the event right from the word go is a wonderful initiative. I'm so stoked on that. It's really cool. Another element to our fantasy there.
Conditions were challenging today, without doubt. I mean, no one got up into that excellent range on the men's side. We saw one of the event favourites, a lot of our picks. He fell out of the mix, and yeah, just no one saw it coming, Rich. No, Ethan Ewing going down to George Pitter from North Stain at Manly. That was a bit of a rematch, and well, I mean, Ethan is at the top of everyone's list when it comes to favourites for this event. He's proven out here. He always goes excellent. And today it was just really tricky conditions, you know. But you know what? Like, at the end of the day, two surfers go out and they've got the same
conditions to deal with. So, you know, George picked the eyes out of the good waves, and credit to him, man. He did some great surfing. This really kind of electrifying, very kind of fast twitch energy that he has. But since we've seen him last on the championship tour and back here at Bells, he feels stronger to me. He looks like he's cutting deeper lines through these waves, and certainly has a better headspace, a lot more confident.
He's the king of precision surfing. I mean, what Ethan has in the way of power, he can really motor through chunks of water. But if this guy finds a section that just stands up momentarily, he will quickly pivot, get himself there, and get the moves done to fetch the numbers he needs.
Yeah, the lump in the face just didn't worry him. If he had a tiny little cup at the top of the wave, he was able to just torque his body through it, and it really was the difference in this one. And a little score to settle here. You know, these two had a heat a couple of years ago. There's a little bit of conjecture over who got the nod in that. Well, you know, the extra strength in George's game was the difference here. He really put himself on that level with Ethan and got the better waves and got the job done.
Yeah, absolutely, and you know, great event for him so far. You know, that's a really good confidence booster going into the next round. Healthy heat total too, given the conditions, 14.57.
He'll be a threat moving through the contest for sure, but he has done the rest of the field a massive service in disposing of I think, the strongest surfer out here of the modern era.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we said it last year. You know, Ethan kind of has rewritten the script on how to surf Bells and how well you can surf it, and he's the new benchmark. You know, so to kind of get him out of the draw, everyone's kind of going, yeah, great, well done, George. Perhaps
the two most threatening surfers in the draw here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach in 2026 have been bundled out of the contest early. Stephanie Gilmore falling to Luana Silva. Massive heat for Luana on paper. She stepped up and she applied some pressure early on. Steph took a while to get going and just never really connected with the bowl today.
There was conversations from Luana last year coming into this event where she felt like she was just growing in confidence, and this year, particularly in this heat, she looked so settled. She just was so strong. Her game plan was flawless. And Steph, you know, coming back from a lot of time off, did look a little bit out of position. Her decision-making didn't look as sharp as Luana. And you've got to give full props to the Brazilian. She came out here, she knew exactly what she wanted to do. She backed that she has, you know, more time. Her blade is a little sharper, and she got it done with a lot of class.
Yeah, and she's got a head full of confidence, that is for sure. Getting her best result here last year, finally again in Rio, getting her best ever finish. First time that she's actually requalified via a higher rating on the championship tour and not being bumped back to the challenger.
Yeah, it was a really interesting one last year when she did so well. You could see it physically in the way she was walking around the event site. That did something for her confidence that she took into the rest of the year. And obviously, you know, going up against her hero today, this morning, would have been a very daunting task, but she did it. And as you said, Steph just looked a little out of sorts, and I mean, she'll have to go and kind of go back and assess what happened and set her sights on WA, but, you know, congratulations to Lulu moving through the next round.
Definitely, yeah. And you know, it's a forgettable heat for Stephanie Gilmore, and a heat that Luana Silva is never, ever going to forget. And when she got back to the competitors area, she got on her phone, she posted a photo worth having a look at on her Instagram. It's a photo of her as a micro grom with her hero, Steph Gilmore, and she just fully took a knee and paid homage to Steph and just the influence that she's had on her career.
Yeah, it's so cool, you know, like you get down here and you look at the lineup and you go, well, is this the Bells we really want to watch? But guess what? We got two of the biggest stories, you know, of the event play out today with Ethan and Steph going down. And as you say, Ron, you know, for the two surfers who beat them, they're going to hang their hat on that for the rest of their careers.
Absolutely. We saw another big return here at Bells this year today. It was great to see one of the immortals of the sport. Carissa Moore is back in a big wave, performing in front of her daughter and also her husband. She looked super at home, and once she got going, Rich, just so hard to reel in.
Yeah, absolutely. This was the feel-good story of the day, without a doubt, but up against a top opponent in Sawyer Lindblad, who did really well at the start, you know, to put a bit of pressure on this backhand attack that's been strengthening over the last season. She looked good, and again, for her, it would have been a bit of a mental hill to climb just even going up against Carissa in this heat. But, you know, Carissa, to her credit, gee, she's worked hard. I had a couple of surfs with her in Hawaii during the season, and she looked on point. She has been training so hard, and I guess realising that moment where she's got a daughter on the stairs, got a husband on the stairs, and now, you know, getting that heat win today was a huge confidence booster that'll slingshot her into the rest of the tour year.
Yeah, I think she would have washed off a lot of nerves too in this heat. I mean, she looks super comfortable, but, you know, Carissa, much like Steph, you know, she has high expectations of herself, and I think she'd feel pretty settled after that one.
It's a nervous start. There's no question about it. She built momentum throughout that heat. But for Steph and Carissa, you know, they're not just surfing against their own doubts. They're surfing against this entire generation. The whole narrative since they've been gone is all about the youth that's coming through. And so to get out there, to wash that off, and to get the heat win is a huge boost for Carissa, no doubt.
Yeah, and the bells will be ringing when Carissa takes on Isabella Nicholls in the next round.
Wow.
Two bells champions meeting in round 2. It's going to be awesome to see. But let's have a look, Rich, at the Surfline forecast and see what's coming our way in the coming days. Give us some good news, Rick.
I'll try. Well, mate, the good news is that, you know, we've got competition underway the last couple of days, and I guess the bad news or the bummer is that we have had this this onshore flow that's made things a little difficult, and not really the type of bells that we sort of wake up to or we dream about seeing in the morning. And we've been tracking all these storms coming under the bite here through the Southern Ocean, and you can see now as we got Saturday on screen here, it's really just coming straight onshore at the moment. So as we look ahead, tomorrow's looking pretty good in terms of wave wise, you know, head high around that mark. We're going to have still a little bit of onshore wind, but then Monday all the way through to Wednesday, we'll maintain that sort of height. It'll bump up and down, but I think the wind's going to get a lot better. Certainly by Monday, we'll have winds going back around to the offshore, and that'll open up options for us. Maybe we'll head down to Winky. Maybe, you know, if there's enough swell, we'll still be at the bowl here. Tides are pretty good for us at the moment, so end of the day, we'll be down here tomorrow morning. We'll check it out.
Vaughan, you kind of got around the competitors area, and we're talking about the offshore conditions, and you could almost see the competitors that weren't overly thrilled about it, and those that were just like, bring it on, like, I'm ready to go.
The majority of surfers that I spoke to this morning, we were just talking about onshore in general, and so many of them were excited by the prospect of it. They actually like it when Bells has a little bit more lip to hit. It gives them a few more options in attack. You can sort of mix up your creativity. When it's clean and offshore, it's a big rail game out there, punctuated by the odd air. But it was fascinating to me to hear that almost everyone said, yeah, this is awesome. The one person who didn't was Britt Merrick. He just hates onshore.
He doesn't surf it.
But
he doesn't
I
touch
swear
it.
he said that because he heard DA say that he loved onshore. So it was just like, what did he say? Perfect, I'll go the opposite.
It's a slopey-faced wave anyway,
yeah.
You know, so when that offshore does come, it tends to blow it down even further, but that onshore tends to give it a little push and punch, and you've got something to go against when you hit that lip.
Well, we can look forward to this next clash. I mentioned it before. Hydrolite heat to watch going into the second round. It is going to be the battle of the two former champions here at Bells Beach. And I love this matchup. I love it for a couple of different reasons. Carissa Moore, she'll be aware that Isabella's made herself pretty comfortable in this lineup, and she'll be ready to really lay down her best surfing.
Coming back as the defending champ, there's always this feeling like, okay, I'm going to back this up. I'm going to go again, a self-expectation that you're going to do well in the event, and the last thing you want to do is go out, you know, in your first heat. So that's a great matchup. Both on the forehand, both have got powerful weapons, that big rail carve.
Absolutely. And then on the men's side, it is heat number 6. It's the heat that Dane Henry wanted, and it's the heat that he's going to have to really turn up in, because Griffin Colapinto at this event last year, he was stopped by the eventual winner in a heat that really could have gone either way.
It's just going to be fascinating. You know, they're such different crew. We spoke to Dane yesterday. I said, how's your meditation act? Are you going to fight fire with fire? He was like, no, I'm a tool guy. I'll put on the headphones and I'll get jacked up to Lux, and Griff can bring whatever mellow vibes he wants, but I'll be coming at him. I mean, that is on paper as good as it gets.
Yep. Well, let's dive into some of the highlights from today. It's time for the BioGland Daily Dose, and we're going to kick it off with number 5, Sally Fitzgibbons. What a return to the CT for Sal. just always comes bounding back, and she looks really at home out here. Beautiful read and great patience, Rich.
Absolutely. You know, so this was the opening heat of the day, a bit of a guinea pig heat, and Sal just took it on. I mean, she's got so much experience out here, and I don't know if you'll mind me calling her a veteran, but that was a veteran-style approach to that heat. Textbook, she got the win.
She sure did. Coming in at number 4, Miguel Pupo moves on in a really hard clash up against Joel Vaughan.
Oh, this was classy from Miguel. He kind of had a bit of an iffy start in this one, but once he found his rhythm, everything was just on point. He actually, when we did the post-heat interview, didn't take his leggy off. He was that worried about his board getting nabbed because he was just synced up. It was a real classy performance, and Miguel's just one of those guys you just go, why isn't he in my fantasy team? Like, he should be there.
He is, in mine.
Oh, good.
Coming in at number 3, it was an impressive debut for Kika Velco. Looking really strong. I mean, a lot of the young guns, the rookies on the tour, stepped up in a big way today. And Kika probably the best of them.
Yeah, Veselko, big heat. You know, that opening exchange, you're new onto the tour. You know, the Bells Beach has so much prestige around it. She got the win. Congratulations.
The big excellent score, though, in Heat 5 of the opening round for the women came from Anat Lelior of Israel, and she looked really strong, really threw herself into those bigger sections, Vaughan.
What a performance. I mean, when I turned up today, I was dead set thinking I'm going to be talking about Steph, I'm going to be talking about Carissa, I'm going to be talking about Sally, these legends back on tour, and Nat comes out and just blasts it.
Absolutely. Alyssa Spencer coming in at number 1 today. This was a clutch moment. She was chasing a score, she found a big set, and she put a huge combo together.
Really impressive, the work she's done to come back with more aggression, more power in the approach, and congratulations, Alyssa Spencer, coming up against Tia Zebrowski, one of the big names, the young rookie, the 15-year-old, the phenom coming in, and I'm sure, again, everyone put her in their fantasy teams, but, you know, Alyssa just stuck to her guns, put her brand of surfing on show, and she nailed it.
Let's have a look at the power move, Mophie power move contender from today. Power move contender, it has to go to Nat. She was just so strong on the backhand, big blast. And again, just so impressed with how the rookies having their first crack at Bells approach this lineup.
Well, I think the coolest thing about being a Goofy and coming to Bells is the line is already drawn. You just go back to Occy and you think, well, that's exactly what I want to do. And that had 2 occasions in this heat to do that and just went that turbo. Classic line, and that has got to feel incredible.
Yeah, I reckon the Mophie power move is that final hit on that inside. It just stood up perfectly. She got that beautiful release and rotation, nice and high, and just in perfect control. So, yeah, she's in the running.
Looking really strong, and you know, you want to make use of that big outside section when that wave's going to shut down. She put the combo together, got the reward she needed, and got herself a huge heat win in a difficult matchup. So congratulations to her. So much coming our way. The matchups, I've been looking at them for round 2 for the men and the women, where the big names, the top seeds, the form contenders from last year are going to enter the mix. Will the run of these young guns, Vaughan, the rookies, continue?
Hard to say. It's just been such a crapshoot. We really don't know what we're going to get surf-wise. So it's just who's going to be on when the hooter blows. And, you know, looking at some of those heats, I mean, Molly versus Sally is it's an all-Aussie battle royale. Can't wait to watch that. On the men's, far out, Dane and Griff's really hard to go past. But, you know, there's a heat there with Matthias Hurdy and Yago Dora that's really interesting as well. Good mates who are going to be coming up against each other as well.
Yeah, worth having a look at your bracket and having a look at some of those big heats coming our way. Tomorrow morning, potentially, we'll be making a 6:45 a.m. call for a possible 7:05 start. Don't miss a second of it. We'll leave you with highlights and see you tomorrow morning.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.